Power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
Well, howdy, everybody. Welcome, yeehaw, to all you people watching the Arlington Major. We are here on the fourth stream, ready to go, giving you Dota. It's the group stage, and I'm joined here by Black to give you excitement, to give you hype, to give you a good amount of great Dota, or a great amount of great Dota, however you want to look at it. But Black, I need the hype. I need the great amount of great Dota. I need you to tell me how you're feeling and what you're most ready to look forward to today.
Now, you're here for hype. I'm here to analyze the hype that you bring, but it should be very great Dota right off the get-go, especially with our first match, right? Having LGD here with us. No.
Of course.
We are the LGD fanboys. Having LGD in our first game, literally best case scenario. Talon is great too, yes, but, we're going to go with our boys of LGD here. No, but in all seriousness, Talon, they didn't really do well initially, like in the first two seasons. But right now, they're absolutely destroying the SEA region. So we'll see how the two styles match up. Because typically, SEA is very, very aggressive. And we'll see how that matches up with like the, I guess, methodical playstyle of LGD.
Yeah, I think at the Rio Masters, it felt like LGD were playing a more aggressive and faster paced play style. They kind of blew Spirit out of the water in that final, and really they just didn't have a paddle going up against them. So I wonder if Talon are going to be ready. What do you think is like the biggest change for Talon? Like you said they struggled earlier, and what do you think is like the biggest difference from then to now?
I mean, they've had, I believe, a change in coach. Forrest is coaching the team now, so that definitely helped out a lot. But just in general, they needed more time because things just weren't clicking as well, and not all of them are like super fluent in English. So that must have been a challenge initially as well. Mm-hmm. But this tournament, they also are playing with a stand-in, so they're like a little bit crippled. But we'll see how much that impacts them. It's a shame we can't see them at full strength, but their stand-in is also very strong. So we'll see how they can perform. Because they, I think, almost need to win or like get top 2 to even be considered to get to TI.
Something crazy. There's somebody out there who's definitely got statistics on what they need and how they are to get by it.
Yeah,
but we'll have to see.
That's not us.
They can accomplish.
We're not smart enough.
Yeah. Just a quick note for you specifically, Black. Just check the lobby real quick. You've got a message in the Dota lobby, and let's get back to it because they do have that. They do have themselves a stand-in. It's going to be interesting to go up against LGD. I think a lot of the question marks are, what's the power rankings here for LGD? Obviously, these odds show that LGD are going to almost definitely 2-0. I feel like
it's not that one-sided, surely.
Yeah, because I'm going back to how I think the power rankings are going to be. I'm wondering, like, LGD, I think in the season... And you could tell the difference from this current season to Rio Masters when there was a lot more on the line, played at different levels. I think they played for real at the Rio Masters. I think that they showed a lot of ability, if not their full strength at that moment. And in the season, it felt like they were holding back. It felt like they weren't exactly playing with everything,
Yeah.
So I wonder if they're going to do that here. They're already qualified for TI. This money compared to what they just destroyed and won with at Riyadh feels like this honestly could just be a trial run for them, some experimentation, maybe some new hero. Nature's Prophet won with a GG call after you buy back and TP back into the fight, something like that.
Nah, there is like a lot of pride on the line for sure, right? Like even when Faith Bian had his interview, he was like, "Yeah, I hope we meet RNG in the finals, so the trophy can go to China." So I do believe that they are gonna try hard just for the sake of showing that Chinese Dota is actually still the best Dota. Because the past couple of years didn't really agree with them, when it comes to that. So yeah, they're gonna try hard. Yeah. Probably not as hard as they would if like everything was on the line, but they're not going to be like clowning around.
Yeah, I'd like to see them definitely try some things. Maybe go a little bit to different comfort picks. I know we saw when LGD was taking the season a little bit more seriously when they kind of got into dangerous waters with them being 2-3. They were throwing like nothing to say on the Tinker, which I don't believe they played in Riyadh. Maybe they gave it one game. I can't recall.
They
everything,
didn't.
But that's definitely one of those heroes that they could throw out from left field. I think my biggest look, if I'm thinking about LGD specifically, and then we'll talk about Talon. I think the biggest thing is Faith Beyond. He had a lot of question marks throughout the season. I think this was the first time that I've really watched him and he struggled. So I think he's always been known as the anchor of LGD, and I wonder where he's going to be at and how they're going to play around him, because he's very important to opening it up for Nothing to Say and Ame, for sure.
Yeah, always has been. As you said, has been struggling a little bit in season 3, but he was the MVP of Riyadh Masters. So, what else is there to say? Like, he played against the best teams in the world, was MVP. He's most definitely back in shape.
Yeah, it definitely feels that way. And then to talk about Talon, like Zephyr standing in for Q. We watched Zephyr quite a bit when we were doing the Southeast Asian DPC last year, and he's a great player. Like, I don't think that this is, maybe chemistry wise, I think maybe it's a little bit of a negative move, but I think player ability wise, it's equal, if not better. Like, I really have a lot of faith in Zephyr. I think he's a really great player, and I'll be interested to see how he plays with this team. They're going up against LGD. Like, this is throwing the lambs out for slaughter on the first one, but I think if you're Talon, like, I know those odds seem very glaring, but I think you have a legitimate shot of taking at least a split of the series for sure.
Oh, you always do. There's just so much decided already in the draft. Like, if they suddenly get a better draft, they can get one up on LGD, we have seen it so many times when underdog actually just wins now, because this patch in particular is pretty snowball heavy. So if you come out of the lanes ahead, which doesn't actually mean that you're like the best team in the world, right? You just have a really strong laning phase, really strong early game, and you just snowball your way to a victory in the mid late game. And that can definitely happen, because Talon has some of the most impressive individual players in the SEA region gathered in one team. Like, beating them in the laning stage should be almost no problem if they have the superior draft.
Right. Yeah, I think we've seen it a lot, just the snowballiness of this patch, and I think they announced the other day that this is that there's going to be a patch before the regional finals in September. So I want to say that maybe teams are going to go all out. They don't have to hide strats, right? Theoretically, if there is going to be a big enough patch. I guess the question is it going to be a massive patch? Is it just going to be a balancing patch? Then maybe you're a little worried about showing everything. But I think you could definitely, kind of show a good amount of pieces that may be changed, especially some of those heroes that the competitive community, I guess I'll call it, has an eye on what they think is going to be nerfed, right? Like, you just go all out with those heroes.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, the meta game is very much set in stone at this point. So I don't think they're going to deviate too much away from that. Maybe we'll see some more, like, out of the box heroes, like the Tinker, as you said, or maybe some Naga Sirens here and there. I feel like there's a lot of heroes that is brutally underutilized, and hopefully they'll see some play in this tournament. But yeah, it's going to be heavily meta-centered, I'd say.
Right. Yeah, I'm interested to see what these teams pull out, and we've got ourselves a draft. So we should be switching over to that in just a second, as Talon are going to take banned out here, and I think just looking at the draft, it's going to be interesting to see what they do going forward. Do you think Zeus, Darkseer, and Void are the 3 bans necessary to like make sure they're protected?
Radiant team pick.
Dazzle.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Know where anyone is going, which is usually why second pick is favored by a lot of teams right now. Just so you have the last say in the draft. You're like, oh yeah, you're doing this. All right,
PSG.LGD.
so answer that way. All right, now it's pretty obvious. Could still be tiny mid and Marcy 4 though. That's interchangeable.
Right.
But Doom, honestly, is pretty afraid of Dazzle +1. Like, it's not going to be an easy Doom game at all. Maybe they go back to the Armor Lone Druid. It could be fun.
So that's what I was wondering. Like, do you want to go to something like the Lone Druid, or do you want something that's got like a more solidified stun from the one position?
There aren't super many left though at stun. Like, that's why Faceless World is so strong. Or they're leaving the carry for last, going for the Pangolier, which is most likely going to be played by Nothing to Say. So that is going to be the offlane Razor still. Together with Earth Spirit makes a lot of sense. And now Talon have to figure out what they want last pick for mid. Like, just a Void Spirit seems perfectly fine. Ember Spirit can work.
So for LGD, I mean, this draft's still pretty open too, right?
It is. But as I said, most likely, unless there's like a last pick Tinker option or something like that.
Because then it would be like Razor 1, Pango 3, but you could, what it's most likely in terms of LGD is like Pango mid, Razor 3.
Yeah, I would, as I said, I don't really like Razor safe lane just because you don't really get building damage at all. They ban Arc Warden. Have LGD been scrimming that? They never played that.
We saw the strengths of Arc Warden from, what was it?
Yuragi,
yeah.
I mean, I played it in the pub games like a bunch after that as well. It is pretty obnoxious. Once you get to 25 and all the items, there's nothing they can do.
I have not played it in pub games. One hero is already too hard for me. Having more than one hero for myself would be very difficult.
Of course, naturally.
I remember I was playing like, there was a point in my life where I was just randoming every game in Turbo, and I had a Meepo, and I just did not have any other Meepos except for me. Made sure it was just me.
Yeah, some people played like that.
Yeah.
Oh, Naga, yeah. I was actually thinking about that, because it's one of the better Terrorblade answers. There's still a Phantom Lancer in the pool, though, if they want to go that route.
Do you think Lone Druid's the best fit right now with what Talon has banned and what LGD can go for at the moment?
Yeah, I personally like Drow Ranger a lot too, but against Marcy it's always a little bit rough.
5 seconds.
Hard to get away
remaining.
once you get disposed, right? Like you
Yeah.
don't exactly until you've got a Hurricane Pike, but is that really what you're trying for in the first first bit of the game? Is just to have that getaway? I don't really know.
Yeah, we should have a much better idea of what LGD wants after the Talon pick. Which is probably just going to be like a very generic spirit.
You think so? It might be like just a Void Spirit or something?
Yeah. They just need some catch, someone that can move early, because Doom, Terrorblade are kind of greedy. It could be a tiny middle as well, and they pick another support. Or it could be a support Doom. Teams also ran that before.
Radiant team pick.
Ban the puck. I like that ban.
Yeah. Actually surprised it got through until now.
I almost would have picked that instead of the Pangolier, but I had nothing to say. It's so good at setting up his positioning on this Pangolier and using that Blink Dagger once he's got it to use the Rolling Thunder and
10
get in there.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, it's a very interesting contrast to his Pangolier at TI, and then now it's gotten so much better. So just go for the support here, so it's the mid-tiny.
Okay. Yeah, so that's going to be a 4 Marcy, which makes you think that...
Phantom Lancer looks insane right now.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly helps against the Marcy, right?
10
Like, it gives you the
remaining.
availability to get out after a dispose.
Phantoms.
Yeah.
Choose your hero.
Oh, Black! Come on, dude! Nicely done.
Dude, I actually can't believe what Talon did there, though. They also thought Illusion Heroes are dangerous, right? Because they banned the Naga. But then they picked Bane, who's terrible against the last Illusion Hero in the game, which is Phantom Lancer. And then it was a very obvious pickup for LGD. So I really hope that they thought it through properly, because if this PL gets out of control, I don't know what they do.
Damn. It feels like LGD, like you said, the draft's going to be very important. And I think that, in my eyes, LGD kind of won the draft with that last pick, Phantom Lancer. I think with Dazzle, Phantom Lancer, like, Terrorblade's going to struggle. Phantom Lancer is going to be easy to kind of survive unless they get the Doom out on him, which is not, easier said than done.
Yeah.
I think Talon are behind in this draft by a bit, and I worry for them. We've seen 23 Savage on this Terrorblade before. We've seen him have really great games, but it almost feels like he's going to need a perfect game to even be in the same realm as LGD right now. And I know a lot of people are saying, oh, B-Cup, you're just a fanboy of LGD. But, I mean, this draft kind of speaks for itself at the moment. And I think that they're ahead just draft for right now. Obviously, laning is going to be very important.
Yeah, this draft is... it is very playable still for Talon, of course. They have the upper hand in the early game. Because Razor has to farm, Phantom Lancer has to farm, Pangolier and Earth Spirit are pretty much the only ones that can make moves. But if they get to the mid game without a big disadvantage, their draft is going to peak. And that's when Talon has to be really scared.
So we'll see how this goes. We'll see how game 1 of the D stream is going to be at the Arlington Major.
Here we go, ladies and
Prepare for
gentlemen.
battle.
Should be fun. This is, again, it's international play for the first time, or for one of the few times this year for a lot of these teams. And obviously LGD coming off the Rio Masters, that's a big bump for them. That wasn't too long ago. I feel like that definitely puts them in a good form coming into this event right now. Hopefully, maybe they've gained a little bit of muscle since they picked up that 50-pound trophy or whatever it was in the Rio Masters.
Yeah, even Faith Bian couldn't lift it.
Yeah, and he's shredded.
Yeah, they should have definitely gotten me on stage for that one. Hey, Black, can you help us lift this trophy? Yeah, I got you, bro. Don't worry.
So, a little bit of a pause. We'll be quick. Although, unless you see the WC, which I don't know if that's allowed at the Major. I know when we're doing DPC, WC is allowed. But I don't know if the water closet is going to be allowed here.
I doubt it.
So, here we go.
I hope not, at least. I'm a big hater of bathrooms. Oh, 5-man smoke. They're running into Mikoto here.
Yeah, might be able to get a first blood, and they've got the shield crash, so they know where he is.
Very
He's on
tanky
the
boy
high
though.
ground, and
Yeah.
Look out for
Makoto just walks away. They do a lot of damage. Maybe he goes all the way back to base, heals up. He's got a lot of time, so doesn't really have to expend the resources or anything like that because he's only gone to 1 stack of tangos in this mid lane, and they're going to deny their own
30
ward, I
seconds
believe.
to battle.
They saw it on Talon, so they'll just get rid of it. They won't give away that gold, and then they'll pause again. Look at that. You think that is all right for LGD, even getting rid of that ward?
Yeah, I mean, they had to, because otherwise they were just gonna deal with it, get 100 gold for free, right? So right now, LGD has a 100 gold lead, very significant.
What lane here do you think is most important?
I'd say Faith Bjorn needs a decent game to make sure that they can make space for Arme. Mid lane should just be a 5-5 trade lane, and top lane PL should, in theory, be free farming, because Dazzle is a very strong support for him.
Couple high fives. By the way, the LGD plays another ward, and I think that's going to be dewarded. They're going to go for this. They're going to try and pressure Ame away and secure themselves a bounty rune, and that's exactly what they've done. Zephyr's going to pick it up. They've already got 2 on LGD, so at worst, it's 2 for 2, and that's exactly what it's going to be. And Ame already uses one of those tangos, but again, it goes back to the draft. It goes back to the Dazzle that these Chinese teams, and it's obviously not just them, but they really enjoy having these 5-position healing supports. So you're going to have, at the moment, Y just with the Poison Touch, but come level 2, I assume it's the Shadow Wave, and maybe even level 3, go to a second level in the Shadow Wave and just try to keep Ame in a spot where he can just continue to be aggressive, right?
Yeah, usually people like to max the Poison Touch a bit more just for lane presence, but we'll see what they have to do, how the lane goes. Okay,
We'll see how they do on the side of Talon. And I think he's going to do something interesting here. He's going to Boulder Smash through the trees and get this creep wave to cut all the way across. Well, Hyde will spot him, but I believe he's just got Brain Sap for now, so he'll run at him, he'll Brain Sap him, he'll do whatever, and in the top lane again is just, Poison Touch coming out and just throwing some right clicks in. You have to be careful once they hit level 2, though, on Talon. They have a very aggressive lineup that can go in, rebound, dispose, and with Scorched Earth, potentially do the damage to get a kill here, if they're not too careful on the side of LGD.
Yeah, it's definitely a very, very tough kill though on the Phantom Lancer. Maybe the Desert in a little bit more trouble, but it should, in theory, just be a farm trade lane in the top as well. Unless Zephyr, he's in a little bit of trouble. He got sticks though.
He's low, he's fine. He's got 7 charges on that stick, and he's not even going to end up using it. He's got a salve that he'll just heal himself up with. Both of them going to a stick, so that early spam from the Poison Touch and, of course, the Spirit Lance, they'll have the charges to try and heal up.
Yeah, and you just gotta make sure when you're playing these side lanes that you don't get out region. So both of them are bringing out plenty of region. Doom just ran out of his, but I'd imagine he's gonna bring some more soon.
Yeah, that or we'll see, sometimes we see another stack of tangos get sent out to the support and they just start sharing constantly.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah,
You're not really doing anything with that rebound dispose.
Yeah, because it's very hard for him to actually aggress top. Like, Doom is not an aggro hero. That's why this lane is a little bit awkward, because usually you want to have a kill threat lane, which Doom Mastery really is not. KP currently looking for a good creep to consume. Frost Ogre.
Why is it an interesting spot? Again, there's a dispose and a rebound. But
oh, he missed it one.
Yeah, he jumped into an awkward spot. So they're unable to really take advantage of the early aggression that you have with this Marcy. I mean, it's something that you're really looking to get, and it's a bit surprising, right? Like, maybe the kill potential is not exactly there with the Doom. he doesn't exactly. He just has right clicks and Scorched Earth to follow
Hyde is
up
in
with.
trouble.
Yeah, they're going to send him over bottom. They're going to look over for Hyde. They'll try to get this first blood, but now they want to turn it around. They'll go for Faith Beyond, who doesn't have a lot of mana. The Dispose is there. Faith Beyond, he doesn't really have much help with Xingqiu. He gets into the trees, but that's not enough. Hyde, who was in trouble initially, he ends up getting first blood on Faith Beyond. He'll throw the cheese around.
Now, though, the Doom is going to get completely zoned. So, we have seen this many times where the Marcy rotates away, but then loses the entire impact of the laning phase, right? Because I don't know what KP is supposed to do now on the top.
Yeah, he's just 2v1 to the moment, and Marcy TP'd down there, so Zephyr's going to have to walk all the way back towards top. And he needs to get there kind of soon, because KP's getting zoned out. Obviously, Doom, one of those heroes that can come back, use the Devour, make some more gold, maybe go to the Midas, and kind of get back there. But you do want the Doom to be the top of net worth.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Like, you kind of want to be snowballing rather than catching up with him, because otherwise your impact is not nearly as much as it could be. Aggressing on
Marcy,
Y.
and Y is going to get chased, disposed, and only has level 2 in the Poison Touch as well as the Shadow Wave. Gets it off, survives, and they'll bring in Xingqiu. How aggressive is KP willing to be? Roll comes in, and now KP needs the Force Smash Shade on both, but they can't continue for Zephyr. That almost turned into a real disaster for Talon, but just to lose KP. It's a win there for LGD, but only in the top lane, right? Like, bottom's still going really well for Talon.
Yeah, same story here. Now Faith Beyond is alone. So Razor is going to be in a lot of trouble. But at least Phantom Lens on top of the net worth, that's exactly what they want. Get a fast diffuser blade. He has a Midas queued up right now, actually. Interesting to see if he goes through with that.
Makoto in a lot of trouble with 3 heroes here from LGD, and it's an easy kill for him, and that's going to really open it up for Nothing to Say, who is now level 6 and has that Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, he was already doing very well in the mid lane. It's going to set him up to an even more successful start. This minute 6 rune is going to be very, very important. Ame
in a bit of trouble, but he'll be A-okay.
Doppelganger. Great ability.
Going down to Faith Beyond, and that is not really what you want in this bottom lane, especially after you got first blood on Faith Beyond. Talon, they're not in an awful spot. Like, I think mid and off lane is kind of struggling a little bit, but if they can get 22 Savage into a decent spot, I think overall they should find themselves in a place in the game where they can really recover, and kills like that by Makoto, where they get Y out in the jungle, can definitely continue to do so, right?
Yeah, just the big problem is that Phantom Lancer is very much a ticking time bomb in games like these, right? So we'll see how they manage to deal with him, or if they manage to snowball before he really becomes a threat to them. But Pangolier should be the one they're worried about the most right now. Zephyr is picking bottom again.
Bottom again. Yeah, they want to make a move on Faith Beyond. I think seeing that Xingqiu is elsewhere, and that's what they'll do. They'll rebound, they'll dispose, and it is just a lot of damage coming out. 23 Savage with the kill this time on Faith Beyond, and could potentially put some pressure on the tier 1 tower over bottom.
Yeah, just gotta be very mindful of the Pangolier rotation as possible, because he's very, very strong right now. Now, ultimately, it will really depend on how well Armor plays in his mid lane game. Because if you ever get caught out of position, like you Doppelganger and Manta, before Reflection comes out, suddenly there's a PL on you. He can create like his own army, roll in.
Roll in, Hyde's just surrounded. There's no chance for him to get out. And again, it's LGD sending multiple supports over mid and securing themselves a kill.
Make it look easy. Yeah.
Nothing to say, he's top of the net worth. He's above 23 Savage for the moment, who's just about equal, but now he might be in trouble. Avalanche as well as the rebound, but unable to get the kill here on Nothing to Say, and he's thinking about going in with the Rolling Thunder. They still disposed, but just couldn't keep up
gets
with
a haste rune too.
Bottom lane, 23 Savage, he needs to kind of juke around the tower with Faith Beyond and that ult. Static Link, though, is on cooldown. They've got the Nightmare, roll in, hit high. And rebound forward, get the dispose. Faith Beyond again in trouble. The Avalanche is there from Makoto, and well, they're going to toss Hyde right on top of Xingqiu to try and get themselves a second kill. Behind them, though, is Y, and nothing to say. They'll take out Zephyr. TPing out is 23 Savage, and with the Rolling Thunder, they should be able to catch up to High. Puts him in a spot where he can just bobble him up into the air. And nothing to say gets that kill, and a double overall. Puts him on a killing spree. So finally moves off the lane. He puts himself into the bottom lane with the help of the Dazzle. And it gets beneficial for LGD, even though they end up losing Faith Beyond in that move.
Nice TP out though from 23 Savage, otherwise he would have died instead of the Bane, maybe even both of them. So keeping the Terrorblade alive is very important, because as you said, he's going to be a big part of their initial timing push.
Radiant are scanning.
Diffuser Blade is halfway done already though, like he is very rich on the Phantom Lens. That's going to become a very big problem. If he can avoid the initial doom and kind of just run rampant in a fight, the game could snowball out of control real quick.
Right.
We all know how Phantom Lancer works, right? You win one fight, suddenly he's like an item ahead of your enemy carry. Not a whole lot you can do.
Xingqiu trying to get some soul experience in the mid lane to get himself to level 6, have that Magnetize available. Meanwhile, 3 heroes here bottom for LGD to take the tier 1 tower and start to shrink the map for 23 Savage, and they're not going to defend it, so it's an easy tower. Nothing to say gets credit for it, and now this is where you need to be very careful if you're Talon, where it can spiral out of control, and you got to keep your jungle safe. Look for Hyde, the roll is short, but it doesn't matter. The damage is there, and it is a lot of it. Hyde is dead for the 4th time already, and they have this ward up on the high ground in the corner here that keeps them with some vision.
You know what I just realized the biggest problem is with the stand they're using? They have 2 position 4 players now, because Q is their 5. That actually makes things a little bit more complicated. We'll see how they adjust to that throughout the entire tournament. But
KP in trouble, and he's just dead on a screen already. They smoked up, they move as 4, they had Ame in the jungle, and LGD, they're moving around the map really well at the moment. Talon need to kind of buckle in and settle, because they're starting to fall behind and put themselves in a spot that may be impossible to recover from.
They're looking for Faith Beyond again with the smoke, but they keep killing the Razor, but the Pangolier and Phantom Lens are having perfect games.
Yeah, look at where they are.
They're probably going to kill him again, but... Oh, no. Xingqiu is protecting him.
Potentially protecting him. Yeah. Exposed, the rolls off the mark, and now throws down the Magnetize. That should be on the 3 of the zeros, but Xingqiu on the run. They don't really want to chase just in case the TPs are there. They do have Y coming over, but there's the defusal. Like, you've opened up the space. Ame's ready for this. LGD are in an okay spot. They're not exactly rolling ahead. They were starting to feel that way. But you look at Talon, and they've kind of recovered on both Makoto and KP, right? Like, those 2 heroes were sitting further down in the net worth just a couple minutes ago.
Invisibility.
Yeah, I mean, the game is by no means over or anything. Oh, they're trying to go in again. No. Zephyr.
Roll in, caught Zephyr. Zephyr, though, with a dispose, nicely placed. But there's going to be another roll to follow it up. It doesn't land onto the Marcy, and Marcy will rebound even further away, and not even an Earth Spirit can chase that successfully at the moment.
Roll again in the mid. Ooh, nice grip though.
And they've got themselves the Fiend's Grip, and they'll go to the Avalanche. Why? Oh, the Shallow Grave saves himself. And he's also, well, he's going to die, but did at least put the attention onto the Dazzle to make sure that Nothing to Say was able to escape that one. He's got a double damage. He's also going for a Diffusal Blade.
Yeah, double Diffu could cause so many mana problems for all these Agi and Strength heroes, sorry. Oh, if he gets doomed on Armor, he might be in trouble.
Doppelganger, and let's see.
He's juking.
He's sending an illusion away to try and trick them, sending it back in, but Ame, he's in on this one. They get the kill on Zephyr, and KP, he just can't figure it out. Hyde, he's going to be out of mana in just a moment, but they've got 23 Savage over to the side with the Boulder Smash, hitting on a both those heroes.
Ame's still in.
Oh no, Ame's still in on this one. There's the Nightmare with the Doom being used, but it's going to be out on a Xingqiu. Now they've got the help from Nothing to Say. Nothing to Say's got the double damage going. Swashbuckle, Magnetize, out on these heroes with Wide showing up. Ame maybe looking to go back into the fight.
He's so confident.
No mana. He's going to keep me out. Makoto, Avalanche, Needle Crash, out on a 2 of these heroes with Boulder Smash, landing on a both Makoto and KP. They'll roll in. It'll be a little bit short for KP, running away. Swashbuckle for the kill, dominating his Nothing to Say. Makoto's going to die. Nothing to Say, nothing of his tower to Ame. LGD never giving up.
all on the back of arms. How confident is he? He was fighting this from like 30 seconds. He was fighting it all by himself. He didn't care at all. Nice juking with the illusions and everything. But yeah, Talon just got played like a fiddle by him.
Yeah,
no chance whatsoever.
With the illusions, absolutely disgusting what he was able to accomplish in that fight, giving himself enough time for his teammates to show up and help him out.
Yeah, and he went into a Midas after defusal. Now that is so greedy, but perfectly fits Armor's playstyle, of course. And he's getting away with it just because of how well he's been playing.
Man, oh man. And he's just continuing to excel. And now he's got this Midas, defusal, then Midas for him. With the treads finished, Ame is in such a good spot. It's a 4K lead for LGD, and it just feels like Talon, they're losing places on the map. They're losing any sort of confidence at the moment, and it's really kind of hurting them.
They need to blink ASAP on Mikoto. He's 200 away from that, and then it's time to make a play. Because you saw in the last fight, Terrorblade
he needs to survive. He dies before the blink dagger. Is he fine? The roll comes in and lands. He's going to be kicked back, and now the rolling thunder comes through. Look over the unleashed Q. He's looking like he's going to be the first one to touch the downgrade. Oh, he rolls again. They get Makoto separated behind. Oh, wow. Why on it with the shallow grave? They just want to kill off 23 Savage. He will be ravaged by the damage coming in from LGD, and 4 heroes down on the side of Talon. Wow. The support duo here for LGD is disgusting.
Radiant's middle tower is
and that's really why we see the power of Dazzle, right? Post landing phase, they have this grave. Like a hero just for 4 seconds can just do whatever he wants. Because you have no way to kill him, right? Axe is like pretty much the only way to kill him. You don't have an axe. Now they're 5k ahead with a much better scaling draft, and it's gonna be so hard to come back for Talon.
What have we?
LGD definitely didn't come here to not just play, but really take back a trophy. At least for what they're showing so far.
Makoto finally getting that blink dagger.
But he didn't die last fight, did he? Oh, he did. He did.
Yeah, the only one who didn't die, I believe, was KP.
Yeah. Who's also really far away from the BKB. Now, this is the problem when you pick Doom, right? It's so greedy.
Savage.
Oh, dead again. He just respawned.
He just respawned. He's dead once more. Oh, yeah. This is just all LGD at the moment.
Radiant are
Yeah.
scanning.
Now, you see both drafts are somewhat greedy, right? But Talon can't really afford to be greedy because they're running against the clock of a Phantom Lancer. So it's a much more comfortable game for LGD, and they're definitely just playing at their pace. Whereas Talon is like, oh my god, we can't handle this quick pace right now at all.
Radiant's middle tower
Cover from the quick pace that's going on. Bottom lane, Zephyr jumps in and then TP's out.
23 Savage again in the top lane. He has to be so careful.
Ame already has the Yasha.
Yeah, he's way too rich. He is way too rich. This is kind of getting to the problem scenario that we spoke about. If PL is ahead in items, it's so hard to win against him.
Zinky's looking to roll. He actually splits the seams on the
Oh
team.
my
But the
God.
damage just so quick on a hide. A rebound out, and that'll speed them up to get away. But they were just able to kill Hyde so quickly.
And they're just controlling the enemy ancients perfectly. So 23 has no place to really farm. Zephyr has to be careful, so he's not the next enemy grinder.
He's just standing in the lane, and yeah, as we're being shown, these obs from LGD are pretty deep. They've got one on the cliff, they've got one down on the ground to show him even further, but they're gonna find
23 again? No!
Oh gosh, Geomagnetic Grip, they've got the silence, they'll get the kill, they'll take the Terrorblade once more. He's dead for the 3rd time in probably the last 2 or 3 minutes. He's unable to really find anywhere to farm safely. It must feel like, well, Talon are thinking, hey, LGD have their eyes on the world.
Yeah, they just have wards in all the important locations, and they're not letting them deward. They're protecting the wards really well. They had like a small opportunity to deward, but they didn't find the ward. There's another one just in the lane, in the top lane.
Middle tower is under attack.
Zephyr in trouble.
Yeah, he's going in with the help enough at a say.
And then
silence and just a quick, easy kill.
Gold is a great.
And they're
Yeah,
checking.
Faith Bjorn also recovered. Got a BKB now already, so he's gonna become a big problem.
They have been quite literally everywhere. Look at the odds that are just like on the map at the moment. They finally de-warded the one that was on the cliff inside their own triangle, but again, you still have the obs that's on the ground. Like, they see them going in and out of the lane. They have the one on the cliff over in the
Dire's
jungle
middle tower
again,
is under attack.
which they had a sentry for but didn't de-ward yet.
Yeah,
Dire's
I mean,
structures are
they just gotta be a little bit more thorough with de-warding, because as I said, they're missing their +5 player, right? Usually these players are much more particular about doing all that stuff, and they're on top of it all the time. But it's much more difficult when you have 2-4 players. It's like me when I play offlane, you know? I still have the carry mentality, I want money.
Look at me, I am the carry.
Yeah, basically. Faith Bjorn. Not in this game though. In this game he really took a lot of bullets for his team. And his snap recovered quite nicely though.
So LGD, they haven't gotten a kill in the last 2 minutes, but you know, they're averaging 1 per minute at the moment. They're still looking for an opening. They're sitting together, and you know, this is with Ame still farming up, and he's got that Manta going into the heart, and I think
Heart is critical mass.
Yeah, I'll use your term. He'll be unkillable at that point.
Yeah. Once he reaches hard, the only way to kill him if he's completely isolated by a Fiend's Grip. Which, the way LGD is playing, he never will be. How is 23 looking? Going straight into BKB. Well, usually you don't want to do that when you're a Terrorblade, but this game he really has to. No other options.
Dire's
What his
top
TV
tower
progressed
has
on. Yeah, he
fallen.
was looking for the Scotty initially.
Yeah, those 3 deaths really put his Nephilim behind so far. 4-man smoke to the top, while Faith Bjorn shows in the middle. It's a pretty obvious smoke though, because they're not showing in any other lanes.
Under attack.
So nobody should really die. As I say that, the Overwatch 23
Yeah,
Savage.
they were kind of catching up to him, and he's up on the onto the triangle, but they're still searching. They want to go, and
Radiant
he's
are
got to be very
scanning.
careful. Oh, swashbuckle in. He's disarmed. They're
Yes,
gonna go
BKB
for
though.
this Boulder smash, and 23 Savage goes into the metamorphosis. He pops the BKB. That'll force him away, but Makoto's not so fortunate. He's right there with LGD, and that means he is definitely dead, getting bounced up into the air constantly by Nothing to Say. And the look over, the Doom is out. Y is dead. Hyde gets the kill there, but Faith Bjorn still fighting through the Doom. He doesn't quite care. They get the kill in the KP, Nothing to Say. Not really too scared of a Marcy. Hyde's going to die to Zincu. All they lost was their Dazzle, and again, they continue to get kills in droves. And LGD are taking every single fight with a victory.
Yeah, Metamorphosis was also used. Like, this is just a problem when you run this sort of lineup. Like, Tiny is an amazing secondary core, but he's not a hero like Puck or something that can really just completely put the game on his back, right? Then you top that up with like a Terrorblade and Doom. This lineup is so incredibly greedy, and they just, as I said before, can't match the pace of LGD at all. Like, they're all there, they just don't have the strength to fight back.
This is honestly
no damage output.
A time for LGD to continue to put the pressure on, right? Like, you saw the 23 Savage, he went to the Metamorphosis and then hit the BKB. So, you know he's not going to have it for over a minute at this point.
Did you see the Razor? Low health?
Yeah, he's low health, low mana.
Finally,
Avalanche in the toss. They get the kill, but how much are they going to lose for this? Zephyr and Hyde are in trouble. Good Nightmare, but Nothing to Say is still moving forward, looking for Makoto. As the defusal slow, turns his eyes maybe on the illusion, but recognizes that the illusion turns himself back around, and they've got Makoto.
Yeah, Lincoln's Sphere already done on Pangoli as well, so Fiend's Grip can't stop his Pangoli roll anymore. Pieces are slowly and surely all coming together. Heart isn't too far away, just about 2,000 gold. And just going Roche. Really simple with a Pangolier.
Really,
and you have to be so careful.
Fiend's Grip
You're
on
very
Zinc
tanky on Zinc Q.
hide. All he's got is the Shadow Amulet. And does he make the TP out? No.
No.
He tried, though. Nothing to say is perfect this game. 9-0-10. This is all while Ame will stick into Roche and try and get the Aegis into his hands. And again, like I said,
Your shrine has fallen to the dark.
Yeah. And they're just going to continue to control the map until the heart is online, I'd imagine. Once the heart is there, it's time to poke the high ground. Which they honestly don't even have to do either. Like, they could just grow an indefinite gold lead.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Also, by the way, Ame had picked up that shard. That's why this heart's taking a little bit longer than probably what you thought the timing
Radiant's
would be.
middle tower is under attack.
Yeah. But the shot is also an amazing shot, right?
Yeah.
Some people choose to go for it a little bit earlier, some a bit later. But the bouncing of the lance is definitely very strong too. Surprisingly, he went into the strength talent rather than the spirit lance talent, though.
Yeah, not the worst from 7 to 5, or not the most important maybe. 15 strength, not the worst thing in the world, and he'll work with that. BKB, 23 Savage with the Metamorphosis. They're gonna go after Faith Beyond on the run. But you gotta expect that Dazzle's just gonna be here to help him if he gets in any trouble, and that's exactly what he does. They go to the Shallow Grave, they look over, they've got the Geomagnetic Grip on both the Terrorblade as well as the Bane. They'll take out Zephyr, down goes Hyde, monster kill streak here for Ame, 3-0. There's just no way that they're getting these kills on these Doom targets, especially when Y's there.
They just don't have the damage. I mean, just look at the HP pool across the board. Like, everyone except Dazzle is at least at 2,000 or more. Where's the damage gonna come from? There's a Dazzle in the background, on the backline rather, with a Glimmer Cape as well, with a Grave. You have no answers anymore.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It's our job to make like things exciting and stuff, but Phantom Lancer in this kind of scenario, you're gonna be hard pressed to see LGD throw us away.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
If it wasn't LGD, maybe, but they're just too methodical most of the time. Now they're looking for another fight, perhaps. They could just go high ground with this. The hard timing is perfect for the high ground push. And again, I don't know how they stop them. They don't even have any illusion to the hero.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
They can just, use it to stop, right?
Yeah, PL can just tank this indefinitely, no problem at all. What's your answer to defend this? I'm not sure. You need to Terrorblade back with reflection somehow, but you can just Manta it off or Doppelganger it off. Doppelganger.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's
Rolling
bottom tower
through the
has fallen.
trees, and the pings are out. They understand where Zinky's gonna be.
Radiant's bottom barracks are
He's in
under
very
attack.
deep. As you said, at least they know. But they're just giving up the Rex without a real
Radiant's
fight.
bottom barracks has
Can't do a whole lot.
fallen. Radiant's middle
Just go to the
tower
second
is under
one.
attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's
Goes to
middle
tier
tower
3.
has
They'll go
fallen.
for the racks continually. BP will finally TP back. He's got Doom off cooldown in a second.
So the thing is, usually you want to do like your famous sacking barracks if you like late game is better, right? You split push a bit, get 1 or 2 more core items up. But as we spoke about many times this game, it's not the case this time around. Are they gonna go tier 4s?
They don't really have to go back or anything like that. They could go to the tier 2, tier 3. They could go tier 4s. I feel like the world's their oyster.
They have no damage to back to the tier 2, so they're just gonna go back, play it safe, push out the lanes.
They're still working with this Aegis for another minute, too.
Yeah. And again, this is just LGD's playstyle, right? They are so methodical and slow. If they can take the game slow, they will.
And they got a lot of help over mid. That's really what opened up Nothing to Say. He got help from
Radiant's
both supports
top tower
multiple
is under
times,
attack.
and that allowed him to move off the lane a little bit quicker. Fiend's Grip up
Oh, they're
top,
catching CQ.
and they'll go for the Earth Spirit. This is a kill finally there for Talon. Finally puts him into the double digits, and they get the Earth Spirit, but they get a 23 Savage is going to push the envelope and go for the tier 3 up top.
Dire's top tower
But
is
mid
under
lane,
attack.
Makoto in trouble, bounced up into the air, and again, just godlike now for Ame. He really has not been touched. Nothing to say goes back. 23 Savage putting out some right clicks onto the Pangolier, trying to secure the tier 3 tower.
Dire's top tower
And that's
has
exactly
fallen.
what he's done. TP will come in from Y, and Y does have the shard, but the poison touch didn't land on the 23 Savage, so he's free to BKB TP out.
Radiant's middle tower is under
So
attack.
at least 23 Savage is doing something here for the team that's beneficial for them, right? Like not dying there, getting the tier 3, opening up the racks in the last lane that you have is something that you could potentially work off of.
The game would have ended if we didn't push out the top lane all this time. Because they would have just gone for the top tower, no problem. Then have mega creeps end the game afterwards. But now at least they have like a fighting chance, because he just finishes Skadi. He's not weak in those team fights. If they can single out the Phantom Lancer somehow and stop the Desert from graving, while also controlling the Refresher Razor
Radiant's
and
top
controlling the
tower
roll,
is under attack.
they have a chance to fight back. But as you heard, there's a lot of conditions.
Yeah, that's what it seems like. You've got Zincu, by the way, going Ags. You've got Faith Beyond
Radiant's
also
top
going
tower
for an
has
Ags.
fallen.
Yeah. Oh, they made it even a little bit more complicated, because we spoke about it already, but there's a link in some Pangolier. So
Dire's middle
you have a
tower
lot of
is under
problems
attack.
and very limited time
Radiant's
to find
top
solutions.
tower is under
Yeah.
attack. Dire's
What do we
middle
say?
tower
Good
has
luck.
fallen.
Yeah.
Dire's
Have fun,
bottom
good
tower
luck.
is under attack.
There's about to be an additional problem too, which is going to be the butterfly on Arme. So that evasion, I don't even know if he dies if his Fiend script doesn't now.
Trying to wonder where Talon are going to go. They've been corralled into their base, and LGD have been free to farm the rest of the map, which is basically the entirety of the map.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah. Now, I don't know if you watched the qualifiers, but Talon, the way they qualified for ESL, I believe, they had 0% win chance given by Dota Plus, and they managed to make like a miraculous comeback. So maybe it's in the tank, you know?
Anything is possible, but now they're currently at 1%, so they haven't quite hit that 0% chance at the moment.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They're kind of
Well,
wrapping
they have
all
to
the way
defend
out
their Rex
around.
though. There's an axe on Razor. These buildings will fall fast.
Radiant's top
Yeah,
tower
and
has
they're
fallen.
wrapping all the way around the scan lands. They know where they're coming from. They're going to go with the BKB on Faith Beyond. So that is going to be the refresher. So now he's got to summon another BKB. They'll look to fight as the Rolling Thunder comes out with the beat script. It's going to be through out on the Pangolier. It's not going to last long though. They get the kill on a high. Goes over to taking the Mars down. He's got the Shallow Grave on the Doom Razor once more. They'll keep alive Faith Beyond. They'll go to the Thunder for 22 Savage. He's got himself trying to go back with some armor, but it's not really much. When you've got a Dazzle in the game, they get the kill through on a Makoto KP, and the GG will be called LGD. We're going to take game number 1 here over Talon with what seems to be ease.
That
It'll force Talon to
was-
rethink their whole point of view in this series, that's for sure.
Yeah. That was a brutal execution by LGD. It was an amazing draft by LGD as well. I will have to go back to that drafting era though. You ban the Naga, you know Illusion Heroes are a big threat. Then you pick the Bane, who is literally the worst support hero against Illusion Heroes.
Yeah.
They go into the PL, you have no answers whatsoever.
Yeah.
Of course, outplay aside, like these kind of drafting errors you cannot make against LGD.
Yeah, it was a little bit of the drafting errors. It felt as though, you know, with the Marcy rotating out of the lane, Ame had a I mean, you said it a bunch of times, so I'll just parrot what you said to sound a little bit smart here. But that's what you needed to do. You needed to make sure that you could have a draft that was even viable. It felt like early game it was possible, but the lanes didn't exactly go as well as they needed them to go, right? Like mid didn't do that well. Makoto died a couple times. Top lane got pressured once the Marcy left. You got a couple kills on Faith Beyond, but that was the only thing you were getting. So Talon at the end of the day, they end up losing game 1. LGD have a 1-0 lead here, and we're going to go to a quick break while we set up for game number 2. So we'll see you guys in a moment. Stay right there. We'll be right back. Howdy, guys. Welcome back to LGD against Talon. LGD having themselves a 1-0 lead over Talon after an easy game 1, and I am joined here by Black to break it down, bring you into game number 2, and look forward to what we're going to see next because, well, if you're like us, you're hoping you see a little bit different Dota coming into this second game and hoping that Talon maybe bring a little bit more of a heavy punch into this one and draft a little bit better because it was really that Phantom Lancer pick that got out of control and ended up causing some big issues for them. So, Black, before we get into the draft, what's the biggest thing other than the Phantom Lancer in this draft that they need to do? Is there going to be a ban that you think is going to be first phase? Is there something different you want to see from them?
Again, I just think it was the last big bane that really nailed the deal for me. Because if you pick another like +4 hero, like an Earthshaker or something that can actually deal with the Phantom Lancer that you know might come out, it's not going to be a problem at all. Like their draft overall was very greedy though, so Talon's much more aggressive. So hopefully they go back to that because that's why KP likes his Brewmaster so much, right? He can be very aggressive on it. He can scale into the mid lane game with that as well. Don't go too greedy because you have a TB and a Doom against a lineup that puts you on a timer. Like that is already a recipe for disaster. You have to crush lanes. If you don't do that, the game is pretty much just over from like minute 20 onwards, which is kind of what happened as well.
Yeah, it felt like LGD they were averaging like a kill per minute. They were winning their lanes and they were playing it pretty aggressively. And I think there was in this mindset or maybe this fallback on the fact that people believe that China plays a little bit slower, but when they're given the opportunity to do so, and especially in most of the games that at least we see LGD play, they'll play it fast and aggressive and make sure that you don't really get much of the map. They took the tier 1 very quickly away from 23 Savage bottom. They also were able to shut down the map with wards and continue to put the pressure on. I think you can't really afford to underestimate these guys in them playing China farm Dota, which is really not a thing anymore. It can be at times, and they do fall back to that. But the main style in China, it can be very aggressive and in your face, and they'll play some drafts and they'll move around the map to make sure that they can shut you down.
Yeah, 100%. But I would also say regarding the style thing, I do believe that a lot of Chinese teams are still sort of sticking to that, but LGD is a big exception, right? Like they love to be in your face, they love to be in control of the game, and if you give them a chance to, they'll seize it every time.
Yeah, I think regionally we see a lot of slower Dota at times, and I think once it gets international, we'll see something different. I guess more so now we need to think, what are we going to see from Aster? What are we going to see from RNG when it comes down to Chinese Dota like that? And I guess we'll have to figure out what we see from Talon and what they can do to split the series. Losing to LGD, I'm not going to say you assume that you're going to lose to LGD because you don't want to go into a series thinking that. But I think from the outside perspective, the thought process is like, if you do lose this series, if you're Talon, there's a lot more Dota to be played in the group stage. And I don't think you have to be too worried about this, especially with the idea that LGD is going to destroy everybody in this group. So everybody's almost given a one loss. But if you could split the series, if you could steal this game number 2, that can be massive. I think you need to really draft better. You need to try and execute the best you can because taking a game off LGD right now, especially day 1, can put you in a good enough spot mentally and against other teams that gets you to the playoffs, right?
Yeah, I mean, beating a team that you on paper have no deal beating definitely is one of the recipes to get to that group stage. But, or rather playoff, sorry. But yeah, like if they like can't really rectify some of the errors they had in game 1, because like for me, the most glaring, other than the draft, I don't actually think they played bad or anything, but the supporting, like the D-warding in particular, seemed very off. Like those wards were there for a good 5 minutes. Yeah. And they got picked off again and again and again. And they had time to de-ward that. It's just, as I said, like when you lose your +5 player, the person that emphasizes on that the most, you need somebody else to speak up and make sure that happens. So hopefully they picked up on that as well, because even after LGD, after the series, this is going to be a very important factor because vision dominates Dota.
Right. And I believe Q He's the 5.
Exactly.
Or no, he was the 4. He was the 4. So Hyde is the 5 from what I looked at.
Oh, Hyde is the 5 now?
Yeah.
Oh,
That's what
but he was a
looked
4 before, and then they switched. Okay.
at least
I
on
see,
their
I see.
Wikipedia, it does say that Hyde's the 5, but it also says they're the quote 4/5. But I'm pretty sure they've been playing Hyde as the 5, so they are the 4/5. And like, I don't think Zephyr brings anything a little bit differently, but yeah, the warding is very important. Like,
Yeah.
when you think of warding from China, you think X Nova, but Xinq's warding and Y's warding in that game was stellar. But it, like you said, it also falls down to them having to be able to shut down the wards. So we'll see what they can do and figure it out, because letting that vision stay up is a big issue, especially when you're getting pushed back into your jungle and you know where the vision's going to be, right? Like, you're going to know that they want to come into your jungle and shut you down. So we'll see. I feel like I wouldn't have hated the Terrorblade as much if it wasn't first phased. I feel like Terrorblade's not exactly one of those heroes that necessarily has to be first phased. It does get banned second phase an okay amount, but I do see that hero kind of get through a lot, right? Like, you can certainly hold off on that pick, especially if you don't show exactly what you're doing with your draft immediately. And we were kind of wondering what both teams were going to do initially, right? Like, we were wondering what the Tiny was going to do, if it was going to be in the support role, if it was going to be over mid. It ended up being mid. Even with LGD's lineup, you were kind of wondering where the Razor was going to find itself, if the Pango was going to be off lane. So if you can maybe hold off on picking a crucial piece like Terrorblade, you'd be in a better spot, right? Like, you're not going to get countered and destroyed, and LGD's taking that game one-sided.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure actually why they picked that Terrorblade so early. There's a lot of good answers to Razor in the first phase. Maybe that's just something they thought of against Razor in particular, because Razor is being first phased by virtually almost every team in the world. So, yeah, but it can work. As I said, like, the lane worked out perfectly, right? It was just in the back end, like, some different things in the draft went wrong. So if you can address those things, maybe they can go back to it and just do it a little bit better.
So we're just waiting for everybody to be ready in the lobby and figure out when the draft is going to be shooting off. And I wonder if Marcy's going to make it that deep. I wonder if we'll see Marcy banned first phase, if we're going to see Winter Wyvern banned again first phase. Again, we've talked about China teams really loving their 5-position healing supports, and we'll have to see, and we can see right now. We can get into the draft and see what both these teams are going to pick. What do you think are going to be the first bans here? Other than that,
I don't think anything is going to be different, honestly. Like, the drafting order is the same as well. So usually, like, let's say Talon picks Tiny first again, we're definitely going to see the Razor Earth Spirit again. And then that's usually when it diverts a little bit from game one. But the opening should be pretty much the same, unless they ban differently on Talon.
So let's see what these bans will be, and then we'll open it up with the first few picks.
Alright, so that's already very different. And they banned a Dawnbreaker.
That was the ban in the last game too, right?
Dawnbreaker was?
It was Dawn and Brew, wasn't it?
Yeah. But Tiny wasn't there.
Yeah.
So let's see what different opening they have. The Death Prophet, which they banned last game. Okay. Let's see if they go for the Razor Earth Spirit again. I like Death Prophet a lot more already, though. KP plays a very good Death Prophet, and it gives you more timings than a Doom does. And also much easier timings to play around.
Razor again? Okay.
Marcy this time.
And here's the Marcy. At least for LGD, I won't expect that to be the 5. It could be.
No, it's a 4 Marcy, 100%.
With the Razor, right? Just rebound.
The lane is too good.
Static link.
Yeah, and Y isn't really a guy that enjoys playing Marcy. Like, when I look at Y, he's more of a Warlock, Dazzle, backline kind of guy. He doesn't like to run in. Treant, fits him very well. Just like in real life, very conservative guy. Now, there is Faces Void that they could go for,
Right
which
now,
is a
you
very
think?
good combo with Death Prophet. It's going to definitely get banned out in the second phase. So if they want it, they got to get it now.
Ooh, Nyx
They're
Assassin.
going
So
to the Nyx. Whoa. Okay.
I
And we have seen it here being very potent already.
with Kaka, he's very good at it. We'll see if it goes on Zephyr. I would assume it's going to be the 4 position, and I think from what we saw last year, I mean, this is a long time ago, so I'm trying to remember specifically, but Zephyr was really good at this hero as well.
Yeah, it's very preemptive though, and there isn't like really a great answer.
There's that first pan void.
Yeah, 100%. Like you're not going to get it in the second phase. Like if you want it, you got to first phase it. Yeah, we'll see what they want to do against the Nyx, because most of the heroes that are really good at it against it on a support position would be like Shadow Shaman or Lion, these sort of heroes. But that would mean you have to put your Marcia as a 5. Man, it's the same bans as last game. Bad Rider again. So they have a very set idea of what Talon likes to play. Xiaoba, the director. Everything according to the script.
Yeah, that first game was certainly to the script. The T.
You think they're going to ban the Pango this time?
Yeah, but I wonder, that might just leave open the nothing to say puck. Beast.
You do have a Nyx against that though.
Yeah, that's true. I guess the puck doesn't exactly do that well, but we've seen nothing to say play it into more counters than that, right?
Yeah, as also a puck.
They banned the Penguin themselves.
The Penguin themselves.
Okay.
Wow, why are you saying what I'm saying?
Why are you thinking what I'm thinking? They go to the Chen, which
Chen.
That's
a Y hero.
We saw a lot of Chen from Secret at the Riyadh Masters, and they played like this ultra heal lineup, and they felt like the Chen just ults mech.
Chen destroys Nyx Assassin. Like Nyx thrives in pick-off games when you play the map a lot, but as a Chen, you wanna 4-5 man as much as possible with all of your creeps, with your mech, with your Hand of God, and really just shove them down. So I like this approach a lot. This could potentially be one of the most useless Nyx Assassins we have seen, like, ever. Like, Lycan right now also looks insanely good. I know FaveBM plays a pretty good Lycan too. Ember. They have to be so careful because Razor can actually lane against Ember Spirit now, and you destroy Ember Spirit, and you could just put something like a Lycan in the offlane and really just push that tempo to the next limit. To the next level, rather.
So, does this Snapfire signal that they're just going to move the Nyx Assassin 5?
Yeah, could it be just 5 Snapfire as well? Like, 5 Nyx seems very just weak. They might think it necessary because of the Chen pick, but yeah, 5 Nyx is just, it doesn't do anything.
So, what will this last
Lone
pick
Druid
be
also
here?
looks really good, by the way.
Do you need to pick it here, you think?
Pudge.
Ooh, Ame safe lane Pudge?
Against Death Prophet?
Wow, okay. I mean, they could always go to the Faith Beyond Pudge, but every time it's been LGD, it's been safe lane Pudge.
I think it's going to be mid Pudge. Because Pudge is very good against Ember in lane. But so is Razor. But I'm just saying it's not carry Pudge because Death Prophet loves laning against Pudge. One of the best things you can ask for.
LGD might be up to the task, though. They've done this before where they've put themselves in very difficult lanes. Not to say that they have to do it here or that's what they're going to be doing, but I will just say they've done it before.
Question is, though, why? Why put yourself in a super tough lane? I guess it could work with Chen, maybe, if you can overrun them with creeps. And this push pick is very curious. Because they also still have an answer they could pick as a carry, right? And then if you cover all your bases.
Ban the Morphling, ban the Jug. So they're not thinking it's going to be Ame on the Pudge.
Yeah, like, with this draft so far, I would put Pudge in the mid and Razor in the off.
You think Faith Beyond wants to play something else?
That looks like an offlane Pudge, because they also banned the Weaver.
You think they would ever swap the lanes, throw Ame in the off lane, and then throw Faith Beyond?
No.
Safe lane with the Razor?
I mean, you could,
Just to
but
get
then
the
you would have to
matchup?
last pick a game winner. I think they want to have the Razor against the Ember Spirit. That's just a free win every time.
Yeah, we'll see if it's nothing to say on the Pudge, maybe. That'd be nice.
Yeah, that's an option too. Pretty flexible still. Razor and Pudge both are.
But I don't know. I want to see Ame on the Pudge. It makes me excited. What do you go for here if you're Talon? Do you go for like a Medusa, Naga Siren, anything like that?
It's tough because you're going to get counterpicked last. You do need some physical damage though. Lockdown is good. Maybe some Drow Ranger or something like that. Monkey King, okay. Yeah, that lanes very well against Pudge as well. One of the hardest counters to Pudge, in fact, in lane. And they already banned their own Bad Rider, so they can't pick Bad Rider. That's going to be a tough pick for LGD. I feel like that Pudge pick kind of put them in a
interesting
themselves
spot.
in a corner.
What if they just go safe off lane Marcy?
Then they definitely lose.
Let's go. Let's change it up. Go something crazy.
I think they just want to win. Nothing crazy.
I don't know. I feel like picking Pudge is kind of on the edge, right? Of being crazy. It's very strong, but not a lot of teams pick it, and they might.
I wonder what the rationale is behind that
else.
pick in this game.
We've got the 1-0 lead. Let's just do it.
That's a rationale?
Sure. Why not, right?
I still like Lone Druid. But it's so weird with the Pudge now.
What if they did something completely different? Techies. What would you
No.
What would you like about that? No? Okay.
No. 1% chance, remember?
Yeah, he did say 1% chance. That is true. That is true. But what about a Ricky or something like that?
No.
Oh,
No.
man. What else can I? A Meepo. Am I helping?
It's going to be...
Oh, Animal Answer again.
What? That is such a bad PL game, though.
I'm telling you, they want the hard game.
I actually can't believe that. So the Pudge against the Ember, that makes perfect sense. Razor against Monkey is okay too. But Phantom Lancer into Ember and Monkey and Snapfire? Like at this point, you're just trying to prove a point.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen LGD do that though, right? Try to prove a point.
I don't know. It's this looks really rough. I like Talon's draft a lot more.
Yeah.
Honestly, like if Talon can equalize at 1-1, it's going to be very big for them.
Massive for them. Like,
Yeah.
we were saying it before. It could really just... That could give them the advantage going into the later days and the confidence going into the later days. Like, hey, we're the only guys, or if it ends up being that way, not saying it will, we beat LGD. We got that game in hand where maybe other teams don't.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely possible. Like, every game is always winnable, right? So don't count LGD out just because the draft looks a little bit wonky. He's only level 4 on the patch, though. That's bad news.
Oh, and he's 51-30. That's a good win rate, though.
And you don't know how many games of those were with his girlfriend.
That's a bit of all right. That's a bit of all
Prepare
right.
for battle.
He's only level 4, though. That is the most scary part.
When you've got what, level 29 and level 28 for Makoto and 23 Savage on their heroes.
You can run.
Yeah. We'll see what happens. I'm happy to be surprised, but yeah. Draft, definitely Talon's
Favoring
favor.
Talon.
Yeah.
Talon fans, you should be excited.
Huh. So let's see what this entire laning phase is going to unfold through. Okay, Razor Master we spoke about is a very strong lane, right? So that lane should do very well. I'm very worried about the Phantom Lancer lane, though. I mean, you do have
30
Chen,
seconds to battle.
who, if you give him enough levels and time, can definitely win your lane. And then mid lane Patch should, in theory, win against Ember Spirit as well. So just pure laning wise, they should be okay. I'm just worried about like the mid game, or if the laning phase goes wrong just a little bit. Oh, they threw him into the hook.
Gonna try. And meanwhile, Ame is getting got on.
He's dead.
So Hyde, one shot. Ooh, fairy fire,
The
surviving.
battle begins.
And Ame was able to walk away and go for the high five, but Hyde now under the tower and
Our cavorting days is over, Mortimer.
Very dead. And Arma high fives himself.
sure, why not?
He's like, I lived. Bam.
So we'll see how another say does on this Pudge. Should be interesting to see how he approaches this one. Another stun on Ame. Zephyr is just frustrating Ame at this point, who's down to one tango. And they'll trade sentries up top.
Definitely will have to get some more region in there. But it's already coming out in Korea, so should be no problem. I haven't seen, like, other than Puppy, anyone really play Chen. So I'm very curious how Y is going to perform with this hero. The item build is probably going to be the same. You're going to go for its fast mech. But yeah, like, how much you can do in the early game is really what separates, like, the really good Chen players from just the good ones.
Right. Wasn't Chain like a very big Y hero back in the day?
Yeah. But, you know, things changed a little bit. Playstyles changed, item builds changed a little bit.
Ooh, Ame really just getting harassed here. He had that stick, he used those charges, but he got level 2 for
Now prattling years.
this Death Prophet, and if Ame's not too careful, he could find himself dying. Mid lane, Odo really low, nothing to say, gets hit with Slight.
Looking sharp.
Well, a lot of these lanes, low heroes.
Yeah, no Bloodseeker though on either team, unfortunately.
No, it was banned.
Yeah, now we know why.
Especially with the way the lanes are going at the moment. Makoto did have the level advantage for a split second. He was level 2 before Nothing to Say was, and there's the hook to get the water rune. And Nothing to Say is going to make this pretty difficult for Makoto. Just have the Searing Chains, he'll lock up the water rune, he'll bottle it up, but Nothing to Say is still in on it for a second. And meanwhile, Y goes down to Zephyr. Hey, he's able to get that kill onto the Chen, who's out of position.
Yeah, nice pickoff. Definitely a lane you want to win, or need to win if you're Talon, because DP is a hero that if you snowball, can snowball really, really hard. The faster you get into your BKB, the better it is. Although BKB this game doesn't even seem that impactful, because you're playing against Patch as well as Razor, so they have ways to deal with you. But yeah, it's definitely still going to be a necessary item pickup though.
So what are you seeing so far in the laning phase? Like, Nothing to Say is doing a really good job. Top lane, it feels as though maybe Talon have the advantage, at least for the moment, with that kill on Y.
Repent.
5B in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, getting chased again, and they've got the Jingu, and Zinkyu's going to give him some extra speed with a rebound. Hyde, though, right-clicks in, and unable to kill the Marcy, who just has that salve. Can't pass it over to Faith Beyond. It's just not going to heal him up enough, and that'll force this Razor to walk all the way back to base.
Yeah, well, Zinkyu's going to be very happy about that, getting quick into level 2, level 3, level 4. Honestly, level 6 Marcy early on a support can be very devastating. Nothing to say.
Nothing to say. Burning up.
He's dead.
And he's got the Flame Guard. He has the right clicks, and they'll get the solo kill on this Pudge.
Level 4 Pudge. You can see he's not familiar with everything. Because usually in a lane like this, you would want to skill 2 levels into the Flash Heap, so you take no damage from Flame Guard and no damage from Rot. So you can just indefinitely trade in your favor.
Instead, he went to the level 2 and now the level 3 in the Rot. So not really great. 1-3-1. You know, like you're saying, the level 2 in the Flesh Heaps probably would have secured him a little bit more. He bottles up that Water Rune. And
Hyde.
Bottom lane, Hyde.
Nowhere to hide.
He'll
He's
fall.
dead.
Ooh, I like that. Zinkyu gets credit for that kill, and they're able to finally make this Marcy Razor lane start to work. But again, top lane, Ame taking a bunch of damage.
By a bunch, I mean a lot.
Spike Carapace looking for the stun, just barely able to avoid it. He got the early ring of health, knowing that he was going to be harassed in this lane, but he's not comfortable at the moment. 21-3, he's up there, but you can see the aggression that Talon's putting on.
Yeah, and he's planning to go into a Vanguard even, just to be able to stay in the lane a little bit better. See if he purchases the whole thing or not. Of course, can just be upgraded to an Abyssal Blade later on.
Has been killed.
That's problematic though. They don't have great answers to the Ember Spirit, and they sort of just gave him a really good start.
Yeah, top of the net worth in the moment.
Yeah. It's really not supposed to happen, because as a Pudge sort of has a lead against Ember, especially early on.
Bloody creeps.
I'm going to say using that Dismember, and
Radiant's
he'll be
middle
back up to
tower
full
is under
Makoto.
attack.
Now, he needs to be careful.
Yeah, he has no mana.
He doesn't have
You
any
can't
mana
defend
to work
this.
with. Sight in the rod just on him. He runs down Makoto. What a good job there for Nothing to Say.
Dire's structures are
Makoto's
fortified.
quick start all of a sudden kind of falls away, and
Radiant's
that's going to feel really
structures are
bad. Look at how
fortified.
much gold that gave to Nothing to Say.
Radiant's middle tower is
Yeah.
under attack.
And that was just being very greedy, honestly. Like, he just stood there and hit the small camp while Pudge was roaming about. And yeah, now Nothing to Say back in the big lead. Level advantage now as well. And he's rotating top. Maybe.
If he was spotted for a moment by Zephyr, Zephyr picked up a double damage, which he's still working with, so that could put Y in some trouble, and might just do so here. Zephyr looking for the stun, he lands on Nothing to Say, so now he'll move over. He's got the Rot. They should get themselves a kill on the Nyx Assassin, and Ame will steal that.
Dire's middle tower
Kill
is under
steal with
attack.
that Spirit Lance. Bottom lane, Faith Beyond. Boundless Strike, Fire Snap Cookie. Gets the stun lock in. Scatterblast is through. He's got no health. They sent Zinkyu back with low health, low mana, and that leaves Faith Beyond very vulnerable in the bottom lane. So Talon, again, using their draft advantage and their laning advantages to get another kill.
Yeah, easy peasy. Razor is not very comfortable against Monkey King in the lane, because the Jingo gives you enough bonus damage to really trade. Hyde is dead.
Uh-oh. Nothing to Say. He's here again, and he wants to get this kill onto the Snapfire, Dismember. Easy does it. And he's looking for the early BKB on this Pudge.
Yeah, very much needed this game. I think he needs to be frontline for his team. Let the Phantom Lancer do the damage.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They're still looking to gank the Monkey King, but he's not showing wisely. And there's the Vanguard on the Phantom Lancer, so he's not the easiest kill.
Top lane.
But if the Ember gets on top of him... Problematic. Ooh, they're not scouting him out. So they just want to pressure the tower with the Exorcism then. The bad news is for LGD, they don't have an offlane that can destroy the tower. So,
Dire's top
should be a
tower
free
is
one
under attack.
for Talon. Unless Pudge wants to make his way over somehow with a good rune. Illusion.
Big
Not
stack
terrible.
drawing.
Yeah, but he farms it so slowly too.
Yeah.
He won't die from it because of the Vanguard, but...
But it's not quick.
Dire's top tower is under
Bottom
gonna
lane,
sink you.
Wukong's and the Boundless Strike lands onto 2 with the Primal Spring, but Marcy just rebounds away. Okay, Wukong's down.
They got a top tower though. That's a big price that they were looking for.
If they lose heroes here, bottom, they could potentially lose this tower. Another quick kill on the hide, nothing to say. He's now got himself 4 stacks.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And does he follow the courier to look for the hook? No. Does he go for it?
Radiant's courier
Get
has
a
been
courier.
Yes.
Well, he gets the courier. I meant the hook onto 23 Savage.
Ah,
But sure.
Radiant's bottom
it's not an
tower
easy
is
one.
under
You kind of have
attack.
to like guess where he jumps.
Well, I thought he was going to maybe go for it watching the courier, but I don't think he ever got the vision on the courier before the knowing where it went.
Actually, pretty comfortable lead now. Like nothing to say on the Pudge is doing very well for
Radiant's bottom
himself.
tower
And they
has
ended up
fallen.
getting the tower for free. Well, I would almost even say a net positive, right? They get the kill on the hide. Wukong's was used. Xinq's in. Y on the run from Makoto. He may not survive this, and by May he's definitely dead, but they've got Zephyr, and nothing to say he's going to grab himself another one. He did not have the level 6 available on the Chen, so he wasn't able to Hand of God himself. He's still looking for that early mech. And he's currently sitting 4th and from the bottom, but top in the supports in terms of net worth.
Yeah, he also got quite a bit of money from the stack they just farmed. KP's actually going to the vessel against the Pudge.
Makoto getting hit with a dismember. He's on the run with that remnant. Oh, the hook! Oh, nothing to say. He locks up high, but there's the Fire Snap Cookie Scatter Blast. Doesn't have dismember
Dire's
to
middle
work
tower
with, and
is
he doesn't
under
have a
attack.
support to continue to go for that Snapfire, but well-placed hook there from nothing to say, and he continues to excel at the good start, and that was after he died solo mid. He's had this massive recovery. They have Exorcism. They may want to fight this over mid and drag LGD into a dogfight.
Yeah, DP right now is very strong. If they can't burst her, the fight is going to be almost impossible to win.
Makoto
Radiant structures
losing a bit of
are
that
fortified.
damage. Still not making the play just yet. They don't have a level 6 on the Chan. Ooh, good Fire Snap Cookie locks up Xinq. Gonna be a quick kill. That was really well done, and they want more. They want the remnant. They're gonna look for the Searing Chains. They've got it on to nothing to say, but here come the Wooden Burst Kisses down from the side of Talon. Nothing to say is pretty tanky, but not tanky enough. AP with the double kill. They dragged LGD in close enough to make sure they get 2. Maybe they get 3. Faithion's taking well too far. Fire Snap Cookie. Spirit Siphon, the Exorcism still going. Makoto grabs Talon a 3rd, and this is a big fight for them, especially if they can clean up the Tier 1 tower mid.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, we're at a pretty comfortable 2k lead, but now the gold is pretty much back to even, maybe even in favor of Talon. And why in trouble? Goodbye, sir.
And make it 4.
And there's now a Spirit
Dire's
Vessel
middle
completed as
tower
well.
is under attack.
Still trying at that mech, still
Oh, the
trying
hook.
at that level 6, and now nothing to say. And he's back over mid with the help of Faith Beyond. It's almost like they just want to finish off the tower and maybe get something as a
Radiant's middle
+1.
tower is under attack.
KP nearby, Xinq also in the vicinity for the side of LGD, but Faith Beyond, he's out by himself. They've got themselves the Carapace, the stun, but not the damage. Spirit Vessel on nothing to say. The Fire Snap Cookie, it helps him after, because they had the hook of the Dismember for a split second, but the cookie finally was swallowed, and that allowed them to go after nothing to say. They get the kill on the Xinq. They look over at Faith Beyond once again, dominating for KP. Another stun landed by Zephyr, and Hyde gets credit for another one, as it's 2 dead on LGD, and this time Talon are rolling. Interesting cookie.
Yeah, that's how it always works. Like, if you eat him while he gets cookied, you just get stunned and Dismember stops instantly. So cookie is definitely a hard counter.
Taking a look at the replay here. I believe.
Dire's top tower is
But-
under attack.
Not yet.
Not yet. The whole time Ame's been farming, but so is 23 Savage. He's got the
Yeah.
refusal, and Makoto has to be a little bit careful. Oh, it's just delivered.
That's the great news that Monkey King isn't super rich. He's going to his battlefield, but he's still quite far away. So there will be a timing.
How much is this BKB really going to help? Nothing to say.
Infinitely. Like, BKB in this game is amazing, because your dismember can't be stopped, you can frontline for your team properly, and whoever you dismember should die once Faith Bjorn gets his BKB too. The biggest problem LGD has this game, Faith Bjorn is very underfarmed.
Radiant are scanning.
I mean, that's kind of what you expect though, right? You keep first picking this Razor, like, people will exploit that.
Kisses.
Oh, Faith Bjorn dead again.
And
Just as we
Faith
spoke
Bjorn.
about him.
He is so far away from this BKB. He is just got no gold. I'm
Radiant's
surprised at the
bottom
lack of
tower
gold here
is
for
under
23
attack.
Savage. But I guess he's still going for the Battle Fury, and that's going to take him some time. Seemed like he was spending a lot of time farming while they were fighting over mid, right?
Yeah. I mean, Armor will have to really sharpen fights right now. That's the only way they can really make this work.
He can
Because
kinda do so,
Faith
right?
Bjorn needs to... Yeah, but he has to as well. He
Okay.
cannot go back to farming because Faith Bjorn
Has
needs to
farm.
catch up.
Yeah.
Yeah, he needs his BKB somehow. He's still like 2k gold away from it. More.
I think it's very doable. I think Ame has to find the right spots. They've got the BKB on nothing to say, but it's not like Ame's unkillable at the moment.
Oh, they're looking to wrap around again.
Oh,
If they find
gosh.
Faith Bjorn again... Oh... No, not this time.
They see him. Cookie's going to be short. They've got the Dismember. This time on the Zephyr, they'll get this Nyx.
KP has to be careful.
Oh, he's disposed, and they will have the Hand of God. They'll get the kill on KP and Talon. Giving up 2 kills that they really didn't need to give up. Oh, the stun
nice
is
start.
out, and they'll get tied to Faith Beyond with a recovery double kill. That's massive for him. Talon, it felt like they had a proper line of sight on the game. It just didn't worry with that. And oh, the Dismember, nothing to say.
Oh, he got him with the hook.
Makoto! Oh, no, Talon! It's such a firm grasp on this game, but
Now it's gone.
yeah,
So,
they could
the
not
problem
really
is-
grasp it.
you know, a lot of DP players go for that BKB first on the offlane, right? Especially because of these sort of scenarios. If he didn't go for the Vessel, he would have already had it, and the teamfight would have gone completely differently. Going into that Vessel, after Patch already completed his BKB, it's going to be very, very, like, impactless. Like, what is he going to do with it, right? You need that BKB ASAP. He actually went into a Ghost Scepter now out of desperation. So his BKB is not going to come for, like, the next 10 minutes.
Boy.
And he went Ghost Scepter purely because of Ame, who wasn't even in that fight. Like, he died without Ame touching him.
Yeah.
It's all nothing to say on Lepuch.
Dire's top tower is under
They
attack.
need to be careful how much they're willing to go. Zephyr's over with the Vendetta. He's trying to catch the vision and maybe
Dire's
set something up
structures
for the
are
rest of the team.
fortified. Dire's
Something to
top
say.
tower is under attack.
He's got a full bottle. That's got a regen in it. He's going for the blink as well as the Ags. This is giving
Dire's
Faith
middle
Beyond
tower has
moments to farm and get closer and closer to the BKB. That fight especially gave him a decent chunk of gold. Now they've got the hook. You have the Dismember. They'll look over and snap fire to get another kill on a hide. And
Dire's
enough
middle
to
tower
say,
is under
since
attack.
that death,
Radiant's bottom tower is
he's
under
looked
attack.
like he's just been ready to roll.
Yeah, he's been playing a very, very nice part for
Finally,
sure.
Battle Fury is out for 23 Savage. So if he can find some open space, if he can find just a little bit of room to farm, it might be enough.
Yeah, Monkey's definitely one of the best answers. Oh, Mikoto, they got solo kill by Ame? Maybe?
He's on the run, but now he's Sleight of Fist and doesn't have any mana, so he's just dead to Ame.
What did he... Ah, that is so unfortunate. He didn't have a safety remnant out, huh? So Ame getting a freebie there. Seth has to be a bit careful. They're getting choked out of the map so badly right now. They're just farming 3 lanes, LGD is, and they can't really stop them at this moment. Do they know Nyx is there? They have a sentry ward.
They actually caught 23 Savage with the Hawk. They have the Dismember, but the Cookie again to save. And to say ended up getting saved by avoiding that bounce.
And Zephyr went in on CQ alone?
Yeah, I don't understand that. Ame gets another kill, and he's continuing to snowball out of control too.
There's a Blink Dagger already now on Patch, so they have the Blink initiation they're solely lacked. BKB done on Razor, like they have everything they need to get the ball rolling. Well, make the ball roll even faster rather, because the ball is already rolling.
Yeah, this cliff's getting steep.
You see me rolling.
Apparently they hating because LGD are riding dirty at the moment.
Real dirty. Now there's a 4-man smoke. They're looking for Patch. They need to get an instant stun on before he gets his BKB off. If he gets his BKB off, this fight is over.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under
Unless... Are they trying to sneak Roshan?
They have the ability to take that quick enough, I guess. I mean, they don't even have a little shredder.
They should be fairly obvious though, ish. I wouldn't be surprised if there's going to be a scan come out very soon, because they haven't showed for like almost a minute. Something is up. But they can't question it for that, so nice move by Talon.
It's going to be big. Getting this Aegis gives them a clear game plan, right?
Yeah. LGD, caught with the pants down. Not something that happens all too much.
Blink hook. And the Dismember, but there's the Spike Carapace on the Rot. They've got the stun. They just don't have a lot of damage to follow it up, especially with Exorcism ending, so they can't focus their attention onto Nothing to Say and make something go down in that mid lane, and Ame forces the Snapfire to TP away.
Now I'm just looking what like the next power spikes are for Talon. It should be the BKB on the Monkey, the BKB on the Ember. They should come out at a similar timing. That's really when I want to fight, but we spoke about the BKB answers already being there, right? Razor's overwhelming physical damage, the Dismember that goes through it. KP, careful, you're gonna eat a hook. Just to bring Dismember actually.
Yeah, he doesn't exactly need to commit with the hook. They've got the silence on 2 of these heroes with 3 KP being popped by Nothing to Say. They're going to the Mortimer's.
He's healing fast.
Ame, he's taking a lot of damage. He's moving Doppelganger away, but Makoto's here with the Sleight of Fist. That won't do anything to Ame, but they're chasing Nothing to Say. They land the stun, separating with the Blink as well as the Impale, but still soaking a lot of that damage. They have the Fire Snap Cookie. That will kill off Nothing to Say. And that is a killing spree into the hands of Hyde. LGD a little bit over aggressive, but Talon, they punish them. This is exactly what they need to do to find themselves back into the game, especially with this Aegis in their hands and the willingness to fight.
They're on their tail again. You have to be careful, Ame.
Blink, Impale, they gotta figure out which one's which. And they can't do so yet, but they're all here. Ame's still sticking around, he's staying greedy.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Won't be able to get the kill there onto the Phantom Lancer, but again, now you look at 23 Savage, he's farming away, he wants the BKB, and then he'll look to go Mjolnir as well as Nags. So he's a little bit of ways out from that. But he is getting a good amount of space thanks to the aggression of the rest of the team, right? Like, you have that willingness to fight with the Aegis in your hands on Makoto, but Makoto, now he's getting chased by Ame.
Well,
Ame's the one
Ame.
getting killed off, though, if he's not too careful. Fight, Remnant, oh boy.
He's fighting back.
Oh, he wants to go, he wants to make a fight, but they've got the stun on Ame. They still don't have the depth to get the kill on the Phantom Lancer. Over and Zephyr runs down, but the Phantom Lancer still low. Again, the Doppelganger comes out, they get the kill on Hyde. Over is Casey goes to the Exorcism. All the Blink Dismember now. They finally take out Ame with the BKB.
Savage in trouble.
Savage will take the Monkey. They look over at Makoto. That Remnant's not moving fast, but it's fast enough to make some way.
Blinking two, blinking two.
Blink still on Makoto. There's the hook. Double kill for Nothing to Say. They end up losing 3, and LGD, I mean, they do lose Ame, but that cost them a lot on the side of Talon.
That was disgusting. He was on like 100 health for a good 10 seconds. Every time they were about to kill him, Just one right click out with a side kick, giving him 50% lifesteal. Man, this fight I thought was gonna go in Talon's favor, no problem. And his BKB on of Monkey King was also in the courier. Just these little mistimings, man, and LGD exploited perfectly. Armor's so annoying to play against on his stupid Phantom Lancer.
He has survived in moments. Like, obviously he dies there, but the fact that he was able to survive for long enough to make sure that the team can put some damage in out of the rest of these heroes, it allows LGD to just win these fights. That was really disgusting. And Talon were rolling. Like, I thought they were really going to start to bring the game back.
Man, but the scary part is really just around the corner. Like, once he gets that axe on Patch, that's when it's lights out for the DP. He needs to go into BKB on DP. I think there's no way around it. He has the Shiva's Guard queued up right now. I hope he reconsiders, because that matchup becomes completely one-sided once the axe is out. Because your Siphon just won't heal you enough.
What could be going through his head that he doesn't want to go into the BKB? Like, does he just feel like it's a conceding item?
I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. Like, even that Ghost Scepter seems very strange for an offlane DP. Like, Vessel I can still get behind, but you still want to be that frontline force for your team most of the time.
So 23 Savage, he'll disconnect for a second, and you got to look at what he's got right now. It's just the Battle Fury BKB, and he needs some space, man. He needs to really bump up the farm. I think he's in a full item away from really feeling impactful in these fights.
Yeah. What's next on the horizon? For LGD, it's going to be the Refresher and the Axe
And
on
a heart
Patch.
on
a
Phantom
heart.
Lancer.
Yeah, so the next, like, 2-3 minutes, if Talon can aggress with their newly picked up BKBs, it would be perfect. Because right now, if they just let them get to their next power spikes, this next LGD team fight is going to be very scary.
So what do you do for Talon? Do you have to farm and wait until next Roche and hope to get yourself into a spot where you can take the second Aegis?
No, I think you got to go right now. Like, you have your power spikes ready to go on the Monkey as well as Ember. The longer you wait, the more complicated it gets. It would be a very different scenario, though, if KP also had a BKB on his DP. And the only reason why I'm so scared for the timing is because once that Patch X is out, as I said, this matchup becomes completely lopsided.
So certainly looking like it's on the horizon of becoming very problematic for Talon, and the question is, can they make the sun down a little bit later this time around? This is certainly tough, and now you've got the mech, you have the Wraith Pact finish for Y. He's got a lot of farm, and so does InQ. He's got a Blink Dagger. He's also got himself that Orb of Corrosion. Like, he's almost level 15. The supports are farmed on the side of LGD, and yeah, Y is certainly huge here.
And another problem now that you don't have the BKB on the Death Prophet. Wraith Pact is going to mitigate your damage output so much. Minus 30% on everything? Like, they might as well just ignore you. And they don't have a good Wraith Pact killer.
They've got Zephyr using the Vendetta in the jungle, but they aren't finding anybody just yet. These heroes on the side of LGD are pretty close to each other.
Invis Pop?
Oh, Toto! Able to dismember. They're going to try and come in with the Blink as well as the Impale. That lands on it too. That'll allow Quick Coder to get away. Hook. Blocked by the Ogre Frostmage.
Yeah, he couldn't move it though. He was carapaced. But interesting decision there to not pop the BKB on nothing to say, cause oh no,
he got it exposed. He looks for the Wukong. Look at the damage coming in. Can he even survive this?
He's dead.
To the side, but Ame's here as well. If you're not mischievous enough, 23 Savage, and well, Ame's got your number, and so does the rest of LGD. They get another kill out onto the Monkey King, slowing down his farm even more.
Yeah, it kind of is reminiscent of game 1, right? Where they're just very split on the Talon side, and LGD just manages to catch them out pretty much all the time. They gotta be very careful with that, because that is how you give up a massive advantage. Like, it can be very efficient if you get away with it, but you gotta make sure that you limit the amount of pickups the enemy can get, of course.
Looks like KP is still committing to the Shiva's Guard. Has not changed it just yet.
Yeah. He also went into the Boots of Travels. It feels like there's a lot of, for a better term, like, not wasted gold, but like empty gold, if that makes sense. Because they don't really contribute to his fighting power at all.
Are fortified.
Like, this is the sort of item that you want to have when you're really far ahead. And just want to like shove in all the lanes and stuff, you know?
So Roche potentially up in a minute.
Yeah.
End up getting the bottom tower, so like Talon are getting something, but they need to keep 23 Savage alive.
Middle tower is under attack.
Yeah. He is the big damage output to have. He has the Maelstrom, he has the Battle Fury. He is your Phantom Lancer answer. But at the same time, the Razor is a refresher, and he can make minced meat out of that monkey real fast.
Bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
LGD on the high ground. Zephyr comes out of the smoke. They've got the dispose. They're gonna look over. They find the Nyx, and it should be a pretty quick kill with the BKB pop by Faith Beyond. Mortimer's kiss is coming down. What does it really work? They go to the rooftop command, putting his damage. Be careful about his positioning.
He didn't put his BKB,
and he doesn't get the BKB off, so they get the kill to the Monkey King. He doesn't have buyback. Next on the list is High. They've got a double kill here from Ahmed. They're gonna look over Lakota. They get the kill to Y. They'll only get something out of it. Finals on the 2, but they're still in on the Ember as well as KP. Makoto, KP, they're trying to fight back, but Tommy with a triple kill, and they will take out these heroes of Talon and make sure that LGD just secure the victory in the fight and potentially even further themselves to a victory in this game.
Radiant's top
Yeah, you just see the Phantom Lancer HP is just not dropping at all. You need that Monkey King there.
Radiant's top tower
And
has fallen.
uncharacteristic mistake, he did not pop his BKB on the Monkey King. He must have gotten surprise stunned by something. But you just see that the DP, right? No chance at all against his Punch Axe.
She's gonna be the long spawn, but LGD definitely seem like they're the ones primed up to get this second Roche.
Will this work?
Huh.
Okay,
Nice hook on Hyde.
and Hyde in trouble again. Nothing to say on a killing spree once more. He's got 15 stacks of the Flesh Heap.
Yeah.
Whoa, boy.
And this is sort of starting to look like... Oh, they're looking at Y, but they don't have the damage output for the Chen. He's too tanky.
Yeah, he's got the Wraith Pack now. Zephyr on the run again. Where do you go? There's nowhere to go.
Well, you go back to your fountain.
In the Underscape.
One-way ride. See you later, alligator.
In a while, Crocodile and, well, 23 Savage.
The big glaring
He's got the
difference...
Maelstrom now, at least.
Yeah, he wants to get into the Mjolnir ASAP, so he gets more clearing damage against the Phantom Lancer, but to me, the biggest, most glaring difference in the series has
they found
been...
him. They've got him.
Oh no.
23 Savage again. He's farming bottom,
Yeah.
but just with the power of Nothing to Say and ZQ, they destroy the Monkey King.
That's what I was about to speak about. Mikoto as well has a safety remnant. KP is TP out, there's no bash here. Oh my god, that's a lot of damage.
I don't know if he was
Can't.
expecting that kind of damage.
Now I can finally make my point where they're just much better as a unit, LGD is. Like, the supports are scouting a lot, you know, for the cores, break smoke gangs, all that stuff. Whereas Talon, as we spoke about earlier, they're just very, very split on the map. Ame, I mean, he's very tanky, he's super hard to kill. These 4 heroes cannot do it, they need the monkey.
So now they
And
see
Roshan is up.
this in Shard, yeah.
Yeah, that is the worst timing possible, because without your Monkey King, you're not doing anything at the pit.
And there's no way that they can get this fight.
Who takes a shot though? Like, it's very good on Nothing to Say as well as Ame. They look at the fight though.
Can they fight? It's going to be tough to get into the pit. They'll go to the Mortimer's Kisses. That will make them evacuate for now. Makoto goes in, but they're not really initiating too fully on LGD. They'll continue to work on Roche, and now you got to try and make your statement.
Oh, he stole it?
Zephyr! He snatches the Aegis with the Brick Dagger. I'm pretty sure they had vision on him with a sentry down, but it didn't even matter. He gets himself the Aegis. He's going to die the first time. They go into the Wound Command. 22 Savage trying to survive, trying to put out some damage. Zephyr might die a second time. He might as well go to die. But PGL with the Fnatic lane. 22 Savage can't survive the damage coming out from LGD. And they'll get the kill into the Monkey King. They've taken out 3. They'll look over at KP. He's got the Exorcism, the Blink from nothing to say.
Oh, he cliffed himself.
He cannot move further. He cliffs himself and chases off.
Gets thrown out. But yeah, like if a Monkey King dies inside of his Wukong command, that's usually the sign that the game is going in a terrible direction.
Radiant's middle tower is
Armor
under
chasing
attack.
KP as well. The hook. Oh, the creep just spawned.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
3 top.
Radiant's
nice
top
effort,
tower
though.
is under attack.
By Zephyr getting that snatch in the
Radiant's
ages.
top tower has fallen.
But was it all for naught? Looks like it.
Radiant's top
Yeah,
barracks are under
it looks
attack.
like it is just feeling like it's all for naught.
Radiant's top
21,000
barracks-
net
Radiant's
worth
top barracks
behind.
has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Hook, save, Zephyr, well, maybe not as lucky. Fire
Radiant's
Snap
middle
Cookie is there.
tower
They
has
finished off the
fallen.
overwhelming blink on nothing to say. And they'll go for the mid set of racks.
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
Very convincing performance by LGD. That they win even with a draft like this, where you can't really allow yourself to make too many arrows at all. Very impressive.
Wukong's
It's a massive Wukong though.
Pale hits and damage is coming in. Finally they get the bonus and shield. We're not gonna say they'll use the dismember. He'll survive. Just standing his ground inside this circle. 23 Savage just using him the damage to get this
He's
kill.
still alive.
Not gonna say he's finally gonna fall, but they end up losing the Monkey King. Makoto turn. KP somehow let him just come down. They have the Bloodborne and finish off on Ame. It's actually still just a Mage Slayer. And there's nowhere for KP to go.
Yeah. Now at this stage, when PL is this farmed, it really doesn't matter how many counters you have to him. He will just shred you, and you have no damage to get through his HP pool.
Bottom barracks has fallen.
They're not GGing out just yet, but yeah, Armor is just an absolute monster now.
Dire's bottom tower is
You can
under
see, like, the
attack.
Sleight of Fist doesn't even damage him. He stays at full health the entire
Radiant's
time.
middle tower has
Exposed on a Makoto. Fire Snap Cookie, Force Staff, trying to get him into the fountain. They're still trying to make a stand, still trying to survive. He's got buyback available on the Monkey King. Makoto, his Lincoln ends up getting popped. They've got Zephyr coming around, and the damage on his Q just isn't enough. It's just not
The
enough
Wraith
to
Pack there.
tank.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
They have a glyph. Monkey's up in 10. You have to buy back, I think.
On the Snapfire, hide.
If you don't buy back on Monkey, the game is over.
Oh, surviving Scatter Blast.
23.
Onto the throne. 23 Savage is not even
You have to buy back.
He's trying to fight, and finally he's going to buy back, but it seems like it's going to be a little bit too late. They'll go to the balance trick. He's got the Wukong command. They need to go on the Zinc. They look over at Makoto. Enough damage to force him back with Remnant.
Yeah, Armor could also just end the game, but he doesn't want to.
Exposed. It looks like a chance for the calendar is not available for them anymore. Take out wide, look over at Ame. He's silenced up. The go to the doppelganger. More of the kisses are coming out on Ame.
He doesn't want to end the game? Ah, okay, no, he
Finally
does.
finish it off. LGD will take the series 2-0.
Yeah. Okay, in all honesty, they were playing around quite a lot at the end there. Like, he could have ended the game 20 seconds earlier if he wanted to.
Yeah.
But yeah, at that point, the game was pretty much done and dusted already. I am, as I said, very impressed that LGD made this draft work somehow. Like, it did not look strong on paper at all. I favored Talon massively. But yeah, like, just outplayed around the map. I really do think, though, Talon, like, they gotta watch these replays and they gotta figure out how to play around each other a little bit better. Like, they're just not really smoke breaking. They're not really utilizing each other as well as LGD is.
Yeah, I mean, that's why LGD is one of the favorites here, right? Like, they play as a unit really well. It felt like their support duo was way more active, way more effective when it came to the game and came to the series. So you got to wonder, like, what does Talon have to work on? Because this felt like, at least draft-wise, it was Talon's, like, game to win, right? Like, the draft felt so much better. So it should have been theirs, at least. I thought Talon, maybe that last part, I don't know. Is that so much of a show there that nothing that 23 Savage doesn't buy back until the last second? Was he checked out?
It sort of looked like it, but even if he buys back, they were up against mega creeps. Like, it probably wouldn't have made a massive difference. But yeah, just overall, there were some bigger mistakes that they need to look back at. For example, the item build on the DP. I think you have no choice but to go BKB against the Pudge that goes Aghanim Scepter. There's just no choice. But yeah, ultimately, it was just really the team play was overwhelming.
Yeah.
The outplays, like when Armor stayed alive for like 15 seconds a game on 100 health, and they lost 3 heroes because of it, could have just been a one-sided fight for Talon, right?
Yeah, it definitely felt like there were fights there, and we do have some highlights to look at of this game, which can definitely show the story. Where it felt like there were points where it just felt like it was going to be Talon's game to win. So we're gonna go and look at some highlights. We've got ourselves a break, so we'll see you guys in just a moment, and we'll be back with the next series eventually.
Even without
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Generation.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Fresh mate.
Radiant are scanning.
Power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
Welcome back here to the Arlington Major, getting held in Texas and, well, specifically, of course, Arlington, home of propane and propane accessories. As, you know, you find yourselves using some propane instead of charcoal. You should be grilling with that stuff. And, well, now we've got ourselves a new series to light the fire on, as it's going to be Beast Coast against Team Spirit. Showing up on the stream right now. I'm joined again by Black. It's staying the same. Me and him once again, together again, and
together we're strong.
Yeah, we are. If we fuse, wait, this way. Yeah, if I fuse, wait, yeah, there it is. See, we would have turned into the bad one because you got to do it perfectly, but we do fuse together. We got ourselves a good casting duo here to give you a great game or a great series between these two teams. Hopefully.
Can you imagine that?
Let's fuse together.
You have seen my picture from when I was younger, like really big, right? Imagine that, but with your face.
We'd be handsome. We'd still be handsome.
That would be that. Oh yeah, 100%, 100%.
We'd look really good. But you know what looks really good? Look how I'm going to turn this over right now. Team Spirit has looked pretty good, and you know, they took obviously second to the Riyadh Masters. Behind LGD, where they did get pretty stomped. But now they're up against Beast Coast, and I think this is one of those series, at least to me, that I think is going to go 1-1. I think it's a very close series. I think there's, you know, in terms of international play, a lot to be desired here from Beast Coast, especially going up against Spirit first. So what are you thinking? What are you thinking about this series? What's the biggest piece here for both these teams?
Honestly, I'm inclined to agree, just because I feel Beast Coast has also got a lot more experience and exposure to more sort of Western-ish play styles, because like the way Beast Coast plays and SA in general is very different from, I feel, even NA or Europe or any other region. They're just so very aggressive, in your face, and their drafts replicate it perfectly. Like they're tiny bad rider, you know, they just pressure your middle so much that you overreact, and then suddenly your side lanes lose, and they just continuously throw pressure at you and kind of choke you out that way and overwhelm you, that I do believe Team Spirit will lose one game to that. Okay.
Well, you know, Team Spirit and Beast Coast did play each other at the last major, where Beast Coast did take the 2-0. It was in the lower bracket. Eliminated Spirit very early on in Sweden, and eventually they did get eliminated themselves to Gaming Gladiators, but they had beaten Bet Boom. So they've played and been the thorn in the side for a lot of these Eastern Europe teams. So they might have their number.
Yeah.
We'll have to see. But Spirit's also coming off the Riyadh Masters, which I think is very important. I think an event like that can certainly put you into form for something like this. With the stakes that were at that event, I can definitely say that there's an advantage for teams that participated in that event for sure.
Yeah, I would agree on that. But the real question is, we haven't really addressed our anime fans today yet. So the real battle is going to be between Beast Coast's Son Goku Super Saiyan or Team Spirit's adult. What's his name again? Eren Yeager.
Okay.
Yeah. Who's going to win? Attack Titan or Son Goku Super Saiyan? What do you think?
I feel like Son Goku wins that fight 10 out of 10 times.
Yeah, because he's just way too OP. But
Okay, but there's caveats.
whatever.
Whatever, that's your caveat? Just but whatever? All right.
Continue.
No,
I have nothing to say. Son Goku always wins. He never loses. What can I say?
So you're saying that Beast Coast as Son Goku are going to win?
One game.
One game. Oh, I thought you were talking about the series. I think 10 out of 10, it's just going to be Ga every time. And
Ga.
Yeah. I think it's going to be potentially 2-0 here for Beast Coast. It would be a good way to start for sure. Their group is very interesting with Boom, Entity, EG, Na'Vi, Aster, Spirit, Tundra. My bottom two eliminated, which, hot take. I think it might be Entity and Tundra. We'll see. But obviously Tundra now have the ability to play with their best player again. It's not like the Riyadh Masters, but I think there was still a lot to be desired at that event, even with the stand-in of Dahak. So
you're giving a lot of stock to, like, some people said EG was going to drop out early, or Na'Vi, even Boom. Some even said Beast Coast as well.
I think Boom's going to be okay. I think they're going to get out of groups. It's a tight group. I think maybe the strongest teams are in Group A, but I think B overall is a very close group. I don't know if you agree with that.
I mean, that's what most of the community says, and
we are part of it.
Exactly. I can't go against the community.
True.
I am the voice of the community.
Are you specifically?
Today.
Oh, okay. All right.
I was chosen.
Maybe for... Okay.
Give me some credit. Come on.
Sure.
It won't hurt you.
You know what?
It won't kill you.
You're the voice of the community.
Today.
Okay. Sure. No, you know what?
You don't sound convinced.
I don't
want to do this job anymore.
I don't sound convinced.
Yeah, I don't want to do this job anymore.
No, you do.
I'm throwing in the towel.
So okay, I'll be the voice of the community. What the community wants...
No, I threw it that way.
I already caught it. It doesn't matter. I'm fast. What the community wants here is to see a good BO2, some interesting drafts coming out, because I think both these teams have a pretty unique draft pool. And I'm really hoping that it's going to end up being close in terms of both teams coming out of the draft, because it felt like we had some drafts that were kind of one-sided in that last series, but I think this one's going to be a little bit closer, and we can get into that draft. It has started. We are going to move our... going to be anywhere close to the last series.
10
I mean,
seconds
it was 4 meta heroes, so it could be the same bans, or they could just tailor them more towards banning against the particular team. Like, I don't think you want to give Beast Coast a Tiny, for example. And you don't want to give Whisper a Timbersaw, because a lot of people say Whisper's Timbersaw is even better than Amar's, and you have seen Amar's Timbersaw.
Yeah, Amar's Timbersaw is kind of gross.
Yeah. So imagine a Timbersaw that's regarded as even better than that.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds
Now,
remaining.
taking a bit more time in the second. Clockwork. Okay. I mean, it is a meta hero as well, of course, but just not one that you usually see banned so early. There's a Tiny. So we have Dawnbreaker, we have DP, we have Nyx, we have Snapfire, apparently.
Okay, Snapfire first pick.
Yeah, Nyx Assassin seems very strong already against Snapfire, and also blocks them out of picking Dawnbreaker and heroes like that.
10 seconds remaining.
Very interesting, though. As I said, yeah, Snapfire first pick. You don't see that every day.
5 seconds remaining.
No, it seemed like a middle of the draft kind of pick for a couple of these teams, especially with what we were seeing recently.
Turn to pick. Earth Spirit.
Earth Spirit.
And an
Okay.
Earth Spirit first pick. Okay. Kind of exciting.
Yeah, are they gonna go with the Razor's already banned. But Earth Spirit
10
is sort of
seconds remaining.
same idea against Snapfire as Nyx is, just a long range way
5
to stop the
seconds
ult,
remaining.
like the silence. And we already spoke about Beast Coast loving to be aggressive, right? So Earth Spirit fits that bill perfectly.
What do you think they pair up with the Earth Spirit?
Team
had to pick one
Spirit's
hero.
Turn
Wow.
to pick.
Oh, okay. Early Puck.
Wow, I mean,
Really?
Puck also makes a lot of sense though. Like Earth Spirit Puck is strong.
Still
Costs
sets up the
Coil plus
Nyx,
kick
though.
out. Yeah, they could pick Nyx, but Snapfire Nyx isn't like the strongest duo ever. It can work,
10 seconds remaining.
but you're pretty reliant on winning the lanes.
5
Which again,
seconds
Team
remaining.
Spirit likes to do as well. And Nyx, the biggest weakness it has is just that it is pretty weak in lane.
So we'll see what they want to do here with the Snapfire, Clockwork, the early ban with the Timber.
Team Spirit's turn
Where
to
do they
bat.
want to go?
Dragon Knight.
And they go Dragon Knight. Okay. Interesting move with the DK.
Well, Dragon Knight just to counter out the Puck. Very classic answer.
Seems like a very
10 seconds
stable
remaining.
mid, right?
Yeah. Also not
5 seconds
locked
remaining.
into the mid lane. Could still go to the side lanes.
Beast Coast's turn to ban.
There's the bad rider we spoke about. It's a lot of bans focused towards Whisper. Who I believe is still top 1 MMR in
10 seconds remaining.
what was it?
Team
SA?
Spirit's
NA? They're
turn
playing on the
to
same server,
battle.
right?
With the way it's split, I could take a look.
Yeah, I think it's Whisper.
I always forget what the rankings are split on for Dota because I never make my way into them. The leaderboards. Yeah, it's just
10
the
seconds
Americas.
remaining.
And right now, technically, it's Matumba Man.
5 seconds
But
remaining.
it is Whisper number 2.
Alright. So Matu has more MMR than him even?
Beast
He
Coast's
cheated, though.
turn
He
to
came in from
ban.
Europe.
Yeah, that's a big cheat. MMR gets doubled when you go to NA. But you can definitely already see a very different approach from both teams, right? When it comes to the beginning of the draft.
Right.
And the
10
bans
seconds
also.
remaining.
Night Stalker, of course, we have seen what Collapse can do on his Night Stalker at
5
Riyadh.
seconds
I
remaining.
think we're like 15-0 or something.
It did do something pretty gross like that, so it will be interesting to see what they
Team
want to do
Spirit's
with
turn
Collapse.
to ban.
We've seen him play some devastating off lanes, so getting that Night Stalker out of there is something they really might have to focus a couple more Collapse heroes.
10 seconds remaining.
How many of them can you really focus, though?
Well, there used to be a
Cause-
time when
5
drafts
seconds
were
remaining.
straight focusing, right?
Yeah,
Get it
but
out of here.
his hero pool is pretty damn deep. There's still a Viper. There's still... Well, Magnus isn't really popular anymore, so probably not that. He plays a very scary Doom. Could be him on the DK too, you know? Never know. Beastmaster. His beast is very strong. Too many options. Too many options. They could even think about something like a Pit Lord or Underlord against the Puck is very strong. Pretty good against Earth Spirit too.
So, taking a lot of time on this ban to figure out what they want to get rid of on Spirit.
Yeah. So far, they banned 3 tank busters. I love that term. You're going to hear it a lot.
Tank busters. Is that like equivalent to your egg scramblers?
Beast Coast's
Yeah,
turn to ban.
pretty much. See, another tank buster banned. Like, they ban a lot of percentage-based heroes, as well as just heroes that stack a lot of damage just naturally, like Bad Rider. Which makes sense, because you got pretty tanky heroes so far.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
And the Bloodseeker.
Beast Coast's turn to pick.
There goes the Elk. Now, what they're doing? They're lacking a little bit of damage. They got a lot of like damage over time and poke damage, but they have no sort of burst just yet.
Mm-hmm.
So
10 seconds.
what could they be
remaining.
looking for? Zeus has not been touched yet. That could be an option.
5 seconds.
But a 5
remaining.
Zeus is probably not that strong. Would go in line with the percentage damage that we spoke about. What else is there? If you just want to go back to the meta, there's still Beastmaster. Not super good though against Dragon Knight and Snapfire. But it's never a bad pick.
Right.
Dawnbreaker?
East Coast has played mid Dawnbreaker, but they've already got the puck.
Shadow Demon. No, that's another tank buster.
Okay.
Very interesting with Earth Spirit though. Like we spoke about burst damage, and initially, yes, like your Soul Catcher is of course good damage, but if they dispel that,
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
It gives them an option against some illusion heroes as well, at least. But something like a Juggernaut could be very scary right now for Spirit.
Team Spirit's turn to pick.
And they go to the Dazzle, which we've seen be very strong.
Yeah. One of the best supports that we've already seen. And of course, Grave is also undispellable.
East Coast has pulled some interesting things out before,
10
like
seconds
Chris
remaining.
Lock even going to the Shadow Fiend, which is a hero you don't see a
5
lot of
seconds
right
remaining.
Now he's going to be on the puck.
But yeah, well, I'm just saying, like, they've pulled interesting heroes out.
Oh,
Like,
yeah,
I feel
yeah.
like just thinking outside of the box a little bit more might be very necessary. Like, could they maybe even go to wanting this Brewmaster?
It could work. It could work. And they're pretty much all into taking really prolonged fights, though.
Mm-hmm.
Which is not a terrible idea, but Dazzle also thrives in those.
They're big fans of Jug, Safe
Beast
Lane,
Coast's turn to pick.
and that got snatched up by Spirit, so East Coast can't go to that anymore.
I mean, the Jug pick was
Pretty in your face.
pretty telegraphed because of what you picked. Like, your supports don't threaten at all. Puck doesn't really threaten Jug. And now you have
10
a big
seconds
problem to
remaining.
deal with. Like, you could pick single target damage, like a
5 seconds remaining.
PA or Terror Blade or something like that, but the combo of Juggernaut Dazzle is actually really, really disgusting because you get like 80% heal amp or maybe even more when you're at low health, and that healing ward is going to just heal you by like 300 health per second, if not more. It's a very disgusting combination.
They've really loved Luna in the past for K1.
Yeah.
Do you show your carry here?
Team Spirit's turn to ban.
I guess. Oh, they do go to the Shadow Fiend.
What? So it's an off. It could be carry SF, I guess.
Makes
But
me makes
that
me,
is
makes me feel a
so-
little bit happier.
So scary against Juggernaut. Man, I guess this is
10
Beast Coast
seconds
style.
remaining.
Like, there's no real synergy off the bat, but if you work really hard for it,
5
there can be,
seconds
right?
remaining.
Right.
You have Earth Spirit roll, you could potentially kick someone into a Remnant. You have Coil, not Remnant, sorry, a Requiem.
Beast
You have Shadow
Coast's
Demon to
turn
potentially
to
set up for a
ban.
Requiem. So it's not terrible, it's
Team
just very,
Spirit's turn to ban.
like, out there, and there's no safety net at all. Like, this draft is mega risky. Like, no real targeted stuns. You have a Coil that's good. But just look at Spirit.
They've played that
They got-
off lane puck before. Like
10 seconds
They have,
remaining.
yeah.
like they go and put Whisper on the puck. Spirit with the
5
build was Spirit
seconds
Vessel,
remaining.
Witchblade, Blink, Yules, Sanjin Kaya, Octarine. And he went 14-0-19.
Yeah, and often puck can work, of
Turn
course.
to ban.
Do you think against the Dazzle Jug, it's in an okay spot?
No. Dazzle alone just completely zones you out.
Right. Huh.
I don't know how much Earthspear can help, to be honest. Like, I haven't seen puck offlane in almost forever, just because there's no
10
real lane
seconds
threat
remaining.
coming from him. They have the last pick, though, so they'll see
5
everything
seconds remaining.
and can react accordingly.
I'm still thinking they might go to that
Team
Luna safe
Spirit's
lane.
turn to pick.
Ten seconds
Maybe
remaining.
Terrorblade, I guess, is still available.
5
Terrible is good,
seconds
very
remaining.
greedy, though. Honestly, Face's Void looks insane, and I'm surprised it's not banned yet.
Just seems like
Beast
no matter what you
Coast's
do
turn
here
to pick.
for Beast Coast, it feels like their lineup's very
Ooh.
greedy, and they end up going to the Lycan for Team Spirit.
Man, that is disgusting. Lycan, Juggernaut, Dragon Knight, Dazzle is filthy. That's something where I would
They
abandon.
now
Troll?
select all heroes.
We have seen that answer many times already. It's very strong against Lycan in the lane. It's a good matchup against Juggernaut. But if the tempo is being pushed too hard, they're going to be in a lot of trouble. And it is the SF mid. Troll safe lane.
And the off lane puck.
Huh. Very out there as we expected. Will it work though? Very risky draft, honestly. It really is. They have like no stunts. Like targeted stunts.
Hmm. Yeah, what do you do for, I guess, Dream Coil, roll?
10 seconds remaining.
Feels like both teams
5
kind of
seconds
lack
remaining.
lockdown, but at least Team Spirit has Toronto Tokyo with a Dragon Tail. Obviously, there are ways of lockdown, but I'm just talking straight up stun. That isn't an
Yeah.
ulti.
I mean, they have a Dragon Tail, which is always nice.
Yeah.
Cookie is pretty easy to set up as well. The Hex shot is going to come out eventually. But this pushing potential of Team Spirit is really damn scary. Like, if you get snowballed by them, you're done.
I wonder how well both these teams are going to do with these lineups. If you had to pick one draft, though, you didn't look at the team names, who would you think?
I like the Dire quite a bit more. Just because there's more opportunities to win and see the timing. Like Lycan Dominator is going to be one. You have to Blink Dagger on Dragon Knight, just the overwhelming push power. However, if Beast Coast can get up to their BKB plus 1 or 2 items, then the physical damage output might be too much to actually handle for the other team. So, yeah, we'll have to see how well they can weather the storm. That's really all it's about.
See me around that Snapfire. Of course, Mapushka is going to be playing the Dazzle. Seen that Snapfire kind of shift positions already today. This Dazzle jug lane against
Greetings.
Miss Puck. I worry what they're going to be able to accomplish for Beast Coast. Is the name of the game just specifically survival in that lane?
Yeah, I mean,
Disconnect.
Puck is very good at getting away from Dazzle and Juggernaut, right? I'm just a little bit worried that he might not be able to farm too well in the lane. And under farm Puck can sort of just fall into a feed trap. And suddenly DK has Blink. You get initiated on every time. You just die in a second. It can get very complicated. But again, like if Beast Coast outplays, there is so much potential for this lineup as well.
Right.
SF with the fast BKB, Troll with the fast BKB, suddenly there's not a whole lot that Team Spirit can do. Like if this Troll gets to fast Battle Fury and BKB at like minute, let's say 18, 19, maybe even 20, this game is going to get incredibly difficult for Spirit.
So who's like, in your eyes, when you're looking at a Shadow Fiend mid, who is your go-to comparison? Because he is a Grandmaster.
Do you mean just level-wise or like skill-wise?
Like skill-wise. You see Grandmaster, you think, all right, Shadow Fiend, you're going to assume Grandmaster going to be a strong player here, but who are you comparing him to? Like, what's your baseline comparison to say, all right, he did a good job in this game? Like, this is not the easiest SF game.
And for me, it's always Paparazzi right now, because he's really the only one that actually plays it.
Right.
And plays it to a very like strong level.
With real people, you can't just pause it.
We'll have to see
Honestly,
though,
I'm
because
really
you don't get to level 30 SF easily, right? It's he definitely knows what he's doing. Let's put it that way.
How has he gotten his text to be orange?
It's because he's orange.
All right. Well, sure. So we'll see how it goes. We'll see if
What do you mean?
his like typing text is orange. What he's typing in the game, at least for me.
Oh no, I think it's just because he reconnected. Oh, did he chat also?
Yeah, when he's chatting, his typing text is orange.
Interesting. No, I didn't actually notice that.
Yeah. I want that. We see K1 and Yatoro. We'll see what he's able to do with the jug. He's also got the help of Poshka and Toronto Tokyo. Toronto Tokyo not skilled yet, and then it's always normally 95% of the time it's that first level poison touch for Dazzle. So they might just be baiting them in, but I say that Boulder Smash comes in, hits 2, Fire Snap Cookie trying to get away, but they've got the disruption. They'll keep Mira close, but not close enough. 5 heroes here for the side of Beast Coast against the 4. Collapse on the high ground. He's got the Wolves doing the work. And Gojira moving forward and finding himself the Lycan. 21 gold there for K1, so he's got an early CS. Boulder Smash comes in again. The Fire Snap Cookie lands on the 2. A raise that doesn't do too much. These heroes looking to commit, but a little bit hesitant in doing so for the moment. Ooh, they found Collapse.
That's in trouble still.
Away from the rest of his team. And do they have a disruption? They do. Wolves doing some damage on the Stinger. He needs to be a little bit careful. Gojira focuses his attention onto the Wolves again. Fire Snap Cookie, that lands onto the Troll. They wanted it to hit Stinger, and now they'll look over at Mira. Mira, he might be first blood this time. The chase is on. Gojira looking for 2 more right clicks.
Has a fair fight, though.
And he'll survive. So nobody getting first blood in what was a 1.5-minute exchange.
That is very beneficial for Toronto Tokyo, honestly, because he didn't really use a whole lot, whereas SF used like 3 Shadow Razors already. Which means 3 less CS for him.
And nobody getting first blood. That looks like my pups.
Probably still quite a bit better.
So we'll see how the mid lane goes. I'm really interested to see how the SF and the TK play up against each other, because I feel like that matchup's very important. We talked about how the SF is really important, and then I guess just the puck off lane, which is not your common off lane pick, and how that's going to do up against the Jug Dazzle.
Yeah. So usually how this DK SF matchup goes is it's very SF favorite, just because you have no pressure tools as a DK to really get in there and pose any sort of kill threat until level 6 at least. And Shadow Razors is just too much damage that you can't even tank it through with Dragon Blood. So on paper, it's very strong lanes for Beast Coast. Troll also counters the Lycan on lane. It's only top lane, it should be a little bit hard.
10 and 2 already here for
Gojira has to be careful. Keeps getting slowed up more. Ooh.
Almost.
If he gets... Oh, he's fine.
Yeah, stayed in an interesting position to just stay around the bend, so Poshka couldn't reapply.
I mean, Poison Touch is so strong right now. I don't know if you noticed, but every time you hit him, you slow him even more. Plus the refresh.
Jeez.
There's a bonus slow per hit. Super strong. That's why Dazzler's so OP right now.
That's why I've been spamming him.
Yeah.
You shall not.
It's been quite the hero to definitely come out and spam. Stinger goes 1 stack of the Shadow Poison, has the disruption, maybe trying to line up a couple so he could get the kill. Collapse also a little bit low. They need to be careful about the Shadow Poison spam. Middle lane, Toronto Tokyo, and SF from C-Smile, Chrysalia.
Yeah, you can already see the pressure is mounting up on the Dragon Knight a lot. unhappy matchup.
He's still 15-4 though. At least for the moment, he's doing okay in the CS.
Yeah, but that was because SF's like level 1 is very weak
Radiant's
generally.
courier has been killed.
Jiro losing his courier.
Yeah, should get harder and harder.
Behold!
How's Puxias looking so far? 12 actually, not bad at all. Doing very well for himself.
I still think the second or third time I've seen Gojira just kind of place down a Remnant.
In preparation or initiation later maybe, but ooh,
He-
to the tower a bit.
Yeah, he jaunted near tower range. Obviously, he didn't get hit by the tower because he's got himself that quick phase shift. But Whisper's now kind of in an awkward spot, and he can illusory orb his way back, but like he's just kind of being zoned out a little bit, and it's not really that comfortable for him. And now Gojira hit with the poison touch. He's got a roll too, but you gotta wonder whether or not he can find himself a
Dire's
spot to
bottom
roll
tower
away in,
is
and
under
instead he's
attack.
just gonna TP away. Maybe if Yatoro had joined the fray on that one, they might have been able to get the kill.
Potentially, but Earth Spirit out of the lane means Puck can't really lane too comfortably here. I'm actually surprised by how well he's doing top.
Whisper.
Boschka.
Yeah, bottom
There's
lane.
still a fairy fight though.
Ooh, they might catch the damage on Stinger. It's just not enough with the Wolves. They are level 2 at the moment. He's going to pop that salve, so we're still yet to see our first blood, but Scatter Blast, Mira, I don't know if you want to be that close to K1, just in case. But it is leaving the lane open for Collapse, and now he's gone to the 2-0-2, so he's got the Pharaoh Impulse doing that much more. And Toronto Tokyo, he's stacking that side camp. He's level 5, getting close to that 6, and he is leading in experience over the Shadow Fiend for the moment.
Yeah, I'm actually really surprised by how much they're getting out of the mid lane and top lane. Generally, it's not like this. Especially if you don't go for bottle on the Dragon Knight at all. Little happy campers. Now looking for a rotation. Collapse is a very tough kill though.
Yeah,
If they want to go, it has to be Mira.
Yeah, the roll would have to be onto the Snapfire.
Disruption? Oh yeah, I got him.
But look at Collapse. He's standing in front just so the roll can't land onto the Snapfire. Look at the way he's positioning himself, making sure that if Gojira wants to commit, he'll hit Collapse instead. He stayed in line with him the entire time.
Huh. Was already a 1k gold lead despite having 0 kills on the map. Like the side lanes are all going very well for Team Spirit.
Whisper's actually doing a lot of damage here on Maboshka. He's level 3.
But he's also taking a lot of damage.
2-0-1. Yeah, he is taking a lot of damage. They do have the healing ward, which I believe is only level 1 as well. So it's not doing a lot of heal, but with Maposhka now with the Tango, he's able to just heal up and get back up. And that might put Whisper in an awkward spot, because now either phase shift against the Poison Touch, or you get hit with the Blade Fury, and instead he throws a pretty perfect Illusory Orb to back up and then pop a salve on himself.
You know, I actually haven't seen this troll against like the matchup ever since the Helm got buffed, and he's ahead in gold right now. That was their last pick, keep in mind.
So the lanes are going well for Spirit. No kills just yet. You've got Stinger low, though. Mira trying to catch up. Fire Snap Cookie can't avoid it. Tries to go north, and the first blood is finally claimed by Team Spirit, and it will be Mira who gets the kill. So runs him down, and top lane Maposhka as well as Yatoro maybe looking to go in again, but they don't have the Blade Fury. It's on cooldown. They've got the silence with that waning rift.
Radiant structures are
Whisper
fortified.
able to get in and out, so he takes out Maposhka. His lane not exactly going perfectly. He's behind in net worth a lot, but to get that kill, that'll certainly help out.
Yeah. Also means though he has to go back to base, so top lane is going to be unoccupied for quite a while. Nobody can really lane there, and Yatoro is just getting stronger and stronger as well.
You're up. Cookie, but there's a disruption. Ooh, they're coming over, and Collapse. He's gotten into the shapeshift. He wants to try and trade out of this one, at least get Stinger. He knows the disruption's on cooldown, but Poshka goes down up towards top. They're also looking at the SF. Should eventually be able to get the kill on the Shadow Demon, but Toronto Tokyo, he's in on the Shadow Fiend, gets the Dragon Tail out while K1's fighting Collapse. It's a back and forth all over the map while Toronto Tokyo does claim the life of the SF inside his own jungle.
Wow, you are so delicate.
Yeah, K1 also getting harassed quite a lot. Has to be very careful down here. I didn't quite catch how SF died. Like, just died to the Dragon Man?
Cookie K1!
Oh no, on the wolf?
Oh gosh.
Alright, that's dirty. That's dirty.
From 1K to 3K.
In just a minute.
Yeah, so
Very important
Radiant's
deaths.
bottom tower
now
is
Toronto
under attack.
Tokyo comes down bottom with the end of that Elder Dragon form. That's what he used to get that kill on the SF. Have that Elder Dragon form, the Dragon Tail was in, and SF was kind of caught out of the
Radiant's
way
bottom tower has
all by
fallen.
himself.
Talk about worth it. Like, Dragon form probably can't ever be more worth than this, in the early game at least. Get a tower, get a kill.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
These
What else could you
heroes
possibly ask for?
are now all kind of clumped up in their own jungle. They need to be careful on Beast Coast because if spirits start to pull that away and not allow them to really like securely farm that area, they're just gonna fall far behind. They're already down 3K, like in top of the net worth, and we talked about Yatoro, how he's just doing a good job up towards the top in his matchup, and he's sitting second of the net worth, so far ahead of Whisper.
Yeah. That's just what we spoke about Puck offlane, right? It's not terrible, but as the levels go higher and the carries get stronger, Puck really just doesn't seem to be able to handle a lane too well, which is also one of the reasons why we always see it mid. He has a snowball potential. Puck is a very snowbally hero. He's still going for the Witchblade, but it's going to come out way later, so the impact is going to be way less.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Elder Dragon form was popped. You've got K1 in the jungle. Oh boy, they
Radiant's
might know.
courier
They'll
has
get his
been killed.
courier. And can Mira even go in? Scatterblast Gojira's here. And a Fire Snap Cookie onto the low ground, but Stinger, they still want to get a kill onto the Snapfire. They need to be careful. Maposhka is in, and so is Toronto Tokyo, and Toronto Tokyo's got himself a double damage. So do you really want to be here? Stun eventually does land. Look at the damage on Gojira from just that one right click. Mortimer's Kisses was used to finish him off. And maybe throw one the other way towards mid to
Radiant's
catch
middle
Triss
tower
Lock.
is under attack.
He gets north of the tier 1 tower, and it should just be Team Spirit claiming yet another tier 1.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Chris Luck, yeah, no problem there. Now, when the Blink Dagger comes out from the Dragon Knight, this game is going to get really scary for Beast Coast. He's still 1,000 gold away, so it's not anytime soon. But that is like the next level of pressure coming out.
So, Toronto Tokyo, like you said, Blink Dagger coming soon. Maelstrom
Dire's top
for
tower
Yatoro
is
is going to
under
be finished
attack.
off in 88 gold. He's A-OK right now and has really not missed a beat up top. He's going to have that Maelstrom very much before K1 gets his Battle Fury.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yeah, certainly. Which is why it's like the timing of the Dire is going to be very, very strong, and they have to at least deflect it
Dire
once,
are scanning.
maybe even twice. But once they do, they'll be in a very commanding position. It's just, can they do it? We have to wait and see. They're currently smoked, but they're... Oh, just doesn't connect with the roll.
Yeah, now Collapse wants to come in, and look at the Fire Snap Cookie. That lands pretty easy. Maposhka, he's got Shallow Grave, and he'll just grave himself. Whisper now needs to Illusory Orb away. They're going to try and keep an eye on him, but he goes to the TP, and Whisper is out. So Maposhka survives, uses the Shallow Grave. Now they're looking mid, and Toronto Tokyo is not going to stun him up, so the rest of Team Spirit's not going to follow this one.
He already has his Helm of Dominator at minute 12. That is ridiculously quick.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And that could just be everything Spirit needs. Like, after this pickup, and the Blink Dagger as well, which comes out on 300 gold, it's gonna be floodgates open. They're about to breach the dam of the Netherlands. I don't exactly know what it's called, but... They have to make sure they don't get flushed out of this game.
Rotterdam. There you go. You got it.
Radiant's bottom tower is
I would
under
have
attack.
answered, but our ob's helping us out with the.
I don't mean the city, but I mean like the dam itself. Is it just called Rotterdam as well?
Are you expecting someone to type yes?
I don't know. Look,
I don't know.
I'm a gamer. General knowledge, like if I was ever invited to Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, I would fail big time.
I'm surprised you're admitting you would fail. Blink, Dragon Tail, a little shredder, and
you're dead.
It's easy. It's easy for them, and they're also pushing Whisper back again. Collapse has been free.
Collapsing on
as
them.
free as it gets, right?
Yeah, I mean, he's rich. He's way too rich. Getting into your auras this early is so devastating. Now, who's gonna stop this man right now?
Nobody. He's going.
Nobody, indeed.
Helm of the Overlord,
Dire's top
AC.
tower is under attack.
All the auras. And look at Yatoro.
Gojira?
Wait, he just came down here all by himself?
He's dead. He just hand delivered a kill.
Gojira? Wanna go Fountain? Oh, goodbye, Whisper.
Dire's structures are
Nice
falling.
dodge on a Dragon Tail there.
Dire's top tower is under
Very curious Roland though. Like, maybe he thought he had backup?
Maybe.
Well, the bottom tower is gone because you already used the cliff, and there's a Lycan saying hello.
Quick towers, quick pressure, and a very quick start for Team Spirit. They're up only 8-3, but definitely feels like they have a stronghold on this one.
Dire's top tower
I don't know if
is
they're
under
really going to let
attack.
go of it.
He just magnetized a creep wave too. And Gojira again?
Yeah, he is looking like he's going to die once more. And Maposhka with a Shadow Wave. Okay. Only a level 2 Shadow Wave.
They
That
might be
felt
knocking on the
like
high
that
ground here.
from half to dead, and why not stop pushing? What do they really have to defend?
I gotta say, I haven't really seen Earth Spirits use Magnetize to farm creeps. That's a first for me. Poor guy. Just wants to finish his veil.
So, smoke. 3, but back to the lane. Blink Dragon Tail. They've got the disruption. Alright, that 50 doesn't actually hit on the stinger. They look over at Whisper. They've got the little shredder. They're going to the shapeshift. They roll away from Gojira, and Collapse is going to get that kill on the stinger. Mortimer's kisses, trying to kiss him to death. Trying to give him that kiss of death, and Gojira finally gets in. He's got some silence on a Yatoro, but Yatoro's not really scared of it. They'll stand those around, they'll go for the tier 2, and what really pushes them back now? They're free to leave whenever they want.
Yeah, with a level 4 healing ward also, you just see the HP's just not dropping. They have the BKB on SF at least, that's good, but Troll still needs quite a lot of time until he's ready to fight.
Patch K1? No. We're not even gonna try.
Radiant are scanning.
Maybe he finished on the Shadow Fiend, so we'll see what he ends up doing. He disassembled that Dragon Lance.
Yeah, but they're expecting a smoke already.
They're in a really good spot for this. Roll comes out, goes under the back line. Omni Slash immediately used. They've got the Shooting Coil down. That's going to be out of the Sapphire. They also have the Silent Shadow cover his heroes with the Waning Rift. Raniato rolls the Poshka, goes into the Poison Touch behind him. It's Collapse. Collapses these wolves. Toronto took you in with the Blink of the Dragon Tail, but they've got the disruption. They end up losing Stinger. So far, they've only got themselves a Sapphire, but they'll use that Requiem. Chris Locke's trying to help get this kill through on the DK, but they've got themselves a Shallow 3, but he's
Root,
rooted. And they will get the kill onto the DK. With no Omni Slash Yatoro, how willing is he to stay? Collapse also nearby, but he doesn't have his ult either. So K1.
Oh, Collapse in trouble.
They want to go in. They've got the Shadow Wave. Here comes Whisper, but Whisper fighting 2v1. Chris Locke turns his attention to try and help out. They'll push back Yatoro as well as Maposhka, but Whisper, he's not got a lot of health anymore, and the BKB was used by this Shadow to stay alive, just to help that up escape successful.
Yeah, the good news though is that Troll and SF are pretty much online now. And once both the BKBs are out, that's when they're online and ready to fight. And I'm not entirely sure how they're gonna stop this troll. We spoke about it. Troll will be the ultimate carry this game. And he's not too far from being just that.
Taking a look at this replay, you see Toronto Tokyo
Dire
gets in with a
are
stun.
scanning.
But the Requiem comes in and it hits a lot of these heroes in the fight. And that really disrupts it for the side of Team Spirit.
Yeah, Requiem is a very strong team fighting ability, obviously. Makes perfect use of it there.
The thing, too, is he got that Requiem off, and he didn't have to use the BKB in that spot. Bless you. He ended up just, you know, using the BKB later in the fight. It really just, like, his patience with not just, you know, panicking. Because he got hit by that Dragon Tail, right? To just BKB and then Requiem or something like that. Ooh. Wolf, Cookie, stun on the Stinger, but he's behind the tier 1. Toronto Tokyo, I don't know if he cares about that tower being there, especially when Stinger kind of puts himself in a little bit of that in-between of the tower and the triangle. And there it is. Link, Dragon Tail, Poison Touch, Shadow Wave, some damage out on Stinger, and even using that pogo stick of the Tumbler's toy to maybe even look for more, but they do get it going with Shadow Demon pretty easily.
Yeah, but luckily it's just the Shadow Demon, so not something you're going to be too upset about. However, if you lose more, no. And this is exactly the game beastcoast wants to play, though. Slowly just get farming all your heroes. Get to your timings, Gojira. I mean, he might be dying a lot, but he's making a lot of space.
Kisses don't have the range anymore, but they are in the Roche. That pushes him away. Do they come back for this? Can they even try to come back for this? They've got Whisper down bottom. He does have the Dream Coil, but he's nowhere near the fight. And with all their heroes in on the pit, or near the pit, it's their Roche to take. They are just going to be too late on this. Maybe Gojira was thinking about getting the roll in, but there's no chance for him to do so.
Bottom tower is under attack.
K1. Not a great spot. They had the Wolf on him. They'll get the stun. The waiting ring. That's going to be a silence out of 3. Goes the Dream Coil coming in. And that is through. That might help beastcoast trying to take the fight. They're going to the Blade Tree. They've got the BKB being popped by K1. They'll go in with the Fizz on the Mapochka. They'll use that challenge to keep himself alive. K1 down with the ult. Going after Mira. But Yatoro out of the Omni Flash. They got the Requiem. That hits on to Yatoro as well as Mira. Flipping the Aegis out of the hands of this Juggernaut. They finally get the going to Mapochka. They're taking out 3. But they do have the Aegis on the Jug. They'll look through his collapse. The shapeshift right quick. Trying to the SF finally takes it out. They get Chris Luck, but they're going to look at the rest. Collapse. He's sitting low. Down goes Stinger. 2 instead of the side of East Coast, but they finally have the Dragon Tail down on the K1. K1 trying to survive with the Blade Fury, as well as that Black Dragon there. He has nowhere to go, and they'll take out a third. They lose their supports on the side of Team Spirit, but eventually they break through to the other side and finish off both the SF and the Troll.
Yeah, the fight was purely won on the back of that Aegis, so next time there won't be an Aegis. Maybe we'll just go the way of Beast Coast. But, yeah, very well executed, honestly. Yeah, let's do that.
Was big. It felt like really Beast Coast had the advantage in this fight initially.
Look at the Troll ult with like 50 health, gets back to pretty much full health, destroys the Juggernaut.
Damage. Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
the double
Troll
damage on that SF.
Very scary as well.
There's a lot of damage there too.
Yeah, but gets run down, and ultimately that Aegis, as I said, won them the fight. Juggernaut's back up to full. K1 overstays is welcome just a little bit.
Look at where he is between the Black Dragon and Yatoro, just nowhere to really run.
Yeah, and he gets taken out. Collapses on the roll again.
And Whisper now, he'll get the killing of Mapochka.
Yeah. Look at Collapse, by the way. He already finished his Assault Cuirass, so he's just a walking +9 armor for his entire team. Which is massive, of course, against a hero like SF. His aura doesn't seem to be doing that much anymore now.
And going Ags next on the Lycan after this AC.
Yeah, a Wolf not.
A Wolf Bite can turn Yatoro into
Jugger Wolf.
half man, half bear, half pig. SF also has the Shard. He's got that Necromastery.
Yeah. Fear. Every 3 seconds. But finally the BKB done on Toronto as well. So now he's going to feel a lot more comfortable in those fights. The biggest problem that they haven't been able to deal with is really Whisper. Like, he's just killing the backlines like no problem the entire time. Dazzle's not safe. Gotta protect him somehow.
Yeah, he was forced to use the Shao Grave on himself, and that might have been better used elsewhere, but he would have died anyway, so he needs to find himself maybe a little bit of different positioning.
Looking for a kill. Gojira might be the lucky one. It's a
Ooh.
perfect position from him.
Yeah, broke the smoke. They're gonna roll. He wants to go in.
Oh, he goes in?
Dragon Tail. That's very early.
Wow. Brave but stupid, I think, is one of those voice lines. Whew. Like, he got absolutely taken down way over in his head. He got mauled instantly.
Yeah, the turnaround was instantly there.
Yeah. They're smoking, so they're looking to reinitiate as soon as Earth Spirit is up. TP's to the mid, but the TP is so aggressive, they should know exactly what's going on. Gojira in again.
Blade Fury, but they've got the silence. He goes for Miposhka. They want to focus their attention onto the Dazzle, but the Blink as well as the Dragon Tail with the BKB pop by Chris Loft. They get the kill on Miposhka. Can the rest get out? And that is a good BKB from the SF to survive. Stinger goes down. Both supports are gone. But they're going to go for K1. Blade Fury, BKB on the run with here.
Gojira in again.
He's dead so fast. Whisper looking to do here on the slash, bouncing around, goes for the old chasing Collapse, but he can't even keep up with him. They've got the Dragon Tail that should have the damage. Stream Coil's there, and K1 can't survive. Collapse gets it. He's on a monster kill streak. The Dream Coil doesn't matter. He was only going to survive in their dreams. And, well, in reality, he's gone again.
They are bleeding off a lot of heroes. And you can just see the power of the lycanthrope in those team fights. His Howl, -7 armor on everyone, -40% damage. It's just so tough to fight into them. If they ever get their BKBs kited out, they just lose. Straight away. They're gonna make sure that they really combo the Troll plus the Puck Coil. Because that's the best lockdown they have. And they're gonna make sure that they don't lose the Earth Spirit too soon either. Because you need his continuous rolls to stun them up as well. But he just feels so squishy. Every time he's in a fight, he's just dead.
He's like in and immediately killed.
It's Squid Ball. Squishy and yummy.
Wow, you are so talented.
Gojira again?
Mira and Miposhka
But he's so
are
aggressive
in,
and insane.
Yeah, not really the best spot he wants to be in. They're searching, they're looking.
I can't believe how
Gojira.
ballsy he is.
He'll escape.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
He's just
Radiant's
walking
top
next to
tower
4 heroes
is
the
under
entire
attack.
game.
Yeah, he's paid for it a lot, but he's also made a lot of space. It's certainly been a double-edged sword. The question is, what benefits? Are the benefits higher than the cons to giving up the amount of kills he has?
He's just playing with them. He's just taunting them. Look at his positioning as opposed to his teammates.
Radiant are scanning.
And he's supposed to be the playmaker, you know?
Yeah, can't exactly initiate into a fight when he's on the other side of the map from them. Spirit are happy to just farm this gold as Yatoro and Collapse still
Dire's
sit
top tower is under attack.
top of the net worth. K1, he's been farming up. He's trying to get to the top spot. And he'll be going Manta Lincoln's.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Very interesting item build. Not entirely
Dire's
sure what
bottom
the
tower is under attack.
Manta is there for, to be honest.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I guess just for the Juggernaut? But they have more problems than that, and they might just be going high right now. They have the healing ward out still as well. Oh, Aster was just standing there, hey!
Oh boy, SF.
Dash again.
He's unable to survive. Look at the kill. He's gonna move right in. He's stuck up. He's in trouble again. Oh, the disruption for the stage. Fucking tap this one. The full match comes in. They're literally over to drag him away from the rest of the team.
No bite on him too.
K1's gonna die. He'll be dead for 70 seconds.
Dire's bottom bottom
And
tower is
Gojira,
under attack.
well, not
Radiant's
much
middle
you can do
tower has
either.
fallen. Radiant's middle barracks.
I am so surprised. Like, he literally stood on the high ground and didn't move the SF, and he died.
Radiant's middle tower.
He's buying back now, but is there gonna be enough to scare them?
Radiant's
Healing
middle tower
ward.
has fallen.
Really any reason to go back?
They need to stand the healing ward. The throne is gonna fall real fast.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
They can stop this drone maneuver. They're gonna roll into the back line.
SF again?
I don't know if it's enough. Gojira's dead. They try to let him fire that creature, but it doesn't matter. They're getting going to Chris on the call.
GG.
Vincere will take game 1 over beastcoast.
That ending was so very. Can't say I've seen that in a while. Like, he just stood on the high ground as if he didn't see them while they walked up. Like, did you see Team Spirit? Like, they didn't even hit him straight away. They were like, nah, no way, right? And then they realized it's a real one because he popped BKB. And yeah.
And that was it. And
K1 TPs into the whole team too. He's like, oh, I'm here to help.
Yeah, I didn't really understand that. That seemed very odd to me that he would just make that jump in. Like, I don't know. It felt like there was certainly like a lack of coordination, or maybe a lack of somebody making the call in that like instance, right?
Yeah, it must be very. I don't know what went through the head there at the very end. Maybe they were having like a discussion about something that distracted them, but definitely not so great way to lose the game.
Yeah, for sure. So they've got to get the mental back. They got to get into game 2. Hope to split this series with Team Spirit, but we'll see that game 2 after we come back. We're going to take a look at highlights, and then we'll be on a quick break. We'll see you soon.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
The skill. Follow me.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
Power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
All right, and welcome back to the Arlington Major. Get your hoedown on and join us for another game of Dota as we're in on a Beast Coast Team Spirit BO2 with Team Spirit taking game number 1. And we'll see if Beast Coast can come back with game number 2 and split this series even. But at least from that first game, Black, I don't know if you agree with this, but it felt very one-sided after 12 minutes. There was one fight that looked good for Beast Coast, but it wasn't enough to really bring it back at all.
Yeah, they just honestly, Beast Coast, I think, just didn't look focused at all. Like, I mean, of course, it's very easy to say that, especially after the ending, like how that happened. It looked kind of silly, but just throughout the game, it kind of felt the same way. Like, Earth Spirit is just way too overzealous, you know? They're not really on the same page. Like, they're not playing around the puck coil. Like, Troll just goes in by himself, gets kited. Like, they need to combine their abilities a little bit better and just make sure that they play together as a unit, because that's what Team Spirit did, and that's why they won. Sort of like our first series, where LGD just played around each other much better.
Yeah, it felt like it was very individual from Beast Coast at times, especially with the way Gojira was going in a couple of these engagements where he was in by himself and maybe in a little bit too early before his team could really get there. And that kind of cost him. Not having your Earth Spirit ready to go feels like it is, a risk if you're going to make that initiation and try and force Spirit back, which they did at times. But Spirit was ready to, get the kill onto the Earth Spirit and then move for more, right?
Yeah, I mean, there were some interesting ideas, I think. But again, like, if those ideas are not connected with the entire team, then it just looks like a feed and just looks silly. It could have been really great if everybody was on the same page. But yeah, like, draft-wise also, it was very out there, but it's very Beast Coast-esque as well. So I can't really blame them for doing it. They always do that. And they have a lot of success with it, right, in their region. So I'm expecting more of the same. I'm just hoping that, again, they polish it just a little bit better.
Right. Yeah, so we'll see if this is going to be ending up in a 1-1 split. We are updating our clients, getting into the lobby, and looking to get ready into this game number 2 draft. And we'll see if Beast Coast is able to bring it back. But you take a look at maybe not the right odds, but definitely very one-sided. It could be that again, honestly. The way Spirit looked in game number 1, it felt like Beast Coast, it might be odds like that. So I do wonder if, Beast Coast mentally are going to be back into the game, because it felt at times that maybe the mentality of the team was a little bit off the mark, right? Like with the holding of the buyback, with the way that they went in, and I don't know. It felt weird, right?
Yeah. Again, like, it's easy to bring that up because of the very ending, but This doesn't happen unless there is some sort of argument or miscommunication going on. Like, you do not just stand there while getting hit, unless something is distracting you a lot, obviously. Like, you're not going to be looking around the map, oh yeah, what's happening here? Oh, I'm dead. That's not happening, right? So whatever it is, I hope they spoke about it, got it out of the system, and let's go next.
Yeah. So if they can wipe the slate clean, get a victory here over Spirit, I feel like Spirit's another one of those teams where it's like if you get a victory off of them, you feel like you're putting yourself in a decent spot, because most of these series, I would say, Spirit are going to be the favorites in. Spirit, of course, in a group where I would say maybe they're not the favorites overall to win the series to one-sidedly against EG and maybe like Boom, potentially Aster. Like maybe they're not the favorites in those, but it feels like Spirit's, at least on a odds wise like viewpoint of it, they're going to be the favorites coming into every single matchup. And if you're able to take a victory off of teams like this, it always feels nice when you get into those later days of the group stage, right?
Yeah, but that's the beauty of long group stages like that. Your first or even second game can be a little bit shaky, a little bit wacky, but there's so much time to come back into it all. So whatever happens today, of course, it's going to be nice if you can start on a good day, but like don't count any team out, because all these teams here, I would say just purely individually, I would put them very, very closely together. It's just really what separates the good teams from the great teams. It's just the teamwork, the team cohesion, the draft, like everything around that individual skill, right? Individual skill alone is not enough.
Yeah, so we'll see if they can put it all together and maybe again split this series. But it'll be interesting to see what they want to do with the draft. I know that Clockwork was the first phase ban in the last game. We'll see if the clock gets through. The Timber seemed to be like it was going to be a contested pick. There are some things here from Spirit that they might be able to pull out, like an Arc Warden. We've seen Yatra look pretty broken with that. So I'm interested to see how it all kind of goes down. Like it just feels like these are two teams where games 1 and 2 aren't going to be so meta like dependent, and they're going to end up being more so different drafts all over the board, right?
Yeah, I would say so. They're not as bound by the meta as some other teams would be, which is a strength, but also a weakness, because the heroes are meta for a reason, just because they're the strongest of the patch, right? And even if you think you found an idea to counter them, a lot of people before you thought the same way. And the reason why the meta heroes are still meta is because those other ways didn't work. So every time you're going against the meta, you're basically risking everything at trying to figure out a way how to play against what's best and strongest, right? Which is not easy. It never will be.
It definitely felt like maybe the SF wasn't exactly the best thing there, but we saw it do a bit of work, and now we've got the correct odds here is 3-1 on Beast Coast. After that game, maybe it feels a bit right. I don't know if I'd put Spirit as that heavy of a favorite, but it certainly gives us the conversation of, do you think it's as one-sided as those odds show?
I mean, it's not nearly as bad as our first series, right? Where it was like 1-9 odds. So,
yeah.
I mean, Spirit is definitely a favorite. 33%-ish. I think that's fair. No? Yeah, okay. I think I would give him a 70% chance or so to win, especially after seeing game 1. It just looked like better overall. Like the team quality just looked better. We're on the same page. The draft looked easier to execute. Like really nothing much to complain about. The laning phase went perfectly in lanes that they had like no business winning, even like the mid lane. SF somehow like lost his lane to a Dragon Knight. Sure, the beginning was a little bit rough with the rune. Like he started with less mana and everything, but ultimately you're still supposed to crush that lane. And it just didn't happen.
Yeah, the laning definitely needs to go a lot better. We saw Spirit kind of get away with a lot of all 3 lanes basically winning for them, and it was a little bit of a slow start. I feel like maybe the aggression wasn't exactly there. Maybe we'll see Beast Coast pick a more aggressive off the off the starting line gas lineup. I'll certainly be interested to see what they bring to the table and what Spirit are going to try and do to counter that. And if you are both these teams, I guess you take a look a little bit later today. Both of them are playing on that final set of games when you've got Spirit taking on Tundra and Beast Coast taking on Navi. Looking ahead to those, who do you think's in the better position to win those series? If you do get that break in between, but going up against those teams, like a 1-1 certainly feels nice, but who do you think's in more trouble if they end up going 1-1 or if Beast Coast goes 0-2, I would say?
I mean, from past experiences and from what I've heard, Beast Coast is definitely a very emotional team. So a win here would be very, very important just to get them fired up, because they're a very momentum-based team. And I would say a lot of SA players actually are very much like that. You see, when they have good tournament runs, it usually comes off a very good beginning, a very strong start, and they kind of snowball deep into the tournament. And if you kind of take the wind out of the sails early, I could foresee a lot of problems for a team like Beast Coast. So hopefully they can stabilize, get a win, get a good win against Team Spirit, and then we'll see what happens afterwards, because Beast Coast and Thunder Awaken, like, they can be really scary when all the gears are turning together.
Yeah. And I would say Beast Coast kind of is in an interesting spot as their day will go on, or as their series will go on, because tomorrow isn't even that much easier for them as well. They've got Boom and EG coming up. So you kind of want to get off to a decent start, so you're not too potentially demoralized if you end up losing one of those series 2-0 against Boom and EG to go into day 3 where you're going up against Entity and Aster. And, Entity, they actually took the first game off of Navi, even though they've got a stand-in. But we'll see. That could prove to be a difficult series if Entity has everything rolling even with their stand-in. It seemed like Fnatic did for a little bit. They got themselves a win in the first game over OG, so maybe stand-ins aren't as detrimental at the moment.
And we spoke about, right? The individual level of the players is very close. If you get a draft advantage, you win the early game, you snowball the laning phase, suddenly the game is in your favor. I do believe that this patch in particular is like the most, how do you call that? Like the most stand-in friendly patch there has been probably like ever, just because of how early game centric it is. And early game mostly means laning phase. Laning phase translates directly to individual skill, which is why we can see these upsets happen quite easily.
Okay, so we'll see if the standing games, when eventually both these teams get to that, if it's going to matter much for them. But what we are going to get into is the draft for this second game. So Beast Coast and Spirit going in.
Team Spirit's turn to ban. Beast Coast's turn to ban.
So, same ban again. You don't want to give Whispers Timbersaw. I'd imagine we see this entire tournament. Like, it's going to be banned the entire game. Or the entire tournament, rather. Nobody wants to lose like that.
Team Spirit's turn
We'll
to
see if
ban.
the Clockwork comes second, the same as before.
Yeah. Obviously
Beast
still a lot of
Coast's
stock put in
turn to
Razor.
ban.
Yes, the clock. Now, do you still want to go with the Earth Spirit first pick? Because that didn't really work out too well.
It didn't exactly do amazing things, but it
10
certainly felt like
seconds
if
remaining.
given the right game, it could open up a lot of space and potentially make things a little bit easier.
5 seconds
What are you
remaining.
hoping to see in the first phase for both these teams?
Team Spirit's turn to pick.
I mean, Spirit opened with a Snapfire, right?
Beast Coast's turn to pick.
And they do so again.
They'll do
the
it
same
again.
bands, yeah. Are they going to do Earth Spirit again? Like, personally, I like Earth Spirit. I think it fits Beast Coast style. It's just, do you want to go back to it after what just happened in game 1? Or do you want to go another route? Like, I just hope they
10
don't pick,
seconds remaining.
like, SF and Troll again. It
5 seconds
just felt
remaining.
awkward.
Beast Coast's turn to pick.
They go Tusk.
All
Tusk
right,
is something they've enjoyed in
Yeah.
a bunch of these games as well.
Mixing it up now instead of the Earth Spirit, you have the Tusk. I mean, they're pretty similar heroes. Of course, they're quite a bit different, but they do like the same thing, right? You initiate ganks, you do roaming 4.
10 seconds remaining.
I like it. Keeps your identity, but mixes things up because game 1 was
5
not going
seconds
very well.
remaining.
So we'll see what goes
Team
with the Tusk.
Spirit's turn to pick.
Ends up being that puck off lane again, potentially off lane. It doesn't necessarily need to be there, but that's the way they've been playing it on Beast Coast. So again, keeping the identity the same way it's been throughout the GPC and that ESL qualifier.
Yeah, that's why I like big LAN tournaments where like all the regions come together.
10 seconds
'Cause
remaining.
it becomes very obvious at some point in the tournament which
5
meta
seconds
of which
remaining.
region is actually the strongest. And that's where most teams will be steering
Team
towards.
Spirit's turn to ban.
Dragon Knight.
Same. Why change anything when it works so well? Maybe they do want to put the puck middle, but the DK is just too much of a deterrent to put him into the side lane.
10 seconds remaining.
Beast Coast's turn to ban.
So, back to the Batrider ban. I mean, even with some of the interesting matchups, like Spirits still seem to win all 3 lanes.
Team Spirit's turn to ban.
Yeah, the lanes definitely will have to go quite a bit better for Beast Coast, but they already kind of addressed that. Tusk is a very strong laner, so it should make
Beast
things
Coast's
quite a bit
turn
easier.
to ban.
At least in China, the Tusk is usually paired up with like Death Prophet.
Team Spirit's turn to ban.
They want to do it that way instead of throwing the puck in the off lane.
I mean, they could still do Tusk puck. It's a pretty decent lane. Not like crazy
10
strong,
seconds
but
remaining.
not weak.
5
If
seconds
they want to
remaining.
really keep doing that offlane puck thing, which honestly I'm not the biggest fan of. I feel puck thrives just on getting Witchblade super fast and snowballing off that. It's always going to be delayed in the offlane because you're lower level. You just naturally get pressured more. Don't have as many resources. I do hope we're going to see Chris Luck on the puck.
Ban the Bloodseeker once more. Almost feels like Spirit are going to go to a similar lineup. Like, yeah, you took Night Stalker and Lycan out of the hands of Collapse, and that was something I talked about in Game 1. How willing are you to shut down Collapse's hero pool?
It's 3 heroes. Hero bands targeting him already. But he has plenty more heroes, so just ban what you don't want to play against. Take it from there.
Beast Coast's turn to ban.
Banning the Veno. Interesting.
Venomancer. Not a hero I think of when I think about strong.
10 seconds remaining.
We've seen some of it be pretty, some of the
5
Venomancer games
seconds
feel pretty
remaining.
strong. Watch that Faith Beyond game. What do you have, 100-something thousand damage?
That was the old Venomancer with the old poison over talents. The new one just kind of feels like out of
Coast's
place.
Turn to pick.
Now, what options do they have?
10 seconds remaining.
Honestly, I'm not entirely sure what Beast Coast
5 seconds
favorite heroes are.
remaining.
Again, they're all over the place oftentimes, so it's kind of hard to predict what they're going to pick next.
Right.
But again, I would love just some more damage. Some good, nice, quick burst damage. Combo with the puck. What
Team
options are
Spirit's turn to
there?
Enchantress.
Enchantress. So that'll be the 5.
Oh, lane dominance, pure.
Pretty strong hard hitters if you do go to the impetus on Enchantress. Like, you've got Tusk with the tag team.
10
You've got
seconds
Enchantress
remaining.
is going to be here with the impetus if you do go to that early. That can do a lot of damage if you're not
5
really
seconds remaining.
ready for it.
Team Spirit's turn to pick.
Now Spirit go to the Phoenix, which is
Phoenix.
a big Maposhka hero, but we'll see if it ends up being for him.
No X Scramblers is dead either.
10 seconds remaining.
But Ursa looks really strong actually for Beast
5
Coast.
seconds remaining.
How does Lina do up against the Dragon Knight mid?
Good. I mean, Lina doesn't really lose middle. Like it's it's the kind of heroes that I pick middle if I want to just have a chill game.
Turn to pick.
Wondering if that
They
might
go
be
for
worth
the
it for
troll?
Beast Coast. Yeah, they go for the troll. Maybe it's kind of this deny pick, taking away an egg scrambler and something that Beast Coast like.
And it also counters the Ursa warrior that could come out to scramble the egg.
10 seconds
Counters quite a lot of
remaining.
egg scramblers actually. I personally
5
like Lina.
seconds remaining.
If you want to do offlane puck, of course. But then your back then is very squishy.
Team spirits.
I
turn
wanted to
ban.
pick puck middle. I put puck middle and put Whisper on some. They're going for a Juggernaut this time.
Yeah, they really love this hero. I have a question. What's the deal with like Sand King? Why is he a hero that's not picked up that much anymore? Is he just not
10
comfortable in the
seconds
meta?
remaining.
No, it's just a laning thing. Like his laning is just very weak, and we spoke
5
about the emphasis
seconds
on
remaining.
like the laning phase, right? Like if you brought a Sand King into like an
Beast
enchanted
Coast,
Juggernaut
turn to
lane,
ban.
you are going to be such a burden. There's nothing you can do. I still think Sand King is very strong if you have a free lane. It's
Team
just you rarely
spirits,
ever get
turn
one.
to ban.
Now, what is Collapse's hero going to be?
If it's not this DK already,
It could be.
you could go
10
offlane and
seconds
be okay
remaining.
with that.
Against Juggernaut, I am a big fan of Pudge.
5 seconds remaining.
The spin literally did 0 damage to Pudge. If you want to go that route. And
Does he
Snapfire
normally
Pudge is a
go
very
for
strong
it,
lane.
though?
No. But I would.
Is Pudge red and or orange though?
He can be with the cosmetic. Dude, how about a sniper actually for Beast Coast? That looks scary too.
You think that's scary?
Yeah, they have no reach.
Beast Coast's turn
Spirit
to
literally
ban.
cannot reach a sniper.
Eventually, a blink with the Dragon Knight.
Yeah, but there's also protection in the back and the front line.
And they're kind of doing that. They take a Collapse's blinking hero of Slardar, right?
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah. I mean, no slaughter means...
5 seconds remaining.
What heroes even lane well against Juggernaut still? From the offlane. They could do Enigma, perhaps? A little bit slow, but if you can make it work, then the mid game is going to be very strong.
They could do something a little bit greedier in the offlane, right? Like DK's not exactly the greediest hero from mid.
Void Spirit, perhaps, is an option.
Mars is still available.
Yeah, Collapse Mars is one of the bigger ones for sure.
Spirits, turn to pick.
Doesn't lane so well to Juggernaut, though.
But it does do well with the Snapfire.
It does.
Brewmaster's still available.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Like Mars Phoenix is in a bad combo. And the laning phase of Mars Snapfire seems like it could be good.
Mars Snapfire is definitely a killer combo. Very old school combo as well. I said I like the Enigma too against Juggernaut. Pretty simple lane. But then you don't really make use of the Snapfire. And it's a little bit more reserved.
Beast Coast's turn to pick.
What's your way?
Pangolier, of course, that wasn't banned. Huh. Okay, that's not a hero I actually expected to be in the
10
pool still.
seconds
Just because
remaining.
I've been doing the China region so much, it's always banned or picked way earlier.
5 seconds remaining.
I guess I just wonder Is that better than the other heroes we suggested? Is that on par with the heroes we suggested?
It's not really an answer to Juggernaut, but it gives them very strong team fight and egg protection. So, I mean, I like to pick, you know me, I always like Pangolier. I think the hero is really strong. So there's never like a bad Pango game. Now the question though is it going to be Puck middle? Or do they want another hero in the mid?
I still like the Lina.
Lina's not bad, yeah. If you get into fast BKB. What else? Kunkka? They like Kunkka? I mean, Chris Luck likes Kunkka.
Yeah, I think that definitely feels pretty good.
Choose your
Mars.
hero.
Okay.
There's the mid puck this time.
It could be a mid Mars still, but yeah, it will be the mid puck.
Alright, so this time they tank the matchup. Mars is not that good against Pangolier though. Like you have multiple ways of getting out of the arena.
I still kind of like Spirit's Draft.
Yeah,
I'm a
me
little
too.
worried for Beast Coast's execution here. And
I
what
think
they're able to
Spirit's
do in the
Draft
lanes.
is much easier once more. That being said though, they have a troll, and we usually just see troll fall flat. It's just such a weird hero now, troll is. Like if you don't dominate lane, which is what you
10
pick the hero
seconds
for,
remaining.
then it's just so hard to transition into the mid game.
5 seconds
But
remaining.
what lanes are going to be? Phoenix Troll is a very strong lane. They should be fine. They should be fine.
Yeah, it definitely seems like a lane that can do okay. And the way Yatoro was able to accomplish playing well.
Oh, wait,
in the first
wait.
game.
We misread something. It's Whisper on the edge. It's an offlane Enchantress.
Yeah, Stinger's playing the Mars.
And it's a
Offlane
Mars 5.
Okay. We were quick to jump the gun on the Mars after it got picked. Talking about it being in the off lane.
I mean, Whisper does enjoy his Enchantress. I know he plays it very well. And I'm always interested in core Enchantress. Now, that changes things quite a bit, I'd say. Like, the lane for Troll isn't as easy anymore. But it makes the Pangos lane a lot easier. Because 5 Mars isn't nearly as strong, of course, as an Enchantress.
Enchantress Tusk lane. Okay.
It's good. It's good.
Seems interesting, that's for sure.
Well, maybe it's not good, but it's...
Well, you just said it was good twice. I don't know if I can hear you taking it back now.
Look, whenever I play Enchantress offlane, it goes really well. But it's because people don't really punish you for it. However, I'm just looking like big picture wise. What does an offlane Enchantress give you?
Do you think they would just paused because they misclicked?
Well, you can't repick anyway. So whether you misclick or not, gotta deal with it. How do you like Enchantress's hairstyle?
Enchantress. It's alright, but
Behold!
I don't know. I like the natural hair color from the Enchantress, not this hair color. I feel like it goes with the Maiden of Nature kind of thing, you know, when it's like orange and fits with the theme of everything.
Right, protect the trees and whatnot.
It also looks like very obvious hair dye.
Did you ever dye your hair?
I've bleached my hair before.
I've never understood what bleaching your hair means. What does that do?
It just makes it go like blondish or like this
Like
platinum
lighter?
color. Yeah.
Ah.
Basically taking the color out of it.
Like that's interesting because my hair, I was blonde when I was born
30 seconds
during
to
my
battle.
childhood as well, but after puberty, I went brown.
Yeah, same. Now I have brown hair. I used to have like bright blonde hair, strawberry blonde.
Yeah, same. And whenever I tell people that, they're like, "No, it's not possible." Of course, it's possible.
I have punching for you.
It's certainly possible.
Yeah, because it happened to me, so of course it's possible.
Who sharpens our blade?
I'll dye my hair again for the right event.
No, don't do it.
No, no.
I heard it damages your hair roots, and then you go bald.
The battle
I got a
begins.
thick head of hair. K1, Blue Fury, and secures the bounty room. 2 for 1 at the moment.
3 for 1.
It looks like
For
it's going to be
beastcoast.
3 for 1, yeah. Maybe the advantage East Coast me.
Well, so it's gonna be a 5 master played in the offlane.
I'm interested to see what this Mars ends up accomplishing. I'm a little worried that the lane isn't exactly going to feel that great.
Wait,
You
he's
can already
being
see
top?
that he's TPing into the lane, burning from these spirits, and he'll pop the salve, but he's only got that and 2 tangos. So instantly, it already feels kind of weird. And they've sent Gojira, at least for the moment. He's roaming over bottom, so it'll be Mars and Enchantress in a lane together. CO ends up getting the farm priority as the game continues.
I want to see the axe on the edge. The Sproink is so fun. You just jump back and throw your...
Good shards. Blade Fury bottom, collapsing some trouble, trying to run, and
He's dead.
got first blood.
Last of our kind.
So that's the combo they were
first to
looking
live.
for, and I mean they
Well
put it
played.
together instantly and make it look easy.
That is exactly the start that Beast Coast needs. Now, I'm going to be a little bit biased in this game. I want Beast Coast to win, just because I know how snowbally of a team they are. And if they do snowball, I feel like no team is really going to be safe.
How fast do you think they can theoretically win this game if all goes to plan?
25 minutes.
Is that as snowbally as you think it is, though? I feel like every game is kind of 25 minutes.
Nah, I mean, close game should be
Radiant's
like
turret
more
has been
35, 40-ish. K1 getting a little bit low. There's a Swashbuckle as well.
Fury,
Yeah, but Swashbuckle goes through it, of course.
I don't know if level 1 it would be enough to get a kill, though.
So, it's very interesting what he does in the top lane. He just takes literally every range creep and just starts right-clicking the troll with it.
Wow, you are so
But it
talented.
also means he loses a lot of experience in gold.
Right. Is that really worth the sacrifice, I guess?
Honestly,
Chart
I've not
again,
seen...
Mira, scatter blast, snowball,
Nice dodge.
avoids the shield crash. He'll come back, but he still might just die here, and it's actually the collapse. I thought he'd go down to Mira. The Spirit do a good job of turning that. Nope. Looked like it might be dangerous for a second.
Well, you know, life is no fun without danger. A little bit of danger.
Danger. And Chris Luck just eating these right clicks here from Toronto, Tokyo. The Jug again low. K1 bottom needs to run. However, Mira doesn't quite have the damage. He stood this level 2, so he just has the shard as well as the snowball. But if he had himself maybe tag team, that might have worked out for him. Meanwhile, Whisper's gonna die. Blade Fury on a collapse. He just gets run down easily.
Worthy foe.
Yeah, but as I said, same time Whisper also goes down to the top lane. And yeah, Collapse just kind of walked up to him without mana to Swashbuckle and gets taken down. Good news is he comes back with full mana. Bad news is Juggernaut already has 2 kills, which means Face Boost is just around the corner.
I believe they're getting walked in by the courier. The question is, was that kill like calculated, right? Did Collapse give himself up so he can go back to full health, full mana, and be in this lane again, as he's now picked up that Ring of Health?
Ring of Health indeed.
Fire Snap Cookie. Oh, it's onto the creep. Maybe we're gonna hit Collapse. But, oh, shield crash, and he got Swashbuckle. He'll use it, but he doesn't quite have the damage.
Yeah, now it's time to go to base K1.
Dire's top tower
No,
is
no
under
need to play with
attack.
fire any longer. Go to base, come back with full, and enjoy your laning phase. Mid lane, Like, we have seen this many times, right? Comfortable puck players are actually not really afraid of this Dragon Knight matchup at all.
Well, I tried.
Watching Whisper here and curious as to what he's getting at, out of the lane. 16 now 17 to 13. Wonder if the inch is going to be enough. As the game gets longer, Stinger getting run down. Rykord's coming in, but Poshka though, he'll get the kill. With that God's Rebuke, it did a lot of damage in onto the Phoenix, but Whisper again just doesn't hit the ball too hard at the moment.
Oh, there was an impetus.
No impetus. Yeah, I think that Poshka was expecting that, right? Like he was trying to time it out.
Yeah. And I thought Whisper also tried to time it out, but then just barely didn't get it. Bottle refill in the middle. Yeah, you always want to make sure that the first Dragon Form doesn't deal too much tower damage. Like a quarter of the health is acceptable. There's 3 heroes in the middle right now. So
they're coming over, and they've got the Snapfire over to the side. They've got Maposhka here.
Think that again.
Only a level 2 Mars. They might lose Mira on this, but the Breathe Fire came out, and that might be enough. But the Illusion Orb is in, and he'll jump to the other side. But the Icarus dive right on.
He's burning, he's burning.
He's burning away. He doesn't have a phase shift. That means Maposhka gets the double kill.
Dire structures are
And now
fortified.
Whisper rotates.
Huh? Now that one I don't understand. Because they give Troll complete free farm in the lane now. Oh, nice.
Now Gojira's on the run. Toronto, Tokyo, he doesn't have the Elder Dragon form, so he doesn't have a way to get a long-range stun out. They're continuing to TP heroes in over mid. Whisper's here now. Chris Luck's back.
Got it.
He's just leaving Collapse open to have a free lane, and you talk about free lanes, and Yachiro's got one too. Snowball's coming in, it'll hit on a Maposhka, but Gojira, he's losing his life to the Fire Spirit, and that will burn him away. And Maposhka, all of a sudden, he's 4-0-1. It is a pretty rich Phoenix.
Yeah. Okay, early game, again, Team Spirit outperforming what I thought they would be able to do. It's just like every time they're so on top of the movements together. And obviously the winning team, you would expect the team chemistry to be very strong. But it's just like every time they're not missing a beat. We're looking for the troll this time. He has no... Yeah, he has no battle trance, so he's dead.
And he's dead. Dream Coil even committed. I don't know if they necessarily needed that, but might as well secure the kill.
Yeah, better be safe than sorry. They also didn't know whether he skilled battle trance or not.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Mid tower though.
Lock him down.
They have no glyph, the mid tower is gone.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Very
Radiant's
early
middle
tower to
is
lose.
under attack.
Ooh,
Well, I tried.
cheeky.
Dire's top tower
Beast Coast
is
looking
under
good so
attack.
far. A little bit of a net worth lead.
Yeah, top tower also gone.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
It looks like
Radiant
Whisper's trying to go for
structures are
Midas.
fortified.
A lot of gold saved up. Glass of Haste in the inventory. Very greedy though.
That could
Radiant's
be
bottom tower is under attack.
a bit dangerous.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It's taken out. Gojira's next.
Should kill the Pango, no problem. Oh, careful, careful, puck, 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 puck.
Yeah, he got stunned up on the Dream Coil. The puck is
Dire's structures
whoa!
are fortified.
There was an Invis DK.
Radiant's
Didn't see him.
bottom tower is under
Walked in
attack.
just a little bit too far. Ay, 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 ay.
That is bad. That's for sure.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's
That-
top tower
oh,
is under
yeah,
Radiant's
sure.
bottom
I
tower
mean-
has fallen.
I don't really know what you expect to do now losing those two heroes. That feels like that gives Spirit an opportunity to just run away with the game for a moment.
That's just fun.
Well, now finally 1k gold lead for them, which isn't like overwhelming or massive for this early portion of the game. But decent gold lead nonetheless. What item build is it going for? Battle Fury on the Troll. Of course.
Snowball, swashbuckle, still gets hit. Got the shards, he's unable to get over them. Spear lands, Omni Slash used, the collapse ends up dead. K1 gets a little bit of revenge. Just a little bit for the moment.
Gojira. Snowball on
Yes,
2.
Sunray, and here's Yatoro. Snowball running it back all the way towards the edge of the jungle. Good shards, and Gojira eventually should die. He's trying to run, maybe get over to the neutrals if he can kill himself to those, but the troll is there and eventually gets the finishing blow.
Well, if you look at it from a different perspective, there are neutral troll creeps, right? So,
Right.
could be seen as a victory, as Mira goes down the other side.
Takes out Mira, but will be traded by collapse.
Yeah. Decent trade still. Call for support. Probably something you don't mind taking.
Yeah, I certainly
get
feel like
coil
that's
on
worth
Pango.
it. Coil, but Toronto Tokyo's here. Elder Dragon form, looking for a Dragon Tail, but can't catch up. So let's take a look. We got ourselves a little bit of a replay. Fire Snap Cookie misses. Mortimer's Kisses coming in, and I guess some damage was done with those, but Mira kind of stands his ground. Whisper ends up getting one, but losing it.
Yeah. Probably didn't expect the Ench to just walk back in and slap him across the face. Still a comfortable 1k gold lead, and you're very happy with this, simply because your troll is going for a very greedy item build. Leading early game with a greedy item build always feels very nice.
Right.
Almost as nice. What's your favorite ice cream flavor?
I had vanilla last night, got some ice cream. It's pretty good, but big cookie dough dynamo fan.
Ah, okay. But like, your absolute favorite is cookie dough?
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Okay. I'm a vanilla boy. Have been since forever. I don't actually like chocolate too much. Do you like chocolate at all?
that's all right.
A chocolate chip is nice, like a little bit sprinkled in there, you know, but not like pure chocolate.
Nice vanilla chocolate swirl. Always goes a long way.
Yeah, kind of like a marble cake, dude. Legendary.
3-man smoke from Team Spirit. They've got the Maelstrom on the jug, so K1, he's going to start farming a little bit quicker, and you can see that he's ahead of the Troll and now ahead of the DK, so he puts himself in the one spot. They're over by mid. They've got the rest of the team bottom, so maybe they can pinch, especially now that they show that scan. The one who actually catches their attention, I believe, is Whisper. Dragon Tail in, Gojira gone, collapse with the kill, and they got themselves at least one. If they could get a +1 on that, that would have been nice, but for now, it is just that Tusk, so Beastcoast still opening up some space.
Yeah, I mean, again, when you're greedy, you really just want to take any kill you can get. Your troll doesn't want to be participating anytime soon. Look at the big stack also at the Ancients. There's going to be a lot of gold influx once the Battlefield is finished.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Just the Claymore away. So 300 gold.
Not too far at all. Toronto Tokyo, probably going to go into his BKB next. How's Chris Luck looking? Decently close to his blink. About 800 away. We yet have to see the impact of the +5 Mars though.
Yeah, I guess it's like this double 4 in a way. They both have similar net worths towards the bottom and not really taking priority over the other heroes, especially over the Jug. Whereas like Spirit, they've got a lot of gold on both their supports. They're looking Yules on Maposhka and early drums for the Snapfire.
Yeah, so they're going
Another Invis.
all in the early game. Invis again on me, on Toronto.
Oh,
he's
got
done.
him. Blink Dragon Tail, Stinger will drop to Toronto Tokyo. There's the Battle Fury for Gitoro ready to go, and he's going to be working on that Yasha. He's got Wand as well. BKB he's looking for, so we'll see how quickly he gets in there. And a lot of I feel like Beast Coast are in a decent spot in this game. I don't know if those odds really reflect where I feel like this game's at. Almost 6-1 on Beast Coast, but it does give them just a 22% chance of winning the game in Dota Plus. Blink, Dragon Tail, Gojira again will eventually burn out, and the damage done by Toronto Tokyo puts him on a killing spree. And they might even find themselves a pop. He doesn't touch on, and they followed the Illusory Orb, and now they've got Mortimer's Kisses as well as the Dragon Tail stun, so they lose a puck. This is one after the other after the other. It was Mars to Tusk to Puck. Like, that just is through the entirety of the map there for Team Spirit.
Yeah, I mean, this is just going absolutely perfectly for them. They're finding pickoff after pickoff around the map, while the troll's just farming away. Like, once the troll gets his BKB, that's when it gets really, really, really scary for the side of Beast Coast. Because Jack is directly countered by Troll. Like, your Omni Slash can never kill him, then post Omni Slash, he'll pretty much just kill you. Right, he's looking to go for Yasha first, so choosing to go for the more greedy item build. Yeah. K1 is also very, very farm though.
They're in, and they're in on Puck again. We've got the rest of the team coming over. Two-man Dream Coil. Whisper from behind. Collapses in trouble. The Walrus punches there with the instant shots as well as the spear. Looking for kill, and Mira's next on the list.
Gotcha.
Great job
Radiant
pinching by
structures
Beast
are
Coast.
fortified.
Get two big ones.
Radiant's bottom tower
Yeah,
is under
finally
attack.
something going their way. Was about time. They could also be looking to do Roshan very soon. On the DD just now as well.
Yeah, for K1.
Oh, Whisper's already into a BKB. Wow.
I'd like to know
That's
if
quick.
If somebody can let me know. I don't know off the top of my head if Gojira is for Godzilla Gojira or is Gojira the death metal band. Wonder if what he's trying to name himself after. Because Gojira, if it's Godzilla, if it's both, I mean, that's a pretty metal name, honestly.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I don't know the band,
Radiant
unfortunately.
are scanning.
Elder Dragon form, which can bring Blink Dragon Tail. And they've not got an arena for 13 seconds. He doesn't have the mana for it either, but the Dream Coil is in on the 2 once again. They're going to the Omni Slash. They've done the damage to Toronto Tokyo as well as Collapse and a Bruising Stinger. They've got the Mortimer's Kisses down Baboshka. We have not really seen Supernova, and he's kind of forced to use it there. Right clicks are coming in. The egg will pop. They'll scramble it. They'll make it an omelet. They'll look for Mira. They've got themselves a 4th. There is nothing that Yajiro can do, and he might even just be next on the list. They've got a Walrus Punch. He goes into the ult. He looks at the jug, but there's the snowball. They're cutting him really well. It's a full team fight for Beast Coast.
Yeah, what was once a 4K gold lead, now it's down to pretty much 0. That's
Dyer's
exactly what they were
middle
looking for.
tower is under attack.
Troll is not ready to fight
Dyer's
yet.
structures are fortified.
He went for like the greediest item build possible, pretty much. And they paid the price this time.
Taking another look at this one, and they don't have Arena, but they do have a Dream Coil, and it lands on both Toronto, Tokyo, as well as Collapse. And look at the damage come out, just combined with the Omni Slash.
Yeah, Whisper also on his enchantments though, putting out so much damage. Now the entire lineup is pretty much online, and I worry a little bit. Like, Warm is not a hero that plays super well from behind.
Radiant's
He's
bottom
very far away
tower
from his
is
BKB.
under
He's still like
attack.
another 3,000 gold.
You surprised after a team wipe like that they didn't go right into Roche?
Are you okay?
I mean,
Well,
they
I
have tagged him for
tried.
Roche, but overall the Roche damage isn't like the highest. It's very risky because it's still pretty early into the game, so the respawn timers aren't as long, right?
True. True. Also, is it still true that when people disconnect in a game on LAN, well, if somebody disconnects, sometimes when they reconnect, you'll get lag because they have to like reload in or something like that, and then you have to disconnect? Wasn't that like, it used to be a thing?
Yeah,
Try to wonder.
I believe so.
Yeah. So,
Huh.
just quickly paused on this game, and I mean, Beast Coast, they've got a minimal lead, but we'll see if they're able to continue and go with this forward motion. A full team wipe is certainly going to bring you momentum and going in, and Spirit's kind of stopped up, right? But they still want to fight. They still wanted to look over and get something. They've got the shard on Toronto, Tokyo, but don't quite have the lockdown or the quickness on that one.
There was a lucky blink dodge from the puck. He just wanted to clear the wave, narrowly escaped his death. But now it's the very
Radiant's
vulnerable
top tower
timing
is under
of
attack.
Team Spirit, right? Troll no BKB, no BKB on DK as well. He's just going to the pit.
Yeah, they're into the pit. Yatra are looking for this, but they know where the jug is, and I wonder if they know where Stinger is. They're going to blink. They're going to look for him immediately. They'll go in onto Mars and get a quick kill on a Stinger. They'll take out K1's courier.
Dire's
You got to
bottom
assume
tower
that
is under
Spirit's
attack.
in on Roach, and whether or not Beast Coast is going to make a move over there. They have Dream Coil. Chris Lock's kind of close, but the rest of the team isn't there. So Whisper down bottom. You've got K1 back to base, and this is conceding an Aegis where it felt like Beast Coast were in a position to maybe get Roach themselves.
Yeah. This is basically paradise for Team Spirit now. All they want is to farm at the BKBs.
Is under attack.
So,
How are we looking? 1,000 away for the DK. About 2,000 away for the troll.
Yeah.
Once those are up, the fights are gonna get so much easier. Like Dreamcore won't really be an issue. Mars is no issue. Ench doesn't really do anything.
they got the Waning Rift on the collapse, but Sunray is going to heal him up, and they've got a cookie that brings him back towards the Dream Coil, which doesn't land, so he's able to swashbuckle, not get stunned. Scatter Blast on a K1 with Mars nearby, but doesn't have a blink. He still is without that blink dagger to get that initiation with a blink, as well as an arena, and now he's onto a Vlad, so that's not the item
Radiant's
that he's
top
going
tower
for.
is under
and
attack.
I feel like without that initiation, you're kind of missing out a little bit. You're going blink on Gojira, but that doesn't exactly feel like that's going to be the easiest initiation either, right?
Yeah, we spoke about the lack of stuns already, or like direct stuns at least. They've done the same in game 1, and Beast Coast in general, they
Radiant are
really like to play like this. So we'll see if it ends up working out for them, but it definitely makes the game very difficult.
Yeah.
Wait, there is a blink now on Gojira, yeah. So they have at least the punch and the snowball, which is a very nice combo.
See where Gojira goes. He's going to connect up maybe with the Mars Whisper down bottom. He's also got that Centaur creep. They've got Chris Luck down bottom. But none of these heroes from Spirit are there. They're just looking to farm with the Aegis.
Yeah, that's exactly what they want to do with this Aegis. Just farm, 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 farm. Get your BKB. Once you have your BKB, it's go time.
Toronto, Tokyo already looking at K1, but they've got the Waning Rift as well as the Dream Coil. It's going to be on a 3. They've got themselves the Waning Rift. Silence up 2. They go to the BKB as well as the arena. The Fire Step Cookie lands onto the Mars. Trying to get this kill on a Stinger, but they just don't have the damage yet. Mira falls. Supernova goes off. They get the kill on a Stinger as well as Gojira taking out 2, and they got a lot of
smile.
Disarmed on Chris Lock. Goes towards the regen rune. That's very fair. Balance when you get the best rune. It's not going to matter. Mash on the swashbuckle.
You broke my fall perfectly.
You get some luck, you lose some luck, and Chris Luck ends up dead. That
To be
is
fair,
not
you know,
right.
4 procs, like 25% times 400% every time, right?
Yeah, percentage-wise, that definitely didn't feel
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
But that's what you get for picking a Juggernaut in your team, you know? If there was no
Dire's
Juggernaut,
bottom tower
he
is
wouldn't
under
have gone
attack.
for Basher. No, that's what you get. Then all seriousness though, great itemization from Collapse. They're looking to defend this careful, Gojira. He's done this in the past.
Tower has fallen.
great. He's gone out a little bit too far, but that opens up the outpost. They finally took a tier 2. They still have this Aegis for another 2 minutes. Like, that is a long time to really work with this, and he's got the BKB, so they should be in a prime spot to continue fighting.
Is the BKB already? BKB is already out on Troll. He's going into his Basher next.
Oh, Collapse gets caught.
Oh, well, he got killed by
Whisper and Gojira.
Just the Ench. Ench and Tusk, yeah.
K1 goes to the Manta, forced to use that Omni Slash. Astro, he needs to use the ult. They got him with the Dragon Tail, so they have the stun with the spear hits onto Yatoro. So Astro still moving, but not a lot of life to work with. Almost into the age of just uses for now. Going to the Dream Core, they keep going to the Potion. They've already lost their Jug, so a lot of the damage is already out of the fight. 5-minute shots are doing quite a bit here. They look over as they land the Fire Snap quickly to stun up Whisper, but Whisper's hard to kill. They go to the Snowball. It's going to be over towards Mira. Shard actually thrown over to the side, but they take out the Stinger, so they no longer have the mark. They have the Walrus Punch up into the air as Yatoro, and Whisper falls. So 2 heroes dead with the buyback being used by Mars. 3 heroes down to the side.
Yeah, Yatoro's going to die here.
Fight. They want to go. They want to get the kill on Yatoro. He's going after Gojira. They still have themselves the Mars, so the Snowball all the way with it. They don't have the Blink Dagger from Mars, so he can't keep up with that, and Yatoro survives.
Okay, I thought they were going to try to push for the kill a little bit more, but collapses response, so would have been a scary prospect. Basher now almost done on Troll, and once that's done, Juggernaut is really at the mercy of Yatoro.
He was forced to use that Omni Slash, and then he ends up just getting stunned up. Oh,
no bash this time.
Phase shift, trying to get something, but oh god, Chris Luck just cannot get away. 4 heroes.
Which way?
He's fine, he's fine, he's fine, he's fine.
He had 5 HP.
Never died.
Well, another decent... Well, honestly, it wasn't really a win because they had the Aegis, but decent trade, forced Mars buyback, delaying his Blink Dagger even more. And you just saw, like, the Juggernaut matchup is really bad for the Troll, right? Now, I gotta admit, I'm not entirely sure why K1 went for a Lincoln Sphere. It's just for the DK stun, but they have 2 bashes already. Which... Oh, Yatoro's running into... Okay, come on. Fake hype. They looked at each other and we're like, oh, I'm out.
See, you can do fake hype. I don't know if I can. Now, oh my gosh, what is it on Dota Plus that it's 1.05 for Spirit? East Coast, they're getting no respect. 18%, like it hasn't dropped that much. 17% as I say that. Okay.
Well, after this team fight, something might change in that regard.
Certainly
There's
could.
also Lincoln's and Puck, so there's a lot of
full 5-man smoke.
Whisper.
Is Whisper really the target you want to go for? They'll go to the arena with the BKB Papa Yatoro, though. He's able to go in and out. BKB there from Whisper. They've got the Orchid. They'll silence up Collapse, but Collapse looks for the body box. First punch up in the air with the recoil. Omni Slash Supernova. They need to take the egg. Goes into the Blade Fury, but he's not going to get it in time, and that's going to stun up Chris Luck. Chris Luck gets stunned, followed by the Fire Snap Cookie. They'll take the puck. They'll look over now with the jump. They'll come right to the swing from Yatoro. Whisper gone, Snowball there. Gojira with the Walrus Punch, but Yatoro's still not dead. They'll follow up this damage and get a full team wipe out onto Beastcoast. Spirit got away with that one.
That's what I was scared of when like, all the timings come together. What does the win percentage say now?
10% has fallen.
I don't know if it updates that quickly.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
More like 1 probably. Quick replay here. You see the team fight, they focus the Ench initially, and then he survives, gets the BKB off, uses the Ench shield, and honestly it doesn't look super bad at the beginning, especially with them converging in on a Dragon Knight, but the Omni Slash just doesn't deal any damage because he went for like a Lincoln Spear, which is a very defensive item build. Yatoro can't be stopped, gets overkill. Juggernaut cannot fight the Troll, cannot fight the Pangolin either, just because he gets bashed up all the time.
And by the time he got out of the Omni Slash, it was already too late for him to try and get the Supernova before it ended up popping, right? Like, he just, it becomes too tough. That ends up stunning up Chris Luck, and now they've lost themselves mid and top. Like, that's all gone.
I gotta really say, I hate this obsession lately with Lincoln Spheres from a lot of players. I don't think the item is worth it in most of the games. Like this game, 2 of the players itemized into Lincoln Sphere because of 1 Dragon Knight stun. That's a massive investment.
Well, he's an Enchanted Quiver. 2 minutes, 21 seconds until Roche is back up. That's going to be second Roche. If Spirit feel the need to go for that, they can wait for it. But it does feel like, you know, they are in a good spot, up 18,000 net worth. Rolling Thunder with the Blink Dagger. They've caught Chris Luck again.
It's a purple stun.
BKB, Scatter Blast, Snowball save. And he's alive for now, but the Mortimer's Kisses comes out. They get the kill on a Stinger. They're going to look to maybe get Mira, but that was only going to keep alive this puck. Chris Luck on the run. They go to the Supernova once again with Sun ranking. Here is the difference. We're already got the side of East Coast. Blink, Dragon Tail, Fireball on the ground. Whisper can't survive. It doesn't have a BKB anymore, but the Blink as well as the Scatter Blast. They'll take out a third, and they'll call GG
on
the side of Beast Coast, and Spirit will take the 2-0.
Unfortunate, man. Like, I do think Beast Coast played a much better game, but Team Spirit just looks very strong. Like, they, every time they get the timing quickly, just the team play overall. Like, you can see these team fights, they would go very differently if Team Spirit wasn't so good. Like, Beast Coast is not a bad team at all, but yeah, Spirit made them look, kind of silly at times. It's just how good Spirit is right now.
Yeah, they really turned around those fights a couple times, and even getting fully team wiped themselves, I think it was good recovery, and it shows how strong and resilient that team is to just come back and then do it to Beast Coast, right? Like, they knew their timings, they knew their strengths, they got that first Aegis, and they worked with that, and it felt honestly pretty perfect from them, and that's why they take the 2-0 over Beast Coast, which is a big smackdown towards Beast Coast coming forward on their day. Like, they now, like, these first matches, I wouldn't say they're terribly like group stage ending or anything like that, but you do want to look at those early series and say, hey, if we could steal a game here, we could steal a game there, that's going to help us later down the line when maybe we have a hard opponent and we don't need to 2-0 them, we can 1-1 them, right?
Yeah.
So Spirit do end up taking the 2-0, and well, we're going to look at some highlights, and then we're going to be on a break. So we'll see you guys back with series number 3 when we come back, but enjoy some highlights.
Under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
Oh dear.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
Oh, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the D stream for the Arlington Major. It is MLP Dota, joined by John X5. Jonathan, our appearance at the Arlington Major is upon us, sir. How the hell are you feeling?
I'm feeling great, Mike. We've got a lot of great games lined up. We already saw a bunch of great games today. I don't think there's been any major surprises. Maybe people surprised a little bit by Fnatic, getting that revenge arc over OG, but we still have more exciting games. Of course, in this channel right now, we're going to have Sonics up against RNG. RNG already taking a draw, and I believe Sonics did drop a Series 0-2 just now. So a lot more on the line for Sonics. Every single win counts in group stage. You want to climb up. You want to get yourself that upper bracket start. It's looking like maybe a smoother ride here for RNG.
It's smoother ride as well, right? Because this is a team that's kind of had to rely on a stand-in by the name of Anna coming in as the POS 1, as Ghost could not make it, sadly. So it's kind of going to be an interesting matchup here between Sonics and, of course, RNG. Coming into it, of course, shout out to Sonics as well. They finally got sponsored, Jonathan. Very, very good to see. See the odds coming up as well. RNG, obviously the favorites going into it. John, I think it's going to be a rather close matchup, but you know how the betting odds are. Sometimes people like to pick their favorites.
Yeah, for sure. And I think there's always that argument that, people love to make that assumption that NA is a weaker region. I think there is an argument to be made that maybe those bottom 4 teams are a little bit weaker. Maybe the bottom 2 and Div 2 is a little bit less tight. But I think we heard EG say it as well, right? Like the top 4 teams are hyper competitive now in NA. We saw a tight tiebreaker series in NA as well, and Sonics did come true there. So this is still a team that's strong. This is still a team that people expect great things from, but this is the number 1 team from China. RNG just had a really great run. China is super competitive. It was a pretty tight matchup for those teams to get to the major. And, as you mentioned, RNG, they might be playing with a stand-in, Ghost isn't there, but it's still Ana. And, you usually say stuff like when you have a stand-in, communication issues arise. We've all heard insights as to Anna's communication in game. It tends to be crickets, as Seb would say. So I don't think that really heavily affects RNG in a major way at all.
Yeah, I mean, I had the pleasure of meeting Anna once. And I say meeting, John, him and I, we didn't say a word to each other. So there you go. I mean, that's about as much communication as I got out of him. Very, very silent man. But, it's always the silent ones you have to worry about, Jonathan. You can't underestimate this guy. He's won 2 TIs after all. Still, talk to me about Sonics, though, John. I mean, you kind of talked about how NA is still kind of underestimated, you'd argue, like apart from those top 4 teams. But even then, people still say NA is the weakest region. I don't think so either, John. I think NA is a very competitive region. And while China's always been that super competitive region that we always, love to talk about, I still think you can't underestimate this Sonic side.
No, definitely not. Like, this is a team that has proven to us multiple times before that they can compete on an international level. They had a pretty good run last TI, strong enough. They've always shown up really great when they do make it to these LAN events as well. And they're pretty veteran by now. Of course, last time around they had to change. They removed Ponlo, didn't manage to go to the major that run, but changes are working out well now for Sonics right now. Yeah, poor Ponlo. He's having fun as pubs. You see him complaining all the time. He's fine in Southeast Asia, but they're doing well.
I can tell you right now, he's not having fun. I've been kind of keeping a track of what's been going on his stream, Jonathan. He is not having a good time, let me tell you. Still, we've got to give a shout out to Ponlo, John. He didn't even get picked up as a stand-in either for the major, which is rather sad, but shout out to you, Ponlo. I'm sure he's out there somewhere listening. Jonathan, we are going to get into the draft rather soon, I'm sure, between these 2 teams. Is there anything in particular you want to talk about, though? Like any hero matchups, any heroes that are going to be quite, I'm lost for the word, Jonathan. You know what I'm talking about. Are they going to be fighting over any heroes?
I think the puck really stands out. It's a hero that both RNG's run a few times. It's been very versatile for RNG, but it's something that Sonics has been leaning into a lot of as well. So I think we're likely to see that puck kind of prioritize and pick or ban here. It's just a really strong hero. It gives you great team fight. You have a lot of combinations in meta right now. Marcy are all kind of good with the puck in terms of team fight. And it's just very slippery. So it forces your enemy team to kind of draft around that puck with counter picks. You're going to want something that with instant lockdown, be it the Bane, Line, Shaman, something to just pin down that really mobile hero. Beyond that, it's pretty open. You don't see too much crossover in the heroes they both play on both of these teams. The puck is the one that really stands out. I think you will have to watch for maybe a little bit more flexibility coming out from RNG. They've been able to pull out a couple of surprise picks. They've picked the AM a couple of times in certain games, so that slots in for them. I know you're a big fan of the AM, Mike. We'll have to see if that's something they lean into here for RNG.
Don't get me started this early, John. It's our first game of the major. Don't make me start calling heroes trash already, Jonathan. Nobody takes us seriously anyway as it is. Let's try and start with a serious note between these two teams. Anything else though? Any other heroes, John? I mean, I suppose this is the beauty of a major is you are going to see the meta develop over time, even if the patch has been out for a while, and we have been kind of seeing that. I think it was Boom Esports running a pos for Sven just a moment ago. I was watching on another stream. I believe it was B stream. It's going to be interesting. I mean, I guess I can ask you as much as I want about heroes, John, but the chances are the meta is going to develop anyway. So chances are be picked up. But I look forward to seeing some really weird heroes and really weird drafts coming out, as we are going to get into a draft as it does.
5 seconds remaining.
Puck being highly contested between these two teams.
Dire team
does it get banned out?
I don't expect it to be a first phase ban. I feel like you kind of target out stuff that we've been seeing commonly banned. The Marcy, the Dawnbreaker have been some priority bans for some teams. That could be the way to go. I think both sides have also banned out a lot of Terrorblade. Again, not a particularly strong first phase pick, so not a high priority first phase ban as well. I like the Razor being banned out here by the side of Sonics. It is something RNG has also leaned into quite a fair bit with some great success. The Marcy's still in the pool, and I think that's the other common point for both sides. Picked up a little bit less by Sonics. RNG's been leaning into it a little bit more, but Marcy has been on a roll, at least for RNG, in terms of them utilizing it here well. And there's still a couple of like surprise picks from RNG. We've seen Somnus play stuff like the Mid-Nature's Prophet, right? Like he's still very fond of that. We've seen him play that so many times in the past few years, and it is still something RNG pulls out. So you still have a lot of pocket picks like that for RNG that Sonics will have to be able to adapt to here, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we already see the Timber Viper.
5 seconds remaining.
These heroes we see way too often in this current patch, so very nice to see all these heroes being removed. It is a meta right now as well, and I know a lot of casters have been talking about this, John, but it does feel like a meta where it's just so dependent on winning lanes right now, and I realize it's kind of what it's always been about. It's where the classic saying, win your lane and win the game, kind of comes from, but this meta in particular, it just seems like you need to really dominate those lanes, and if you can win out those lanes, chances are you are just going to win the game, almost certainly here with this current meta. And I think that's why you're seeing heroes like these being banned, John, like the Timber, the Viper, the Razor, all very lane dominant kind of heroes, and just very, very challenging to go up against. So just get rid of these heroes, make it a bit more fair, I would argue. And speaking of the devil, there's the Zeus as well, John. Speaking of broken heroes, this hero just makes no sense anymore.
Yeah, it really doesn't. That Heavenly Jump is just way too much to deal with in lane. It's even an effective support if you manage to kind of work out the awkwardness of the Zeus man sustain. It can provide a lot of value as a support as well. It's weird. Like giving Zeus that mobility spell just gives him way too much survivability in the laning phase, makes him way too viable. RNG do dip into the tiny first phase. They tend to lean towards that for Kaka, I believe, in the past 4. So that should be more than likely our support tiny coming out, but it's still very open. We've seen a lot of mid tiny as well from various regions. That could be something Somnus leans into, but I think the strength for RNG is just having this very solid pause forward to play with. And Kaka, he's adapted to RNG really well. He's a fairly recent addition to RNG, at least in the last tour cycle, and has paid off dividends. And his tiny has been performing quite nicely. But there's that puck we talked about, Mikey. Said it would be highly contested. Sonics does pick it up first.
It's into the tiny though. Like, if this was a mid tiny, do you like the matchup here for Sonics? Because tiny feels pretty busted right now in the mid lane as well, especially against a hero like Puck, who doesn't really have the highest right click damage. I'm not saying it's going to be a mid tiny anyway. It doesn't necessarily have to be a mid Puck either, but could be a rather interesting matchup as Sonics they'll also go into the Winter Wyvern, which surprise, surprise, John, a very highly contested hero so far in the major.
Yeah, it's been popping up, and I think in the end of the last DPC tour, it was also starting to pick up in popularity pretty much all across the regions. The sustain meta was starting to kick in at the tail end. So we're seeing a little bit of that coming out from Sonics. Gives you great team fight. You've got the Dream Coil and the Winter's Curse to kind of control people up on Sonic's end. And you have a great way of saving people from the Tiny's burst, at very least. You've got a little bit of stall time to maybe get a recovery in place for Sonics. Going back to your question there, Mike, about the mid-Tiny versus Puck, it is something the
Dire
Tiny can
team
play
back.
against really well, but it's also
I
not something the
speak
Puck
for the
outright loses in,
trees.
and I don't think RNG is going that way. They do go with the Nature's Prophet pickup. As we mentioned, this could be the Somnus mid NP. The flexibility is still there for RNG. It's likely we see that mid NP versus Puck. It's not too bad for
10
Nature's Prophet. At
seconds
the same
remaining.
time, it's also not like an
Quincy
overwhelming
Crew's
win.
turn to
The
ban.
Puck does have decent enough wave clear with its spells to punish you for playing around with your treants. You can always farm up your small camp here just fine, and even venture into jungle a little bit earlier if you want, and even get aggressive. We've seen Somnus kind of TPing around. We've seen the NP players kind of willing to do that even from the core position to get
10
some early kills.
seconds
So
remaining.
it leaves the playstyle for RNG fairly well open, and
5
again, it's
seconds
not quite
remaining.
locked in. You could run that NP on maybe the safe lane for Ana if you want it. You could still run it as support, ship the Tiny onto a different core role. So they're leaving their options really wide open. It's still not the best way of dealing with a Puck in terms of control, though. At least not until
Dire
you hit your
team
level
back.
20 with a leash, and even that's not too big of a threat for a Puck, I'd say. You still have at least your little phase shift on hand to dodge out a little bit longer. So it's not the worst thing in the world. I think for RNG, we're going to have to see something on the 4 or 5, again, depending on where Tiny and NP go, that gives them that hard
10
control. You
seconds
do not
remaining.
want this Puck to be dancing around you.
No, you certainly don't, John.
5
Going back
seconds
to the
remaining.
Prophet for a second, John. If I may just go on a very small rant here, how is it this Nature's Prophet, this shards build up that we see all the time with these graded
Quincy
trees?
Crew's
I know it
turn
got
to
nerfed
ban.
once. Do you agree it feels kind of busted, John? Like the constant ratting potential from this Prophet, the sprout with the treants popping up and the graded tree. It's just disgusting, isn't it, Jonathan? And it still hasn't been changed.
It is. It really forces you to
10
kind of play
seconds
against
remaining.
that with very specific item pickups. You're going to want to travel
5
hero on the
seconds
line. The Puck
remaining.
can deal with that, as we mentioned, although your great retreats are a little bit slower for the Puck to deal with. You don't really have anything else that you can do with a Puck here, unfortunately. It's not like you can shift it out for an Ember. Mid for Sonics to kind of adapt into for Quinn, so you're likely just going to be sticking to that Puck. Again, decent enough, but the shards point you made, Puck doesn't deal with that all too well in comparison. So that is something RNG can use really well. I don't know if you really prioritize it at the 15-minute mark, though. It's not like those
Dire
instant
team
shard
back.
rush heroes, especially in the core role. You might be gunning for your Witchblade, Maelstrom, Assault Cuirass, BKB, just to have a little bit more presence in these fights. So I don't think it's going to be a very early threat. And even though you don't have one here that can just Boots of Travel to deal with the complete
10
arsenal of
seconds
Nature's
remaining.
Prophet, when they do reach the high ground, your Winter Wyvern can do some damage from the Splinter
5
Blast.
seconds
You can
remaining.
still get some other core heroes or your offlane hero to kind of deal with D-push. Something like a Tide can be something that works really well, though Tide, it can be a little bit tough to play if it does end
Quincy
up being something
Crew's
like the
turn
Nature's
to
Prophet
ban.
safe lane. But again, you're going to need to draft around that rat potential. Just have a way to D-push further here.
Right. We'll see where they go with this. I mean, one more ban to go for Sonics before we can see these drafts continue. Obviously, a bit of a mix of bans coming out. Looks like Sonics just focusing more on the
10
supports and
seconds remaining.
RNG, of course, going more for those mid and safe lane kind of heroes here
5
from their own
seconds
end.
remaining.
Still very open drafts to be had. The Sonics. Again, one more ban to go before we can see the drafts continue. Do wonder what they really want to prioritize with this kind of draft. You do still have heroes like the Marcy in the pool, Jonathan, if you did want to go down that route. It kind of surprises me at the major that we aren't seeing it banned out in, say, the second phase, but perhaps just teams starting to understand how to it's not completely broken. Though I would argue
Quincy
it
Crew's
still is,
turn
but,
to pick.
we'll see. They'll get rid of the Warlock for now. Sonics, what do you want a third pick here?
Still fairly open. You might want to hammer in your paws 4 now for Sonics. Again, a little bit of wave clear would be pretty nice. Tying into the team fight would
10
be nice. Something
seconds
like
remaining.
a Snapfire could fit in pretty well for Sonics if they want that for,
5
say,
seconds
MSS here.
remaining.
Having just that big thing to follow up from the coil, it's going to be nice. Having follow through for the Winter's Curse. It's
Dire
it's decent
team
enough wave clear. It's not particularly amazing, but they will go with a Dawnbreaker instead. So this is something MSS has played, I think, on Sonics a fair bit more often. There is still the potential for it to be flexed as a core, let's say, on the offlane here. So some open potential, but more than likely that is just your 4. It does tie
10
in well to the
seconds
team fight,
remaining.
and that global presence with Puck is pretty menacing now. So when you do
5
try to gank up
seconds
the Puck, it's
remaining.
not going to be alone. Solar Guardian is going to be there to back it up if it's in a spot of trouble. And the Dawnbreaker does have decent enough wave clear. It's still not particularly amazing, but the Celestial Hammer, the Starbreaker can kind of manage those Nature Prophet summons decently enough. So you do have some great ways of building up in your draft here in Sonics while still answering RNG with a split push down the line.
I think that's a very good point you raised there, John, especially with the split push from the Dawnbreaker, right? Because the Solar Guardian just allows that global presence, so you really don't have to be with the team. Say they go for a 4-man smoke up, to sit across the map, and well, there's one of your favorites coming out, Jonathan, and as a Dawnbreaker spammer myself, let me tell you, I cannot stand playing against Nyx Assassin. Completely ruins the hero, Dawnbreaker, and well, talk to me about
10
what
seconds
Sonics have got.
remaining.
Yeah, the tough thing with
5 seconds
Sonic's lineup
remaining.
now. The Nyx is perfect against 2 of their heroes. Puck and Dawnbreaker are not going to enjoy that. Of course, the Dawnbreaker is the big one. Solar Guardians might not even follow through because of that Spike Carapace stun. You've always got a great way of stopping that until BKB. And if that is a Sport Dawnbreaker, BKB takes a long time to farm up. So it's going to be a tough one for MSS to really get on top as long as the Nyx response is there from RNG. And we talked about lockdown for Puck. Spike Carapace, again, works well against Puck. Lots of AoE. Impale on hand to counteract. You've got the scouting potential from the Nyx here. It all shapes up to a really great way of handling what Sonics want to do. Like that split push answer with a global response, not quite there as much as you'd want to with just a simple Nyx pickup. And one issue with the Nyx, though, Mike, is its laning presence isn't the best.
Quincy
There are great
Crew's
ways to
turn
punish
to
that
pick.
here for Sonics, and we'll see what they will kind of do about that. And RNG will take the Grimstroke as well. So we are seeing the Nature's Prophet and Tiny more than likely being our cores. The question now is, where do they go? Are we seeing the Ana Tiny? Are we seeing the Ana Nature's Prophet? Is Somnus going to play that NP as he has recently for RNG? It's pretty open.
5 seconds remaining.
When you do break it down, though, I don't know what to say. It's pretty hard to say that NP is great against Puck in lane because the treants just melt, but the Tiny does have a range of distance. I would favor the Tiny just a bit more because we've seen that matchup work out, and Sonic straight into the Lycan here as well.
That's interesting because they choose the Lycan into the Grimstroke, which is, with Stroke of Fate, generally speaking, you're able to kind of split push or rather D-push very effectively, but I suppose in the end, the Lycan doesn't really
10
care. You
seconds
just get the Helm of the Overlord. Grimstroke's not good, but pop that
5
wolf form and just
seconds
chase the
remaining.
bastard down. I like it. I mean, we've been seeing Lycan popping up a lot more as this major has begun. I've seen it multiple times being drafted here by multiple teams. I just wonder if it's going to be a good Lycan game. At least for now, John, it doesn't seem like they necessarily have what it takes to really push against the Lycan, especially once you got that Helm of the Overlord up. But
Quincy Crew's turn to ban.
The major so far, so it's kind of hard to say.
Yeah, I think you still have room here for RNG to go for perhaps an off-lane Mars, and that deals with the Lycan really well, gives you some good team fight as well, which RNG is sort of lacking some of that hard, wide AoE control. So there is room for something like the Mars here. It does look like Sonics is expecting something else for Ana, banning out his Medusa. So likely expecting maybe that mid-tiny and the off-lane Nature's Prophet coming out here for Chalice instead, which still works out pretty well. Again, Tiny versus Puck lane, we've seen multiple times, can go either way depending on who oversteps a little bit more. Is slightly easier for the Puck. Nature's Prophet off. Still has a lot of presence, and the combination with Grimstroke could be nice. I think I prefer NP Grimstroke over, say, NP Nyx Assassin, as you could maybe play with Sprout Chainstun with Nyx, but it doesn't sound particularly threatening for the safe laner. So we'll have to see how RNG leans, whether or not they are going to run that NP off. Again, keeping that flex open. For Sonics, I do expect Lycan to more than likely be our off-lane hero. Could still be their safe lane, but RNG will also have that same mindset. I am curious to see what Sonics will do with the off-lane. Like we talked about that Overlord timing. It is going to be pretty big. We've seen a little bit of the Ags coming back in somewhat every now and again. That could still be a way to itemize as well. Just have a nice beefy pause one and wolf bite them and have fun. I mean, that could be funny.
Why not just go pause one Dawnbreaker, John? Wolfbite Dawnbreaker. letting
10
you start
seconds
breaking with the
remaining.
Oh.
wolf form. That'd be hilarious to watch. Just never know when it's
Yeah.
coming.
5
You know?
Nope.
seconds remaining.
Nope. That animation is, yeah, it's not there. It's really not there. Even the celestial hammer is weird
Quincy
on
Crew's
Von
turn
Breaker
to
and Wolf
pick
form. I would love to see it. I don't think we will. And RNG will close out with the Alchemist. So we see that Alch popping up, and we have been seeing a little bit more Alch again in the tail end of the last tour. China has been enjoying a little bit. It doesn't quite provide what I was looking for. You know, it's not this
10
big team fighting
seconds
hero. Its
remaining.
timings are a little bit later on as well, but you don't really have something that instantly
5
bursts down
seconds
the Alch from
remaining.
Sonic's end. You're maybe relying on the puck. But once you get, say, a BKB up in the Alchemist, he's pretty safe unless you manage to curse him up just to waste that spell immunity. But even
John.
RNG doesn't have anything that can kill the map with Winter's Curse.
You're not thinking deep enough, Jonathan, right?
Oh no,
RNG,
not the Ags.
they run the POS 3 Alchemist, John. They go for the POS 1 tiny with
Now
the tree
select
bomb.
your
That's what I'm
heroes.
thinking here, Jonathan. Sonics, they're going to go for the... I can't... Or whether you're upset about the Juggernaut pick, John. Which one was it?
I don't like the possibility of the Ags building up, especially since it's a core Alchemist, Mike. You know, it is going to be Ana, so they are running the Challenge NP and Somnus on that tiny mid. I'm keen to see how much Ana gets out here. He's going to be farming up for a long time. You do just want to build up, kind of AFK farm. Laning up against the Lycan should be decent enough. It's not a heavy kill lane for the Alch. You know, we're not seeing the insane physical burst combination that we used to see with, say, SMG with their Alchemist Venge 2 tours ago.
10
3
seconds
tours ago,
remaining.
actually. So, it's kind of boring,
5
you know, when you see an
seconds
Alch, because you know
remaining.
exactly what it's going to do. It's going to be farming up. Ana's got some choices for items. We've been seeing a resurgence in the Radiance build. Very nice against the Lycan and Jug, so that could just be the way Ana goes. I think when you look at this lineup, you definitely think that Sonics are going to go for the more aggressive lanes. They've got Jug, Winter Wyvern, good slows, good spin targets to go onto. You've got Dawnbreaker Lycan, which might be the slower lane because it is 2 melee heroes, but the Alchemist is very vulnerable early on unless X-Nova can kind of work his magic and buy on that space in lane. So I expect Sonics to kind of try to hit tempo to prevent RNG from trying to play super greedy with the Alch and split pushing with the NP. And they're going to have to really prevent RNG from getting that space. They need to shut down the map here, Mike. If the map opens up, Chalice is just going to keep these waves shoved out, and that's going to give Ana a lot of space to just farm out.
Well, it seems like they've got the draft to try and make that happen, right? Like, you could certainly take some very early tier 1 towers, especially that mid tier 1, and just start taking over the map, but it's not going to be that easy. I mean, RNG, they have a very well... effectively. Jonathan, I'm going to ask you the traditional question I'd love to ask you before we get into the game. Who do you think came out with a better draft before we get this game on start?
I actually like Sonic's draft a little bit more. I'm liking the potential down the line for, say, Ags Lycan on Jug. I think Wolf fighting a Jug is always kind of hilarious, especially since, well, Blade Fury plus Jug. And with Wolf form just looks on. I mean, I'm all in for morbing, Mike. You know, we talked about the most morb hero. Lycan's one of them. He morbs.
Well, hold on.
In a way.
Last time I was trying to meme about the morb thing, you didn't let me. You said it was something else.
You know, like the meme, Mike. I can't let the poser go on to that meme. You hate the morb memes.
Right. Yeah, I slowly assimilated, John, but you didn't accept me. You got all high and mighty about it. Like, I just joined in. You know, I wasn't there originally with you guys. Like it was a war or something.
Because it wasn't just that you were indifferent. You hated the meme, Mike. You called it stupid. I take offense. Morbius is one of the movies of all time, okay? It's a dead and beaten meme at this point, but it still brings me a smile on that face when me and Neff spam that dance. Dance is beautiful, Mike.
Be honest, have you actually watched the movie, John?
I actually have.
Wow.
I have no strong feelings about it. That's the best thing I can say about it.
I'm so sorry, John. We'll get into game number 1 here. Chalice, you'll go for a bit of a chase here on Tafada. Just a little bit of damage. Nothing to really write home about here, as they are going to see you wire on the Jug, but he probably won't try to contest on the southern end of the bounties. There's a bit of action on the northern end as well. Ana going to stun himself up, it seems, on the Arc. But no real action going on here, John. Just a bit of a trade over the bounty rooms. It is It's going to be even trade anyway. 2 for 2 going either way.
Bros are owning.
We'll start with the top lane here, John. You've got X-Nova and Anna on the Alchemist Grimstroke combination. They're going to be up against, of course, Leslau. On that offlane Lycan and MSS on the pause for Dawnbreaker. John, how should this top lane go?
Feels like it should just be a
Dire's
farming lane
turret
for Ana.
has been
You know,
killed.
there's not much threat coming out from a Dawnbreaker Lycan. You've got good damage output from both. Level 2, level 3 is going to feel great for Leslau. He's going to be durable and able to trade. But it's not like you can play with the Dawnbreaker all too well. If MSS does decide to go in, you've always got a stable stun and the unstable concoction to kind of break off the Starbreaker.
He's in big trouble. He's already down. You are able to secure a first blood this early on. And there's obviously the level 1 spin just kicking in there from Yuan, but I support John. Kaka not going to have the easiest laning stage on the Nyx Assassin. That is certainly a pretty bad start for him, though.
It's a big pitfall of the Nyx. It just doesn't contribute much to lane. It's going to want to soak. It's not as durable as it once was. And you've got this great slowing combination to play with that Blade Fury. Right? Like just Winter Wyvern plus Chug can always be offensive. Chalice, it's going to take a lot of levels for them to even consider playing with a Sprout here. And that just leaves Yuar a lot of room to keep farming. Like, there's really not much to stop him. You can try to threaten with the right clicks from Chalice, but you've always got to worry about Fata finding an angle in to kind of get some damage back himself.
So definitely a very strong start here though for Sonics. What you want to see if you are on that jog. Like you said, the top lane pretty boring as well, just a farming lane. So how's the mid lane going? Between Quinn and of course Somnus, the tiny it's something you kind of mentioned that Quinn shouldn't have that much of a disadvantage here on the puck, and well, so far so good. He is ahead in CS. In fact, he's top of the CS board now on the puck. And Somnus appears to be the one kind of struggling here in the tiny, though. I say struggling, John. He's just slightly behind.
Yeah, it's not too bad for Somnus. He's keeping up there with the denies as well, so slowing down that XP gain of Quinn. Quinn denies off a water rune. Gonna be feeling good picking up his own as well. But Somnus isn't doing too bad. This is still a steady enough start on the tiny. It does feel like this one, again, the openings for both sides is down to who makes a mistake. If you open up yourself for, say, Avalanche Toss, of course the tiny's going to find that exciting. And Quinn, if you do overstep on the tiny, cop a little bit too much right clicks, very easy to melt through that zero armored hero. But none of these mids will make that mistake. So it'll also kind of boil down to a farming lane. There are potentials for rotations, and that's where RNG might shine a little bit more. You've got the Nyx and the Grimstroke, which has much more disables to keep the puck down. But it doesn't look like RNG is going to be keen on doing that anytime soon. Maybe when we hit that 6-minute mark with the power runes, that's going to be really important to look for that movement out. So far, more than happy just keep that stable mid farming and keeping your side lanes farming up as well.
Absolutely. I mean, you speak about farm. Anna right now top this here. Alchemist is having a very good time, and that's not a great sign at all for Sonics, right? Like you never want to see the Alchemist having a good time of all heroes, and that Anna certainly is. Of course, Yua's doing a great job of keeping up in terms of CS, and he does have that added benefit of getting the first blood bonus, but at the same time, John, you are up against an Alchemist, so chances are you are not going to be able to keep up in farm.
And it's certainly not. You're just going to have to get that running start in the lane. Try to play around your tempo that's given to you with the Omni Slash, group up as team, play with a healing ward sustain as well. You're going to want something like the Maelstrom here for Yuar as well, just to have some wave clear on the jug to deal with that Nature's Prophet down the line. And that is something he can farm up fairly well. But Challenge is starting to get a little bit room to breathe here as well. It's still not the fastest start for the NP, but he's been allowed to kind of slowly build up. Should have his power threads ready. Teleportation is up, but again, no opportunities to rotate. And all things considered for RNG, we did say this offlane would be a little bit greedier with the Nyx. They haven't been heavily punished for it, I mean, outside of that one death. But Haka's still sort of soaking up. Still a bit slower than you'd want the Nyx, but he's not dying anymore, so that's kind of good news there.
It certainly is. MSS, top lane, really playing around here with X-Nova, but doesn't really feel like he's in any sort of danger. He's now going to join in and try to harass Anna a little bit, but yeah, it's still an Alchemist. He's just perfectly fine. Very slow across the map, though. As I say that, Anna is going to move in. Quinn and Thomas were going at it, but Anna double stun out as well. He's going to be fine as now they do turn on to the Alchemist. Anna, which way is he going? The Wolf is attacking away as he runs in circles. Will run towards the west, though. for a run away from MSS, but he does have Celestial Hammer. He juke out. He does avoid the initial hammer, but now the turnaround is there, and MSS able to secure the kill on the Dawnbreaker. Very important kill to secure onto that Alchemist as well, and what kind of bad news for Anna? Around in circles, they're trying to find a way to juke them out.
Yeah, doesn't quite find the angle away. Quincy Crew starting to get a little bit more out. You're still not feeling too bad on the Alch. It's still going to take quite the ramp up here for Ana going into the Solar Ring, and Radiance, as we've mentioned, been back in popularity, back on the menu for a lot of players. So stalling out that Radiance time even just by a tad will hurt the Alch. They are getting Resident Bot here.
Yeah, Chalice, he's in big danger now as well. You are getting very aggressive here with Fada on the Wyvern. And it's just such a strong combination between these two, right? Like, you've got the Arctic Burn slow, you've got the Splinter Blast slow, and then you've got Spin from Yuar. And a level 2 spin, it's kind of impossible to get away from if you do cop the combo.
You've also got that phase boots up and running now on Yuar, so it makes it much simpler to keep that chase down with the slow on top. There's really just not much Nyx can contribute here. I mean, it's still a great Nyx game down the line. Just in laning, you can't do too much. And even find X-Nova up top. Diving with the heat, but you're starting to run here with a Dawnbreaker support.
Yeah, I mean, it's a Dawnbreaker, right? Like, it's just such a... if you're playing this hero, and MSS really just taking full advantage of it. He doesn't even harass Ana. It's one of the great things about fighting Alchemists, right? If you can get a support that can just follow him around the jungle and not leave him in peace, chances are you are going to have a big influence on the game. And MSS so far doing a fantastic job, just trying to annoy Ana the best he possibly can. Just getting those creeps away from him, and that's just kind of what you got to do, right? You just follow the Alchemist, just annoy the living crap out of him.
And just ensure that he doesn't get that free ride onto Radiance. Still kind of slowed down here on Ana. Is a bit behind even in net worth. Yuar is actually ahead. They're going to need to buy a lot of space out. Down bot chasing Kaka.
Yeah, Kaka's in danger again. Yuar with the combination. Those Spike Carapace and Impel are going to land, so Yuar unable to secure the kill in the end. Meanwhile, Poplin, a big fight breaking out as Lesnar now in massive trouble. Softness, great rotation from Tiny. They'll set up onto the Lycan. They are going to let MSS go, but they already got the much bigger target, and they'll be very happy with that, I'm sure.
Get the kill they want. Great rotation out from Somnus, kind of get some activity going and relieving some of that pressure that Ana's been experiencing. They're still doing a great job of keeping eyes on Ana's farm. The Wolves just kind of scouting around. They do have sentries to spot, but Ana's not really able to farm up. The key now for RNG is getting this start on Somnus. He needs that quick blink. He's going for the Midas as well. It's a bit greedier, but they're getting the chase on him.
He's going to try and go after Somnus as well. He'll be there to follow up, but there is helping coming. Kaka, he'll show his face to the Nyx Assassin as Somnus. He'll around and trying to fight as well. Avalanche is there. Well is out as well. They've got the ball. He is gone. Looks like the win as well, but the puck now is going to be just fine as MSS will go after X-Nova with the Starbreaker. Landing the stun. Doesn't eventually drop the Quinn. Is able to at least trade, but now Chalice does join the fray, but can't keep up with the puck. So Quinn, he's going to walk away with a double kill here, and I would argue that is in the favor of Sonics.
Yeah, I mean, you sacrifice your Lycan, but you manage to slow down that Tiny right when we're talking about the importance of Somnus getting his itemization. He needs that blink, he's gonna need a Midas, and they need to keep building up, as you can see again on the replay coming up here. Just a nice little chase back. It does take a little bit more, but they manage to stagger their movement. Quinn being very patient with that movement. He sees the Nyx, backs off right in time, and just doesn't give Kaka an angle to stop him from getting these kills.
Speaking of Quinn, spot of danger there in the mid lane for just a moment, but yeah, a decent team fight to say the least here for Sonics in that replay that we just saw.
Dire's top tower is
they
under
can keep
attack.
it up. Meanwhile, mid lane, Somnus, he's copping a fair bit here from Fada, but I won't have enough damage to quite finish the job off. He's just fine to back his way out. So 6-3 so far with a very slight net worth lead. The way of Sonics, but John, that's great news if you're Sonics. You're up against an Alchemist, so you can hold the net worth lead. It's going to be pretty damn good news.
Yeah, and you can kind of see where RNG's network's kind of all in on Ana. They've slowed down, and Chalice are extremely behind on Somnus in comparison where they want to be here.
This could be a big pick-off here, John. They can get the Starbreaker, but Anna, he's going to get the Chemical Rage, and he'll be just fine to walk his way out. No chance of catching him. Had they landed that Starbreaker, though, you probably would have been able to follow up.
Radiant's bottom tower
Able to get within range to do it. Meanwhile, bot lane Chalice will try for a TP out. MSS is going to try for the Starbreaker, but it's just not going to be quick enough. The lineup time just taking way too long, so Chalice able to get his way out. In the meantime, both teams going to try and trade those T1 towers the side lanes. Or at least Sonic's are, Jonathan. Bot lane is being defended by you, so
Dire's structures are fortified.
you'll also be able to get away with the first T1 tower.
TPs are coming out though, RNG not willing to give it away.
Avalanche chair, Explode, Impel, everything being thrown out onto Quinn, and they do secure the kill. And the T1s will get denied off eventually, but a massive pick off onto the puck. Really great news here for RNG, and it's just not that hard to land, right? Like, you've got this Nyx Assassin with an Inksword to follow up. It's just so easy to secure the puck.
Yeah, but you can see that's also a bit of an issue. All their control, reliable control initiation is really on just that one combination. Until that blink is up in Somnus, you can't really go for the follow-up plays on anyone else. You have to rely just catching one hero up. With Nyx, there was a bit of a shove in mid, not quite enough to really fully commit here from the side of Sonics. And they are starting to give some space here on RNG to just get Ana up and running. Already has that Sacred Relic up. Radiant's not too far off. That's when the farming pace really kicks in. For Sonics right now, you've got to shut down that jungle, and they are going for a bit of smoke play to maybe at least get some vision out here.
Up towards the north, into that dire jungle they go. Dominant. That's beating them and back his way out. They did have a nice observer to get that vision anyway, so the smoke just never going to work out here for the side of Sonics. Dominant. Let's think about getting a little bit aggressive here.
What have we here?
Doesn't have anything like a blink up yet, in fact.
Tower is under
Look at
attack.
that item on never mind, there's the blink up now. He just got it off the courier. Onto the Dawnbreaker they go, but they don't have quite enough damage to really first down as well as over. And he takes a nice burst, gonna hold a few of them back. The tosses are there, but as well, he's still going to the fight, onto the Tiny. Somnus trying to survive the Quinn. Oh, Quinn's gone down. Nevertheless, again. But what's it going to cost them? Sonic, they'll go for a run as Chalice and Kaka. They'll chase down Fada here on the Wyvern, looking for their third kickoff of this team fight. And they should have him. Sprout is there. Fada will try to juke out towards the east in the tree line. But eventually Kaka should be able to find him if they can land a nice impel, and he will. Very nice blind impel there from the Nyx Assassin. In fact, Fada still trying to run his way out of bird. Can he make it out though? Sprout is available for Charles if he wants to get the vision. I believe the Treants did see Fada flying over the tree line, but they just could not catch him. And
middle tower
eventually they might just let him go. Just don't waste their time with this Wyvern.
Not the biggest kill to miss out on. RNG still overall very happy with that exchange going out their way. And you can kind of see them change their tone here. With the blink up on Somnus, they're more than happy to go for their unspoken dismount. Quinn?
Again, Quinn, they just love hunting the puck down, and while Somnus, he makes it look so easy, John. The blink up into the Avalanche Toss and Inksword combo, you just can't survive that.
No, you're definitely at the peak of that mid-tiny blink timing right now. And, you know, he's having a great ramp up into the Midas. He's actually kind of recovering after a bit of a slower start. Side of RNG now with the 3K lead. Still mainly on Ana. Somnus, though.
He might stand down, but a nice Avalanche off the way, like you are. Go for a spin, but they have the pole line to lock him down. The great positives about the Grimstroke against the Jump John is you can just solve one. Chances are he's not going to be able to keep up.
Yeah, it's not the biggest ult to blow away. It is a pretty long cooldown at level 1. But RNG is still going to go for that smoke play anyway. Avalanche Toss still ready on Somnus. He's got the haste rune bottled up. They just want to keep playing tempo. They're starting to buy the space out now. Sonics as well going for a smoke play of their own. So smoke on smoke. We'll see who finds a better flank here.
They've got the Orchid up on Chalice here, John, so it's some decent timing here for RNG. I suppose Leslau does have the Vladimir's offering up, but it's not really a massive timing here for the side of Sonics. So they'll try to pressure that mid-tier 1 tower and force a fight that way. There's a wraparound from the backside here as RNG. Take it down. Ada's already gone. The Poplar will form a kind of force of light here as the Drink Coil. It's going to allow him to mix Assassins with Kaka. My property gets a very nice impale out into the Orchid. Oh, they've got crit again. They have the damage to follow up. It does seem like they will with Fallen Guardian. The heals are not going to be enough, and in comes Anna on the Alchemist with the jump cut out. But where's your follow-up damage? It's going to prove case of MSS. He's going to catch up onto the Dawnbreaker with the Avalanche Hostile. Surely you find MSS here, and they will. They even found the duck that you are. He's going to go for the team fight with the Omni Slash. They're bounces through the units. Oh, it's just so unlucky for Sonics. Nothing going right here. They will go for a sprout out. Somnus, he's still just fine to walk his way out on the Tiny. And I'll tell you, John, for Sonics, a team fight.
We owe you one.
It's a bit rough going for Sonics there, RNG. Great smoke around the back. It took them a little bit longer to find their target, but they see that commitment on mid. Sonic's still happy with a tier 1 take, though. They managed to open up the map a little bit more, and it allows them to be aggressive in the jungle. Still not done, though.
Win this time around, able to dodge the Avalanche. Can he dodge the follow-up? They've got the Orchid, and that means he cannot.
Invisibility.
Thanks.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I think you've got this great game laid out now for Ana, and you've also recovered in your other cores. We talked about how Somnus and Chalice were behind. They're above now in net worth. They're almost matching your war. Somnus is at least 200 gold within that jug. The Midas is starting to pay off here for Somnus, going into the Power Treads next, into his Echo Saber, standard core tiny buildup as you go past relying on that blink. So it's not just the alch you have to worry about, it's also the physical output of your tiny. It's about this NP jumping all over the place. And going back to the alch, it doesn't feel like you have a great answer for his regen out with a Chemical Rage. You don't have a bursty lineup here. You don't have the most amazing way of just eating through his HP, like say Alina Laguna, Lion Finger, stuff like that stacking up on him. Nothing to instantly melt him. So his regen's always going to be in play, and you don't have a natural urn builder here for the side of Sonic. So Ana's just going to be massive every single time in the middle of these fights. The Radiance cuts off their physical damage output. Sonics are going to have to rely on Twin somehow finding the angle every single time.
We'll find a freebie at least. It's over to trying to go from the war down with the Grimstroke, and we'll get punished here by Yuwa. So have a free kill here as top lane. Where are they going? Mid lane, never mind. Onto the Tiny. Somnus is going to get caught, and we'll go down. A much bigger kill here. Set up another. Well, that's more like it. Now into the Roshan they go, and we'll see if we can get away
Dire's
with
middle
this.
tower is under attack.
It's a big rush to take. They've got the sustain coming out. They've got the damage necessary with your war. There is ample time to respond from RNG. Respawns aren't too far out, but without the Tiny to jump in, the initiation is lacking for RNG's end. Vendetta is also on cooldown for Kaka, but he does have a blink if he wants to play here.
We might have to try this one. Roshan's getting very low. Kaka. We'll see how he can try to set up the div.
Radiant's middle
Lower
tower.
and lower, but they don't have the vision for the curses there. Kaka, he's in, but it's a little bit too early. Can he take that ace away? He cannot. Yuwa takes it on the Juggernaut. There's no Anna. He's going to move in. They've got started down for Wyvern. They've got to get the hell out of here. It's not safe. It's an interesting course comes out from Sonics. Quick win. Pretty bad timing, considering we are in the middle of a team fight right now, John, but yep. Issues are issues. You've got to get them sorted out. But we can kind of talk about the fight now, John. What happens? No Omni Slash up, so Anna looks to be safe, but he is charging for stun. Can they turn this one?
It's a bit dicey. Anna's got a lot of duration left in the Spirit Vessel, which MSS did manage to pick up. So you are cutting through from that durability the Alchemist has here. No Manta, no BKB just yet. So it's a touch of trouble here for Ana. Somnus is back in, just TP's up. Still has his blink, full mana, full everything. So there's a pretty good angle for the Tiny to kind of do his thing without worrying too much about the counterplay. it does feel a lot tougher without that Nyx. Like, he's a lot of your control, he's a lot of your counter fight with his Spike Carapace and Impale use. So it can be a little bit tougher. It all relies on Somnus at this point. Just find a good blink angle in.
We can have a look at a replay, I believe, of that Roshan fight, and oh, never mind, it's down at bot lane. I mean, X-Nova goes down, but what I'm more interested in is how do they catch out Quinn? Or rather, not Quinn, but Somnus on that Tiny. And, well, there's X-Nova, that was a freebie. We looked at the top lane, that was my fault, Jonathan, calling out top, as it was mid lane we were meant to be looking at. Somnus, yeah. I believe it was just a coil into the Solar Guardian.
Yeah, they caught him out. They coiled him up. He tried to break it, but Solar Guardian still managed to connect and couldn't dodge out the following Starbreaker from MSS. So just kind of overextending, not respecting that team fight play that we talked about coming out from Sonics. And that was enough. Like, from that tiny kill, it gave them the time for Roshan. Paka managed to sneak in almost at the perfect time on that Nyx. That was a fairly blind blink in, but just didn't manage to get it on the right tick. And, you know, Sonics does come out the winner. But they've got to clean up here. If they can focus their resources onto Ana while he's vulnerable like this, that could be the big kill to kind of, you know, set the tempo of the game, start to reel back that 5k lead that Ana's managed to build up. If not, well, Somnus again, if this fight drags on a little bit too long and he walks up, finds a good angle for the Avalanche toss, they're going to have the Orchid up in 6 seconds once more, as long as Chalice lives through. And that can spell a big difference for RNG in this fight. But it does look simpler for Sonics, especially since Aegis is still up on your war. Even without the Omni, you can just kind of rush your body forward here if you really want to force that issue. You can even force the buyback out from Fata, have him TP up. You don't have the curse, but having that long reach, having that Arctic Burn, Splinter Blast to help control can make a bit of a difference if you feel that commitment is necessary out from Sonics.
Yeah. Still a very interesting time to have this pause going on. I mean, it's... I highly doubt Chalice is able to survive through this, but I suppose you never know. They don't have really any stuns to throw out onto Chalice right now, so maybe he finds a way out. You did point out the fact that Somnus is moving in on that Tiny very, very soon as well. Thing is, you've got Leslau moving in that wolf form with the Helm of the Overlord up, so he should be able to keep up with Chalice and get the damage out if necessary. And that's another great timing here for the side of Sonics, right? Like, you win this team fight, you've got Aegis up now. Chances are you can move in through to that mid tier 2 tower if you really want. It's not going to take too much to take it down with that you have got thanks to Leslau.
Yeah, once you take that tier 2 tower, outpost becomes yours, jungle becomes a little bit harder to manage for Ana to just farm up in. The Alchemist is going to need a lot more farm to really be sustainable in the front line. We are seeing Ana queue up the AC into Basher Abyssal. Not going for anything defensive. It does feel like there is room here for the BKB, if not the BKB, at least a Manta to take off that Spirit Vessel charge from MSS and kind of run up and sustain through these fights a little bit better. We're getting some word back now. It is a PC crash after X-Nova sends the Marcy. So just a bit of an update. I don't know why the Marcy insinuates that you're asking about something. Well, no, like X-Nova sends the Marcy unless I was like, oh, it's a PC crash. Don't worry about it.
Well, I think what he's trying to imply, John, is nobody said anything. As in Marcy can't say anything, right? So you get it. It was clever, John. That was clever by X-Nova. You know?
I don't think it goes that deep, Mike. It's just a smiling Marcy, you know? It's just like, I don't know what else to do here. I'm bored. Let me send out an emote. The Marcy one looks good. Let's fire it off.
I think you're underestimating X-Nova, John. I thought it was a very clever emote to use there. In fact, I'm going to start using it when we do have a pause in pubs. Wish I could use it in pro, but I'm not a pro player. So sadly, I can't.
Yeah, unfortunately, you can, Mike.
While we do have this pause still ongoing, Jonathan, I feel like I haven't spoken about it this game yet, but how great would it be if Necrobook was still in the game? He would dislike it.
No.
Right? Helm of the Overlord plus Necrobook, John, could you imagine?
Yeah, I can't imagine, Mike. I would rather not. No. No more.
You're always a party pooper when it comes to Necrobook. What happened to you?
Paid in full.
Look, I want to play Dota 2. I'm not here to play, something like I'm not big on RTS. I'm not the best guy in say StarCraft and stuff. I'd rather not deal with that. Okay, so I'd rather just play Dota 2. One hero is all you need. Maybe you get an extra little summon. Maybe you play Mupo because you're a degenerate. One of those two, you know.
你这么菜，你的队友不会生气吧，哥哥
So I would rather not have to deal with that. I would rather not have to deal with all of that little summons there, Mike. The Zerg rushing. No more 5-man Necronomicons.
What really changed, John? Like, you got Helm of the Overlord now. Did anything really change? You know? Did we just replace one item with another?
It's more manageable. It's not as painful for supports. Remember, in Necronomicon, once it's leveled up, it's a free walking gem that you can't really remove. So dewarding was hellish. I mean, the Overlord's still painful, but you know, it's something that you can scale up on, whereas Necronomicon, just that vision. I think that's the most important, annoying part. And of course, great skills. Reconnect's there, though.
Reconnect is there. Dallas, he's going to be able to get out. He just TP's right out of there on the Prophet. They had no stunts to stop it, so he's just perfectly fine to just TP out. No problem. I mean, it was still a decent team fight for them, John. He's going to get a little bit more. Turns out they can't.
Radiant's top
I
tower
thought
is under
maybe they'd
attack.
try to get a bit of a chase on Ana, but they focus in on Chalice instead. So he manages to walk away. Yeah, the debuff of the Spirit Vessel fades away. And Somnus chooses to play safe. He's like, alright, does look a bit awkward to come back in. Chalice bailed out. No need to overcommit. Go back to the farm game. Try to build up the lead. Try to get the value from the Midas into that BKB. They've even got the blink up, and again, we've seen it on Kaka. So they've got more angle for the initiation, not fully, all in and just Somnus getting a good jump and not just overly reliant on that Vendetta. They have some ways to play, but Sonic should be fairly comfy here. They do lose your mid-tier 1, but they still have Aegis. They don't have Omni Slash yet. They know they've got a good cut, although you are.
Kaka, what an initiation out onto 2. Sparta's already gone. Luckily you are. He's able to sink his way out of the jungle. Instead, they're going to move in onto Quinn. Sun is not going to land though. He managed to duke it out, but can he duke out the rest of them? Not quite. Quinn's gone. Kaka. It's just a perfect setup on the Nyx Assassin. He's always been so great with these kind of heroes that can just blink in and go for an Earth Spike or an Impale, and he does it once again.
Radiant's
Finds a
middle
perfect
tower is
angle,
under attack.
gets the right hero, immediately forcing out spell use, immediately forcing out a retreat. They cut off that Winter Wyvern, so there's no threat of counter fight from Sonics, and without that Winter's Curse, it is pretty awkward to try to jump back in. That's a big part of just punishing the side of
Radiant's
RNG.
middle tower
They
is
will go
under
for a
attack.
smoke play out here, though. Just MSS and bot, just the 2 supports, but they're gonna have to watch that tier 2 bot. Ana is ready to still commit. He's not too scared to yell.
If he's coming in though, Kaka, he might just have to sacrificial lamb here on the next assassin, and it seems like that is going to be the case. Kaka, he'll wait for a little bit of time, but
Radiant's middle
eventually
tower is
surely
under
just goes
attack.
down as he will maybe try to go for a deny. He's still on the run here, Kaka. Quinn's going to find him eventually. Eventually. There we go. Kaka's down, but he does get tipped by Ana. You know what, John? If Anna's going to tip me, I'd die too.
No, he bought space, Ana managed to back off. They didn't lose much beyond the Nyx. They're still farming up on this Alchemist. A pretty huge gold lead for Ana now at 8k above Yawar, and Yawar still being nipped at the heels by Somnus and even Chalice. So the other cores of RNG are still finding space for their own to scale up. And they will go for a smoke play now. Again, with a tiny, don't need to wait for too long to get aggression. Not the biggest mana pool here, though.
Not top lane. They got the pop and he will snap the coil. And does go down. Can they get themselves out now? Win. He's going to get stunned up Ana. He's right in. Onto the puck. He's already gone. MSS. Oh, he's not going to make it. Kaka. Once again with the Impel can land perfectly. His RNG. They'll give up Chalice, but they'll find 2 in response.
Radiant's top tower
It's
is
a
under
much better
attack.
trade to die as night as Carter.
Radiant's
Nice
top
little
tower
curse there.
is
Might be able to find Somnus still on the tiny. Plenty of damage coming up from Aster. They try to rob Yawar. Just purge him up. Slow him down as Ana. He's going to keep trying to turn this one. And double stun out. Wants to do the Wyvern and the Dug of the Impale. Carter once again with a double Impale out. But Ana, he's not going to stick around here in the Alchemist. He does not have the Chemical Rage up. There you get the Omni Slash of Yawar, and still
Dire's
respecting the
bottom
fact that he
tower
still
is
has
under
the Aegis
attack.
available. But still a great team fight. RNG.
Yeah, They're really working the angles well. Just having this double blink initiation on RNG is helping out the cause. In comparison, Sonics is still very reliant on just Quinn. Really, it's all about the puck jumping in, getting the Dream Coil. No one else can follow through. You're basically playing with Dream Coil, Solar Guardian. That's where we've seen most of the success here for Sonics. And those are pretty big cooldowns to wait for. Maybe not the longest in the world, but it's still a little bit more tempo in comparison to RNG just not waiting too much. Impale's fairly short, Avalanche Toss and Tinies, all the follow-up you really need, and it's very low committal. So RNG can just rinse and repeat every single time. Whereas for Sonics, they've got to wait at quite the interval for them to jump back in. And again, it's all reliant on Quinn just not getting caught out, which is definitely not too hard to do on puck, but it's also not the smoothest puck game to play with. We've seen that impact of Kaka. We've seen that counter pick in the Knicks shape up really well in this match.
Odds are still relatively even considering the circumstances in this game, John. I mean, RNG is still the heavy favorites, but the odds not too one-sided. It's Kaka. Gonna miss out on Quinn for now, but Anna is gonna spot him out as Kaka move into the impel and eventually will just land the unstable concoction. Quinn gone already. Solar Guard. He's trying to claim RNG for the right after Lycan. Curse is there. Both of down as well. He'll go for a run with the start. Here's down from Anna once again. Onto the Lycan and he's just gone. On MSF. We'll take another. Sparta. Well, he's not making it either here, John. He's going to drop us. Anna, he'll drop the whoops here and that's a 4-for-1 frame. The only one to go down for RNG was
is under attack. Radiant structures are
Lose out the Knicks, a really big fight to break out there for RNG, and as you can see again, just the angles they found, working on that high ground in and out, using their vision well, and just the mobility they have on RNG in comparison to Sonics. It just allows them to make these plays every single time. Whereas for Sonics, again, if you catch out Quinn, that's a lot of your play gone here.
Radiant's bottom tower
They really are trying to pick them apart here, RNG.
bottom barracks are under attack.
Looks like they were never worried about that team fight. No matter what happens, no matter how great the curse is, it just doesn't seem to matter. Now RNG, one racks up, will move into that mid-T2 tower, and he'll take that as well. He'll drop the coil into the Omniflex to try to take him down, but he's quite angry here on the outskirts. He's not going to drop. Jawar, he's going to back this himself out there, and he's done too good now. The Quinn, he's in big trouble. He's gotten the puck already as Jawar. He'll be chased down. The dog is going to be just fine for now. Sonics, way out. They'll lose the puck, but that'll be about it for now. You have kind of reiterated how important the puck is to this team, and RNG, they just control the map.
Just able to play aggressive. There's really just a lack of burst to deal with Ana. He's just way too durable on Yalk, and that's him without anything like a BKB, him without the Dispel on hand. He just doesn't need it. He understands he can just stand here and fight. He's got the full Abyssal flying out now, so even more control. Jug's not going to be safe just spinning around there. Yawar's going to have to watch himself how he plays and dips himself in and out of these fights on top of the Alchemist. And we don't have too much time left till the next Roshan. 10 seconds until we see that timer. And if RNG's lucky, this could open up their opportunity for the high ground. Sonics does have really good high ground defense here though, Mike, but you are starting to see some of that split push kick in. Like, all the lanes are shoved out in the favor of RNG. With Nature's Prophet around, it doesn't take too long to kind of adjust any lane to your favor here.
Really doesn't. RNG now, understanding how powerful they are, they'll just go for the top T2 tower. Arca, he's having a look around for Quinn once again, but won't be able to find him this time around. He can be just fine to back his way out.
Radiant's top tower is falling.
And eventually, if you're RNG, you're just going to play it safe. Just wait for the next Roshan. Control the map and keep that net worth skyrocketing your way. There's really nothing to stop them. And well, the next Roshan, it's up in 20 seconds. I dare say Sonics, I mean, they're going to smoke up and they're going to have to try and fight this Roshan. But it's going to be a rather hard team fight to try and take.
Yeah, if they find a good angle here in Sonic, say a nice tight area to get a good curse on, to get a great Dream Coil Solar Guardian, it can still shape up their way. Look at RNG. Like, they don't feel too scared. They're smoking up themselves. They're getting some good movement out. They've still got the blink plays out. They've got a gem up on Kaka to spot out the vision as well of Sonics, and they see the Roshan first. They could just choose to go in. Ana's already kind of setting up. They know Sonics is going to be near the area though, so it can be a bit awkward. And a big Winter's Curse or a big Dream Coil Solar Guardian in the pit might make things turn away for Sonics if you're not too careful.
See what happens, John. RNG, they haven't completely committed to Roshan yet. It seems like they want to go for the team fight instead. Move in. That triangle of the Radiant. Try and find a proper target, and he's found Quinn. Oh, they found the puck again. Autumn Brace is going to save for now, but Quinn, he's going to get stunned up by Anna.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Maybe they have saved the day for the puck. Charlotte is going to be there. Meanwhile, though, a curse is out. Austin Thomas takes down the Tiny. It's not a bad target for Sonic. They've lost MSS. Can they keep this fight going, though? Leswell is pulled out as well, but they found Nova. Now the Omni. It's not a bad team fight for Sonic whatsoever, but Talos, he's going to move his way back in. So does Anna. Finds harder, but Karka's gone. Talos is gone as well, and suddenly Suddenly they're the ones in control of the Roshan pit, and it seems like they're going to have first dibs.
Yeah, this is huge for Sonics. They take a great fight there on the high ground. RNG just kind of streaming in a little bit awkwardly. They get a perfect Winter's Curse out from Sonics onto the Tiny, cutting off a lot of that to disable, forcing them to be reliant on Nyx. And with Roshan coming out your way, Yuar's going to be a lot safer in the middle of these fights. They get the gem away from Kaka. They're going to be able to spot out Nyx a lot easier here. Free shard as well for Yuar to play with, so the spin's much more potent now. On RNG, they still have this massive lead, but they have to play around it right. They need to be very, very cautious of the Winter's Curse. They need to find the backline first, and we've seen Ana and Somnus kind of eyeing in onto Font multiple times, but they can't find that Winter Wyvern. If Fonta's positioning is just right, and these fights are still very winnable for Sonics, and that's something RNG will have to try to prioritize in the backline.
Wow, he was trying to take that outpost back, but Kaka does interrupt.
What?
He won't stick around any longer for it. He's not willing to risk his life just for an outpost. He'll back his way out. But suddenly Sonics, kind of a breath of fresh air for them almost, as they've got that Aegis up, and now with the format smoking, they're going to have a good team fight for themselves. They can replicate that last team fight here, Sonics. Oh, Anna, that'll be a great target. They'll move right in. Inkscroll is there. The follow-up is now the goal line into the Inkscroll. Just so much damage with Anna. He's out of chemical range already. The curve, it's going to lock him down. Can they take him out, though? A big avalanche cross combination. Somnus, he may have saved the day to Yuar. He will not stop chasing down his outpost. They want Anna so damn bad, but Anna, he just keeps running away and will make it out. They cannot keep up with him. Instead they'll take Kaka on the next assassin. RNG thinking about going back into the team fight. They'll cut up Yuar into the Orchid now onto the Juggernaut, but Quinn, he's back in on the Talon, trying to get that Natus confidence Anna. Get the team fight going once again onto the front. They found Quinn. That's one down. Then they find Moldo. They found Fana, but
This isn't over.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Whoa.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And that's madness out from RNG. They managed to take that fight really well. They stagger out their movement in. This time around, Somnus manages to live through and just gets the damage out for his team.
Is under attack.
Sonics has to respect that time. Every single time we see them going all in and trying to rip through Ana, he's just so durable. He has so much HP, so much armor that it takes way too long to get onto him, and by the time you actually kill him out, a lot of your resources are gone. You see the Chris disappear, Wolf Form kind of fade away. You know, Omni Slash gets blown out early, doesn't even connect to too much there from Yawar, and without that in their toolkit, just provides RNG a great opening. They play on Razor's Edge there.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
No Aegis up on Yawar this time around, but RNG, they won't overextend. They are going to back off and play this one safely. So Sonic will have a bit more time to try and figure out how to push this game back their way.
I think I know how, Mike. We're going to morb. Laslau is going for the Ags. So we are going to have a morbing Jug. Omni slashing as a wolf. That one looks pretty funny because of the Omni slash animation. It's just a wolf model just jumping around. So I am looking forward to seeing that. I hope Laslau picks it up and we immediately see it in action. There you go. The Morb bite is ready. We've got to see Yawar Morb and Morby slash all around him and Morb all over them, you know? As Neff Sensei would say.
The seeds of fortune.
Let's see it, Laslau. He's going to hold out for now, John, but we'll see the morbing later on. For now, RNG, they'll sit back, they'll relax, and so will Sonics. I think Sonic's kind of in a position now where you're just kind of waiting for RNG to make a mistake, hoping they move too far onto the high ground and just punish him that way. Though, not giving that opening so far. Sit back and relax himself. Again, it doesn't really feel like RNG in any kind of rush to try and force this high ground. Look, you control the whole map, and you know Sonics are not farming whatsoever. Speaking of the Devil Sonics, they are going to 5-man smoke up here, John.
This is pretty big timing. They've got the Aeon Disc up and Fata. He's very well protected in Winter Wyvern. The Chris should go off every single fight. That's going to be dangerous for RNG. They have no single target protection just yet. Nothing like a Linken's on anyone, only the Lotus Orb up. So if Fata finds the angle, or even if he doesn't, if you commit too hard in that Winter Wyvern to kill it off, that Chris is going to bite you in the bum here for RNG.
Absolutely. Sonic's not quite finding themselves a team fight, but they do get back into their triangle, and it's good enough for them for now. They'll just hold the high ground as they will see Anna. Spin. We'll show him some moment, but he just wanted the creep wave. Make it as hard as possible for RNG to move their way in.
You know, I'm wondering one thing, Mike. You know, with the Alchemist in game, right? Say you get a Roche Ags. Surely you give the Ags to the Alchemist, because he's going to gift everyone Ags. You want to stack up that Ags upgrade on his Ags buff on himself, right? So you give the Ags to Ana, then have him just buy everyone Ags. He's already gifted one to Kaka, I believe, so you've already got the Burrow here. He's working on to his secondary Ags. That should be for, I want to say X-Nova. It's going to be the big one with the Dark Portrait. So 2 Ags down. Is this actually a game where we see an Alchemist with 4 gifted Ags plus the Ags in himself? That'd be something.
It might just be, though. Depends how long the game's going to go on. We'll see what happens. So far, though, only one being given the way of Kaka, as it seems like RNG again just controlling the Roshan pit. At least the area around it, but Sonics back off either.
He gave it to Samus. They got the tree volley over Dark Portrait here.
Oh, you love to see it, John. What did I tell you? Coil is there. Where Vendetta, he is able to walk his way out of Anna. Running himself up on the Alchemist, unable to find the initiation. Now the pops up from Dominant. Going to be onto Kaka. A complete mess of a team fight so far. There is a morbing Yawar across the map though, Jonathan. Your favourite. The Jug is in wolf form now. Problem is, we aren't going to get to see anything happen with it.
I want to see honest at this. Come on.
Here we go. They break up. MSS with a free volley. He does end up going down, but now the Omni Slash in the wolf form. It's quite a bit of damage with Somnus. He's not down yet. Somnus around the bar to try and help him out with my character with Somnus. Eventually, he is going to go down. Lana trying to move in and find a way back into the team fight, but Kaka is getting forward out. So they do find Yawar, but they are not making the jump in with the Juggernaut quite yet. seems like they are going to allow Taka to go down. RNG on the back foot now with Sonics. Suddenly getting rather
Radiant's
aggressive
top
here.
tower is under attack.
That's a team fight to go their way, John. Turns out the Ags, it's kind of working out.
And it's a lot of damage coming through once you do get that form up. And the timing was perfect for Sonics. It looked like, we were not going to see anything. RNG forces the fight on that jungle area. They managed to get the timing just right to get the on-the-off on the biggest target they could hope for. Clearing out Somnus, forcing out a buyback from Somnus as well. So it's a risky moment for RNG without that buyback on the Tiny. He's not going to feel the most protected here. We're seeing Ana now shift onto a BKB pickup as well, understanding that he's going to need that spell immunity. Curious what he throws away in his inventory. Just tossing away the boots, perhaps, here? And just having that spell immunity on hand or just swapping in as necessary. Roche is up. Dwar does manage to sneak a peek into it. They will have the treants scouting out. But you do not want to give this Roche free. And it does have the free ag, so I wonder if RNG manages to sneak in and steal that.
Roshan getting rather low here. RNG, they're going to be dumped rather soon, but they haven't got any vision over the Roshan pit. Like, they'll let it go the way of Sonic. But once again, they get away with this Roshan. Spoil is going to lock down the Grimstroke now. Find him though, it's over. Actually, will get chased down here by Leslau and his units, and good go as Dewar. The Axe upgrade now doesn't have the Swift Slash. Manages to secure the kill onto the Grimstroke, and you know what, John? Suddenly Sonics, they're not looking too bad whatsoever. I mean, sure, they're 15k net worth behind, but you're 40 minutes before game now against Natus. It's time to be expected.
Yeah, the lead of Ana is just down to 3k. That doesn't account for the 2 gifted ags. I don't think it's the biggest disparity in the world for them any longer, though. Ana is trying to gift everyone ags now, so you will have the upgrades on your Grimstroke down the line. Dark Portrait and Jug's gonna be big. Ags upgrade on NP is pretty nice as well. With the Entangle, that could be something that catches Sonics off guard, and then Ana can synthesize an ags on himself for his bonus damage, which I still haven't had the pleasure of seeing. That bonus 80 damage and 20% spell amp, so I'm keen on seeing that. Like, say, a spell amp up, the damage on Unstable Concoction can get pretty ridiculous, especially if Ana manages to hit his level 39 for his level 20 talent with plus 400 Unstable Concoction damage with 20% spell amp. That's 760 plus 20%. I can't do math, but that sounds like a lot to me, Mike.
Yeah, certainly is, Jonathan. I mean, it's give yourself that damage as well. Don't leave yourself out. So we are having another pause, as it seems like Quinn's PC is there's always one player, right, that gets the unlucky PC that always just kind of lags for no reason. All the PCs are the same, and Quinn once again having some issues here, but should be sorted out very, very soon. Still, John, state of the game. I mean, it's a rather close match, even with the net worth lead going the way. Sonic's still very well into this game, and do you think there's a point where the Jug just outright outscales something like the Alchemist? Are we already at that point, perhaps?
We're close to it, man. I think when you're within 3, 4, maybe even 5k of an Alec, it doesn't feel like the hero has too much of an advantage. It does feel like for RNG, I think you start to look at Somnus being the key now, right? Like, he's got a lot of output on the Tiny. He's got his Silver Edge BKB, not quite as fully itemized up. As again, they've kind of given all the resources to Ana, but if he does manage to get, say, his Overwhelming Blink up, more space damage to kind of have to toss out with the tree volley coming through, I think for RNG, their win condition shifts onto the Tiny. For Sonics, I mean, everyone's going to hit some major spikes. We aren't at the point where we even have Quinn's level 25. Once you've got that Dream Coil Piercing Magic immunity, and the BKB of Somnus becomes a bit useless. The BKB of Chalice is gone. An doesn't have a BKB, so he's just going to be whatever. But I think the scaling's less on the Jug versus Alk, more on everyone else against the Alk, because there's only so much an Alk can do. It's a hero that really relies on that net worth lead and just stomping people with 2 items more than the opposing core. You're not at that point anymore. You're barely 1 item ahead of you are. All your gold is being sunk into these additional ags, which the investment is going to be worthwhile. We've seen the burrows out from Kaka be great, the tree volleys. Not as much, to be honest with you, here from Somnus. It's not like they have the best way of holding people down for that free volley outside of the Impale. But the Dark Portrait next is going to be big. Because you've got the Jug to turn into, or to steal away. You've got the Lycan potentially, if you get a good Soul Bind off as well, to steal away there with the Dark Portrait. And that can make a bit of a difference, but the Alk does taper off. So Jug should have a great time. I mean, he even has the more bite. You know, it's like, what do you do about that? You don't have a bite on your side. You've got a silly little stone guy who throws trees for some reason, but you know, what good will that be if you have two guys morbing around?
You used to love the tree volley though, John. What happened to you?
I love it. I love it, but I loved it when you had a Morphling with Ags turning into a Tiny, and then you have two tree volleys.
Right.
And you can't do that anymore. You can't.
Oh, the good old days. You know, before Morph Earthshaker became a thing, and you know, kind of ruined everything for us. As we are going to come back to us, Jonathan. As I believe the game is going to get underway, sadly. So. RNG, you kind of wonder, have they lost a few too many team fights here against Sonics?
It does feel that way. I think this 15k lead really doesn't count for much at 40 minutes in any longer. The Ags upgrades are nice. It's not enough as we have another pause coming through. It's a little bit more for weight, but it's all down to RNG finding an angle. They've got to use that sneaking around they have with Vendetta. Look at Kaka kind of scouting out your war, but no one's around to follow through. If, say, they find this opportunity to just catch one big hero off guard, get an instant kill up, get the teleportation out for the NP, burst someone down, that's probably the best way to go about it. Like that is your best bet right now for RNG, just to pick off into an objective take. Maybe if they had more than just one Rax taken away, it would feel a little bit more playable for RNG. As things stand, just one Rax isn't enough. We're not seeing that split push kick out from Chalice in a massive way. They've had great enough wave clear to deal with that. And you're just kind of forced to play this farming game and shift their tools around. They do give out the Ags to X-Nova, so Dark Portrait is up. They're only lacking Chalice's Ags upgrade and Honest now, so he isn't going to build into that, unfortunately, Mike. We're not seeing that 4 Ag stack on Alk, sadly.
It's not that great, John. You know.
It's funny, but it's funny. You spend that much gold for 20% spell amp and 80 damage. It just sounds funny.
Yeah. You know, it is what it is. You know, the more tree volley is more entertaining, and you know it.
True enough.
RNG.
True enough.
We're going to move in, John. Mid lane, Yawar is going to show himself in the jug. Now, keep in mind, he does have the Ags on, or rather the Aegis on. So, you don't really want to jump this guy right now, that's for sure. Sparta, though, a much more pacey target, I think, is the Solar Guardian. Already out, Talon is down on the Natus Prophet, is now the Curse. Gonna hold 2 of them down. Can they find the damage they really need? They'll find Kafka here on the Nyx Assassin. That'd be one. Yawar, now in that Wolfwine form, is going to chase down Anna on the Alchemist. They've got the Skadi smoke they needed. Instead, they'll settle for X-Nova if they can find the damage, and it seems like they cannot. X-Nova, able to TP out on the Grimstroke and does barely make it out with his life intact. Still Sonics. They want a bit more. We'll try and move in perhaps onto Somnus. Not be able to close the gap onto the Tiny, though.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Still a decent enough win for Sonics, forcing the buyback out from Fata, not the biggest deal. They're going to get a lot of push out of this. Issue is, without Omnislash, you might not be able to really sustain up against the full brunt of RNG, but their full defense is gone. They need the Nyx around. Without Burrow, without it, the whole just feels lackluster.
Uh-oh, a lot of TPs coming out here on the Alchemist. Anna trying to go for a bit of a cheeky situation, but he's going to get punished immediately by Sonics. Props to him though, John. He does force everyone back from Sonics, but he has no buyback available on the L. So he's down half now.
Yeah, it's a lot of time RNG is going to have to try to stall out. With the Nyx around, they can stall the high ground push. Sonics can easily just shove in a wave though, as we have seen with our Lycan and the Overlord doing a lot of work there. So you should be able to see that opportunity to go once more. They know this is a big opening. Without the Elk, that's a lot of RNG's investment disappearing. It's going to be all down to Sonics and really Kaka to find the plays, and it's just been so tough. Like even the Aeon Disc on Fata we mentioned, it's been stalling out, giving enough time to get the Chrysis off and giving them the angle back in to play with that Wolf Bite onto the Jug and just getting all the damage off. Like, this Jug is just so strong with the additional crit and the move speed he has right now. You are unstoppable.
You can dig a hole as much as you want, but you can't escape this guy, or maybe you can stop him. We're trying to jump in with the avalanche cross, but it's not going to be enough. Tarka's gone once again. Sonic, they want to move in. It's tier 3 town. Ration's under siege now, but they will end up losing the Aegis. It does expire. RNG, they might have a slight opening. They've got 15 seconds without their Alchemist. The mid-ranks is going to drop. No contest here for Sonics. That's going to be about enough for them. They've still got T2 towers in the outer lanes, so they are going to have to address those first. For RNG, we'll see the game does even out quite a bit. Yeah.
Get a Rax back into their control, so there's a lane for RNG to always watch out for. They shouldn't be too dissuaded by that. They still have the NP, but we're still not seeing that insane split push you expect coming out here from Chalice. Again, there's only so much you can shove out the waves when there's a Puck kind of running around, burning down your entire creep wave anyway. So the split push isn't quite kicking in. I mean, Ana tries to stall out. He does buy a little bit of time, but the network lead has completely dissipated. Like, Yawar is #1 in net worth now. This Jug is out of control, going into the Swift Blink. Another smoke out from Sonics here.
Great setup. Coil is there to lock them down as well, but it won't matter too much. They don't need to smash the ball. Rather stacking perfectly in softness. He's going to sneak AP off with time. We're trying to go to the team fight, but Yawar, he's right behind him. In that wolf form, it's just so... Like a nice impale. Yawar, he'll keep the chase going, but they will miss out Nyx. It won't matter though, they do end up finding Somnus, and that was actually a dieback on the Tiny. He doesn't have buyback gold either, so he has got no chance of getting back into this game. As now Ana, he has been spotted out. Quinn, he's going to find a great target for his team. The Solar Guardian is going to fly right through an Ana. Eventually, should just drop here. Not going to work out in his favor. He's down once again, Jonathan. Still no buyback gold.
Yeah, this is a really dicey spot for RNG. 2 years with no buybacks, a minute and a half until they're back up as well. Again, one blessing here for RNG is that Sonic still has 2 tier 2s to go through, but they could just bum rush the tier 4s at this point. There's not much to be scared of. Kaka will have to play out of his mind to stall this out as much as possible. And we are seeing Chalice trying to split push, breaking up the group up of Sonics quite nicely. But the opportunity still stands. And RNG, you've lost the lead. This is looking scary. The Sonics managed to hold on long enough that the up is just not a factor.
They're going to try and threaten him as much as possible with that Dark Fortress, but ultimately it looks like he's going to be just fine. So pop the wolf fight once again. But it is wasting quite a bit of time here. Chalice, meanwhile, down a bot lane, or rather top lane, does end up going down. Buyback is there from Chalice. That'll be enough. Sonics, they're not confident. Keep going. Get a bit of damage onto that mid-tier 4 tower, but that's going to be about it. They'll back right off.
That's pretty good hold from RNG. They've managed to stall out for their 2-4s to come back in. Kaka with just the mana burn and the impale that's coming out in the burrow. That's a little sap away from Yawar, so not giving him enough mana to play with a spin, or even just a swift slash in that circumstance. Roche is coming up in 20 seconds, a big one for both sides, and feels like it's make or break for RNG. If they don't manage to find that Roshan, I don't know if they have enough to stop a Aegis Jug. If they have enough to stop Yawar onto that high ground, onto the tier 4s with that protection.
Roshan. He's spawned up now. RNG. You're very well aware of the timing here for the Roshan, but it's going to be a matter of whether you can actually go for this team fight. And chances are they won't even have time to get there to be able to contest this, as Roshan is going to go down way too fast, I think, here to Yawar and Quinn. Wolf find it, no problem. The refresher shot as well as the axe twisting to come out here for Sonic. The axe twisting as well as the refresher shot. But why the hell not? Suddenly, if you're RNG, John, 13k net worth behind, it's really bad news.
Yeah, it gets pretty tough for them to play. I think the big issue for RNG is just a lack of team fight in comparison to what Sonics has. I mean, they've had Dream Coil, they have Winter's Curse, they've got even the Solar Guardian can be really impactful out from MSS. And for RNG, it's really just Impale, Avalanche, Toss. Maybe a good leash out from Xnova with a Soulbind and Dark Port, but that's it. The control is just not as shining as for Sonics, where they can jump in, they can commit all this control, they can follow through their jug, they can morb away as much as they want. And RNG just lacks that wide control in these team fights. So, again, they have to play to their strengths here for RNG. They have to play the pickoff game. But Sonics has not given them room to play pickoff. They've just been clumped up so hard. They've got a lot of ways to stall. And even the split push from Chalice, it's not even really coming through. All the lanes are shoved in Sonic's favor for the most part.
Up again here, RNG. Maybe they could find themselves a pickoff and try to go from there, but
Radiant are
for now, they're just kind of focused on pushing out those lanes and buying a bit more time for themselves. With the eyes of Quinn, you know, to back himself out with the TP. Naturally level 25 MP, just constant TPs away. Kind of one of the beauties about RNG's drafts is the fact that they can keep this constant split push going with this Prophet. The Sonics. Up the smoke, we'll find is there on Yawar, and they are going to charge forward into that dire jungle. It's not going to be too great, it won't matter though, because they still find the kill on the Tiny. Onto the Natus Crop, they found Chalice. Neither hero has buyback. This should be the opening Sonics has been looking for.
Should allow them to go high ground. Honest trying to split push down bot, but TPs are in, not be able to get much here.
MSS there to defend. Quinn making way over. And it's scouted out, but they had no stun available. Not on Quinn. Nevertheless, back into the mid lane, you are. He'll keep it going. Anna, to jump in. Onto Leslau, trying to take that Lycan down first. Yawar, he'll be there to help out though, and Anna, he just doesn't have the damage anymore on his Alchemist to really get this job done with the Soulbind. It's going to hold him down a little bit with Quinn. He's going to make the jump up in. The Solar Guardians to back him up. They'll focus down Cardinal. This will find him. No problem. Anna, we're trying to slip with the best he can. Sonics back onto the high ground. Do they just go to T4 towers? Quinn, he's back in once again. Onto Anna and Tata. They found the next assassin with the Brimstone to lock him down and make sure he cannot make his way out. He just goes for the Nyx straight off the bat as Anna. He's trying to find himself a target, but nobody's around to aim. Anna, he's a sitting duck on the Alchemist. Surely no way out of this. He'll keep the fight going though. Keep trying. Take somebody on Sonic down, but eventually he'll be the one to go down. Because he'll commit a buyback and try one more time. But now with the double wolf fight going on here from Leslau and Yawar, you can't fight this. GG. RNG. It was a great start to this game of one for them, John, but Sonic. They just kept in it. Kept the finish. Coming in. Very patient. And eventually they pull off the game one victory.
Well on the side of Sonics, they hold on, they manage to hit those spikes, and they play really well with their toolkit. I think the big issue for RNG in that mid game, where there's Cold Embraces and the Winter's Curses coming out from Fata. Like, they're all physical. They have a Tiny towards that late game. The Avalanche Toss is not going to burst anyone off. They're relying on the right clicks. You have an Alk who's all in on physical as well. So once the Cold Embrace is out, you aren't killing anybody off. And we saw a lot of those fights delayed by RNG by Fata, just by having that Winter Wyvern in the right spot at the right time. And then you just hit this point where Alchemist just kind of gets outscaled. You asked me that question. The Alchemist does fade off at that point. He was within only a 3k lead for Ana at that point. And after that last fight, the war just kind of takes over. And you really have nothing to play with. Your team fight just isn't quite there on the side of RNG. You know, you only really have what? Impale, Avalanche, Toss. You don't have anything to tie up these wider team fights like a Winter's Curse, and it just becomes very hard to play those 5v5s relying on just right clicks here.
Do you think that perhaps RNG was a little bit too conservative Because they kind of just kept waiting for Roshan over and over again, and I realized it's kind of the standard way to play the high ground, but did they give too much time away to Sonics?
It does feel a little bit like that way because, you know, you have this big lead, you want to keep running. We did see Somnus kind of take initiative there a lot, and I think as we go into the highlights, we're going to see that reflected as well in the play style. But they hit these good spikes, they start to play aggressive. We saw those back-to-back smokes coming out from RNG. By the mid game, maybe past 30 minutes, it becomes really, really tough for them to find the targets they want. And I think that's where the issues were really coming in. They just, as you mentioned, just stall out the game, keep waiting for the rush instead of playing the pickoffs. It's not like it's their fault. I think Sonics did a great job of just clumping up as a unit as well. They were running around pretty much in the same area for a long time as 5. So even if you could try to go for a smoke play there, you're still playing into that 5-man where Sonics just naturally comes out stronger with their team fight.
Right. Well, with that, John, we'll head off to a very short break. And of course, right after that break, we'll be back with game number 2's draft here. There.
Is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
By whose hand?
You might wish to retract
Radiant's
your
top
last
tower
move.
is under attack.
Take that.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are getting into our game number 2 here between Sonics and, of course, RNG. It is MLP Dota and John X5 once again. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. Pretty interesting game 1 breaking out between these two teams. Of course, Sonics making a pretty darn nice comeback here against RNG. Talk to me, Jonathan. Where do you really think things went wrong for RNG? Because it felt like that game 1 was kind of in the bag for the first half, but Sonics, they pull off a great comeback. Where did it all go wrong?
I think we saw a couple of fights where Sonics managed to use their Winter Wyvern really well, like the Cold Embrace in the middle of these engagements, just stalling out when Anna's trying to find a target, running around, doing no damage on the Alchemist where all their investment went. That's a big factor. Fata's positioning was perfect in this game, almost perfect. He itemized for the Aeon Disc, he managed to get saved a couple of times by that, still getting off the Winter's Curses. And you had no good magical burst here from RNG. They did have this really strong start. They got a huge lead on Ana early on. He started gifting eggs to everyone, but they couldn't play off the back of that. Like when it came down towards that late game, they just lacked that team fight control. They didn't have anything like the Curse on hand. They didn't have anything like the Puck at level 25 with a Dream Coil to help them hammer in that control as well. And Sonic just managed to play those engagements much better with the stall out, with the control they had on hand. And RNG, it felt like towards the late game, they were geared more for the pickoff game. And we did see that reflected in their mid game, right? Like early on, we were seeing them smoke up, constantly looking for these pickoffs, catching off Quinn on the puck, getting that big kill. But they couldn't keep that tempo up because eventually, they started clumping up in Sonics. And with a clump up makes it much easier to punish RNG to get that play out.
That certainly does, Jonathan. Of course, you can't take anything away from Sonics as well. I mean, they did a great job of pulling off that comeback, and it certainly wasn't very easy, that's for sure. But a lot of patience and a lot of elbow grease eventually gets the job done. And I'll be frank, John, I can't wait to see what happens with this Game 2 draft, which should be underway rather soon. But is there anything in particular you'd like to see changed up from either side? Like RNG, Sonics, is there any particular kind of heroes you'd like to see coming out, or something you think didn't really work that Game 1?
I think looking more into RNG, it felt like Chalice was playing a really good battle NP, right? Like he hit the Orchid timing, he was coming in, he was the follow-up control for Quinn. But down the line, we didn't see him do as much in the split pushing front. We didn't see him actually start to split push as the NP until maybe 30, 35 minutes in. And at that point, the puck had enough wave clear that, the puck is right there, just orbs forward, creep wave's gone. So we didn't see that split push really leveraged out. And I think you might also want, I think that healing sustain has also been important. It's something we've seen in China as well, popping up very recently and reflected again across all the regions, especially with that Winter Wyvern last game being a great example from Sonics. It feels like RNG might want to be able to play around that as well. They did have sustain coming through from the Elk, but that's only on the Elk. And again, it's just, it loses its gold lead and falls flat very fast at that point. So I think that's the adjustments RNG needs to make. Maybe something more team fighty for Chalice to play with. Like, again, there was a really good thought process for the NP. They wanted a good Orchid carrier that could follow through for the puck when they do manage to catch it off. So they needed that great follow-up hold from anywhere on the map. But down the line, it's really just a single target hero, and the split push just wasn't effective.
It certainly wasn't, Jonathan. It certainly was not. Still, I guess we'll here between these two and what is going to be effective and what isn't here. Of course, you do kind of wonder what the comms are like as well for RNG, right? Like after that game one, we know there's always those communication. I want to say issues, but who the hell knows what to call it, Jonathan, between their POS 1 and the rest of the players in the team. Again, mind you, for most of the game, it looked like they were all on the same page, apart from maybe the later stages where we started to see some ratting coming out from Anna trying to start the game, and we'll see what happens. I mean, we'll see if they kind of rectify these issues and what they can get done here during this game number 2. Of course, every series is a best of 2, so you kind of want to draw out the series if you can here for RNG, but for Sonics, they'd love a 2-0 victory going into or finishing off the day for themselves, so happy days for them if they can make that happen. Obviously, off to a very good start for that one. John, anything else you kind of want to talk about before we do go into this draft?
Yeah, I think for Sonics, they had a great idea on what they wanted. We talked about that puck being very important for both sides, and Sonics managed to pick it up, and they had second pick overall. So I think that's something that RNG is going to have to adapt to, maybe considering the first phase puck ban, because even if you have the threat of going back, even if you have that Nyx pickup, that puck still looked pretty good for Quinn despite the slower start.
Quincy Crew's turn to
Sonics
ban.
and RNG. I feel like we're going to see very similar bans coming out. You already see the Timber being removed here from RNG. I believe the other heroes we saw last game round was Viper, Razor, and I can't quite remember the last one, but yeah, nevertheless, it's all about those lane-dominant heroes being banned out. There's your Razor. Does RNG want to get rid of Viper?
Quincy Crew's turn
No,
to
they'll
ban.
get rid of Wyvern instead. I mean, to be fair, you kind of
Yeah.
pointed out during game 1, John, Fada did do some great work on that Wyvern.
He did amazing work. Like, the cold embraces were big, the curses were great, the itemization for Aeon Disc was perfect, exactly what he needed. He knew that Sonics,
seconds
that
remaining.
RNG would target him every single time. So RNG don't want to deal with that, don't
5
want to kind of
seconds
have to think
remaining.
about playing against the Winter Wyvern towards the late game, take it
Dire
out themselves.
team
I am
pick.
keen to see they do actually leave that
Quincy
puck on both
Crew's
sides. So Sonic's
turn
still
to
banning
pick.
out that Zeus. RNG will pick up the Tiny once more. Again, there is still flex. We saw Somnus playing it last time, but Kaka has played it a few times as well in the 4. So not quite locked in for RNG. And now Sonics has to think, all right, do we want the puck again in the first phase? Or are we going to switch things up?
10
Because
seconds remaining.
even though, again, Quinn had a slower start, he was being picked off in the first 20-25
Quincy
minutes of the
Crew's
game.
turn
It
to
didn't
pick.
matter.
Dire
Just
team
managed to
pick.
hold out, and they will go for that puck again.
They will. Sonics right into the puck. And there's the
Ooh.
Dazzle as well. Now, this is a hero we've been seeing a lot of through these initial series of the Major. And again, it's another lane-dominant kind of support to have, John. That Poison Touch. It's just
Dire team
very
back.
obnoxious to have to try and play again.
It really is, and
Quincy
it also
Crew's
just forces the
turn
same
to
issues,
ban.
right? Like Winter Wyvern with a Cold Embrace stalls out the life of a core for a long time. Dazzle does the same with a Shallow Grave. You're probably not going to pick an Axe here for RNG just to counteract that, so you will get a lot of value from the Shallow Graves coming out from Sonics. And it's going to be
10
important for them to
seconds
find a
remaining.
backline. Now, in comparison to Winter Wyvern,
Dire
Dazzle's a little
team
bit
back.
less obnoxious. You don't have to worry about anything like a curse. So the Tiny should still be able to make use of that really well. Jump the back line, burst down the Dazzle before any sort of saves comes out, and run from there. I am interested to see what RNG are planning with the Enigma. They pick it up. With a puck in the pool, I
10
mean, it
seconds
can be
remaining.
nice to deal with a puck, just immediate black hole on the phase shift. That could be one way of
5
getting
seconds
control. It's a fairly
remaining.
long cooldown. In terms of the split push you get with the Eidolons, it's, again, not an amazing game. We saw RNG pick up the Nature's Prophet at this point as
Quincy
well,
Crew's turn
with
to
sort of the same
ban.
mindset, except you had that global presence from the NP. Enigma doesn't have that. So even just from the split push perspective of Enigma, just seeing how Sonics handled the NP in the last game, I don't think the Enigma is going to have a greater time with the Eidolons here.
I think that's a fair assumption there, John.
10
Let's
seconds
see what
remaining.
these final bans are going to be. We'll
Dire
see
team
RNG get rid of the Rubik, and naturally with the Enigma, Sonics, they'll get rid of the Nyx Assassin, and I think that's a respect ban towards Talon. Really performed fantastic on that Nyx last game around. Kind of wonder what they give him instead of that Nyx this game around here for RNG.
10 seconds remaining.
Still, 2 more bans to come before we can see these drafts
5
continue.
seconds remaining.
It's just so interesting, right? Seeing the meta play out throughout this major. Like, you and I, we how long did we cast SEA Dota? We saw none of these heroes. No Alchemist, no Dazzle, no nothing.
Yeah, I mean, we were seeing a little bit of Yelk. I think in other regions it was popping out a little bit more. The Dazzle definitely a little bit less, but I believe it was also on the up and up. So, maybe not so much in C, but definitely elsewhere it has been on the horizon. We're seeing that coalesce in the major. Everyone's willing to jump into it, willing to use these heroes found in the last half of the DPC. For RNG in this case, I feel like they're still going to need a good hold for the puck, just back to their draft. Like, no option for the Nyx. You have stuff like, say, Shadow Shaman and Lion look pretty good in that sense. Maybe something like a Bane could fit in as well if you really wanted to. I would prefer something like the Lion overall, or even the Shadow Shaman, just because their hold feels a lot more stable. So, because if you look at how Quinn did, down the line, he just became way too big to handle. You're going to want to put a lid on him fast. Somnus can still play that mid-tiny matchup up against the puck if they want to. It went fairly even, but you will want something active for Kaka. And that would mean either the X-Nova or Chalice Enigma. I think I would lean towards the Chalice Enigma here. Just run it off lane. Even though you don't get max value from Eidolons, Enigma can itemize differently. Go for that Wraith Pack that we tend to see. If not, Blink BKB could be a valid option. No Rubik in the pool. No Warlock as well. There is Silencer for Sonics if they want to, but that will leave them with very little lockdown supports-wise. So I don't think the Silencer really fits in, even though it would be really good against the Enigma. It's pretty bad against everything else in terms of hold.
That's fair. You kind of wonder as well. Like, we see this with Enigma. Teams just don't even bother trying to find a counter towards it. You just kind of play around it. We do see the Dawnbreaker coming out once again here for Sonics. Fair enough. Of course, MSS, he had a very good game last game around on that Dawnbreaker. Just very, very lane dominant and just kind of making it work. Even that Solar Guardian throughout the Black Hole could be very, very annoying to try and have to deal with here for RNG. Assuming the Dawnbreaker does not get caught out in the Black Hole, but
5 seconds remaining.
Again, just all about these lane dominant kind of heroes here in this current meta. They'll dive into that reserve time to have a bit of a think about this third pick. And backs against the wall now, considering they have dropped game number 1. At least wanting to try and force out a tie if they can. I just wonder where they really want to head with this draft.
Yeah, I mean, whatever they pick here kind of shows what they want to do with the Tiny Enigma as well, because it is still flex and running either or both of them as cores and supports. So this next pickup will hammer that in more. I still feel like they're going to need a good piece of hold. Again, Lion looks pretty good here to cut off the Dawnbreaker and the puck. Earth Spike's going to be great to stop the Dawnbreaker, pre-Shard, pre-BKB. Hex is always going to be good against the puck. So the Lion kind of fits in quite nicely. You still have issues with the Shallow Grave. I don't think you mind that too much. They will go with the Ogre Magi. So that does leave room for, say, an Enigma 4 or the Tiny 4, which is looking a little bit more likely for RNG. Or just running the Enigma as offlane with Tiny Mid could also be the call. Still have to see what RNG will opt for. Ogre Magi does mean that we are maybe looking for something physical once again for Anna to play with. He still has several options in the table.
Quincy Crew,
I believe his Deuce is still in the pool if he wants to kind of last pick that. Instead, they'll go for the TA. So still fairly open, but that does feel like it should be a safe lane TA. I mean, Somnus could play it mid. I just don't think the matchup against Puck is the smoothest. Puck does have a better level 1, 2, 3 in comparison to TA, but once you hit level 3 in TA, your refraction kind of evens things out, makes it harder for the Puck to harass you.
That it does, John. That it certainly does. The Sonics, 4th pick for themselves now. The chances are you can't really find another mid laner here. I suppose you could throw the puck off lane if you really want to. Just depends. I mean, Quinn just may not care. You know, he's probably had this matchup a billion times now with the puck versus TA. Just understands what he needs to do and may just not mind the matchup whatsoever. We'll know very, very soon here, Sonics.
Dire team banned.
Eventually they'll go into the Medusa. So, I mean, why the hell not, right? Like, natural IF Skadi carrier against the TA. Range hero doesn't really enjoy that much
Quincy
slow. And,
Crew's turn
you know,
to
if you're going
ban.
to play the farming game, Medusa, she's kind of the queen of the farm.
Yeah, she definitely is. That's one way for Sonics to kind of scale up really well here on your war. It's not like the Medusa needs too much farm as well. I think the key timing's really just like a
10
Dragonlance
seconds remaining.
Manta. You're pretty set to go on the Medusa early on. So you have a bit of an early
5
spike to play
seconds
with. It plays
remaining.
nicely with, say, your
Dire
team fight
team
here.
banned.
Dream Coil plus the Stone Gaze is big. You still have the Dream Coil plus Silver Guardian. We saw Sonics play with quite effectively. And RNG don't really have the best way of burning through the Medusa. Like, Enigma can be nice with a Midnight Pulse and Black Hole, but that's relying on actually landing those spells. And you have a stable way of actually breaking
10
Black Hole.
seconds
Stone
remaining.
Gaze has a bit of a delay. You know, someone's got to stare at you for a long time, but you always
5
have that to use
seconds
against
remaining.
Enigma when the threat is there, BKB or not. So it's a good way to kind of cover all your bases here on Sonic's end.
It certainly is, John. Well, final ban-outs to come now. Sonics, Raw never give up. Final bans are here. It does feel like Sonics are still lacking a position 3 for themselves for Leslau, but, well, again, if you feel like you want something else in the mid lane here for Quinn, it's depending on how comfortable he feels with the matchup against the TA. And certainly, like you already mentioned, it's not exactly a favorable matchup here for the puck, but could just be kind of one of those even
Quincy
trading
Crew's turn
trading
to
lanes in the
ban.
end. For now, though, RNG just kind of covering their bases. Do get rid of the Batrider, just in case Sonics was thinking about it. So it does feel like, well, what do they need? Like a safe lane, an off lane? It's kind of hard to tell here.
10 seconds remaining.
I think they're looking at for RNG, you
5
mean, or for
seconds remaining.
Sonics?
For RNG.
For RNG, I think it looks like they need a mid. Like, I don't think they're actually going to run the TA mid. They could
Right.
run the tiny mid up against the puck, but last picking a sport just feels awkward. Last picking pause 4. So I think they will actually do the on a safe lane TA, which is why they ban out, say, Batrider and Viper, expecting Quinn to stick on that puck
Dire
mid,
team pick.
just give on a better time. And I'm wondering how they kind of draft around this, because again, there's still flex for Tiny Enigma. You could just run Tiny mid, Enigma off last pick of support. You could run Tiny and Enigma as Tiny and Ogre Magi, or Enigma and Ogre Magi as supports,
10
and just kind of
seconds
flex from
remaining.
there. You know, leaving it really open. But again, with the bans,
5
it does feel like
seconds
they're going to be
remaining.
leaning on that TA safe here for on the last picking the Somnus hero for the mid. I just don't see anything to really tie it in, because the Enigma or the Tiny plus TA just feels really greedy if any of those are cores. That's already a little bit greedy, especially if the Enigma is going to be challenged on the off lane. The itemization feels like it'll take a little bit too much, and that puts a lot of pressure on Somnus to play a much faster game. And considering how Sonics wants to play as well with the Medusa, and they're going to be very happy playing against a greedy lineup, because they can be pretty greedy with the Medusa as well. They can force some plays out with their puck, kind of just look out for what they want from Leslau on the off
Quincy
lane, maybe a
Crew's
little bit more
turn to pick.
playmaking from him. They will go with the Ember, so that should be our Somnus hero, and that should be an off-lane Chalice Enigma with Kaka on the Tiny. I mean, the Ember versus Puck matchup is good. You don't have the best lockdown for the Ember until you get Dazzle Shards. I think that's
10
actually your
seconds
timing to hold
remaining.
Ember down with a 1.75 second Hex, following up with a
5
Silence from Puck.
seconds remaining.
Beyond that, it's actually going to be really hard to keep Somnus down. You have a very tiny window to keep this Ember locked in.
That you do, John. That you certainly do. Sonics, one final pickup to go. It does certainly feel like they're lacking lockdown here against RNG. 20 seconds left for this final pickup. I'll have a think about it. And it seems like they're lacking their own offlane hero here, Sonics. All right, they're going to
Now
the bench
select
Spirit,
heroes.
something we really haven't seen in quite a bit of time, but
I like it.
you like about it.
Yeah. Physical output with Adusa, Stone Gaze, plus the minus armor from Wave, plus the Dazzle around. It's a lot of minus armor to play with. Ag's build-up for Venge is great. Having just double stuns. Shard for Venge is insane. That bounce is maddening. You actually want to get Ag Shard, and Venge, swap in, get one stun, die, get another stun off. It's actually insane. And if you go for the Magic Missile damage talent, it can burst heroes down in a prolonged fight. It's actually really, really strong. I think we just saw this on the stream A. There's a pretty insane Venge game that went on as well. Gives you a
10
good save
seconds
for your
remaining.
Dusa. You have a Dream Coil break combination with swap Dream
5
Coil.
seconds
It
remaining.
might be a little bit weaker in lane. I think that's my one concern. It does feel like Ana should have a pretty good time on that TA. But if you do manage to farm up and just build up, you're going to be a great steroid for the team and still provide some utility in the team fights here, Mike.
It's going to be a very interesting matchup here between these two. John, I'll ask you the question before we do head into this game number 2. Do you think Sonics has the draft to take this 2-0, or do you think RNG can tie out this series with their own draft?
It's a lot more even than draft, I think, here. I think the main concern I have for Sonic's lineup is control for summons. Like, you, again, don't have the best hold for the Ember Spirit. You're relying on the silence from Puck. Magic Missile from Venge is very dodgeable for the Ember. You're probably looking at shards for Fata, which it can be relatively quick for the Dazzle. He doesn't need too many items to really be effective, so it shouldn't be too long for that. At the same time, it's, again, a projectile-based stun that Somnus can still dodge out, especially if it's not done in the fog. So that's where a lot of my doubts come in for Sonics. But overall, removing that Ember from the equation does feel like Sonics is going to have a better time. Like, Chalice playing that Enigma once more. There's so much wave clear here from Sonics. I don't expect that much impact from the Enigma outside of Black Hole. And it could be a really good Black Hole Enigma game because you don't have Silencer, you don't have Rubik. But trying to Black Hole a Medusa with Stone Gaze ready to go, that's a tall order for Chalice to kind of play around.
Get into it, John. We'll see what they can get done. Should be a very interesting game with these kind of drafts coming out from either side. See, against Sonics, I mean, it was a great comeback last game around. RNG obviously not going to be too happy about that, and we'll try to pull off this game number 2 if they can. Very different kind of draft from either side, as they might just meet mid lane already. Now Quinn and MSS all there. Move down below fight yet. Both teams just gonna hold their own high ground and get prepared for the Banner Rune fight. And there certainly could be a big fight to break out here at level 1 between these two teams if they so wish over these bounty runes. You see Sonics being very, very careful with their own positioning right now, just not allowing the opening, and they'll go for a 5-man smoke. They're going to try for something. A bit of a wraparound through that dire jungle to get back onto the high ground and maybe get them from the backside. What's down? They were spotted out though by RNG. You're not really moving, just very, very patient here with Sonics to set up.
The battle begins.
Going to come out of it though. RNG just kind of avoiding the... They'll still find 2 banner runes. In fact, they'll find 3 banner runes for themselves here. So RNG, not only do they get a smoke wasted here by Sonics, but they'll find 3 bounties anyway. So happy days here for the Dire.
They do manage to clear out an Obs Ward release on Sonic's end from RNG, so they're providing a lot of coverage on mid. That's 2 wards to help Quinn secure that mid lane. And playing up against the Ember, I've seen the Puck Ember multiple times. It does feel like it's a lot better for Ember Spirit to play with. You can play tag very nicely, so Somnus should have his work cut out for him. Again, Quinn's going to have to watch himself. The rotations down the line might not be the most amazing, but Kaka on the Tiny can at least help set up with the Avalanche spot with the opportunity to present itself down the line.
Top lane. And on X-Nova against Leslau and of course MSS. The Venge Dawnbreaker lane, it's a rather interesting one, isn't it, John? Like, it feels like it can get rather aggressive very, very quickly here from Sonics. Into the Magic Missile and then, say, a Celestial Hammer and a Starbreaker, and you can get through Anna's HP pool very, very fast. X-Nova. Try and get aggressive here, but against Leslau, but he's going to be very cautious as MSS able to get much more aggressive on the Dawnbreaker. And again, I think once you hit those level 2 times, could be pretty dangerous times here for RNG.
No. They just melt. It's physical output on the Starbreaker, with a minus armor out from the Wave of Terror. You will not last too long on RNG's end, even with a refraction ready to go on Ana if he does pick that up. Does still opt for the meld with the side blades. There's no protection, understanding that he's still going to be a sitting duck anyway, might as well try to dodge the vision. This is still, mainly a farming lane throughout, but it is Sonic that will look to be aggressive down bottom.
Bottom. Have a go at Kaka, though he is barely going to survive the Fada, never mind. Going to catch him out on the Dazzle and does take him down. And once again, John, Burst Blood is drawn by Sonics down at the bot lane. This time around, though, it's not Yuwa taking it, but rather Kaka. Excuse me. Rather Kaka's the one dying to Fada.
Yeah. And this is the cause of concern for RNG. Like, this is a tiny Enigma lane. It can be aggressive if you try to play with a Malphus, but your value from the Eidolons is really lost. You are just going to be able to farm them up, even without the split shot, just using the snakes to bounce around. Sure, it protects you as the Enigma, but you're bleeding a lot of farm onto Dusa. You are going to have a fairly stable time just farming up there in comparison. And that's something that can ramp up for the Dusa in comparison to the TA. Even in that aspect, as long as stacks are built up, it does feel faster for the Dusa to just sit there and farm with a split shot in comparison.
Should have healed myself.
Say that Fada does end up going down to Chalice eventually, so they do get a bit of sweet revenge here from RNG's end. So it does mean Yuwa can just stick around and keep his farm going, so no real pressure being placed on the Dusa. Meanwhile, top lane, however, Ana getting rather aggressive onto Leslau, almost losing his own life in the process. He's going to be able to back his way out as MSS. Climbing onto Ana, but he's the one to get aggressive on the TA. Leslau not looking to move in either. X-Nova is still there, just ready to protect Ana if necessary. Ana feeling very, very safe here. Just going to keep his own farm going. And well, for Sonics, they certainly have the kill potential in this top lane, but you don't really want to risk it right now. I think Leslau is just way too low on HP.
Yeah, just going to play it safe, farm up while they can. Does have a good amount of stick charges or wand charges here on Leslau. They can look to make that counterplay, but just not the safest position in the world. You have room to maybe try to get the stacks. Unfortunately, the creep wave was dragged back, so not going to have the smoothest time in sneaking that away. And overall, a bit of an even start, 1-1 so far. Slight lead for RNG. Does look like they're picking up the pace a lot better, especially with finding that kill early on and Fata punishing that Dazzle just a bit for the laning phase. Big thing now is going to be that mid matchup. I think you will have to watch and see who does get level 6 a little bit faster. Both mids are even, very even on the mid. More denies out from Quindo. That should lead to a faster 6 timing, and they can start playing around with that Dream Coil once it's up.
Absolutely. Win. I mean, last game around, just so important. This game around, kind of a similar story. Another crash coming up. This of RNG, so few lag issues going on. No problem, though. You can just kind of wait it out, and hopefully the issues get resolved rather quickly. John, 1-1 so far. Very slight net worth lead the way of RNG. Again, you kind of pointed out already, but Quinn's having a very good game on the puck so far and should hit his level 6 timing before Somnus does. Any particular lane you'd like to see him rotate to here on the puck?
I think top is your best bet. Just slow down Ana. Ensure the TA has a bit of a rougher time in trying to eclipse that Medusa and throw the timings off a little bit more. Probably your safest shot to play with once the Dream Coil's up. Ana does have refraction ups to level 1, to level 3, down the line should be around level 4 or 5 when Quinn does rotate in. So it can be a little bit more protected, but there's not too much you can do with the Ogre Magi to really stay alive there and kind of keep your TA going, as long as Sonics finds the angle. So probably going to be gunning for that top lane when they get that possibility. And, for Ana, it's a little bit of a slower start than you'd want in the TA. He is ahead in network, still head-to-head for most of these cores, despite the slight CS variations. So again, it's very even, but it does feel like RNG's more sensitive to that tempo, because you are reliant on your TA and Ember to pop off. Like, I think for the Enigma, it's not the toughest Enigma game in the world, but You do have decent cancels from Sonics. Like, we didn't even mention it, but you have the swap to kind of grow through a BKB black hole. You're going to need the Lincolns anyway. And that's a lot of farm for Chalice to kind of work into. So you don't really care for the Enigma to kind of stay there. You know he's going to be a non-factor for a long time. You need to gun down the TA and stop Ana from trying to farm here.
Bottom lane, Yawar. He gets tossed back by Kaka, and he's already out of mana. Yawar gonna try and run. Mango is there. In fact, the hill coming out farther. Barely saving the day. So Yawar, he'll be able to walk his way out with his life intact. A very nice toss back though from Kaka, John. It's still gonna waste a lot of time here for Yawar, and ultimately still a pretty big win for RNG.
You're going to feel pretty good about getting that aggression out, forcing your all the way back to the base, in the region coming in. So it's giving a lot of time there.
A nice toss back this time. Farder getting caught out, and well, he does actually have the shallow grave, so he can buy himself a little bit of time, but ultimately the blocks are there. Chalice going to make sure he goes down, and at least for RNG, they do get something for their trouble.
Starting to get a lot of value out from that time, just getting the rotations out down the middle.
Trying for Somnus in the Ember, dropping very, very low, but MSS unable to get the job done. It seems like he's the one to drop an RNG. Be able to keep Somnus protected as he does go for a quick reset. Sonic's a little bit unlucky now in these past couple minutes, really getting punished by RNG. And considering the great laning stage they started with, they give too many kills back the way of RNG if you can avoid it.
You really don't want to see Somnus popping too hard. That's going to be a massive issue for the side of Sonics. Again, we talked about the Ember being the one thing that Sonics is going to have a hard time dealing with, and Somnus is already off to that great start you'd want him to be on. Like, how are you going to stop the Ember? You really only just have Venge Stun or the Silence coming out from Quinn. That's it. Like, the rest of your stuns are very unreliable. Again, the shard timing for Fat is going to be the big one, but shards, Dazzle, it's not a high priority in most cases.
Bot lane, a bit more aggression coming out as Farder ends up dropping once again on the Dazzle, so Chalice suddenly on a killing spree on the Enigma. A pretty damn good lane for himself, and you look at Yawan, his farm on the Medusa now, John, it's really starting having their way with this bot lane, and of course Farder on the Dazzle, while he's playing a rather lane dominant hero against the tiny Enigma, it has proven to be rather difficult for him. So Yawar now, he's the one being targeted. You already saw Kaka trying to have a look, see if he can find Yawar behind that tier 1 tower, but Yawar really just hugging it, making sure he doesn't give the opening over to Kaka to get the toss back.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Gonna show up now on the Ember and really just find out where this Medusa's gone. They might just go right in for a dive. He's only level 4 in this Medusa. Nothing really to be afraid about it, but they even have the black hole if they need it. But they won't. Yawar is going to drop as Quinn. He's going to try and force a fight out of this, but the toss is there. He's looking rather unhealthy as now the black hole is out, but it does get cancelled. It won't matter though, they already found Quinn. The Sonic. Something. And that is going to be Chalice on the Enigma. But they lose so much in the process.
Subtle burn.
Losing your Medusa at this point, way too much to sacrifice on the side of Sonics. They do have some decent stacks in the triangle, not the biggest amount, but enough for Yor to maybe catch up if he does manage to get that done. And we can see here again what that movement was like coming out. Just really a lot of commitment out from RNG. They know Yor is way too far behind. It's a nice simple kill. They get some punishment, it's just not worthwhile.
It certainly wasn't. I mean, Quinn, he rotates, but I think he realizes there's just no chance of saving the Medusa, and well, they commit the black hole, but even if it does get cancelled off instantly, it's kind of like, who the hell cares? You already got the mid puck. You may as well call it just a commitment, right? Like, the black hole's well and truly worth it.
Yeah, I'm really impressed to see how Kaka's managed to work that lane. We talked about the Enigma plus the Tiny maybe going a bit slower. We saw Kaka die off a little bit earlier as well, but he's just been finding the angles, getting all these tossbacks, playing with a Malefice well coming out from Chalice, and they've been cleaning up. Like, this blink timing on her pause for timing's gonna be really quick for Kaka. So the initiation's gonna be on hand. They've got ways to follow through for the Ember. Somnus can kind of hang back further and wait for that opportunity, as they just have a lot of angles for RNG to play with right now. for Sonics, it does feel like you're going to be waiting for your Ward farm and for some farm to come out from Let's Allow as well.
X Nova gonna drop now on the Ogre, so Quinn doesn't find himself something on the puck. His first kill of the game on that puck, in fact, so happy days for him. 3-6 now, a 2k net worth lead to go the way of RNG. It does seem like Sonics, they want to try and get aggressive over this 10-minute power rune, but RNG, they may do the exact same. Already grouping up and getting ready. Quinn, we find to go for the Dream Call onto Somnus. There was no stun out onto the puck, but eventually they will land a nice avalanche. Keep moving in, but Somnus, he's going to drop immediately.
Dire's middle tower
Who's down a
is under
Fada on the
attack.
Dazzle, and with that, you might not get the rune you wanted, but who the hell cares? Eventually, Quinn will find it anyway. So he gets the Arcane rune, and on top of that, they get the Mid-Ember.
They've still got that combination to play with on Sonics, being the swap Dream Coil. Very basic, but very effective to get that control. And RNG just getting a little bit too keen to be aggressive there. They had Kaka hanging around, just wasn't enough. And now Sonics in feeling a little bit better. They are still behind. They've got enough to at least get a smoke play out once more on Fata and MSS, looking to play top.
They are. That's loud.
Radiant
In a bit of danger. It's going to be just fine. MSS, the one to move in, and Kaka now the one in trouble. We'll go for a bit of a run out. Anna, no, never mind. They want the big target. Do they have a stun, though? They have a swap, and that'll be enough for them to secure the kill. Anna does drop, and that's a massive kill for Sonics to try and secure. A little bit more now. Quinn, we'll have a look around. Sun is out, though. He has found X Nova, or has RNG found them. They'll move in onto Fada, trying to go after the Dazzling Burst and Somnus. Even shows up, and now a black hole. Chalice catching both of them in the black hole. And eventually, it doesn't end up being the worst trade in the world for RNG. You still lose that POS 1 TA, but you at least find a decent trade for it. The Coil, oh, never mind. It's not so much of a decent trade. They got Karka on the Tiny, and suddenly the trade looks a lot better for Sonics.
Manch just catch a bit of a straggler. Kaka just running around looking for a little bit more. Maybe looking to swing towards mid to get something done. Does get punished inside of Sonics. I mean, they're still a little bit behind, but you have managed to put a lid on Ana just a bit and just slow down that TA timing, although Fata.
Well, not too hard of a kill to secure on Fata. They go for a run with the pig pole, but eventually Somnus will have his way with it. RNG
Dire's top tower
moving forward, trying to find a few more targets. MSS off the fire blast here from X Nova. Eventually they'll move in with Somnus. Yeah, another nice easy pick off here for the Ember. A double kill for Somnus as they move into that mid tier 1. They'll secure. And suddenly RNG really getting aggressive though. Anna off lane. Moving on to Leslau now, so even more kills to come the way of RNG, it seems. X Nova to move in with the stun, and that'll set up perfectly. Anna, he'll take the kill for himself on the TA. And RNG, they are looking pretty darn clean so far for game 2.
Yeah, they're playing it really well there. They've got their aggression lined up. They're even clearing out these stacks just a bit. They take out the large camp. They can't quite clear out the Ancients just yet, but they're cutting off these avenues for your war to build up. The Deuce is still a ways off from the Manta, and, you know, gonna need either the Dragonlance or BKB on top of that before you really feel comfy. Sonics are gonna just have to rely on Quinn once more to make the plays. They are smoked up, though. Maybe looking for the angle up top, but doesn't look like they'll find anything juicy. X Nova's there to break it.
Let's get out with the orb, but really feel confident, it doesn't seem. Or maybe he does now with the Dream Coil. He'll catch the orb. The Solar Guardian is going to be there to follow up as they do break the coil eventually, but Chalice is going to drop, and so will X Nova. Great setup there from Quinn. Fada handing the tip over immediately as now Sonics, they can focus. Mind you, the bottom tier 1 was already taken out by RNG, but nevertheless, pretty big win here for Sonics.
They've got a little bit of room to open up the map, get a little bit more farming space for Yor, and they're starting to build into that Ags timing for Leslau. So double Venge going to be up on hand. Shard timing is going to be key as well for Venge. Once you've got that, the team fights feel a lot more manageable. Still though, look at RNG. Kaka's keeping an eye on Yor, not letting him get some free EXP while farming out. So every single move they make does have a cost. RNG is starting to clump around that triangle here as well.
Go. Win.
Top tower is under attack.
But now, but the chase is on. Snow gaze, make sure they're safe. It's now Barda. Get caught out, and he might just get the sacrificial lamb here. He will get taken down after the shallow grave does expire. Still keeping up with the aggression, wanting to continue moving in. Yeah, a little bit too early to try and go for tier 2 mid towers, but they certainly want to try and assert their dominance on the map. They find a chain down now onto Quinn, but they have the follow-up stun. Quinn, he'll be fine to just orb himself out of there. Like, he won't even do that. RNG, again, with this kind of aggression, if they can keep this up, they are certainly just going to buy so...
They're very close to Ana having that full Desolator up now. He's going to have it. They find Leslau.
They do. Venge. He's got swap up, but he's got nothing to swap to, sadly. So Leslau eventually just going to go down. No problem. Sonics. They are going to group up, but it seems like they're just kind of posturing around Yawar and making sure that they just can't dive the triangle, go after that Medusa. Quinn, give aggression out onto the Tiny. Kaka, going to be just fine. PG. At the opening. Make this team fight work, but the Sonics, they are playing very, very safely here and just not going to give the opening away. Maybe even force a fight on their end of things. Green Coil is there. Chalice already caught up. Reslau. They'll go for the swap onto the Enigma. Kaka in the meantime with a very nice avalanche cross combination, but it won't matter. Quinn is going to survive. Never mind, he won't. X-Nova still finds the kill on the Ogre. They'll try to chase him down and punish now, but Ana has joined the fray. They'll go after MSS on the Dawnbreaker and they'll... G, not done yet. They'll chase down Leslau on the bench. Will fit her now. A chains out. Somnus will find a third target. Make it a fourth as Leslau certainly not making it out of this one. A triple kill out by Ana. And with the Deso up, they might be able to actually force Roshan.
They've got a really good timing into the pit here. RNG just cleaning up in a big way. Sonics having issues dealing with all of that. And mobility is starting to really ramp up, as you can see here. Yawar is just trying to farm up on the side. They do manage to cut off Chalice from doing much, but they have to expend both Dream Coil and the swap. So that's a lot of ults just to stop the Enigma, and that leaves them with very little play afterwards.
There's the Aegis. Ana, go ahead and pick that up for himself. RNG now 3k ahead. Onyx, again.
Thanks.
There's not too much to be worried about here for themselves. It's going to try and play the slow game against RNG, but it is proving to be rather difficult here as it seems like the aggression just never stops. Keep in mind as well, John, Chalice is getting very close to having a blink up now in the Enigma, and suddenly you're going to have some great initiation from Chalice.
It does make it a lot easier for Chalice to get that black hole. It's not even necessary in these fights, right? Like, they're still managing to find all these great angles without that spell.
Yeah, so let's get caught out, so at least they'll find Farder as well. We'll pick off there once again from RNG, and Chalice will happily take the kill. Go, Kaka. Onto the vents this time around. They've actually done another. Leslau. Kind of getting caught with his pants down there in the mid lane and taken out so easily. And suddenly they're officially up on Chalice.
Is under attack.
Yeah, that's massive. There are still good ways to cancel from the side of Sonic, though. The swap's still going to be big. You're more than likely not going to catch the Venge in your black hole, so you've always got, at the very least, the Magic Missile and the swap to play with there if things get dicey, but it's still a huge piece of control, especially just to jump onto Quinn. Even if you commit a one-man black hole onto the puck, it's worthwhile. That's your one here that you have a bit of a tough time holding down, and you cut Quinn off, you once again clear out the team fight from Sonics, as we saw in Game 1 early on.
more aggression. RNG ripping up once again.
Dire are scanning.
Towards the north they go. Quinn, oh, he'll be a great target. Taka, he's right in with the avalanche toss. All the way, but Chalice is on the chase and there's just nowhere to jaunt to. Quinn, he'll try to duke them out towards the south, but it is not going to work. Not putting the, not letting the foot off the pedal here, John. Just keeping the aggression going as even now, mid lane trying to bait for a bit more. Poking and prodding at Leslau.
Radiant's courier has been
Really
killed.
able to really set up a team fight, but he does find a very nice courier kill.
Yeah, that's the full ag's gone for 2 minutes. That's the big spike they're waiting for here on Sonics, to have that extra utility on Leslau, to have him just swap in, die, get his stuns off,
Radiant's
swap
top
again,
tower is under attack.
just wreck complete havoc on the fights. 2
Radiant's
minutes,
top
it's a lot of
tower
time for
has
RNG.
fallen.
That could open up possibility for even gunning for these tier 2s with the Aegis protection, which is also up for 2 more minutes on Ana. They clear out top, they take control of the triangle, they're cutting off the farm sources for Ywar. Medusa severely behind that TA. He had that smooth start for Ywar. He does have the Manta, but he needs so much more now, considering how far ahead Ana is.
Lane, what they got, it's going to be Fana. He's trying his best to just get these waves pushed out, but he is going to die for this, and he knew this was coming. No way to get out, as no point TPing either, as Somnus will just hold on to the chains, just in case he thought about it. I suppose now you could just set up for the bottom tier 2. Like, you've still got the Aegis up, you've got Eidolons, you've got a hell of a lot of damage. There's just nothing in the way of stopping you if you are in.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Not
under
too much
attack.
threat there. Fortify will
Radiant
stall for a
structures are
bit, but
fortified.
that should
Dire
open up more
structures
avenues
are
for them. They're
fortified.
giving a lot of space for Ana up top as well with that Pumpkin bot, although they are chasing.
Coil is there, Anna, yeah, great kill, but they've got to find 2 lines here. The TA should lose the first of Anna. He'll go for a man fight onto MSS, eventually getting stunned up as RNG. They are rushing to try and help out their TA, but Anna is so far away. Here comes Taka with a great avalanche, and blink away, Anna. He's actually out of it. Just one avalanche gets the job done. They couldn't take him out a second time. I suppose at least he got the Aegis.
And you got the Aegis, but it only had, what, maybe a minute left on it. Good timing for RNG to get max value from that. And Sonic's just not quite the way they'd want that to unfold. They will have the Ags coming through Leslau with the Curry respawn, but RNG understanding all the resources expended. No Stone Gaze. Easier time to get a Black Hole, especially if you catch an Avenge. And they managed to clear out the tier 2 bot, so Outpost is under control of RNG now.
Mid lane, now they're going to try and fight. Taka is there with another great avalanche plus combo. He's found 2 of them. Leslau, he might just lose his remnant, or maybe not, but they'll lose Sparta instead. Chalice with a Black Hole out. He's caught Ywar on the Medusa. A nice swap away, but it's not going to be enough. Ywar, still within range of Anna, is going to go down. A triple kill for the TA now, and well, for old Sonics, it just feels like they've got no chance in these fights. So much to worry about here from RNG, and
Radiant's
they might
middle
just go
tower
high
has
ground.
fallen.
Yeah, they've got the opportunity to do so. We will see that fight again. Just a lot of commitment out from RNG, and it does pay off. Sonics, without the angle, they had the swap save, just not enough, especially without the dazzle around the shallow grave, and just all falls apart. You're just way too low in levels, it feels like, coming through here from the side of Sonics. Like, you want that bench to be higher, you want more items to be coming through. Ywar just isn't there, and RNG manages to find the angle to make it work.
What's get done? It's just such a rough game for them. They're gonna smoke up. Quinn will wrap around with the rest of his team. With that Radiant jungle, they will spot out X Nova, but the problem is they've got perfect vision around this area, RNG. They could definitely go for a fight if they really want to. Arda, he'll go for a D ward. Moving forward, those Somnus will eventually will be able to. Arda, already gone. RNG, maybe just a little bit hesitant to go high ground once again, considering what happened in game 1, but they are certainly just dominating the map. And unlike last game, John, 14k net worth lead without the Alchemist, much more impactful.
Way more impactful for RNG. The TA is not as much of a time trap. It does have scaling into the late game. Although ultra late game, it does feel a little bit better for Adusa, but that's considering like nearly like 7 slots on both heroes with swapping around BKB. I'm not sure if Sonics has that much time considering how well RNG is playing this game already. It does look like RNG, as you mentioned, Mike, tempering their time, waiting for that next row. Still a minute here in timer, but they've got the hold in triangle. They dip out onto that tier 2. They could find several targets. Leslau is in a prime position, but they've got good forward wards.
Not quite the top he wanted. It's not an illusion. Leslau go for a swamp, but Chalice have the Lotus Orb. Kaka still being focused down. Chalice will just go for a midnight pulse and back his way out as Yawar. Already popping the Stone Gaze defensively. In the meantime, Somnus finding MSS. He'll get called up, but he still seems to be just fine. They're trying to focus him down, but they don't have the damage. Carter's down again. Anna just cleaning up as he'll get ripped. A new one here, RNG. Making it look so darn easy. I suppose you could think about going high ground if you really want to, but
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They do head off into the mid lane.
Trying to work that creep wave to their favor. Roche still a ways off here. 2.5 minutes for the respawn. So a lot more time for them to have to wait for that one. They're pretty geared out in Ana. Don't think they really need to wait for that much more on their TA. Full Hurricane Pike is up as well. And they've got the traps to keep an eye on Roche, but still not pushing out envelope. Really great cut there from Somnus onto backline. Just instantly finding that Dawnbreaker, preventing the Solar Guardian from coming out. MSS tried to channel, was cut off, and without the sustain, without the follow-up stuns, Sonic's team fight just kind of fell apart. Again, for Sonic's lineup, it does feel like they need so much more time here, Mike. Like, you want Venge levels, you really want level 25 in Venge, but you don't even have BKBs to worry about yet. You're going to want way more farm on your war. He doesn't even have his second item after the Manta. The Scotty's a long ways off here for the Dusa. So there's so much more stalling that Sonics will have to take. But we saw it in game 1, where the game dragged long enough that Sonics climbed back in. Could be the same here for RNG if they kind of slow down too much, but they've still got a great lead. BKB up in Chalice. This means that for Sonics, the Black Hole are a consistent threat, especially if they don't manage to get the Stone Gaze off in time. You're fully reliant on Leslau with swap to stop that.
Is under attack.
Now, no high ground attempt coming out, RNG. Be patient. Bot lane, Kaka attempting to find somebody, but barely missing out. Sonics grouped up as a team. Somnus his way up to the high ground of that Radiant Triangle, but back his way out immediately as Quinn will make the jump in, but he only finds the Ogre in that coil, and Somnus will happily force the fight. Again, aiming down the Dazzle. He's already found Barda. Go for more now. They spot out Yawar. They try and force down on Lesnar, but Yawar, he's going to try and force the fight with the Stone Gate. A great cross back once again onto the Medusa and now the Black Hole. It's cancelled off, but what does it matter? They've already got the Medusa down. Everyone just falling left, right, and center here for the side of Sonics. There's just no chance of survival. The only survival was Quinn.
The only one able to bail out, but it doesn't bode well. RNG has a good angle to push onto the high ground. 2 lanes are shoved in Sonic's favor though. So after the first wave, this is going to be a little bit tough to sustain that push. Take a look at that last fight once more while the high ground occurs. Just very awkward fight to take. Instantly jumping Fata. You know, as game 1, they realize their mistake. These sustained heroes have to go in the front line. You have to take them out early.
Kaka's just doing a great job on this party. I mean, he is great toss back onto Yawar, splitting him up from the rest of the team, and they just can't help him. There's just too much to worry about. But you even saw Chalice throw out the Black Hole, and it got cancelled off immediately. It just doesn't matter though. It's one of those things. What do you worry about? Do you worry about Yawar? Do you worry about your own life? Just so many things to consider here for the side of Sonics. And one other thing to consider right now is the fact that RNG are going to take down this Roche. They're coming, though they are munching their way over. They're all just swap that onto Anna. Maybe they can set up here. So Anna still alive but barely. Might just drop a great avalanche, but eventually they will find the TA. Not a bad start here for Sonics. Quinn. He does go down, but he'll buy back. Onto the puck. Trying to make his way back into the team fight as they do find Leslau. Quinn, here he comes with that buyback. Trying to convince Dallas will go for a TP up, but won't quite make it. They do stun him up, so he has to go to the man fight. Meanwhile, Tata also trying to run, but they do take him down eventually.
Radiant's
Sonic
top tower is under attack.
now have control over the Roshan pit, and RNG, it's up to them whether they want to commit their own buybacks to try and force this fight. And it seems like they do. Taka commits. That's not going to be enough, though. They might need the TA to commit that buyback.
But it's a slower Roshan. It's not taking, it's way too slow. There's enough time to run up and force the play.
Buyback now from Anna. Roshan still slowly going down. Taka might need to rush in. They've got vision now. Solar Guardian is there to try and get him healthy as they do end up getting the Aegis onto Yuar and MSS. Already gone, but so is Taka. It's a dieback immediately on the Tiny. Nana now, and he just fought back. They don't really want to die like this. Leswell, he might lose his first life, but he's still got the Remnant available. And Anna, he might die back on the TA, and he has. Oh boy. RNG, what have they done? 2 diebacks here for the dire end. I mean, even if the team fight's rather even, but it's still going. Thomas not done with Yuar yet. He's gonna. They do get him. Can they get him another time? It seems like they can. They have Black Hole, but they may not need it, John. It seems like Yuan's just stuck there at Midnight Pulse anyway.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the Stone Gaze to maybe try to bail out. He's going to TP, but Root's lucky.
Danger there. Dallas going to turn around the mountains now, and Yuan eventually going to ties. Understands he can't do anything. So you do commit 2 diebacks for that fight, but I suppose in the end it still works out the way of RNG.
It does. They nullify the Aegis advantage that Sonics wants to play with. Sonics realistically are still racks down. 16 to 43, 18k lead for RNG. It still feels even. Like, you look at that last fight in this replay here, it looks super dicey for RNG, right? Like, they force the buybacks, they lose on quickly. He does melt a lot of here, so the double damage coming out. Buybacks a little bit later. Roche goes a bit too slow for Sonics, though, so it gives RNG that room to think about that movement in and to find that angle to force this fight.
John, it just a very messy kind of team fight here. Is Yuar, he got the Aegis up, he got X Nova, but it's starting to slowly fall apart. They just went a bit too far chasing them down, and it looked great.
Middle tower is under attack.
Taka, but well, after that, it just didn't seem to matter. Someone's doing so much work on the Ember, getting that job done, and yeah, Quinn even dying back himself in the puck. Is now another team fight to break out. Taka gonna be okay, and so will Leslau. Yeah, looking for a jump back in though on the vengeance
Middle
scenes.
tower is under attack.
Taka, he'll make the jump in himself. Find that initial line. He pulls his own line for that, so but here comes RNG. They want the fight now. Fada, immediate target. Chalice, he's still got the BKB and Black Hole available. Rather just the Black Hole, but he doesn't need it. He just doesn't need it. Onto Yuar they go. They've got the Medusa lockdown once again, but the Stone Gaze is going to buy her the space she needs to back her way out. With the Black Hole still up.
Nothing to stop from the side of RNG. And I mean, you still have your puck around, no Dream Coil to play with. Yuar doesn't have a Stone Gaze. The teamfight hold just doesn't feel amazing. And Anna's got the damage to just rip right through. Fortify forced out early, but the creep wave isn't even there. The second creep wave will come in, providing no backdoor protection for Sonics, and RNG's going to be able to find more.
Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's top barracks are under attack. Radiant's top barracks has fallen.
They could head down bottom and go for the Megas if they really want to, but they might choose to play it safe. Thomas, Boiler's there, Quinn, gonna try and set up at the BKB. It was available to Thomas, so Leslau has to swap him out, but there's your Black Hole, and immediately on Quinn. Taking out with that flyback. Onto Leslau they go. They want the Vengeance Wall, and they'll find a bench. No problems. 2 down now for Sonics. We'll put the buyback on Leslau. that is probably not going to stop the fact that this tier 3 tower is going to drop eventually, and so will the bot racks. They've got to find a way to successfully fight RNG here on the high ground. They're going to try.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Smoke is there. An avalanche is out once again from Tarkar into the crossback. He wants the dieback from Lesnar. He might just get it. In fact, they will. They do drop X over for this, but Anna moving right in on T8, finding another target. In fact, there's Sparta. A third one Banner if he wants it. This might just be GG. You've just got to call it here. Butterfly board out for you while, but it does nothing. Thanks for RNG. This series, it's going to end up in a 1-1, Jonathan.
It keeps the pace for RNG, finding a draw earlier in the day, keeping up the draw here with Sonic. Sonic's unfortunately not able to fully after their 0-2 loss, but they do a great job in putting a great fight up against RNG. Game 1, of course, went their way. It was a great comeback from them to hold out against the Alec. They couldn't repeat the same here. They needed to hold out a lot longer with Reduce, and we talked about it from draft, right? The big issue for Sonics was holding down Somnus. They didn't have the best stuns for the Ember in this game. Somnus just managed to dance around, and by dancing around, he bought so much space for Ana to kind of catch up. Chalice had a much better lane as well. We saw him be a lot more effective with the Enigma in this game in comparison to his Nature's Prophet, where he did get some great rotations out, but this time with the Enigma, he had the threat of Black Hole. He forced the side of Sonics to focus in on the Enigma so much more to provide that space out for the Ember to just dance in circles and get the control, get the damage they need in that fight.
Well, it certainly was a fantastic series here between these two teams, John, but we are going to have to head off to a very short break, and of course, right after that break, we'll be back with our next series on Stream D here, but till then, it is MLP Dirt on John X Fire. We'll see you all again very soon.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Is a dish best served now?
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
All right, ladies and of the day, and it is going to be naturally between Beast Coast and, of course, Na'Vi. It's MLP Dota and John X Fire once again. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. Beast Coast off to a bit of a rough start here today, Jonathan. I believe they got 2-0'd by who was it? It was Team Spirit, naturally.
Entity. Oh, Beast Coast, yes. Yeah, they were 2-0'd by Team Spirit. Na'Vi as well got 2-0'd by Entity, so neither team really off to a good start here in the majors just yet. A win here, or even a draw, would be massive for both sides. So both are going to be pretty hungry for this one, and I'm keen to see how both of them play out because, Beast Coast had a pretty good run in the last major in Stockholm. Of course, we all remember the moments where we were seeing them in the playoffs along with their CEO. Alejandro was just going pretty ham in those series. So hopefully, for the Beast Coast boys, they managed to do well again. So you can see that again. But of course, Na'Vi wouldn't want to give them that opportunity, would want a smooth ride to say the upper bracket here themselves. So again, lots of hunger for both teams here, Mike.
Oh, you make me miss those days, Jonathan. Alejandro, of course, one of my favorite CEOs, a very, very passionate man when watching his Beast Coast boys. And those were some very, very good memories. And speaking of Beast Coast, I believe they're the team that's, 1 point away from qualifying to TI or something like that? Literally 1 DPC point or something. So through to the playoffs, and you just need that one damn point, Jonathan, to get to TI number 11. Very, very hype stuff. Still, it's not going to be the easiest matchup against Na'Vi, but both teams did get 0-2 today, so I suppose they're in a very similar boat right now, and obviously getting a win here for either side is going to be very, very important. Well, as you can see, John, the GG bet odds, it's kind of very split between the two. The betting people, they don't really... And I suppose we are in for a rather even matchup, hopefully.
Yeah, it should be a fairly competitive one. We've seen Beast Coast, pull out against the odds before, and we've seen Na'Vi just steadily improve, especially throughout the DPC as well. So it should be a great clash of styles. Again, considering the start of majors, not the greatest footing for both sides, but it is day one. There's a lot more games to be played. There is ample room for both sides to recover and both sides to learn from those previous losses here.
Certainly so. Anything in particular to watch out for between these two teams, John? Is there any heroes that are to be contested between these two? Any key players we should keep an eye out on?
Well, Beast Coast have already gone, a little bit interestingly with their drafts before. I think they've run the Gojira offlane Tusk along with the Stinger Mars support. So that was a pause 5 Mars, if I recall, just today. So they've been going a bit left field. Na'Vi, we've seen Vitrine play a lot of great safe lane cores. I think the one thing to watch out for is, again, that shift towards the sustain meta. Na'Vi could easily switch into something like, say, solo Chen could be an option for them, as we have seen a lot of Chen popping up as well from the end of the DPC tour into the majors. So a lot of great options. I think if you consider EEU Dota, they are a region that's heavy on some of that sustain, like Chen, like the Dazzle that we've seen pop up here and there as well. So I think that's something Na'Vi might lean into more, whereas Beast Coast, again, considering what they tried to do with the Tusk and the Mars, are looking for lane dominations, you pointed out in the last series, and a lot of that aggression early on as well. That might be something that Beast Coast will look to pull out here.
Right. We do get into game number 1's draft here between
Beast Coast's turn to ban.
They kind of are. Clockwork is banned out from Natus Vincere. Beast Coast straight into the Zeus. I say they're different bans, John, but only to the last series. I mean, to be fair, these heroes have been banned pretty much every other series. So Nobody wants to see
Beast
these heroes,
Coast's
and
turn to
naturally the
pick.
Dawnbreaker also being removed, as well as the Batrider, which I believe is one of the Beast Coast specialty heroes.
Yeah, and we see that a lot for, I believe it's Crestlock that loves to
Dire
play it on the
team pick.
mid, and they can flex it with good here on the offlane. So just taking away some of the specialties that Beast Coast want to play aggressive with. No big surprises, as you mentioned. Zeus has been obnoxious with a Heavenly Jump. Dawnbreaker's been very popular with the flexibility for it on literally any position, maybe less so on mid,
10
but
seconds
literally anything
remaining.
else Dawnbreaker can kind of slot
Dire
into.
team pick.
Keen to see what Navi
Beast
pulls out. They will go for the Puck, so again, Puck first phase, following immediately with a Tiny. So they've got the Tiny on hand here as well. They've got the Dream Coil Tossback combination on hand. They've got the flexibility of running that Tiny on support here. Maybe looking for that on Sweet and Strong, and just running the
10
no one
seconds
mid
remaining.
puck. So very solid way to start off already for Navi. I mean, Snapfire
5
isn't really the
seconds
best
remaining.
hold for something like the puck. Beast Coast will have to find a way on the supports to kind of get that control for the puck, because we've seen, again, slippery pucks are a massive issue, especially as the game scales on. Gonna have to find a way to sneak that in on your supports, and you do have time here for Beast Coast to figure out your mid matchups, so they might find a way to make that puck's time down mid a little bit tougher here.
Beast
Well, they
Coast's
may.
turn
Beast
to
Coast.
ban.
Admiral
We're going to the Kunkka up next. Fair enough. Not really a hero we've had the pleasure of seeing today, but it does pop its head up here and there. So Kunkka coming out once again. We'll go into the next ban stage for now as well between these two teams. And I suppose it's fairly stock standard
10
openings, at least
seconds
from Natus
remaining.
Vincere. The Puck and Tiny have been just very, very contested no matter who's
5
playing.
seconds remaining.
A little bit different from Beast Coast, I'd say. Snapfire, Kunkka coming out.
Dire
I
team
suppose, though,
ban.
Beast Coast, they do tend to enjoy playing their own meta. So, yeah, none too surprising.
Yeah, just going
Beast
with, again, a
Coast's
little bit more
turn to
aggression coming out.
ban.
The team fight you get when Kunkka Snap is pretty nice. X-Torrent, Kisses coming through with both. There's a lot to get there. The Kunkka does provide you with stable hold for the puck as well. Not the easiest thing to connect, but X-Torrent and both are pretty good in trying to time it up against the puck. So
10
it
seconds
can get more to
remaining.
play with there for Beast Coast. That's assuming it is going to be the Crystal
5
Kunkka. Again,
seconds
still
remaining.
flexible enough for Beast Coast to kind of go left field with a Kunkka if they wanted to, although I'm not expecting them to take it too far. Keen to see what else they pick up. Like Navi,
Dire
we
team
talked
ban.
about sustained supports. You already see Beast Coast banning out the Dazzle and the IO that we've seen solo play on before. So just cutting off all the options here to get really big on that. I'm wondering
Beast
if they're
Coast's
trying to
turn to
prioritize
ban.
something like the Chen. And I like that Navi has taken away that Timber Saw as well, which Beast Coast does love to run on the off lane when they can. So take away some of that comfort for Beast Coast, and for Beast Coast, they're forced to actually just commit so many bans on supports. Like, these are not core
10
bans.
seconds
Dazzle,
remaining.
IO. It gives Navi a lot of room to figure out what they want for V-Tune, to
5
figure out what they
seconds
want for
remaining.
Lazier.
We'll see. I mean, a couple more ban outs to come before we can continue with these drafts. Beast Coast. Just focusing on the supports for now against us. I'll take their time with this one.
Dire
Dazzle
team
being
ban.
removed, the IO being removed, and now the Lifestealer being removed, just in case. Navi. Own ban to come out. It's been a bit of a mixed bag with their own bans here, so no real role being kind of, focused on, just getting rid of heroes that
10 seconds remaining.
Skyrath Mage always one of those interesting kind of bans to make, but
5
it has
seconds
kind of been
remaining.
popular as of late, and when you are playing a hero like Puck,
Dire
you really
team
prefer
pick.
not to play into that Ancient Seal if you can.
Beast Coast's
Such a
turn
devastating
to
kind of silence to have to play
Winter
into as
Wyvern.
well, Navi, surprise, surprise. They're going to go into that Winter Wyvern. Been very popular as of late, and it does pop its head up once again.
Yeah, it's one of those strong, sustained supports once more. Gives you good team fight here for Navi. You've got the Dream Coil and the Curse to help you
10
control in a
seconds
wide area.
remaining.
You do have some magic damage from Beast Coast to kill through that Cold Embrace, so
5
it's not
seconds
all
remaining.
doom and
Turn
gloom.
to
You have a decent amount of
Dire team
output
pick.
on that Snapfire, and Beast Coast immediately on the next two picks back to back straight up. Shaker and the Veno coming out here for Beast Coast. So that is providing a lot more control and magic damage to kind of cut off that healing from the Winter Wyvern. The Nova, the Gale, it's going to be really nice here. You've got decent enough
10
push. Team
seconds
fights looking
remaining.
pretty good for Beast Coast. And again, it's tying into aggression. with this kind of
5
lineup,
seconds
they're not going to be
remaining.
sitting back and farming on Beast Coast. They will try to play this as aggressive as possible. And they've got a lot of ways of flexing around their heroes. So they could run Shaker Cork, they could run the Venomancer core in the off lane. Still open enough in flexing out who wants to take that farm priority.
You know how I feel about this hero, John. I'm not a big fan of the Venomancer, but it's a pretty interesting draft from Beast Coast, right? Like the Earthshaker, the
Coast's
Veno,
turn
these
to
heroes we
battle.
don't get to see too often. Na'Vi, though, they kind of just keep it very, very stock standard, going right into the Death Prophet. Nothing too surprising here with their draft. It's just pretty damn solid. Just a lot of sustain, a lot of damage, a lot of control. You could argue the same for Beast Coast, but again, these
10 seconds
they're
remaining.
kind of arguably out of meta. Just not sure about it,
5
especially heroes like
seconds
the
remaining.
Earthshaker and Venomancer. They don't feel great right now, is what I'm trying to say, John.
Yeah, they're not the most popular here, so it can be maybe a little bit tougher to leverage that. But I think again for Beast Coast, it's just about looking for that aggression, looking to shut down the map really early, and just constantly play around with its jump. They've got a lot of angles to take, especially once say the Shaker blink is up. So keen to see how they itemize actually, and again, keen to see where they go. Who takes the core role here? Are we seeing a Gojira Shaker? Are we seeing a Gojira Venomancer instead?
Dire team
I'm with you on the same page there, though, Mike. I'm not the biggest fan of the offlane Veno. I'd rather see the Shaker come out. Perhaps for Gojira. You and I have had too many bad memories with seeing that Venomancer offlane being picked by sub 4 teams in C. It's not the prettiest.
It certainly isn't, John. It's one way to put it. It's been pretty devastating every time we've seen it, and I complain every single time. See if it is going to be an off-lane Venomancer though from Beast Coast. It does seem to be the case, but
remaining.
We'll wait and see. Final banouts to come though. The Lycan and
5 seconds
Bloodseeker being
remaining.
removed here from either side. One more ban each. Both teams kind of just lacking a position 1 right now, so chances are some more pos 1s to be banned out. It's a matter of what they really want to get rid of here. It just feels like the world's your oyster if you are an RV with this kind of draft. You know, even picking up something like a Terrorblade here could just work out very nicely.
I'd say the Terrorblade's a bit tougher. Yeah, it's a bit too squishy to the magic damage of Beast Coast, but probably anything else would be great. I see a Jug fitting in for Na'Vi really well for V-Trune. We've seen him play that Jug a couple of times. You've got Sustain from Winter Wyvern, Healing Ward to help your DP, ties into your team fight. The spin just ruins what Beast Coast wants to do, and Beast Coast allows it through. They ban out the Nature's Prophet instead. So Na'Vi has room for that. Of course, Beast Coast has room for the Jug as well if Na'Vi don't ban it out, giving that to K1 on the safe lane, and also kind of playing into the draft really nicely if they wanted it here. So we'll see. Na'Vi is the last pick
5
overall,
seconds remaining.
and Beast Coast could be sneaky and take that Jug for themselves.
They could. Final ban to come here from Na'Vi.
Beast Coast's turn
with this one
to
as well,
pick.
but eventually just getting rid of that sniper. So just, yeah, it's one of those interesting calls to ban out, John. But you know, you never know. We do see teams picking up often enough, so they just get rid of it, not risking it here for Beast Coast. As well, the final pickup is here. They do need their pos 1 to be picked up, so it'd be rather interesting to see what Beast Coast do want to go into for this game number 1 of this best of 2 series.
Remaining.
What will the carry be? I mean, hell, they could take Jug for themselves if they really want.
Yeah, that's
Dire team pick.
Juggernaut.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Took them a while for that one, but they leave the Jug in the pool. They take it themselves. Na'Vi now need to find a core that has some spell immunity, I'd say, is your ideal, but Life Stealer's already gone. So it's a bit tough. You could try Slark. I mean, Slark's not particularly amazing as well. They go with the AM. All right.
Wow.
You've got the V-Tune AM coming out. Very hard to hold down. Your best hold is really just Fissure and the X, but you can kind of dodge out. They are going with the Gojira Shaker, so that is a Venomancer support with the Snapfire. Chris Luck with that Kunkka mid. And I don't know how to feel about this, Mike. Like, Beast Coast do have aggression and they want to play fast, but their magic damage is kind of cut off by the AM once he does get spell shield levels out or counter spell levels up. But you don't tend to get that early on. So Beast Coast magic damage is still going to show up. The X is a good way of trying to keep that AM down, especially while he can't really dodge out early on. At the same time, it's an AM up against a lot of magic damage, so once you do get max counterspell, it's gonna feel good. Jug versus AM is also really weird for Jug because a blink out can mean your Omni's gone. So the core matchup is awkward at best, and you did pick Jug into Winter Wyvern. So even though the Jug does work out for Beast Coast draft, that's still a physical core with a lot of damage up against a Winter Wyvern, which can punish your team here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a very interesting matchup here. It's one of the only games where I actually think AM is probably a decent pick, Jonathan. And you're going to hear me say that one again, but it's one of those games. So I suppose I'll ask you, even though I think I have the answer already, which draft did you prefer, John, before we do get into game number 1?
It's hard to say. I mean, I'd lean into Na'Vi a little bit more. I can see them kind of popping off with the AM by, say, 20 minutes. But Beast Coast has this insane early timing. Again, it's not like you as an AM will want to get a lot of counter spell levels for the magic res. It's just not something you'd want to do. So the magic damage coming out from the side of Beast Coast is still going to be strong. You can get a lot of value out from your Venomancer and Shaker. One issue with Beast Coast and playing that pace is, with a Shaker core, you're waiting on Blink no matter what. So it can kind of stall out in the Shaker front, at least in jumping in with a great slams coming out. That will be dependent on Gojira's timing for the blink, and if that gets slowed down, well, it's not going to feel great to look for that blink timing. It's just the nature of Shaker.
We are going to have a quick pause straight off the bat here. Hey, that damn voice line always gets me as well, John. Sneaks up on you, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's just too fitting. You see a pause, you instantly spam that out, and Stinger knows what he wants.
It was getting far too crowded.
I'm still worried about this, this Earthshaker pickup, right? Like, it's one of those heroes where it feels like I can guarantee Earthshaker will be back before TI 11 starts. Almost guaranteed. This hero is going to make a comeback, like it does every single year. But for now, it really does feel quite lackluster.
Yeah, I mean, it can be effective up against certain lineups. I'm not too sure how you really slot it in here fully, especially considering your lane matchup. An AM shouldn't be too scared. You can just go for the enchant build in that lane, but Gojira does go for the level 1 Fissure, probably looking for a block. I think overall, as an aim, you're going to be happy to see that level 1 Fissure over the enchant because you don't want to trade physically early on. Shaker can be quite annoying with a physical output. But I don't know, it's not like you're playing against a huge squad of illusions. You can still get some good plays out, but it's really dependent on getting good angles out, and that's easier said than done for Gojira to get going here, especially since catching out puck, catching out an AM down line is very tough.
Certainly is, John. We'll move in for a bit of a fight over these bounty runes, but it doesn't seem like much is going to come of it. Both teams just a bit of harassment each other's way, but that'll be about it. Start with this mid lane for now. You're going to have no one there on the puck, and he's going to be up against the Kunkka of Chris Lark. This Kunkka versus puck matchup, and we've seen this many, many times, John. Do you feel like it favors one side or the other here?
It feels a little bit better for Kunkka, just because you can just always play with the Tidebringer. The puck's going to have to be on point with a phase shift. Puck does still have really good wave clear with the Orb and the Winning Rift once that's up. You can always dodge out from the Kunkka spells, but Chris Luck shouldn't be challenged too hard. It's just a standard farming lane. If you do get rotations in, it can get really easy for the Kunkka to set up with the X as well, if you manage to find room. And considering the sports you have, that's probably going to have to be Stinger. The Veno can kind of help you get damage off, but not really in the control aspect, which feels like it's going to be a bigger aspect for that Kunkka versus puck lane.
Top lane. The progression going out already is V-Tune. Did cop a Fissure there from Gojira, but going to be fine to back himself out. Mind you, even with the anti-mage in a game like this, it is in fact, hold that thought, because K1 now down at bot lane is in big trouble and does end up dropping. Lay's able to secure the first blood already on the DP, and that's K1 going down on the jump.
Pretty big loss to drop Hector already. It's a bit of a slower lane for him as well. This is to be expected. I mean, you do have Cookie plays down the line once you've got the levels in Stinger. Cookie plus spin is going to be really big. But Lays feels comfy. It's a DP up against a melee core on the safe lane. You've always got the Spirit Siphons to play with, and we have seen what happens when a Tiny can't position itself. Level 2 is already up for Sweden Strong. The threat of the toss back is always going to be there. Tossing into Lays just makes that DP very happy in this matchup.
I was talking just a moment ago about that top lane as well, John. I was saying VTune, on this AM, as I say it, he's about to get rather aggressive here onto Whisper, but my point was, it is still a very annoying lane to be in for VTune. Like, any lane against Veno's going to be annoying as it is, and up until he has that full ring of health up, probably not going to enjoy this lane too much. You can see Solo, every time he has Arctic Burn up, obviously he can be quite impactful, but every time it is down VTune, he's kind of a sitting duck. At least during this laning stage.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit slower going for him. Same story with Hector as well, K1, and both of them kind of having a slow start in the safe lanes here. It does feel like that hurts the AM a lot more though, because you are almost always going to go for that battle fury build up. And any stall in that just stalls out your farm, although Hector's always in the line of danger there.
Opponent here from Sweden Strong and Lays just not getting given a break here from these guys, and get the healing ward out here from the Jug. Really relying on trying to survive with it, but now the toss back onto Stinger. Maybe he finds Cookie away, but the avalanche is going to be there, and they really want the kill, but Stinger will very fire up, and now Sweden Strong is the one in danger. They will turn around and man fight this one out, but K1 is going to spin up and eventually
Radiant structures are fortified.
toss back to Lays. Gonna buy a bit of space for Sweden Strong, and he will not drop. In the end, he does back his way out.
It's gonna be a lot of resources committed from both sides to stay in the lane. Stinger's still fairly low here though.
Here's John. Stinger. He's gonna be just fine. Cookie is his way out, but you do kind of get a little bit concerned about how this bottom lane is going. I mean, it feels like Lace is just getting everything he could ask for on this DP.
It's just the nature of the DP, very dominant in the lane, not much you can really do to stop it. And there are play angles for beastcoast to take, for K1 to take with Stinger. Like, you can always go for the Cookie spin, but it's very man-intensive. Toss back again.
Again onto the Jug. K1 doesn't have the mana for spin, but he does have stick charges if he needs it. He's going to be just fine. As Sweden Strong now once again someone from K1. They are going to be able to secure the kill. No problem this time around.
That's a good way of kind of recovering. Not the biggest kill, but killing off a DP is a bit of a pipe dream at this point, so you'll take what you can get. Kind of helps K1 recover a bit, kind of helps Hector try to build up into that initial phase for the Jug. Rather even start, a bit slower, although up top.
On Solo, not going to be able to survive through it. VTune, he does make a blink in, but it's rather aggressive of him, and he doesn't actually go for the kill at all. Whisper just kind of walks his way up and gets aggressive back onto the AM. VTune still going to be able to sustain himself in this lane, though, with the ring of health up, but without the Winter Wyvern around, it is going to be rather hard to secure all the CS he'd like.
Yeah, it's still slow going, but again, not the worst thing in the world, considering that Jug's also kept behind. It still hurts the aim a little bit more, but the Ring of Health at least allows you to not be bullied completely out of the lane. So the levels are building up. Level 4 and Whisper is pretty big. Level 2 Sting, Plague Ward, and the Gale ready. And Gojira does have the Arcane Boots up as well. So, gonna be able to sustain through just spamming out the enchant, spamming out the fissures, and still look for the angle. It's that ties in all the lanes. Like, no one's able to rotate towards mid. From the side of Navi or beastcoast, just trying to win out what they can. You do have Sweden Strong from Navi actually showing up, but he doesn't have his puck from no one, so not gonna be able to really get much. Maybe looking to deny the power rune at the very least. Does get lucky.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Sweden Strong.
What have we?
He's screwing up. He'll make a walk back down towards the bot lane. He's found out strong. He'll go for a toss up, but I don't think he has quite enough damage to secure the kill on his own. In fact, now into the mid lane they go. No one. He does get the coil onto the Kunkka. Sweden Strong does make his way over as well, but doesn't have toss available to toss him out and break the coil. They are still going to try and get the kill though here onto Chris Luck. The nice toss back into the tier 1 tower. Chris Luck eventually going to get stunned up and does get punished. Very aggressive TP there from Sweden Strong right in front of the Beast Coast plays down a bot lane, but it does work out. He gets away with it.
He sees the cookie expended, knows he's got room, and sees that opportunity mid. We even see Gojira dragging himself over there, TPing towards mid to try to help out just a bit too late. And that's your offlane making an early rotation. That's a lot to miss out on, or at least your Pons 4 doesn't get that impact you want on the Shaker. You are starting to build up on Whisper. He does have level 6, doesn't go for the Nova. It's starting to really be annoying in that way. Pushing in, get some space out, although down bot.
Gonna go down immediately thanks to Lace and Sweden Strong. And K1, he knows he's not safe here. Avalanche is not gonna connect, and K1 run towards the east to try and get his way out of this, but Lace is on the chase now with the Siphon. K1 maybe not realizing no one is. He's gonna accept the fact that he cannot survive through it. Will drop. Another great kill here for Na'Vi, and it's right into that bottom tier 1 tower.
Yeah, they don't quite have the HP or duration left in the Exo to go for that play, but they find big kill they want in comparison. You know, V-Tune's being camped by multiple heroes. As long as you don't find that kill in the AM, it's still much more favorable for Na'Vi, although they'll walk their way up now, but how do you really fully commit here?
100% throw on that one, John. Rookie is going to land. Maybe this is the way to do it. Solo immediately getting picked off, and I suppose that's how you do it, John. Because V-Tune just can't really help out. He is playing anti-mage after all. So his job is to hit creeps, Jonathan. And he's not going to get involved in the team fight when he knows he can't do much.
Yeah, but you're pretty happy. You're sacrificing your Wyvern, you're killing off the Jug much more than your AM's dying, and you've got the room to actually rotate V-Tune down bot to play the farm game now. So your AM is still building up. It's still a little bit behind in comparison to what Hector has. Oh.
Yeah, K1, he's had a really rough time here on the Jug. Mana Void is there. He's got no mana to go for a spin, but he is running his way out slowly. Problem is eventually V-Tune is going to be up. They really are not leaving this Jug alone. K1, he just can't catch a break.
Nah, he's not being given that much room here, Hector. He's playing under vision. They've got really good aggressive wards from Na'Vi to keep track of that Jug. They do get that successful push up top. They are getting great investments onto Whisper and Christlock, but I don't know if this investment in Venom really pays off. The Urns up into the Spirit Vessel, so they've got some ways of playing against that sustain. And Christlock is, again, getting pretty big on the Kunkka. Level 9, double bracer up with phase boots, hits pretty hard and is pretty tanky. We haven't really seen that connect for Beast Coast just yet. Although with the early mid-tier 1 taken as well, they can please shut down the jungle and cut off that farm from V-Tune, but it's not really a factor for Na'Vi. V-Tune's already playing bot anyway.
In lane, they're onto the Kunkka. That's another... They just make it look so easy here, Na'Vi. No contest. 3-6 now, the way of Na'Vi, and every team fight, every pick-off they go for, it's just so simple.
Just get all the bodies on top, get aggressive. They've got really good control on every hero on Na'Vi almost. They might find something more here.
They may. Sweden Strong is there to set up onto the earth. Also going to drop. Just unable to survive the onslaught that is Na'Vi. They head towards the mid lane now, trying to find even more for themselves. They may just. Chris Luck, he's hanging around. Cookie's forward, Lace. He'll happily go for the fight now. Chris Luck doesn't realize he's completely surrounded. Eventually he will fight out the hard way as the boat. It does fly in, but how does he get out of this one? He's been rolled up for so long. They're bringing more heroes. Not going to matter. The curse will knock down the Benno. Chris Luck, he may have done himself a good job. He'll put this poison over though. Solo and no one to tick it out. In fact, they've even down Lace and the Death Prophet. Solo still trying to run and accepting his own death. Trying to protect no one, but he's going to drop. The Whisper with the rotation, with that Poison Nova, really
Dire's
turned it
middle
around
tower
for his
is
team.
under attack.
Now gets good position out, forces the Chris onto himself as well, taking out big tools away from Na'Vi to play that fight. And we're going to see that in the replay very shortly here, but just getting that timing right. See, he just bravely walks up. They get good control into Chris Luck at first. And getting good silence, and the Spirit Vessel are running, cutting off that boat connection. The Kissers are just working at the back, and just simple Venno plays. Run up, get cursed, doesn't matter.
Venno. I suppose this is the power spike, right? Like, this is when Venno feels really strong, and you see Whisper top of the net worth board right now, especially after that last team fight. He really just climbed his way up, and yeah, it's a tough affair for Na'Vi. You see that happen here. They do jump for more now. They are going to find that Venno, so Whisper is going to go down to sweet and strong, and Na'Vi, they do manage to get themselves some sweet, sweet revenge. Well, very nice for them, but again, I do believe this is where Whisper's going to be the strongest. There's no one. Going to find himself an Earthshaker now, so Gojira. No real chance of surviving through that one.
Yeah, he tries to play with Cookie, trying to stun out no one. Hurts Quill instead. No one just finds a little bit of a freebie. It does give Na'Vi the opportunity to try and equalize mid with Lays around. Exo running. No Shaker, no Venno, although the respawns are short, but without that Nova, it doesn't feel like you really want to force this one too hard.
Down. They found Whisper again. They want the Venno down first. Keep in mind, there's no Poison Nova up anyway, so some cooldown right now, and Sweet and Strong. Turns out he's gone a little bit too far here. Na'Vi back their way out, but no one. He gets caught out here on the puck. He's not phase shift up, but the Echo Slam immediately committed by Gojira. No hesitation whatsoever from the Earthshaker. Na'Vi really just going to try and play this one as slowly as possible. And they are playing with a POS 1 AM after all, so they've got a long time to wait.
Yeah, they've got so much more farm necessary. I mean, the Battle Fury's up, but Vichun's still behind even in comparison to Hector. He does manage to pull ahead now, but you can see just in moving the Beast Coast, cutting through that triangle, taking away the Ancients. Not many stacks there, but still taking away resources that Na'Vi wants to play with. And they're always on the offensive. We talked about Beast Coast going for this draft, trying to go all in on that early aggression. It's kicking into gear 30 minutes in.
Barely able to blink out in time before the Cookie landed. Very, very lucky there as the AM around the bunker now. Chris Luck in a bit of danger. Was coiled up, but does get the boat out with the boat run buff. He is a bit tankier. We'll go for a TP. H is there with the Mana Void to cancel. They do find the Kunkka once again. Now Vichum's even more time to keep that farm going on the AM.
Just keep building up as much as you can. Again, going into the usual AM build, Manta style. Forced to go to BKB here, but it does make sense considering all the magic damage coming out from Beast Coast and all the control they do have on hand. Not the easiest game to be slippery, and I think Beast Coast, for their part, still feeling pretty good. They're going to have this blink up in Gojira already. Flying out now, no slam to play with, but just having that additional control is huge. Hector, though, spins away.
Fine. We are going to have a quick pause out. It seems like Vichu might be having a few issues himself now on the AM. You know,
Mike.
Yeah,
it's like we're in Southeast Asia. We never left.
Nah. No, of course we never left, John. It's good to see these traditions standing strong for us, Jonathan. You and I, we need these little breaks in between casts. Sweden?
Yeah.
Bit of trouble here, Sweden strong. Go for an avalanche out onto K1 and Whisper, but of course the Cookie is going to be there to cancel off the TP, and well, eventually Sweden strong. It might take him... Hold on a minute. He's gone for Roshan. They have actually blocked themselves off here, but it won't matter. Eventually go to his own error. It does secure the kill onto the Tiny, but there would have been some words had that not been the kill the way of Beast Coast.
Yeah, it's pretty close. Good angling from Sweden Strong. Just not enough. He had to wait a little bit for the damage to come in. And the blink of Gojira just helps him secure that smoke out now from Beast Coast here, Mike. Slam gonna be ready for Gojira. And not the best slam game, but all that control could line up for a couple more kills here for Beast Coast on that smoke.
Fine. Bit of a wraparound here from Beast Coast, but it doesn't really amount to much. try and invade the Dire triangle, but it's not going to be too easy. Hang around and get a few D wards off.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They understand exactly where Beast Coast are, but actually don't want to try and force a fight outside of their comfort zone.
Illusion.
Beast Coast, they might just set up for a bottom tier 1 tower.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Getting a bit of a shove in
Dire's
already.
bottom
We had
tower is
Chris
under
Luck have his
attack.
BKB in the backpack. Let's
Radiant
put it
structures
forward now
are
as well.
fortified.
They're just going to go for the safe objective. Not the biggest objective to take down bot. Maybe opens up access into the triangle a little bit more. Navi again don't mind. Just play on the opposite side. Get the farm up for
Dire's
their
bottom
AM.
tower has
Get the
fallen.
investment going. No one has his blink up now. So you've got more initiation angles. You would ideally want Sweden Strong to have a blink as well, but he's been the sacrificial lamb and might be sacrificed once more if he's not careful.
He just made. Torrent does land. Fisher is there to follow up, and with the kisses, they do have strong. Just barely survive. The vessel's still going, but the second charge, that'll get it done. Whisper not playing around, really just wanting that kill. RB, they do set up for a defense, not allowing the T2 tower to take too much damage here from Beast Coast. With that, Beast Coast will just take over the Dire triangle. I mean, why the hell not? Again, you are fighting against an anti-mage, so you know that you can kind of do this. And VTune will not get involved too early on. But that being said, John, considering the fact that they are not chasing down VTune, you've got to be somewhat concerned about how fast this AM's farming now.
Yeah, VTune's managed to hit number 1 now, despite that slower start. His items are starting to fly in, has the Yasha up, going for the Manta, still into that BKB. It doesn't feel like it's fast enough, so time is still something that Navi needs to try to extend. Now stall this game out as much as possible, try to ride through the spike that Whisper has on the Venom, though.
No one. Let's see Gojira and K1. Whisper. Land the Gale onto the park and Gojira. Land the Fisher as well, so they're going to try and follow up here. No one. He's launched his way out, but he's going to take a fair bit of poison damage onto this park and... Fast enough.
Dire's middle
Whisper
tower is under attack.
still on the chase, but won't be able to keep up with him. Instead, they'll try to find solo in this tree line and see if they can find the Winter Wyvern. Boat is going to fly out. Lays has copped the boat right to the face, but there's going to be no follow-up. Beast Coast kind of taking shots here at Na'Vi, but not really able to secure anything for themselves.
It still feels like Beast Coast are finding what they want. They're shoving them away from the top jungle. They're forcing a lot of the heroes of Na'Vi just clumping together, staying by the tier 2 towers, not really farming up. In fact, everyone from Na'Vi is kind of dirt poor except for VTune. He's the only hero now getting that farm. We've seen this multiple times before. When you have the AM, it all goes into that AM basket. All your eggs are just in that one container, and if it tips over, Mike, everything crashes down. So that's something Na'Vi has to be cautious about. Beast Coast sees the opportunity, knowing that they've got control up top. They've got the vision down here as well. Go straight into the Roche. That is Roche number 1, so only the age is up, but 2 lives and something like the Hector here could be massive in these engagements.
Certainly could. Still, Solo is around trying to find a way to get into that Roshan pit still. But Gojira, he is there to kind of walk the way as Roshan still dropping rather low, but the orbital they might just find themselves a Winter Wyvern for their trouble. East Coast, load out, onto the Wyvern. Maybe Solo gone. Avalanche is out, so they still want to find Gojira. That Chris Luck now, in fact, never mind, Obvious has figured it as well. Ace, dropping a fair bit of damage, but not quite enough to secure the kill as K1 pops the coil now. Does break it himself, but he's in massive danger. Sweet and Strong takes him out. In fact, they even found the Paveno. Whispers down. Stinger, he's been left behind to boot. The only survivor is Chris Luck, and he has the Aegis intact. The only man to be able to walk away.
Yeah, it's a big win for Na'Vi. Despite dropping that Aegis, they just take a really good angle into this fight. Beast Coast losing Gojira earlier is a massive block for them.
Avalanche is there, Sweet and Strong. Just in the time as Gojira does drop the Echo Slam, but VTune just standing up, and look at this. He's found both of them. Tips out. This luck probably not going to be too happy with that. There's so much commitment from Beast Coast, but nothing works for him.
Yeah, they come in, they drop the slam, great dodge out from the fissure with Vichu, using that Manta that he just picked up really well. And suddenly Beast Coast lose a lot of that lead. They had this really good momentum going their way, managed to take control of the map, and they bleed out in this one prolonged fight. They lose their Shaker early, they don't manage to angle in and follow through on the Omni. All of these schools have to work together here, Mike. You can't afford to kind of tumble in one by one. You have to connect all of that as a team because of how your toolkit works here for Beast Coast. So just one missing part of that equation, like Gojira dying early, and suddenly these engagements just get a lot tougher. And Na'Vi, they have a great understanding of that.
Replay of all this as well is, I mean, it's just Vichu. He just said, "Screw it, I'm gonna man up here. I'm just gonna go for the fight." I think you're gonna give a lot of credit to Sweet and Strong though on the Tiny, right? Like he's been all over this play for his carry. But the Echo just doesn't matter. No damage. That's partially the kind of issue I was talking about with the Earthshaker right now, John. It just feels like it lacks so much damage.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the damage output from the slam is just very situational. Again, mainly against really complex targets. The control is still valuable, but you're not nearly farmed enough on Chris Luck to burst down off the back of it. So you don't really manage to play with that well. Great scan out as well, spotting out Gojira, but doesn't look like they'll fully commit on the side of Na'Vi. Just taking control down bot. So opposite side of where Beast Coast has taken control, nullifying what they've done, taking over the jungle. There is good vision here though. So Beast Coast are aware of where Na'Vi is trying to farm up right now.
Beast Coast keeping lanes pushed out. Na'Vi grouped up together, but looking to make any kind of play happen yet. It doesn't seem like they're interested in trying to fight Beast Coast up the top lane, but rather pushing the bot here too instead.
Radiant's bottom tower
Keep the
is under
C2 towers
attack.
to drop.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
With the top is Vichu. Gonna land onto the AM, something out of there. X up and Gojira, a very nice catch into the Echo slamming down the boat to fly out Vichu. Oh, he's been caught with his pants down. Into the Omni smash onto the Lace. They haven't accepted it yet. That's a very nice curse to set back up the solo. If they want to counter initiate, we'll find Gojira, the K1. He might be able to clean up the gun. He has found a third. You know what? He's going to find a haste rune, so he should be fine to back his way up, but it's a successful team fight this time around for Beast Coast.
They just managed to get the right stuns from a distance away. Torrent connects onto the AM. They've got the follow through this time around. And Na'Vi are just not able to angle well. Like, the curse was pretty decent from solo, but the output from K1, from Hector, is just not enough onto Whisper, and we can see that again on the replay coming out. That Venom is just a little bit too tanky, and just good initiation to start off with, but Gojira finds the angle, blink in. They just chain stun that AM to oblivion.
There's no BKB up yet at all for V. Up soon, but it's certainly very hard to take these kind of fights without a BKB, and get taken down. Props to Beast Coast for a great initiation there. You saw Gojira just kind of sneak up from the backside earlier on, and Vichu just not quite expecting it. He ends up paying off here for Beast Coast. See if they can keep this kind of aggression up, as they are going to find no one. Down a bot lane, Fisher is there to lock him down, but a nice phase shift to him. Is that needs to back out, and will do so within the BKB duration. East Coast, that'll be enough for them. They forced the whole of Na'Vi to group up as a team down to the bot side and just keep allowing K1 to keep his farm going. In fact, double smoke out from Na'Vi now. Where are we going? Mid lane, Whisper, Chris Luck, both around the area. Smoke will break. X will be scouted out. Chris Luck will get caught by the Dream Call into the snap immediately with the X-Back. Sweet and strong with the Avalanche cross combo, and now the curse out. Solo, he scored 3 of them. All the mana drain from K1 into the mana void as well. Oh, perfect setup from Na'Vi. They even found Whisper, but he does BKB up and should be able to. Even strong. Still a great set of trades here for Na'Vi. Once again, a really nice curse set up there from Solo on the Wyvern.
Yeah, just a great start this time around for Na'Vi. And they managed to break off what beastcoast wants to do. As we can take a little peek here as we get the replay going. They just get a good Dream Coil off. Like, they see the X back, Dream Coil up front, and then X back, getting the punishment they want onto Chris Luck, and it just kind of collapses from there. They're too clumped up, a great Chris comes out, and cleanups there from Beach.
Yeah, it's just great when you drain all the mana, and you just know you got a perfect mana void ready to go, and unfortunately for Beast Coast, they were kind of at the worst end of all matters. Still, they have a very slight net worth lead on the side of Beast Coast, but oh, Bichu right into Gojira. It's the old Shadow Amulet special. Gojira just not gonna make a move, and we'll be just fine. As not, well, Bichu, he had no idea what he just blinked into.
Yeah, it's always a little bit sneaky when you can get that done. But realistically, there's not much you can really do there for Gojira by himself, getting TPs on top of him. Roshan, maybe about 10 seconds away from early respawn, and the scan out does spot this smoke play, although.
Move in. They want.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Double
They didn't get caught out quite yet. So they do posture aggressively. Sweet and strong, looking for the opening, but eventually he's going to decide to just blink out of there. Oh, they get caught. Chris Luck looking for the X back, but not able to find it. Still rushing his way up to the high ground, is eventually going to be able to find the Wyvern. Lace is around to try and help out if he really wants to. Solo going to buy a bit of time with the Cold Embrace, but that'll be enough for them. Na'Vi, they'll lose the Wyvern, they'll back off as Beast Coast. They're not done yet. After Sweet and Strong they go, trying for the Tiny as well, and they should have it. The X-Back is there, though Sweet and Strong somehow still alive, is buying a bit more time. RB just not looking for the fight as Beast Coast should have keep going. Boys over around now. Lane's forced to pump the X and try to force the fight as the buyback. There as well from RB. Before they aiming. One rifle with the first of the better, but he's going to be KB up. Beachun, he'll join the fray as well. Solo already flying back up easy on the Wyvern. They might find the Earthshaker, but no. Oh, Beast Coast. They just kept going. And eventually Na'Vi, they were just forced to turn around and try to force the fight. It just doesn't work out in their favor.
Oh, and Beastcoast are just playing really well with this long-range initiation they have. Not really initiation, but just a long-range nuking. With the Fissure and the Kisses coming out, they isolate targets from Na'Vi, forcing them to split up. They need to take care of Solo, removing that Winter Wyvern and the Chris from the equation. And just without that, your team fight's kind of gone. You still have the coil to play with. You don't have that counter fight when Beast Coast, all they want to do is keep running at it. Dream Coil doesn't quite stop that. The Curse does. And again, you lose that Winter Wyvern. It opens up the possibilities for Beast Coast. They're even fortunate for the Rosh time. It's already up. Beast Coast looks to run straight in with the damage output they have on the jug. And with the help of that AC, it's not going to take too long for Rosh to fall apart here.
Roshan. They're down. The way of Beast Coast basically for free here. Na'Vi just unable to contest this one. It's the way of K1 this time around. They won't allow the jug to go without it. With a 7k advantage now, Beast Na'Vi on the back foot now, and even with the BKBs up, they are still struggling. Just Gojira finding the perfect catches with these fishes flying out, and it just proves to be way too much in these team fights. And here I was, Jonathan, talking about how crap Earthshaker is right now, but Gojira, he's proven me wrong. There's no one. Bot lane might have to find out the hard way as well, as they are looking to make the jump in, but a nice blink out. TP away, and they go. not quite. Won't even try. Down towards the bot lane once again though, Solo. Gonna be slowed up by these Mortimer's kisses. Fisher is gonna barely connect in Solo. Eventually just slowly gonna burn away. K1 does move into the kill secure. Beast Coast, they might just try and settle for this bottom tier 1 tower now. Rather tier 2 tower. Or maybe not. Maybe just go into the dire triangle and keep that farm going.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Navi, they just don't have a lot of options when your food supports can just play like this. That's a pause 4 and pause 5 combo. Fissure out, Fizz out, you don't care if you extend it. Take away one piece of the equation from Navi, and again, it's always the pivotal Winter Wyvern. Without that curse, without that presence, that full embrace of in, got that open for Beastcoast. They're still protected by Aegis for 3.5 minutes. They could go into the high ground.
Fine, they want good. That tier 3 tower. Tier 3 gone. Navi, they're the ones that are going to find a way to try and force this fight. K1 very confident, but a nice avalanche constant is there. On to K1, now B-Tune does make his blink in, so they will go for the fight on the side of Beast Coast. B-Tune he's under control. Eventually with the Mana Void there, they'll get the job done. Even find the Aegis of the junk. Beast Coast really want to keep this fight going. It does seem like they do. They brought back on Stinger. They're committing to this one. But Rats still under siege here from Beast Coast. And will drop.
Dire's bottom barracks.
I mean, they got a couple kills here, but not quite enough to save their own Rats. The Beast Coast, they might go for a second.
Still got the Omni ready on K1. Sort of good hospital.
Back is there. K1, he'll go to the fight anyway. In fact, never mind. He'll spin out after seeing the X's are being popped here from Lace. They don't have to fight into that unnecessarily. Might just wait it out though. Mode is there. Onto the DP with the drag back, but again, no full committal until that Exorcism is gone. With that Beast Coast, they'll go for a reset anyway. No need to rush this. They are 1x up now and 10k net worth ahead. Just no need to panic. Just play this one slow.
Yeah, they've got a really good grasp on this game. For Navi, I mean, it doesn't. I don't know if your AM can really grow as big as you want it to be here. The Butterfly is going to be coming through for V-Tune relatively soon here as well, but the Jug's your massive issue. You've got to find a way to burst down the K1. Hector already has a Basher up on that Jug, so the Omnisash is an even bigger threat, and even Whisper on that Veno. Like the investment, you know, it's kind of slowing down. 15k net worth, but the Ags is coming out here, Mike. So even more damage coming through with a Poison Nova, and you even have the Poison Nova talent already up at level 20. The timing's perfect for Whisper to play with here. The plus 5 second duration, 30-second duration Poison Nova with the additional damage you have on the Ags. That's pretty obnoxious, Mike. That's going to be consistently annoying, and it's not like you can instantly burst Whisper down as well. He's just very durable with BKB and Hood of Defiance up.
Oh, it's a lot of damage. It's a hell of a lot of damage, and with that lower cooldown, going to make matters even worse here for Navi. Is still trying to find a way to fight back against Beast Coast. They do make the jump in onto the Snapfire now. The Butler's K1 will go after the Death Prophet, trying to chase down Lace, but nobody getting locked down quite yet. V-Tune does rear his head out. This is a committed as well, but they're cancelled off immediately by no one. Whisper, there's your jump in with the Poison Nova. Lace, hopping it. Fisher is there. Lock him down and take him out. Now they can certainly go for the fight. East Coast, they might force high ground once again and at least get a buyback to recommit him from this Death Prophet. They all sweet and strong. He's still ticking out to this shot. It's not even an axe upgrade yet. In fact, it is.
It is. You know, at least, you know, Nova's not fatal damage, so you're not quite dead, but it's enough to shut him away. And as you mentioned, Mike, high ground, so slowly shoving although.
Curse is there, but it's really caught nothing. Solo, he might just go down for this. Prince Love, yeah, just moves in. Easy pick off for himself. There's your buyback committed by Laser to try and force his but back their way is K1. Does go down to V-Tune. Maybe they can force the fight. Chris Luck looking for the TP up at the coil. It's going to lock him down to Na'Vi. They will be able to punish the side of Beast Coast for sticking around a bit too long. Not a bad team fight whatsoever for Na'Vi, and not a bad defense.
And they hold on, they prevent further losses on the high ground. And Beast Coast maybe getting a bit too keen on that move up. I mean, a lot of spells from Na'Vi didn't connect, but the key thing for Na'Vi that enabled them was that they knew that Nova wasn't going to be up at that point. Still a minute cooldown, and so there's a little bit of time, a little bit of an opening. Then it wasn't quite in the area as well. And with that, Na'Vi keep themselves in the game. 26-25, still an overwhelming lead for Beast Coast at 8k, but it has shrunk down a bit. Again, V-Tune with a butterfly up does mean your output on the jug versus AM matchup is equally awkward for both sides with the evasion running on both.
Now gone, V-Tune falling right into the tier 3. Working over there, Whisper to try and force them back. No one meanwhile found Gojira. Now with the toss back onto the Veno. Oh boy, Whisper might just go down, but a nice cookie to save the day. No one though going to follow up and secure the killers. Now V-Tune right in with the snapfire, wanting a bit more and might just have him. Pop his BKB just in case, but he has secured the kill. The Beast Coast, I mean, they've got to be very careful here, John. They've given a lot of
barracks are under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, it's a big swing back for the side of Na'Vi. A set of racks to equalize it down to mid. They are still fairly well protected in the Beast Coast with a tier 1 standing up top and tier 2 down bot. Na'Vi aren't going to be overstaying their welcome here, immediately backing off after at least that melee racks falling. So they're staying disciplined on Na'Vi. They respect that Beast Coast has a lot of fight in them. And Beast Coast, for their part, losing just immediately mid, not the end of the world. They have a full set of racks down bot. Again, tier 2 still standing bot and tier 1 standing top. The mid creeps are still a very distant possibility. But for Na'Vi, with this kind of opening, with a DD lying around, if they get lucky with a Roche timer here, they could try to go again onto the high ground. And considering how much EHP you do have on your AM with the evasion, it might not be enough to just hope that Hector can spin on top and get the Omni Slash off, because V-Tune is deceptively tanky.
There, they found the punch. They'll take no one down, but now the Curse is trying to turn this one still K1. Gets an Omni onto the wire of the solo. Looking at the buyback. Still Gojira is going to drop it now. K1. Manavoid is there. He's going to go down, it seems like. Oh boy, here we go. No buyback available. This is where things get rather scary here for Beast Coast. Maybe find another lane of barracks, but not to be fair, John, they've got tier 2 towers still standing on both side lanes, so Na'Vi, they're gonna have to do it the old-fashioned way.
Radiant's top
and have to chip away. Tier 1 falls top onto the tier 2 next. Backdoor is still up and kicking. That might buy them enough time to at least get Gojira back up. You've got the Fissure Kisses to play with once more, but it just doesn't feel enough. Like, you are still finding solo. I mean, to be fair, like, the Winter Wyvern's impact hasn't been that great this game. It's just been about V-Tune and mainly Sweden Strong as well. Along with no one just making close to tie.
Again, V-Tune the deep here on the AM, but Crossback is there. Onto Chris Luck, they've got the Conker. Chris Luck, well, he's trying to get out, but he's being bashed here into the Abyssal Blade now. Still surviving somehow, but V-Tune just not done yet. Eventually finding Chris Luck. He can buy back. They just have to. But no one and the rest of Na'Vi, they need a reset. This Poison Nova damage is just so high from Whisper. They can't really go for a fight after.
Under attack.
Yeah, it's enough to force them back for a bit of a reset. One thing with Ag's Venomancer, it's 50% uptime from that Nova. 60-second cooldown. You've got 25-second duration as well. It's like pretty much 50%. So every single time you're going to have that up in a pivotal point in the game. Beast Coast going for the smoke play. Might catch some good targets in the triangle here.
See. Yeah, Bishop. They've got solo behind them. The lock stuns are there, but now the curse is committed. V-Tune. He'll be able to set up right onto Whisper if he wishes. Then the Poison Nova is available once again, but they get the silence off her. Featured. He gets caught out of the AM this time around, but the cold embrace is going to buy a bit of time. Featured still alive, but not for long. They've taken him down. Gojira. Just the constant stuns flying out to get the done. Beast Coast going for a bit more now. Or rather, no one. He finds Stinger. No one. Still taking out the poison over damage, but anyway, he is going to be fine. So all sweet and strong. Everyone just so low on HP, but they're all managed to survive because again, Poison Nova, it's not lethal.
Yeah, it's the one saving grace when you're playing against that. You will need to land a Gale or at least have a bit of a poison sting out from your ward or from your own right click to help clean up. It's at that point in the game where it's very hard to tell who's eking out a little bit more on the map. In theory, Beast Coast is a little bit better off with a tier 2 standing bot, but Na'Vi aren't doing too bad as well. It's a lot of back and forth in these fights. This Roshan can set precedent. Although, he was wrong.
K1 though will have his way with him, but now the coil is there for no one. Chris Lock still going after Lace. The K1 seems to have his eyes set onto no one. The back way out. K1 towards the south. Chris Lock falling rather low here to Lace. Eventually might just drop. Even with the bow drum, it's not going to be enough. Not commit buybacks to try and get back into this Roshan pit, but in the meantime, K1 now, he's been left behind. He's in big trouble. Even with the BKB up, he's going to go down. No buyback. Stinger trying to run his way out of the Snapfire, but it doesn't seem like he'll be lucky either. Eventually, he will go down. More buybacks can be committed here from Beast Coast. They try for Noah, but the Echo Slab. Oh, it's completely whiffed.
Ooh, boy. And out of nowhere, Na'Vi suddenly has an 8k, 9k lead back with all the buybacks submitted from Beast Coast. They understand Roche is up, though. They can't afford to give that one away. They're going to have to run their way up there. Omni Slash still ready for Hector to play with. But Na'Vi's teamfight's also at the ready. Dream Coil's ready, Curse is ready. Only the Exo is kind of down for a bit longer. Hector's taking massive risk trying to fix this exchange. Is forced to back off. With all the buybacks committed from Beast Coast, Na'Vi with one team fight on a couple of heroes, that could be high ground and Megas, maybe the end game if you're not careful.
Middle tower is under attack.
Very nice avalanche this time. They found Gojira. The Earthquake is gone now. No buyback available. Na'Vi will keep moving forward. Curse is down, holding down Chris Luck. K1 trying to get something done here against Featured. Featured down a bit. Meanwhile, no one. Getting stunned up for a while, but he's just fine as well as now the Mana Void back in onto Whisper. The Venomancer in big trouble. Could go down and eventually, no, not quite yet. Featured in danger now. He's trying to run, and will blink away, and Beast Coast somehow keeping this team fight going as no one still trying to hunt down the Venomancer. Trying to juke and jive his way to victory as Whisper still trying to avoid no one. Eventually surely dies here and does do so as no one. Not done yet. Wind Waker his way up back to the high ground is now sweet and strong with the toss back onto the Conker. Chris Luck trying to try and man fight this one out. There's no way to good try, but there's just no way to survive. That might be it. There's 3 heroes down without buyback available, but Na'Vi, they're going to go for Roshan first.
Have that opening for pretty big objective. 3 Ags on the deck here along with a cheese. So it's going to have even more output from the AM, especially if they do hand it to Beacon. That Blink Fragment is completely obnoxious, could open up the game even more for Na'Vi. Again, they maintain that lead at 11k. Lots of back and forth fights there. Beast Coast, they're just so happy to commit buybacks, but it's such a double-edged sword that if it falls apart, it loses you a huge amount in that game. And they will give VTrueNet Ags here as well, Mike. So Blink Fragments up, even better ways for Na'Vi to, again, just play tag, come inside without committing too much, and maybe force some awkward responses out from Beast Coast. Have to see what they can get done. Again, still protected from the Megas here. Mike tier 2 standing bot, but a clear angle for Na'Vi to just take top and just kind of go from there now.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Not going to be too much work here for Na'Vi.
Radiant
Goes back against the wall now. literally no buybacks available for this last one for Beastcoast can't pull off the victory. Moss is there. Moss reaching back out. No, they got the dart. They've snapped the green coil. They've already got K1 locked down. They've taken him out. No way back in this team fight for 2 minutes. No one. He looks to put the finish on this game.
Radiant's top
More forward
barracks
into
are
the
under
fountain,
attack.
but just holding them back and making sure they cannot come to defend. Na'Vi will take the base of the Radiant side, and there's just nothing
Radiant's
at
top barracks has fallen.
There is still a T2 tower
Radiant's
standing
top
down at the bot
barracks
lane,
are
and
under Radiant's
Na'Vi,
top barracks
if they
has
realize there's no buybacks, they could go for T4 towers, but it doesn't feel like they want to. They'll build the old-fashioned way and just go through the bot lane. Because you've always just got to be careful. This game's just turned so many times now, you just don't want to risk it. Na'Vi, they'll play patient.
Play it safe, just keep shoving out. You have some decent wave clear here from Beast Coast. So the threat for the end game, as long as Chris Luck is around, is still a bit tough to do. But Na'Vi now in very clear lead here, Mike, 23k up. You take a look at the graphs in this game. That is quite the roller coaster ride if you open up those graphs here, Mikey.
Yeah.
All the way up for Beast Coast for a while, back and forth in the laning phase, and then that crash down. It's like, jeez. Look at all the commitments for the buybacks. The fight's not working out for Beast Coast. And Na'Vi just coming back in after a really rough start. I mean, Vitrun's just a menace. He's going for the full Moonshard up
Radiant's
next.
bottom
Probably
tower
just
is
consume
under
that.
attack.
And even has some nice leveler to help this progress on the buildings.
Tiny locked down.
Radiant's bottom
Made it
tower
strong,
has
kind of
fallen.
trapped between a rock and a hard place, and now no one. Actually getting stunned up here on the puck, going down. Whoopsie. It's too preemptive, I think, here from no one, and
Yeah, just we do a little diving sometimes, Mike. You know, as they would say, as the youth would say. You sometimes want to dive a bit far, go too far. Nice smoke break from Sweet and Strong here, though.
up in, double avalanche, and cross combination on the Stinger, and of course Gojira into the curse out from Solo. They should just get cleaned up here by Vichu. The Stinger does. Here, Twist goes nowhere. 2 down.
Strange time to hibernate.
See if they can make that high ground push for that final lane of barracks and the Megas.
They've got an angle. 2 big cores still stand for Beast Coast, but they will buy back on Solo as well, trying to get that movement down. Not too much time left in the EXO. Gonna be mainly Vitrun doing the heavy lifting. We'll see if they can get something done. Gojira still has that slam, but Navi's not giving them any clean
Radiant's
angles for the
bottom
big
tower
slams
is
anymore.
under attack.
Victory tower.
Radiant's
Drop
bottom
down the toss back
tower
again.
has
Sweet and
fallen.
strong right into the coil, but the Echo
Ooh.
Slam being committed by Gojira. Problem is, John, there's just no damage to them. Around, but it's not doing the damage necessary. They've just got all the answers here on the side of Na'Vi as they find another.
Radiant's bottom barracks
No
are
call
under
being made yet
attack.
here from Beast Coast, but there's 4 down. There you go, there's the GG call now. A very back and forth game. And, you know, like you said, John, on the graph, it does kind of imply that Beast Coast had a very good lead throughout midway through this game, but a few mistakes here and there.
Like, I think for Beast Coast, right, they found this strong early start. They managed to really get great work done with Gojira and Stinger. I think that's where their big combination was coming out from, just to fissure kisses, to start these fights from a mile away and hit that timing on the blink. Once Gojira had blink, just jumping around, getting these pretty decent enough stuns off to control up, especially here it's like no one's puck, and just hold him back. And Vitrun was kind of struggling to just play that farm game. We saw Hector kind of pull ahead in his jug, start to build up. But then that Roche fight came, and they start to drop heroes outside of the Roche, and then they force the buybacks after buybacks going into that pit. I mean, it was a massive risk. They knew they wanted to kind of play this fast and aggressive, and if they did manage to win that buyback war, things might have been a lot different. But once you commit that much and you drop, you know, you start losing that investment, Mike, it just rolls downhill from there. So I appreciate what they did. It looked good. Na'Vi was patient enough to find that opening, though, and they do come out on top in the end. But Beast Coast are a very mean team. As long as they play aggressive like that, while tempering back some of that risk in the later part of the game, they look pretty scary.
That they did, Jonathan. We'll find out if they can kind of reel it back in game number 2 here against Na'Vi, as we are going to head off to a very short break, and of course, right after that break.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Overcome.
Will not rise to
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Our blade falters.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into game number 2's draft here between X-Fire once again. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. A very back and forth game number 1 between these two teams. I want to ask you where it all went wrong for Beast Coast, John, but it really was quite back and forth. Go on, tell us, why did Beast Coast lose that game 1 and why did Na'Vi win game 1?
Well, it's just that those buybacks going in for the Roshan, I think that was an all-in play to look for a big advantage going forward to deny Na'Vi a way of coming back. Instead, it works against them. It was a double down. They got in serious trouble. Their hand wasn't quite enough when they came back in with that, and it was a very forced fight, it felt like, with the buybacks. Very staggered out. They already used a lot of their ults in the first half. But they were playing around these early times really well. Like Whisper on his Veno, something he loves, of course. You and I didn't believe in it, but he had that strong early start. He hit up that Ags timing. He was super durable up front. And once he had that Ags, like 50% uptime Poison Nova with the damage he was doing was enough to force back Na'Vi multiple times. It's just that, they back off without dying. And the follow-through wasn't there from Beast Coast, which was, again, that situation in Roshan where Na'Vi was pulling back, they reset. Beast Coast feel like they can take this fight. They buy back, they go in, and the full reset's done. They've already expended a couple of their big team fight spells. It falls flat. So I think tempering back that aggression a bit is going to be one way for Beast Coast to maybe get an angle out. Maybe also looking at more active or more scaling offlaners for Whisper to play. It felt like the Veno did take a while to build up. He was very aggressive early on, but that scaling does cut off towards the late game, even though the output is still great in theory. But, with BKBs up, with the lack of burst damage from your other heroes, it can kind of fall flat if you're not careful.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we'll see what they do end up changing up in game number 2. I believe we are going to have a draft underway any moment now, and it should be very interesting to see what does happen as we do. Again, a very back and forth game number 1, and we at least for me, John, I did doubt Beast Coast draft quite a bit, but like you mentioned, they certainly made it pretty the last bits of the game where a couple issues did happen, but I wouldn't put it down to draft. I would put it down to maybe just a few mistakes being made that did cost Beast Coast the game in the end. See if they can kind of rectify it going into game number 2 to force a tie. Keep in mind, Beast Coast, they haven't won a game today. So kind of important for them to try and pull off a victory here and make sure they at least have a decent day number 1.
Yeah, same situation for Na'Vi. They haven't won a series today, but they've at least got one game win already in this series. So if they manage to find a 2-0, it's going to feel great for them. If they get a draw, well, Beast Coast and
10
Navi are kind of
seconds
hanging in the same
remaining.
spot on standings at that point, which it's
5
fine. It's
seconds
not the end of the
remaining.
world, but you would really rather see that 2-0 if you are Navi. So they're going to have
Dire
to
team
really
pick.
play much more focused, and I think you and I would agree. Vitrine did have a good time on that AM. Maybe go for something a little bit
Beast
stronger. Although
Coast's
to be fair,
turn.
Vitrine did his job very well. The dodge had a lot of control, and we're already seeing those adjustments in draft here. Mike Navi, go with Marcy Razor. We see this combo so many times, and
Beast
it
Coast's
feels like it's
turn
such
to
a mixed
ban.
bag. Sometimes that
Bloodseeker.
dispose with a static link looks amazing. Other times it looks like it falls flat. For Beast Coast, they go into the Bloodseeker. That is likely our Hector here in the safe lane, along with a
Dire
Tiny now. So
team
you've got the
ban.
Rupture toss back
Beast
down line. That can
Coast's
always
turn
be
to
good.
ban.
And I believe it was you're really gonna laugh at me for saying this, Mike.
Yeah.
But we did see a 0% game for Talon where they had a Bloodseeker and they did manage to play around with Rupture really well. That pure damage scales really nicely. So Beast Coast can kind of play it tempo early on. The hero doesn't
Dire
need too much
team
farm to get
ban.
active. And towards the late game, you've always got that combination with Tiny to kind
Beast
of
Coast's
deal
turn
with
to
some of these bigger
ban.
targets down the line.
Yeah. I know the game you're talking about, by the way, Jonathan. I was tuning in where I could, and yeah, of course, you somehow managed a way to fit Talon into a game that doesn't have Talon in it. So can't wait. I mean, I wonder if you and I will get to
10
cast a game with
seconds
Talon, John.
remaining.
Can't wait to see what happens then with you and Talon.
5
But
seconds remaining.
we'll see.
Uh,
How have Talon been doing today, by the way, John?
you know what? I haven't been keeping up because we've been casting, Mikey. So I wouldn't know. They did drop to LGD 02. So
Right. All right.
well, what can you do?
Yeah.
They're playing with Zephyr instead of Q. I mean, we shouldn't even focus on that. Right now.
Well, you
I'm
brought
just
it
going
up.
on. Yeah,
You brought it
that
up.
is my fault. That is my fault. And that's good old Talon.Fnatic.Polaris.JohnXfire.Boom. To be fair, I don't have all of that. But yes. Anyway, going back to the bans, you're seeing Beast Coast again focusing on some of that
Dire
sustain. They
team
do
ban.
respect Panda No One Ember, and they realize they left in Zeus. Like, you know what? We left in that jumpy guy. Take him away. I to be fair, I thought Beast Coast might gun for Zeus because I will say this all the time. I still want to see Bloodseeker Zeus just to play with Blood Rage
10
Zeus.
seconds
Oh,
It's
stop
not
it.
the same as it was. But come on, the spell amp on Zeus.
5
It sounds pretty
seconds
spicy,
remaining.
right?
Yeah, sort of, John, but I just don't think it's going to be good,
But it used to be good.
Oh,
It used to be. You'd run Bloodseeker Zeus, Spectre, and NP if
Yeah.
you were memeing, or at least Bloodseeker Zeus NP, and well, Ton of God's rat and then Nature's rat, and all the
Dire
rats just
team
kill you. You know?
Beast Coast's turn to
good old
pick.
days. Huh?
Chen.
I remember that strategy,
there's it.
Jonathan. Yeah, there's a Chen coming out from Natus Vincere. This is an interesting hero as well, right? Like this Chen hero, it's so make or break. Like it either just wins you the game or it just does nothing the whole game. And well, I think Chen in most cases, at least most of the time we see
10
it,
seconds
generally is
remaining.
on the better end of things and does perform quite well.
5
Beast Coast
seconds
does
remaining.
do this, but it's just one of those heroes where if it starts snowballing out of control, it just starts to feel impossible to try and control.
Beast Coast's turn to
Yeah,
pick.
and I think it was Navi that we were watching when we were doing a little bit of that EEU DPC where they did pull out the Chen for solo. And he made it look amazing. That was at the point early on where we weren't seeing as much Chen coming out. We're seeing much more Enchantress. The sustain beta wasn't quite fully popping off yet.
10
And solo made the
seconds
hero
remaining.
look really good. However, right now Beast Coast does pick up that
5
Whisper
seconds
Timbersaw on the
remaining.
off lane. So they've got the specialty coming out. They've got a good way of dealing with that creep army. The hold of Na'Vi to hold the Timbersaw down isn't particularly amazing. You only really have Dispose. But it is a stable
Dire
target for the
team
Razor
pick.
to just static link off of.
Dazzle.
So I feel like it's a little bit of a back and forth. The Timbersaw going to be a bit free to run around. At the same time, the Razor is going to be able to sap away quite a fair bit of damage from him if you do try to get aggressive. But Beast goes double down, go into Dazzle, which we've already seen all before.
10
And
seconds
just
remaining.
that shallow grave can make or break, especially with something like the Timbersaw up
5
front. He can just
seconds
regen
remaining.
through with a shallow grave on top and just go back in, reset fully fine. Even the Bloodseeker, right? With Thirst up and running, if he does find a kill during that shallow grave, he's going to be ready to go again. So I like the
Beast
Dazzle
Coast's
fitting in for
turn
Beast
to
Coast
ban.
draft.
Yeah,
Monkey
certainly
King.
so. quick Monkey King pick up there from Na'Vi. Not to be too dissuaded here by Beast Coast draft. Though I must admit, I do agree with you on that, John. I mean, the Dazzle Bloodseeker going to be quite annoying to deal with, I'm sure, for the side of Na'Vi, and let's see what they can get done. Hell, even the Timber somehow making it through all the way to this point as well, right? Like, the previous series, we were seeing Timber just being banned out first phase every single time. This time around, just both teams kind of ignoring it, so it does make its way through. See how it does perform here against Na'Vi, but you know, it's one of those heroes. Nobody wants to play against it at the moment, apparently.
Yeah, it is fairly annoying. Now, to be fair, in Beast Coast, Whisper loves this hero. At the same time, the past 3 months, I don't think they've won with it. So, it's a specialty, but as a whole, the hero just hasn't been doing all too well. And I think we've seen that across the regions, right? Like in Southeast Asia, we see a couple of Timber Saws. It's also false flats a bit. This does look like a better game for it, but now you're doing Timber Saw into Monkey King, potentially coming out here for V-Tune on the safe. And that's still a pretty good time for Monkey. You can just stack up the Jingu, level 1 to 3. Timber Saw is going to feel very vulnerable, and you can just kind of burst him down. Especially if you're running Monkey King Chen. That lane can get really aggressive here, Mike. And you still have the Razor Marcy lane to kind of deal with Bloodseeker. Disposing Bloodseeker with Static Link, there's not much he can also do about that.
Well, final banouts to come here, John. It's like both teams, or at least the TA being banned out by Beast Coast, so maybe just assuming that there might be another mid laner to come here from Na'Vi. I suppose the TA with the Razor probably will very well.
5 seconds remaining.
You do kind of want a fast-paced mid, I would argue, here with this draft from Na'Vi anyway, so see what they end up picking up. A lot of time being taken for this final ban, though, here from Beast Coast.
Dire team ban.
You kind of want something mobile for Na'Vi here. Just to catch the Dazzle in the backline. You do lack mobility overall with its draft outside of a Monkey King. So, Puck's out of the picture, Ember's gone. Void Spirit could be nice, especially with the Ags up. Dazzle's not going to be able to save. You don't tend to see Dazzle with any sort of Dispel on hand or a BKB. So that could be one way of taking that factor out. Something with magic damage can also work out here if you wanted to go that route. Lina could be one, although Na'Vi banned it out, preventing Beast Coast from taking that Lina as well. So it does look like we're lacking those mids. And again, some mobility for both sides, actually, because Beast Coast, they're also just relying on Timsaw kind of chaining around. Blink Up and Tiny is going to help that. But beyond that, it can be a bit tougher. Keen to see what they have. Like last time we saw Chris Luck, Konka, I mean, it could still work with a Bloodseeker Timber Saw. They are very durable with the Dazzle as well. They can stall out these fights very nicely, but I don't like the prospect of picking triple melee into a Razor Monkey King.
Let's see what they go for. Final pick up for Beast Coast first. "25 seconds reserve time left to try and make this decision."
Dire team pick.
Wind Ranger at your service.
Something that we've been seeing Seb run from OG, and he kind of won a major with it, right? You and I were there, and you can see the disgust in my face seeing that Wind Ranger win every single game. That was Seb, though, John. What are you thinking here for Beast
10
Coast?
seconds remaining.
5
seconds remaining.
actually don't know why you'd pick the Wind Ranger here. Up against Razor, it's not particularly amazing. It will force MKBs out, as this is likely a core Wind Ranger coming out for Beast Coast. But once you have the MKBs, I don't think it's a massive issue. You're not too scared of Focus Fire overall. Power Shot's a nice spell, and I like how Na'Vi responder. Like, all right, you take the Wind Ranger, you think you're going to run around in mid. Guess what? We've got the Keeper of the Light. We've got the magic damage to control that lane. It's always going to be shoved out. Power Shot is not as great of a nuke as Illuminate is. And now if you look at Na'Vi, Mike, sure, they don't have that mobility to catch the back line, to catch out the Dazzle, but look at the sustain you have with the Illuminate heal when you've got your ult up on the Keeper, with the Chen on hand, with Hand of God. You don't have burst on Beast Coast. Outside of, say, Rupture Toss, you really actually don't have burst, and I think that's worrying when you're up against a Monkey King and Razor with all the sustain.
It's going to be a very concerning game, I think. A very nice coddle coming draft here. And both sides, I mean, two interesting drafts to say the least. I don't know about this mid-wind ranger. I know I've said it already, but it does kind of appear a little bit strange to me, John. You look at the draft as well. Like, if this Chen does take off, like if this draft takes off from Na'Vi, they're just going to snowball and run you down. Like, there's no two ways about it. You are going to get run down if these lanes just go the way of Na'Vi this game number 2. So yeah, but do you want to give me your preferred draft going into this game too?
Yeah, I'm really leaning into Na'Vi for this one. Like, the Wind Ranger can be great, can be really impactful, but on the core position, it feels like it needs a lot. You're gonna want Blink, you're gonna want BKB, you're gonna want something like a Daedalus to have some output, and that's not something Wind Ranger really farms fast. She just doesn't farm fast, period. So I think Navi's just got these heroes that can flash farm fairly well in the Kotl and the Monkey King. They don't need too much items going on for the Razor. They can just kind of run around once the BKB's up. You've got great lanes coming out from Na'Vi with Monkey King Chen. That's actually pretty aggressive. Playing with the Penitence could be great. And then the classic Marcy Razor, which, again, has been fairly 50-50 when we see it in some other regions. But if it does get pulled off, that's a scary lane to have to deal with as a Bloodseeker. So I like where Na'Vi's going. I think having this more active here as well for Vichun is great news, because it did take a while for him to ramp up on the AM. Doesn't take as long to kind of hit your stride here on the Monkey King.
Certainly not. Even level 1 team fights to break out, though I highly doubt it with these kind of drafts. Beast Coast will take it easy for now, I think, and so should Na'Vi. Again, it's going to be a matter of whether you can control the Kotl this game, I think. We've seen Kotl just take off and take over the game if you're not too careful. It's very, very hard to slow down this hero once it's had its start, and you get into that Solar Bind Dagon combinations, and everyone's just getting blown up left, right, and center. A very, very painful experience if you are at the other end of that. RV team fight down a bot lane. K1's hanging around, so is Chris Lux. Stinger is also going to move in. Big Illuminator fly out as everyone kind of ignores the bounty rune and just rebounds out of there. Gojira still trying to move in, but won't have any other spells to throw out. And it's kind of a bit of an awkward moment there, John. Sweden Strong just kind of running through the bounty rune and just rebounding out of there instead of picking it up.
Yeah, does lead to a better start there for Beast Coast. They're not going to be asking those same questions there. Still keen to see how the lanes do break out, though. Like, we are seeing very unconventional mid Wind Ranger up against Kotl. Really not something you see too often. I would say this is pretty much Kotl favored. Like, the one thing with Wind Ranger in lane, right? You want to leverage Wind Run. It wins you right-click trades. You have a great time. You see this build as well from Crystal, going for the 4 branches, going for the stats, a little bit more damage in the right-click. But you can't really trade with a Kotl as long as you eliminate that. Level 1's going to be better. Level 2, level 3. Level 2 is still okay for Wind Ranger. Level 3 onwards is when it does start to get into the Kotl's favor, especially by level 4 going for, say, the 2-0-2. So no one is just going to be able to ride until that point. I don't see a kill threat coming out. And Crystal can try to farm up with a power shot. Again, it's just not as good as Illuminate when you consider the 2 spells. So the Kotl, I don't expect him to slow down too much here.
Certainly not. I mean, it should be a pretty, I'd say, easy lane for no one, but we'll have to wait and see, as we still are quite just paused in this game number 2. Even the other lanes seem pretty standard. Like, maybe the top lane has a few issues here, like for Na'Vi, is Whisper on the deep pressure Monkey King, but even then you have plenty of turn potential. It's not going to be too hard for Vijun to just activate the Jingu Mastery and heal himself up. So we are going to have even more disconnects to come out, but you kind of see my point here, John. Like, it might just be very back and forth for the side lanes. And again, as long as the mid lane just goes well for no one, I feel like Na'Vi eventually just kind of take off with this draft. I feel like Beast Coast with harder to execute on their end of things.
Yeah, it's much more an edge. I think, considering their playstyle, though, from Beast Coast, considering what we saw from that last game, they can still can pull it off. Like, they do have a draft that can get really aggressive. They don't require too much farm on most of their heroes for their mid-game spike past the laning phase. And I think that's what they're going to have to rely on. Like a strong start coming out for Whisper, early durability items for the Timbersaw, and for Chris Luck to just get his levels. I'm pretty open in the itemization on the Wind Ranger. I'm keen to see what ideas he has as well to build up on that hero.
Lane already a bit of a link coming out of Lace. The K1 to steal that damage away, and it can be very annoying for the Bloodseeker as well, this laning phase. Like, you having all and even with that, this happens, but Sweden Strong just gets rather aggressive and makes the jump in with the rebound. And the Dazzle, yeah, sure, if you can get Poison Touch off and just right-click people, it's very, very strong. But the thing is, against a Razor and, of course, a Marcy, they're just going to turn on you every time. There's just no need for them to take that sort of punishment.
Not gonna happen.
Yeah, they don't have too much to wait for as well. It's just that classic combo. Level 2 is when it really starts to shine with the Dispose. Until the Dispose is up, you still have some angles away. So it's not the scariest thing in the world, and Beast Coast does hit level 2 faster. In comparison though, like Dazzle plus Bloodseeker isn't the scariest thing to play against. You don't have a stun to set up onto the Blood Right. Can't really keep anyone down. Up top, you're already seeing Solo great value out of his Purge Creep. And Gojira not even able to find that Courier Snipe, and you gotta love how that Purge Creep just keeps burning you down. Out of mana now though, but that is annoying.
Oh, it certainly is, John. It certainly is. It's a fun one. Still, I mean, you know, it is what it is. Well, not getting lucky is the luckiest anyway. He didn't get the mana burn creep, John. That's the real fun. Yeah, once you get that up, you just can't do anything against it. But for now, he's got this little this wild wing. Just get the tornado up. It does a decent amount of damage, believe it or not.
Yeah, it does. You would rather the big one for some push-pull plays, but not going to be there quite yet. Very silent game. I mean, a lot of heroes dropping low, a little bit of a back and forth onto no one. Starting to get really down. I think the one combination you have is Thirst plus Power Shot, so you can kind of figure out where the Cottle's charging up outside of Fog and still get some good punishment off. But you are still seeing no one build up. 2 CS lead, not the biggest in the world, but you certainly aren't stopping that Cottle from getting that early farm.
Where's yours?
No one having a very good time on that keeper. Chris Luck, it's one of the things, like, he can secure his own farm on the Wind Ranger, but he can't really slow down no one too much, though. As I say that, that's a very nice shackles from Chris Luck. Not quite enough to secure a kill, but certainly starts threatening the life of no one. Chris Luck, next power shot, might actually have a chance of killing off this Coddle. He can land a nice shackles once again. And no one feeling quite as safe anymore on this keeper. Shackles this time around will not connect. No one can feel a little bit safer being a bit more aggressive on the keeper. Meanwhile, bottom lane, we jump in onto Lace. A lot of slows being placed through. Sweden Strong does go for a rebound out just to make sure. And he will do so. Rebound back in onto the Dazzle. That's the thought is going to be there, though they are dropping rather low now on the side of Na'Vi. So K1 very, very fast on the Bloodseeker. No kills coming out down to this bot lane. Not quite yet.
Yeah, no kills anywhere here, Mike. Still a silent 0-0, though they'll try again.
Try. Lace. There. Stinger. Not sure. First blood. But K1 is going to be able to clean up straight after it seems. Sweden Strong tries to Fairy Fire up through it, but it's not going to be quite enough. So you got the first blood bonus, but a double kill will go the way of K1. It's kind of hard to know who it's more worth for.
I think you're happy for Beast Coast. Sure, you don't get the bonus gold, but the EXP for Hector is going to be big. You're going to be closer to that 6, closer to that threat, after at least having the Rupture along with, say, the toss back from your 4th down the line. Gojira even shows up here.
Go up to that Razor again, make the Walk of Shame back to Gojira. May have gone a bit too far on this Tiny, and get punished as well. K1 is going to try and help out, but there's your static link being committed here from Lace to try and force him back, but K1's done a good job of keeping his Tiny alive. It out with his life intact, and Lace a little bit frustrated about that as Gojira thinking about even moving back in here on the Tiny, but does tend to just go back the other way instead. Maybe into the mid lane, trying to set up onto no one. Problem is, you don't have the easiest way of getting to that Keeper of the Light. He's a very fast old man, and with that, Gojira, he's out of there. Down to the bottom.
Yeah, I think what beastcoast is doing is really good though. Like, they understand they've got this offlaner that can just be left alone. They try to get active with a Tiny, just not leading to too much success just yet.
They are trying, but yeah, like you mentioned, not too much success yet. Jira back himself out once again and just accepts the fact that he's not getting the kills he wants. To be fair though, he has bought quite a bit of time for K1 to catch up in terms of CS here, so there is a positive to all this. But certainly not the impact you were hoping for, that's for sure. Thing is, if you are Gojira, it's not like you need to be at the top lane anyway. When you have a Timbersaw off lane, there's just absolutely no point in Gojira being around the Timber at this point. So right now for the Tiny, there's just nothing to do in response. Gonna try for the TP out, but is not gonna make it. K1 unable to really help out either. Just to kind of watch his teammate die while trying to TP.
Yep. Just nothing they can really do to stop Blaze from getting hits off, and they might go again.
They may. Onto the Bloodseeker. K1. He should be just fine to back his way out, but in terms of farm, he's not really finding as much as he would like at this point. It's certainly a bit of a struggle here for K1.
Yeah, you worry about his timings up against Vichun, who's had a much freer lane. The threat hasn't been coming out really from Whisper so far. He is pretty durable already in terms of, and they are starting to rotate up, trying to find Solo. But Solo's going to be pretty alright. He's got the chain lightning, so he's just farming up as well. And again, they're just getting what they want.
Oh, the Boundless. It was on cooldown.
Top tower is under attack.
Unable to cancel the TP onto K1.
Double damage.
With that, Vichun, he'll stick around anyway. I mean, this is where he wants to play on the Monkey King, and he's had a very good laning stage so far on this Monkey King. Top of the net worth board. Just ahead of no one on the Keeper of the Light. So far for the side of Na'Vi, everything seems to be going their way. Stinger, gonna get a poison touch in, but this is out onto the Monkey King. Maybe they've got Vichun, who has overextended, but a nice new Mastery Balance strike. He's still alive, still standing his ground. They can't secure the kill. Oh, he's gonna make it. Can you believe that, Jonathan?
They didn't manage to get a really good toss back for the Rupture to really take effect. So, clump around. And again, they have pretty much 2 melee heroes, 3 melee heroes if you count the Tiny support, up against a Monkey King and Razor. So you're always going to be stuck next to them. That Monkey King range and just attack. And it gets really awkward if you don't manage to find that toss back. Like Gojira tried, not quite enough. And Navi's just want to find more. So take a look back there.
Yeah, let's have a look at this replay. I mean, they got the toss up. There was certainly quite a bit of damage coming in, but let's see where it all went wrong here. They get tossed up with bump up. Plenty of damage, but he just hit the Boundless and the Jingu Mastery, and that was enough for him. Vichun just going for the Hail Mary, just trying to survive through it, and max Jingu Mastery, John. It's not even maxed, it's level 2, but it's more than enough apparently to get the job done.
Yeah, it is. You're lacking that burst right now on the side of beastcoast. And again, you've got this great Rupture top. You need to toss further back. You do not want to give that opportunity for Na'Vi to stay alive. As we talked about from draft, they've got a lot of sustain in this lineup with the Illuminate heal and Solo with Hand of God when that's available. They are clumping around here down bottom.
Chris already being caught out here on the Wind Rangers, tries to get his way up, and so much damage flying in. And already taken down. Maybe they can find Lace in the Razor, and they will do so, but what have they lost for this?
Dire's top tower is
He's
under
not making it out, and I don't know if K1 is either. Perfect Boundless strike out from Vichun, sticking right on target. Climax are incoming though. Gojira is going to rejoin the team buff. They've already lost K1. They've lost Whisper now as well. Oh, disastrous team fight. Gojira, he gets tipped here from Lace. I'm not sure what that buyback was about. I'm not sure what any of the rotations were about, quite frankly.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, we've got to see a replay of that. I believe Gojira tossed back Whisper mid-chain.
Oh.
He might have been able to escape. He got the toss back. I've never seen that kind of time. Yes, we'll take a look back right there when that fight broke out. As they are getting aggressive in mid. They might get the second time, but they got the angle here in that moment a while ago. They did manage to get the rupture toss back this time around. They managed to drop down Lace. They will find that kill in first lock just running down, but it's the buyback. Again, it's beastcoast playing aggressive, beastcoast looking to turn things around. It just doesn't line up this time around. And take a look there, Mike. See Whisper chain away. See what happens.
Dire's top tower is
Oh, look at this. Kills going across the map. We should probably get off this replay. Have a look at what's going on. But that's a bit of a rough one, John. You can't blame Gojira for that.
No,
he was trying to toss a creep or something.
Yeah, he was definitely not gunning for Whisper there. It's just the timing. And that's actually so hard to time that I don't recall ever seeing that, at least by accident. So, unfortunate. Na'Vi, again, off the back of kills they found earlier, running down Chrislock once more, getting a few pickoffs here and there. It's starting to line up, and it just goes back to Beast Coast having this draft. Like, the Timbersaw coming out. Yes, Whisper is a phenomenal Timbersaw, but the hero's not been a great spot. Right, like he had a slower laning start. He didn't really manage to slow down V-Tune this time. You've got Chrislock in the Wind Ranger, who is going into the Maelstrom, so the damage output is going to be there. But realistically, who's starting these fights for Beast Coast? You can chain in as a Timbersaw. There's no follow-up. Gojira is miles away from a blink. You're not just going to comfortably run in here as K1 up against a Monkey King or a Razor. So the angles for these fights aren't quite there. And look at Sweden Strong.
Yeah, Sweden's right. He's just going right forward. K1.
Jeez.
This support Marcy just taking down the POS 1 on Beast Coast.
Oh
Sweden
my God.
He's not even dying yet, John. He's out of there. Oh, that's so demoralizing. Chris Lott, he's going to try and fly back against this Keeper of the Light. No one has actually gone too far. They go way too far in the end.
No, take
So, I mean, it must be very demoralizing though, as the Bloodseeker POS 1 to just die to a Marcy POS 4. Not a great feeling whatsoever.
And I love what Sweden Strong did there. I mean, we've seen Sweden Strong shine since that DPC. He is just insane sometimes. You realize he has this angle, just unleash sidekick, and he doesn't care for the Rupture. Like, he cops so many spells, he doesn't even give it down. It's like, yeah, I bought space, I found a kill, I die, who cares? You know, I get a little bit too excited about that, but you're seeing this
Board out is going to go down. V-Tune able to pick him off this time around. Meanwhile, mid lane, Whisper going to try and go for a chain down. It does make it. John, I realize now why that's the way K1's to the same level as the POS 4 Master. Sweden's, it's concerning as the POS 1 Bloodseeker to be at the same level as the enemy POS 4. It's not a good feeling whatsoever.
It's really not. I mean, Bloodseeker is one of those heroes where it doesn't feel great to play from behind. He is very EXP reliant. Like, you do want to get higher levels in Rupture. You want to get your talents up as well, because it's a massive amount of how you kind of get a lot more from your Blood Rage. So being cut off from those tools for K1 just cuts off a lot of his output. And BKB is going to be coming out slowly but surely. I think the big timing spell for Bloodseeker is going to be the Shard timing, especially up against tank heroes like, say, the Monkey King. That percent-based damage can be really, really effective, but it's still a ways off for K1 to have that, for Hector to find that farm. And the map has shrunk significantly. Bot jungle's invaded by Na'Vi. You've got V-Tune just going into his own BKB, Maelstrom, Echo Saber up. Travel's already up and no one. And they're just ready to sprint around here in Na'Vi if they wanted to. Again, just think about the sustain. They are jumping solo though. Whisper.
I find this Whisper. Yeah, he's gonna have an arm. Chains will be there in time. Whisper gets it done, and Solo's just been playing kind of solo this whole game. John and this chat is unable to catch Sweden Strong here on the Marcy. We just fine to back himself out of there. And
yeah, I mean, that kill in solo is actually pretty big. He was worth around 443 gold, and just struck my eye that solo is almost the same effort as Chris Luck, within 700 gold for Wind Ranger. So it is actually really important kill, considering how far ahead Na'Vi is. If they actually manage to pick off either solo or heck even Sweden Strong, I think you're going to be very happy with just finding that bounce back here for Beast. But 4K lead for Na'Vi at 15 minutes in. Not the biggest in the world, but is significant enough at this point in the game to have a nice little spike here as V-Tune.
V-Tune. Caught at Gojira once again. Poor old Gojira just trying to farm himself towards that Blink Dagger, but is going to be going back to the graveyard for another 30 seconds. Not going to allow that Blink Dagger timing to come in clutch here for Gojira. With that, Na'Vi, they've smoked up again. Sweden, Strong, and Lace, they just want to keep going. What they got, they run right into Stinger, who has not realized yet the smoke was broken. He'll tank the gank at the very least for K1, but it's not a great feeling for him as it seems that they'll just keep going here, Na'Vi. No supposed to throw it onto the Bloodseeker, but they'll take all the farm. And all this catch-up farm, it's just so important for the POS 1 Bloodseeker when he's just this far behind. But he's not going to be able to get it. It's all taken away by Na'Vi.
It's a cloud.
Yep. They're not allowing any openings here for Beast Coast. 5K lead is still maintained. Mailtrip's back up for Chrisluck. He does have a play. I think he's trying to hold on to the beacon. That is get the rupture on Sweden Strong.
Is there?
Yeah.
Illuminate gonna fly through. Very nice blinding light there with no one. And it's just not hard to kill a Timbersaw off when you've got a Coddle. And it's not like he's got any kind of magical defense. Nothing there for him. Like, they go for more now. They've seen Stinger. They know K1's around as well. The reaction is just not fast enough. So K1, he's still trying to run, but no one is right behind. Into the Illuminate. K1 barely surviving, but not for long. The Spirit will prove to be more than enough. They even found Chris Lock.
Windrager?
Na'Vi, this is what I was kind of talking about during the draft, John. They get a lead like this, they'll just run you down.
Yeah, they've got the openings they wanted. I mean, you said it's not too hard to kill Timbersaw. It was surprisingly hard to kill Sweden Strong. He doesn't even die, but they commit the rupture and he literally just ran. Hand of God to heal him up. And the sustain is just too much coming out from Na'Vi, and Beast Coast really needs to play with their combo.
We should just kind of underestimating Gojira and Whisper and getting just melted in the mid lane. Just small mistakes like that I feel like Na'Vi just don't need to make. You know, you don't need to be farming that deep in the T2 rather than the T2 mid tower. So now the Marcy's gone as well. Suddenly Gojira with this blink. Happened to this Tiny. Yeah, Na'Vi. I mean, they just gave 1k gold back the way of Beast Coast.
Where did I go?
Yeah, it's pretty massive, those 2 kills. Just a bit reckless. I'm not expecting Gojira to actually have that blink up and running now. So you have more play on Beast Coast 10. You still are fairly strong on Whisper as long as he survives through. He is working towards a BKB here, Mike, to survive that magical output. They are going for the smoke play now. Let's see if Gojira finds even more of that blink, but no one's up there. Instead, they're eyeing K1 up top.
They are. K1 in trouble. Is just going to get bursted down. I mean, there's just no chance. Poor man's trying to farm his BKB up, but quite a while away from it. And till he has that BKB, they are just going to continue torturing this man. The rest of Beast Coast, they have smoked up to try and force something, but there's nothing around here to force. It's just going to get started. Na'Vi, they know there's no contest right now.
Does look like Beast Coast might have a rough idea. Power Shot will figure it out, but they're very reliant on just having a jump in from Gojira. He has to get the angle perfect here if they want to test.
Try soon. Power Shot will give a bit of vision, but with the Wukong's command down, it's looking a little bit too... Gojira thorn on the left, he cops the bounce. No messing around. Very, very hard skill to try and go for as Na'Vi, they'll happily take the Aegis and the Roshan and the Life of the Tiny. Into the Radiant Triangle they go. Again, there's just nothing to stop them. John, keep in mind, we haven't really seen a big push coming out yet with this chat. Like, nothing's happened with Solo yet. He's
just been more than satisfied farming. He's got the raid packed up, he's got the mech up and running. He's pretty damn fat as a Chen, considering he's been AFK farming. And you know, his contribution in these teamfights so far, Mike, has just been pressing R. Right? Like, we don't even see the creep micro all too often. It's really just coming in, Hand of God, alright, you're good, I'm back to farming. And there's been no punishment. That's a sign of concern. When a Chen can just AFK farm the jungle, you know you've got a few issues there.
You do. Not be another smoke out. Oh, they're gonna see Chris Luck here. Go for him though. Maybe they haven't seen him. See? Running the stinger. We'll see him, but the early primal spring out from V-Tune and it kind of just went the wrong way. Oh, bottom lane, no one. He's going to show up and has done the whip spot. Ethereal Blade is up as well, but a nice TP attempt is not going to matter. Sweet and strong. But the Aether Lens up, so he's got just huge range on the dispos and kicking off the Timber as now K1 has been spotted by V-Tune into the boundless strike. No way out to the Sunseeker. There's nothing he can do.
I see your liver and
It's his play options. He just needs to farm for that PKV. Until then, you really can't do much. Navi still has really good control in the map.
Around focus fire, but Sweet and strong. He is quite strong at the moment. He just
Radiant's middle
give a
tower
crap.
is under attack.
The power shot was much scarier than the actual focus fire was. But no one just going to keep healing up Sweet and strong throughout all this.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
T2 bottom mid T2 tower. Now, and just take it down. Navi, no contest again.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Yeah, I think beastcoast does understand your lineup isn't quite ready to play. I mean, their kind of desperation play is still a Rupture Tossback, so you can still play with the Blink of Gojira. Speaking of, he's caught up, but does blink away.
Down the front to cancel the TP there. Another smoke out though, Navi just letting off the pressure. Chris Luck. Smoke broken on Sweet and strong. Chris Luck is going to show himself, but a quick rebound out. 100% confident he's alone right now, and he isn't. Gojira is around to help out if necessary, though Sweet and strong still for a way back into this, I think, with Chris Luck. He's just lasted way too long here. Or has he? BKB is out. Gojira. They're posturing aggressively here, beastcoast, but
are scanning.
they're not really going for any kind of fights. Kind of like they're just accepting the fact that one of them's going to die every time, but I just felt like there was no necessity for either one to stay there.
Yeah, it's not the worst thing in the world to lose out in the Tiny, though. I think you're fairly satisfied you're not losing Hector. Just getting some room to farm. BKB's almost done. That could be the turning point for the Bloodseeker. You can start to take more forward positions, start to force out some better fights. You can even start to consider that Rupture Tossback. Navi aren't really scared. Again, they're just playing bot jungle. Probably just looking for another tier 2. They've got the outpost down bot. And I mean, they've got this really farmed up Monkey King and a really farmed up Keeper for Life. So you really don't have too much to worry about yet. I mean, there is a drop-off point for the Kotl. Maybe once some more BKBs come in, that could be it, as beastcoast will try to play with that fresh BKB.
Keep on the tower. Straight here. Jump in. Whisper disposes there. Hold down the center for a little bit as the Avalanche is there to try and help out, but Sweet and strong still tanking through, but eventually does finally end up dropping as Whisper. BKB TP, but now they want the team fight. Right back to there though, from this master to rejoin a Stinger. Dropping way too low, gonna try for a TP attempt out, but won't make it. Not on the dazzle. Here comes that Marcy once again. Gojira, he'll be the focus target, does go down. Navi, it might just force high ground out of this. You are playing with a Chen. You definitely got the push. Poses there, Sweet and strong. Up perfectly on the Chris Luck. It's BKB's there. Chris Luck will survive. In fact, that was a tieback. Onto Sweet and strong now. They won. It's alright. So beastcoast, they are holding high ground.
Managed to hold back successfully. They were forced to buy back in Gojira. So no tiny buyback, and Aegis did expire for Navi. You might have not noticed how low it had left, so not going to be able to fully commit. But they could just wait out the next rush. They are circling around the triangle again, though.
One, he's spotted. Ethereal Blade and Illuminate does fly through, and the Spirit Vessel have enough. Not quite. away enough heal to keep him alive. And Beast Coast not out of this game yet. Still trying to find a way to push forward and get back into this game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, they're inching towards the point where K1 is going to be fairly relevant, although I say that it's pretty dire straits when your Bloodseeker's below the level for your sport tiny, and you saw that as well. Gojira is 15. K1 and Chris Luck are 14. How did Gojira get all these levels? He's been dying.
I think he just spent so much time farming that blink. And yeah, maybe the tubes. Bot lane, Whisper. BKB TP away is going to make it. Gojira. He was spotted there by Lace, but the chase was on. Gojira, he's hanging around for a long time here on that Tiny. Very confidently, but he's going to get the vision down now onto that Tiny, and a sweet and strong trying for the jump in, but a quick pick out from the Tiny is going to be enough to get him out of there. Another smoke out, Na'Vi. Not done yet, want a bit more, and they're going to find K1. Perfect scan out here as Vichu and Primal springs the wrong way again, but K1, he's going to BKB up and trying to fight this. DP out with the BKB, and he is going to make it.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Not too stunned to lock him down, but really just burst him down, and with that, he's going to be fine.
A little BKB charge for an escape. Big tool to lose, down to 7 seconds now. Are trying to clear out the ancient army you have in solo. At least find a couple of creeps for their trouble. You have to admire with the Chen as well that just by a shard you can pick up all the ancients you want. You don't need a stupid Helm of the Overlord. You just need 1,400 gold here, Mikey.
Sounds very balanced to me, John. Very, very balanced indeed. And to be fair, again, Solo, I mean, he's just been, it feels like he's been farming all game, right? Like, he's just, he hasn't really gotten that involved yet. Like you mentioned it, he gets a few auras, he presses R, he's happy with that. That's his job.
Pretty much. And it has been impactful enough. And it's a couple of times to see some of his creeps can get some good plays out. Na'Vi in a good position to take that next rush, 5 seconds away. Are just kind of set up for it really nicely. They've got the flying heartbeat creep here as well to get some vision out. And Roshan is up. They should have a good idea to kind of get control and just kind of line up for the high ground. They haven't made any inways on the map since taking that tier 2 bot. So Beast Coast, all things considered, have played this game well enough to stall out more. You're not losing any further map control. Build-up is coming out for Hector. And
well, there goes Gojira. They found the Tiny once again. Can't really blame him. It's kind of hard to survive.
It is. It almost feels like a horror game. Right? If Na'Vi just shows up, you're kind of dead. If this speedy old man, as you call him, shows up, I would like to say Speedy Senior, because it's all it sounds much more fun. Is Speedy Senior even appropriate? Can I call, you know, he is a very speedy senior, to be fair, right? He is.
John, I don't know what you're thinking of that might be inappropriate, but I'd like you to get your mind wherever, get it out of there, John. Wherever it is, just get it out. K1, well, he's going to get out of here too, John, but look, there's no chance of that happening. It's going to spot. He finds to walk out, but they've had enough. It looks like they might try for Roshan instead. Shard and Aegis are up, but they should have a look around here. Vichu. Take the Roshan pit. We'll spot it out and be another Roshan to go the way of Na'Vi. This time Beast Coast. Wait, we have to use the Roshan pit.
You know, I didn't realize one of these ancients has a CDR reduction, cooldown reduction aura. I did not realize. Yeah, 10% for everyone. That's super fun. Absolutely.
I guess it's not too, but it's only 10%. You know, it's the whole.
It is good, right? Like that's the entire team. That's really damn good, and CDR is stacked, so if someone has an off green, oh, you better hope your Chen's gonna pick up that tasty treat for you.
Here we go again. fight to break out. Sweet and Strong is there onto the Wind Ranger, and well, looks like that's already one gone. Though Chris Luck is going to BKB up and try to survive through it and barely make it out. But now he's stuck with RV knowing this might keep swinging forward onto Whisper this time around. They want the Timber, but Vichun is dropping rather low, but they've already found K1 on the Bloodseeker. He's just gone onto the Tiny. Now Gojira, no way of surviving. He's going to drop to boot, and Na'Vi certainly looking at high ground now. They do move in. They found Chris Luck once again. No BKB available this time around, and with the shallow grave.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Once they go to the T3 tower, see how fast Na'Vi can swap up.
Doesn't feel like it's going to take too long. And high ground defense of East Coast just isn't that amazing. They're kind of lacking wide team fight control. They're still sort of reliant on just rupturing a target and waiting to blink. And Na'Vi realize that, just go straight.
Here we go. Castle's gone. Stinger is trying to get a little bit closer, maybe a poison sting, but is going to get punished for it as Na'Vi. That tier 3 tower. Nice exposed out from Sweet and Strong, and now the dumping from Gojira, but K1, look at this man Mel. He'll be heavy up and trying to force the fight, but he's going to go back to the fountain. Like, he might not even make it. Oh, wait. It's getting worse. GG is cold. They've had enough. A messy game here for Beast Coast. Well, for Na'Vi, John, it was a rather clean affair from the end. I don't think it was really too tough for them whatsoever. They had to lead the whole time.
Clean on Na'Vi this time around. They have a much more active core for Vichun to play on in comparison to his AM. So they had this Monkey King that was willing to show up, that was willing to make plays. And I think the big issue for Beast Coast was one, Timbersaw. You know, Whisper loves his Timp. He's one of the best players in that here. It's just it's really not in a good spot, I think, as we've seen all across regions where Timbersaw has been picked up, except for, I guess the one exception must be Omar on OG, but it didn't quite do enough. It didn't do what it wanted there. The lane matchup wasn't that great up against the Monkey King. Vichun was just allowed to kind of farm up as he wanted. And then this Chris Luck Wind Ranger. Like, you pick the Wind Ranger into the Coddle, right? Like, the Coddle just has a really good time down mid. You don't really care for the Wind Ranger coming out there. You just farm up, and the Coddle farms a lot faster than the Wind Ranger. You had so much sustain coming out from Na'Vi. Like, you have this solo Chen that literally just solos in the jungle, and no one really punished that. They get rotating with Gojira early from Beast Coast because they've got the Timbersaw off. They know it won't die, but the rotations down bot also fell flat. I think Gojira went in at level 2. They didn't even have like the full complement of bursts that you could play with there. And at that point, Lace already got what he wants from the lane. So I think just these issues with the draft, the way that the draft from Beast Coast had to connect was just so much tougher. You mentioned this earlier on, Mike, but the execution Beast Coast had to do to get this draft successfully was a lot tougher than it would take for Na'Vi.
It certainly was, John. And well, with that, sadly, that is it for the day for Stream Day. We are completely done, but of course, we'll be back tomorrow for some more great major Dota, Jonathan. It's been a very, very fun day. Till then, though, it is MLP Dota and John X Foreign. It's been an absolute pleasure. Tune in tomorrow for some more great Dota. We'll see you then.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Presumably.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower
Magic
has fallen.
myself out of that.